Chapter 1. The standard equipment for transcenders, a natural soul power level of 20, seems quite reasonable. Douluo Continent. Spirit City. Over 100 children congregated within the Spirit Hall, all eagerly awaiting the awakening of their martial spirits. Among them, a particularly chubby and fair-skinned child caught everyone's attention, primarily due to his extraordinary cuteness. All right, today marks a significant day for your martial spirit awakening. Everyone must maintain silence. I will call out names, and when your name is mentioned, step forward to awaken your martial spirit. Spirit Hall, Orphan Chen Xuanqing. Having accepted the memories of his previous life, Chen Xuanqing appeared somewhat flustered. He pinched his round face and felt the pain, realizing he had truly traversed into another world, a fantastical realm akin to the treacherous underbelly of Douluo Continent, where hidden weapons could injure even the divine. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have bound a system and received a novice gift pack. Chen Xuanqing calmly accepted the system in his mind, as he was quite familiar with such golden fingers from reading novels. Open the novice gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received the bloodline purification of the ancient crocodile from the world of Zhitian. In an instant, Chen Xuanqing felt a surge of energy coursing through his body, a warm sensation that quickly enveloped him, causing a blissful expression to appear on his face. Brother Xiao, look at that strange person next to us. At that moment, 6-year-old Liena also noticed Chen Xuanqing, who was undergoing the purification process, feeling curious about the plump child. Xiao, however, remained fixated on the children ahead who were awakening their martial spirits, his eyes filled with concern, seemingly afraid that his own martial spirit and soul power would not be sufficient to join the Spirit Hall. Time passed second by second. One by one, the children awakened their martial spirits, yet none manifested innate full soul power. Just as the soul sage in charge of the awakenings began to lose patience, it was finally Chen Xuanqing's turn. Gazing at the peculiar stone and the blue crystal ball, Chen Xuanqing found the seemingly magical ceremony rather unreliable. Chen Xuanqing, step forward to awaken your soul power. Having witnessed others awaken their martial spirits, Chen Xuanqing naturally stepped into the circle. A protective light enveloped him, and in an instant, the entire palace was bathed in golden radiance. Even the soul Doa, who had been standing still, wore a smile on his face. As for the soul sage responsible for the awakenings, he was left dumbfounded. Wasn't this light a bit too brilliant? Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a colossal phantom of a crocodile, over 100 meters long, hovered above the hall, instantly frightening everyone present. In the offering hall, a figure suddenly dashed out, heading toward the awakening hall of the Spirit Hall. Douluo looked at the fleeing figure with a wry smile, pondering what kind of martial spirit could possess such might upon awakening. Perhaps even the most gifted child from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, the strongest beast martial spirit in the continent, could not awaken such a formidable martial spirit. Simultaneously, within the Pope's Hall, another figure swiftly emerged, also aiming for the awakening hall of the Spirit Hall. Ah, this young lad must be my disciple. Upon entering the hall, regardless of their status as a soul Doa or soul sage, everyone immediately bowed in respect. Greetings, Golden Crocodile Douluo. As the second figure entered the hall, all present bowed once more. Greetings, Ghost Douluo. After receiving a bow, Ghostly immediately returned the gesture to Golden Crocodile Douluo. Greetings, second offering. The hierarchy of the Spirit Hall was vividly displayed at this moment. The status of a title Douluo was unparalleled, while that of Golden Crocodile Douluo was distinctly unique. However, Golden Crocodile Douluo paid little attention to Ghostly's actions. Instead, he gazed at Chen Xuanqing with a beaming smile. Youngster, would you like to take me as your master? I am a legendary title Douluo. The members of the Spirit Hall exchanged glances, amused by his childlike tone. Did this fit the persona of the second offering? Chen Xuanqing, however, innocently replied, could you perhaps wait until I finish testing my soul power? Chen Xuanqing felt quite helpless about his situation. After all, he was only 6 years old, too young indeed. Oh, with such a powerful martial spirit, it's certain you possess innate full soul power. Golden Crocodile Douluo exclaimed, then smacked his forehead. No, perhaps my disciple might even have innate soul power of level 20. Ghostly, standing behind Golden Crocodile, merely scoffed. The six-winged angel martial spirit of Qianren, combined with her parents' talents, was the only way to achieve innate soul power of level 20. Although the youth before them possessed a formidable martial spirit, innate full soul power was the pinnacle. How could he possibly rival Qianren? No one knew what Ghostly was contemplating, while Chen Xuanqing proceeded with the soul power test. Grasping the blue crystal ball, a dazzling light flashed, and then shattered with a resounding crash. Seeing this, Golden Crocodile Douluo swiftly picked Chen Xuanqing up and departed for the offering hall. Golden Crocodile Douluo was acutely aware of what had just transpired. The situation mirrored that of the Grand Offering's granddaughter, Qianren, when she awakened and tested her soul power. Grand Offering, genius, the unparalleled genius of the Spirit Hall, come quickly to see my disciple. Golden Crocodile Douluo called out, his excitement palpable and difficult to contain. Before long, the other 6 offerings of the Spirit Hall gathered, all eyes fixed on Golden Crocodile Douluo. Innate soul power of level 20. How does my disciple fare? As he spoke, Golden Crocodile Douluo produced the blue crystal ball used by Qianren during her awakening, and Chen Xuanqing could only helplessly indulge the old man's desire to show off. Thus, Chen Xuanqing reluctantly demonstrated his soul power once more before the gathered offerings, causing the crystal ball to radiate with brilliance. All the offerings present understood the significance of this. An unparalleled genius with innate soul power of level 20 meant that even if he were taught by a mediocre individual, he would at the very least achieve the status of a titled Douluo. Second offering, it seems he hasn't yet called you master. How about you become my disciple instead, child? The fourth offering, Bear Douluo, immediately snatched Chen Xuanqing away. You lot are all uncouth. Let me handle this. No, allow me. Chen Xuanqing found himself being tugged back and forth among the offerings, and even Qian Daolu felt a twinge of temptation. His granddaughter had already infiltrated the Tiantuo Empire, so adopting another grandson wouldn't be too much to ask, right? Just envisioning the prospect of his grandson and granddaughter together, producing a great-grandson with innate soul power of level 40, was a delightful thought. Silence. Golden Crocodile Douluo declared, cradling Chen Xuanqing in his arms. My martial spirit is the Golden Crocodile King, and Xuanqing's martial spirit is also a powerful crocodilian. It is undoubtedly most fitting for me to be his master. Oh dear, Xuanqing, what do you say? Yes, indeed. Faced with the competing offerings vying for his attention, Chen Xuanqing was at a loss for words. With the system at his disposal, he didn't require a master at all. Chapter 2. Apprenticing the Pinnacle Douluo, activating a small cheat. Ding! The system has issued a task. Apprentice to Golden Crocodile Douluo. Reward: 1 lottery opportunity. Then I shall apprentice to Golden Crocodile Douluo. Upon hearing Chen Xuanqing's words, a radiant smile instantly spread across Golden Crocodile Douluo's face. To take on a genius with innate soul power of level 20, whose martial spirit bore a striking resemblance to his own, Golden Crocodile Douluo felt utterly fulfilled in life. The other offerings sighed at the sight. Innate full soul power was already rare, and now encountering a genius with innate soul power of level 20 who could not be taken as a disciple was a source of regret for all. Having decided to apprentice, Chen Xuanqing was promptly whisked away by Golden Crocodile Douluo, preventing him from being coveted by the other offerings. As they traversed the corridors of the Spirit Hall, the Western architectural style dazzled Chen Xuanqing, affirming the Spirit Hall's status as the most formidable institution on the Douluo continent. Golden Crocodile Douluo, witnessing this scene, felt quite satisfied. His disciple was quite remarkable, albeit a tad too indifferent. His current demeanor resembled that of a child. Old man, where are you taking me? Chen Xuanqing inquired. Golden Crocodile Douluo flicked Chen Xuanqing on the head, a tremendous force sending a jolt of pain through him. Address me as master. And you, little rascal, your physical constitution is quite impressive. With the force I just exerted, I can't claim to have inflicted much harm. At the very least, It should have knocked a typical 6-year-old child to the ground, wailing. Chen Xuanqing was left speechless, pondering the basis for such a claim that flick could have resulted in severe injury for a normal child. Had he not possessed a robust physique, he would have been gravely hurt. Golden Crocodile Douluo seemed a bit unreliable, and Chen Xuanqing began to feel a hint of regret. However, with circumstances as they were, it appeared that he had no choice but to call him master for the time being. Master, when shall we go hunt soul beasts? I wish to obtain my first soul ring. Patience, my dear disciple. First, let's finish acknowledging the title Douluo in the Elder Hall. Then you must formally pay your respects to me as your master. Tomorrow, I will take you to handle the soul ring matter. Whatever you desire, I will procure it for you. Golden Crocodile Douluo spoke confidently, yet Chen Xuanqing's lips twitched. A title Douluo of level 98. Securing a soul ring for him would surely be a piece of cake. Thus, under the guidance of Golden Crocodile Douluo, Chen Xuanqing was introduced to the numerous title Douluo in the Elder Hall, and he nearly memorized the names of over a dozen title Douluo. Finally, under the lead of Golden Crocodile Douluo, Chen Xuanqing arrived at the Pope's Hall. Guided by ghostly Golden Crocodile Douluo, and Chen Xuanqing directly entered the main hall of the Pope's Hall. Your Holiness, this is my disciple, Chen Xuanqing. The Golden Crocodile Douluo spoke with a brusque tone. His unwavering loyalty to the Angel clan made him reluctant to witness Bibi Dong ascend to the papacy. Thus, the nature of their relationship is evident. Chen Xuanqing, it is an honor to meet your holiness. Although the lecherous Chen Xuanqing was quite taken with Bibi Dong, who donned a formal gown, adorned with white silk stockings, and possessed an exquisite beauty, it must be acknowledged that under her leadership, the Spirit Hall indeed faced defeat, an outcome attributable to both Qian Daolu and Bibi Dong. Chen Xuanqing resolved to take the reins and lead the Spirit Hall to its zenith, unifying the Douluo continent. Oh, a prodigious talent with innate soul power of level 20. Much like Shuer, quite impressive, Bibi Dong remarked, before abruptly shifting her tone. Unfortunately, your martial soul pales in comparison to the angel martial soul. Since your holiness is already aware, I shall refrain from elaborating further. With that, the Golden Crocodile Douluo ushered Chen Xuanqing out of the Pope's Hall, exhibiting a complete lack of respect for Bibi Dong. Upon departing the Pope's Hall, the Golden Crocodile Douluo brought Chen Xuanqing to his residence. In truth, as the second elder, the Golden Crocodile Douluo seldom spent time at home, dedicating most of his days to cultivation in the Spirit Hall and occasionally traversing the continent. For the bachelor Golden Crocodile Douluo, home was merely a place for rest. Nonetheless, his household was well-staffed, with over 20 individuals performing their duties diligently, comprised of soul masters and soul kings, while the head steward was a soul sage. Sirius, from now on, he shall be your young master. Sirius, being a soul sage, immediately bowed to Chen Xuanqing and proceeded to provide a brief introduction to the premises. Once Chen Xuanqing had a rudimentary understanding of his surroundings, the Golden Crocodile Douluo promptly led him inside to perform the rite of apprenticeship. After bowing and offering tea, Chen Xuanqing had completed the ceremony, thus forming a bond in this world. However, the old rascal, the Golden Crocodile Douluo, then handed Chen Xuanqing over to Sirius, instructing him to enlighten Chen Xuanqing on pertinent knowledge. A night passed in silence. The following day, Chen Xuanqing was abruptly roused from his slumber by the Golden Crocodile Douluo. After breakfast, they set off toward the outskirts of Spirit City. The Golden Crocodile Douluo remarked, "Last night, Sirius imparted much knowledge to you. My dear disciple, you should be aware that the maximum age for a first soul ring is 423 years. However, judging by your physical resilience, you're capable of absorbing a 600-year soul ring. Do you not find 600 years to be rather feeble? At the very least, it should be a tenth a sandier one." Instantly, Chen Xuanqing felt a sharp pain in his head, glaring furiously at the Golden Crocodile Douluo. The Golden Crocodile Douluo, unfazed, merely smirked, internally quite pleased with his disciple's ambition. To desire a tenth a sandier soul ring for the first is indeed a lofty aspiration. Are you aware that absorbing a tenth of sand of your soul ring will not only place immense strain on your body, but may also cause soul turbulence. For you, this might be a bit premature. Chen Xuanqing replied, "Rest assured, Master, I am well aware of such trivial matters." The golden crocodile, Douluo, remained non-committal even with just 2 days of interaction. His dear disciple had displayed remarkable maturity, indicating that he was also a genius in terms of intellect. "Very well. As your master, I shall place my trust in you. However, should any issues arise, I will not hesitate to intervene decisively." "Then I shall heed your guidance, master." Thus, silence enveloped the carriage. Suddenly, Chen Xuanqing recalled that he still had a lottery opportunity to utilize, and he silently invoked the lottery in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the perfect version of the Green Goblin Serum. Chen Xuanqing was taken aback to have drawn such an item, feeling a surge of unexpected excitement. While the serum was theoretically the pinnacle of human potential, the Green Goblin, capable of standing toe-to-toe with Spider-Man, was undoubtedly far beyond mere human limits, indicating that the serum's power surpassed ordinary human capabilities. It seemed imperative to find an opportunity to administer it, ensuring that acquiring a tenth of sand of your soul ring for the first would be a mere formality. 3 days later, at the outskirts of the Douluo forest, Chen Xuanqing had successfully injected the perfect version of the Green Goblin Serum, and now it was time to obtain his soul ring. Chapter 3. Just a couple of tenth of sand of your soul rings. This is the outermost area of the Douluo forest, primarily inhabited by 10-year and 100-year soul beasts. Were it not for your innate genius, we would have no need to venture this far into the Douluo forest. Merely a few 100-year soul rings, such a first soul ring, is a disgrace to the illustrious name of the golden crocodile Douluo. The figures of the two, one large and one small, traversed through the Douluo forest with remarkable ease and grace. As they ventured deeper, the age of the soul beasts encountered steadily increased. Soon, they began to spot 1,000-year soul beasts and the occasional tenth of sand-year soul beast, yet their relatively low ages failed to pique their interest. "Master, we must be nearing our destination." Despite having injected the Green Goblin Serum and undergone bloodline purification, Chen Xuanqing remained merely a 6-year-old child. The towering trees and uneven terrain of the Douluo forest had left his feet feeling as though they might blister from the exertion. "We're almost there. Your master spent considerable time hunting soul beasts here. Who would have thought that your first soul ring could be obtained in this very place?" 15 minutes later, under the guidance of Genie Douluo, Chen Xuanqing arrived at a marshland, where a multitude of amphibious spirit beasts could be seen with the naked eye. "Which one has caught your eye? I shall promptly take action to capture it for you, as your master." Chen Xuanqing immediately waved his hand. "Master, you can decide for yourself. As long as it is a soul beast of the crocodilian type with a lifespan of 30,000 years, it will suffice." As soon as Chen Xuanqing finished speaking, the golden crocodile Douluo leaped forward into the swamp, effortlessly carrying Chen Xuanqing in his right hand. The golden crocodile Douluo maneuvered skillfully across the marsh, and no soul beast dared to launch an attack. "I found it." Following the gaze of the golden crocodile Douluo, Chen Xuanqing noticed the soul beast before them, a massive creature measuring 5 meters in length, with blood-red skin and a mouth full of sharp fangs, exuding an air of terror. Without a hint of concern, the golden crocodile Douluo stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick, sending the formidable alligator crashing to the ground. Blood crystal iron crocodile. With a soul ring age of 23,000 years, it should be quite suitable for you. Chen Xuanqing stepped forward slowly, his diminutive 6-year-old frame appearing insignificant before the colossal crocodile, seemingly unable to breach its formidable defenses. Drawing forth a meticulously prepared dagger, Chen Xuanqing summoned all his strength and thrust it towards the throat of the blood crystal iron crocodile. A crimson arrow of blood erupted forth, nearly splattering onto Chen Xuanqing, as the creature's vitality visibly waned before his very eyes. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xuanqing promptly seated himself cross-legged upon the ground, attuning himself to the aura of the blood crystal iron crocodile. In an instant, an unfamiliar surge of power coursed through his being. A blood crystal iron crocodile materialized within the recesses of Chen Xuanqing's mind, incessantly roaring at him. Suddenly, a phantom of the crocodile ancestor, stretching 100 meters in length, emerged, grasping the blood crystal iron crocodile and promptly devouring it, revealing a flavor reminiscent of chicken, crisp and succulent. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Xuanqing slowly opened his eyes, a sight that startled the golden crocodile dog greatly, prompting him to swiftly lift Chen Xuanqing from the ground for inspection. To absorb the soul ring of the blood crystal iron crocodile so rapidly, without even exhibiting a reaction of soul shock, truly indicated that my disciple possesses the potential for divinity. Upon hearing this, a chill ran down Chen Xuanqing's spine. The last person who claimed his son had imperial potential did not fare well. It would be wise to refrain from making such proclamations. After speaking, the golden crocodile Douluo gently set Chen Xuanqing down, a smile gracing his face. My dear disciple, let me witness your first soul skill. First soul skill, Bloodscale Sacred Armor. In an instant, a dark red armor enveloped Chen Xuanqing, its aerodynamic design radiating a terrifying aura, exuding an air of both wickedness and allure. Subsequently, Chen Xuanqing approached the corpse of the blood crystal iron crocodile and, with a surge of strength in his right hand, lifted its 5-meter-long, 1-ton frame effortlessly. How does it feel? What effects do you perceive? Why have you not experienced a soul shock? Quite satisfactory. My speed, strength, and endurance have all been permanently enhanced by 100%, though I felt no soul shock. It was rather amusing that the blood crystal iron crocodile, which had been crushed upon its appearance, could warrant a tremor in Chen Xuanqing's martial soul. The golden crocodile Douluo chuckled heartily, stroking his beard. Huh? Once we return to the worship hall, I shall make them envious beyond measure. Master, we ought to be somewhat urgent. There is a second soul ring awaiting me. The golden crocodile Douluo promptly lifted Chen Xuanqing once more, and the two continued their search through the marshy terrain. Yet the smile upon the golden crocodile Douluo's face remained unwavering, occasionally erupting into laughter, an exceedingly rare spectacle in the Tiantuo forest. An hour later, just as patience began to wane for both the golden crocodile Douluo and Chen Xuanqing, a colossal crocodile suddenly surged from the water, aiming to bite the golden crocodile Douluo, who had just leapt into the air, presumably believing its prey was defenseless mid-flight. Vile creature. Suddenly, golden patterns appeared on the golden crocodile Douluo's face, and a layer of golden armor enveloped his body. Perhaps sensing its imminent peril, the ambushing giant crocodile quickly retreated into the depths of the water. As a level 98 assault-type Douluo, the golden crocodile Douluo would not allow such an escape. While cradling Chen Xuanqing, he dove down, seizing the crocodile by its tail and flinging it into the air. In mid-air, the golden crocodile Douluo's fists relentlessly pounded the massive head of the crocodile, which, despite its formidable size, began to cave under the onslaught. By the time the giant crocodile crashed to the ground, it was gasping for breath. My dear disciple, this creature is a 50,000-year-old dragon lizard godhead crocodile, containing a trace of true dragon blood. But are you capable of absorbing it now? Chen Xuanqing chuckled, reassuring his master. Rest assured, master. While absorbing the blood crystal iron crocodile, I utilized the surplus soul power to nourish my body. Thus absorbing a soul beast of 50,000 years poses no challenge. With that, Chen Xuanqing adeptly settled into a cross-legged position and, with a swift stroke, dispatched the languid dragon lizard divine-headed crocodile, which had already been on the brink of demise. The scene was strikingly similar to before. Albeit the dragon lizard divine-headed crocodile was slightly larger, nonetheless, it was effortlessly devoured by the crocodile ancestor. After more than half an hour, Chen Xuanqing rose and gazed at his right arm, seemingly infused with a fragment of a soul bone. How impressive, isn't it? The second soul skill, Dragon's Roar. The golden crocodile Douluo merely felt a gentle breeze pass by, yet remained unperturbed. What effect does it have? Why do I not sense anything? Dragon's Roar is an acoustic soul skill that renders individuals with 10 levels higher soul power unconscious for a second, those 20 levels higher for half a second, and those 30 levels higher for a breath. I wonder how it would fare against the title Douluo. Quite commendable, but it appears your soul power has significantly increased. It's rather average. It allowed me to ascend 5 levels, reaching the rank of a 25-level Great Soul Master. And I just acquired a fragment of a right-hand soul bone. Chapter 4. The Flame Delivered to My Door. A 50,000-year right-hand soul bone? Splendid. Splendid. The whiskers of the golden crocodile Douluo trembled, revealing his inner delight. He felt his choice of disciple was indeed worthwhile. What is the soul skill of that soul bone? It enhances the attack power of my right hand fivefold, giving it the appearance of swelling. Chen Xuanqing himself was astonished to have manifested a soul bone. It seemed he was truly the favored child of destiny. An hour later, the golden crocodile Douluo and Chen Xuanqing set up a barbecue stall in the Tiantuo forest. A plump lamb sizzling on the grill, releasing tantalizing juices. Naturally, even a titled Douluo must eat, so the golden crocodile Douluo had prepared ample ingredients. My dear disciple, upon your return to Spirit City, will you choose to study at the Spirit Hall Academy, or shall I personally instruct you? Chen Xuanqing bowed his head in contemplation and after a long pause, remarked, let us first pursue our studies at the Spirit Hall Academy for 4 years. Subsequently, I wish to traverse the Douluo continent. Isn't that a bit premature? Questioned golden crocodile Douluo, as he tore off a leg of lamb and handed it to Chen Xuanqing. With such strength, should you not be capable of roaming the continent in 4 years' time? Chen Xuanqing shook his head, pondering that 4 years was a rather short period for achieving a high-ranking soul master. At the very least, one should attain the status of a soul king. If I were to become a soul king in 4 years, would my master permit me to travel? The old man replied, I promise you. Should you attain the rank of soul king in 4 years, I shall grant you permission to explore the Douluo continent. The golden crocodile Douluo maintained a cheerful demeanor, intrigued by the prospect of a 10-year-old soul king. After erecting a tent, the golden crocodile Douluo promptly fell asleep in the Douluo forest. Bolstered by the confidence that came from his prowess, the night passed silently. Upon departing the Douluo forest, Chen Xuanqing and the golden crocodile Douluo hastened towards the spirit hall, their pace significantly quicker than before. Concerned for his disciple's social development, the golden crocodile Douluo wished to ensure that his dear pupil would not lack companions in the future. Thus, they returned to the spirit hall a day earlier than anticipated. That evening, under the guidance of the golden crocodile Douluo, Chen Xuanqing enjoyed a refreshing bath and donned a new silver-white garment. With his current cherubic and plump appearance, he was capable of captivating countless young ladies, with the exception of Her Holiness the Pope. The following morning, Chen Xuanqing was awakened by Cirrus. After a modest breakfast, they proceeded towards the Spirit Hall Academy. Ding! The system issued a task. Enroll in the Spirit Hall's Junior Soul Master Academy, with a reward of 1 lottery opportunity. Upon learning of the system's task, Chen Xuanqing curiously turned to Cirrus, Grandfather Cirrus, which class is considered the most talented at the Spirit Hall Academy? I wish to join the most gifted class. Cirrus stroked his beard and smiled. Young master, you are about to attend the Junior Soul Master Academy, and you have already been placed in this year's most talented class. Chen Xuanqing then realized that it was indeed a task bestowed upon him by the system, and it seemed that this time the system had allowed him to benefit without cost. A quarter of an hour later, under the guidance of Silas, Chen Xuanqing swiftly completed all the enrollment procedures and was directly escorted to the most gifted class of the Spirit Hall's Junior Soul Master Academy. Young master, your academic journey begins now. In the days to come, it is essential to foster good relationships with your classmates. For the golden crocodile Douluo has mentioned that he will be observing you from the shadows. Chen Xuanqing never anticipated that he would one day be subjected to nagging in the Douluo continent. However, he found the experience rather pleasant. With that, he confidently stepped through the classroom door and greeted the teacher with a respectful bow, embodying the essence of a perfect, obedient child. At the podium stood an elderly man with graying hair, clad in a teaching robe, who gazed at Chen Xuanqing with a warm smile. You must be Chen Xuanqing. I am your teacher, Songqi, a soul sage of level 75. Greetings, teacher Songqi. Observing the newly arrived Chen Xuanqing exhibiting such decorum and unwavering composure, Songqi felt a profound sense of satisfaction within. Very well, you may sit. Before Songqi could complete his sentence, he was promptly interrupted by Chen Xuanqing. I will take a seat beside that charming young lady. Chen Xuanqing swiftly took a seat beside Liena, flashing a foolish grin that revealed his bright teeth. This scene provoked a significant reaction from the 2 children behind Liena, particularly the red-haired youth. Brother Xiao Wu, do you truly permit this pretty boy to sit next to Liena? He exclaimed. First of all, she is called Liena. She is not so close to you. Furthermore, after class, I shall deal with this fellow. No one is allowed to harbor inappropriate thoughts towards my sister. As Liena's protective brother, Xiao Wu, along with the already smitten Yin, both glared furiously at Chen Xuanqing. Meanwhile, Liena observed the boy curiously. He seemed to be the one accepted as a disciple by the golden crocodile Douluo, although she wondered just how much more talented he was than herself. All right. Let us commence the lesson. Next, we shall discuss the formation of soul power. Songqi spoke eloquently from the podium, yet to Chen Xuanqing, it all sounded like a lullaby. As time passed, his eyelids grew heavier until he ultimately succumbed to slumber. Naturally, Songqi, being a soul sage, noticed this occurrence but paid it no mind. In this world, strength reigned supreme, and as long as one possessed talent, one's level of knowledge was of little concern. Thus, Chen Xuanqing's class concluded as he engaged in a game of chess with the King of Dreams. All right, students, we shall now proceed to the playground for practical training. Hooray! The students erupted in excitement. None of the 6-year-olds wished to endure tedious lessons in the classroom. Soon, all 35 students were escorted by Songqi to the academy's playground. Teacher, I wish to challenge the newcomer, Chen Xuanqing, Yin declared, raising an eyebrow at the crowd. However, he soon realized that Chen Xuanqing was engrossed in jovial conversation with Liena, seemingly enjoying their exchange. Observing this, Songqi cleared his throat to remind Chen Xuanqing to pay attention to the situation at hand. You wish to challenge me? Provide me with a reason, Chen Xuanqing replied. Yin retorted angrily, if I defeat you, you must keep your distance from Liena, and whenever you see me, you shall address me as Brother Yin. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing disdainfully curled his lips. Do you fancy yourself as Xiao Yin? 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Very well. I shall grant you the same terms in return, but do refrain from calling me Brother Xuanqing. Only a beauty like Nana is worthy of such an address. In truth, Chen Xuanqing could not discern the allure of the 6-year-old Liena, yet he believed in the potential for development. Ding. System task, defeat Yin. Reward, 1 lottery chance. Thus, Chen Xuanqing and Yin stood facing each other, exuding an air of impending confrontation. Yin, a level 9 soul master, possessed the soul of Flame Lord. In an instant, Yin unleashed his martial spirit, and the formidable Flame Lord appeared to be exceedingly powerful. Chapter 5, A Bite of Liena. Chen Xuanqing, a level 25 great soul master, wielded the soul of crocodile ancestor. Chen Xuanqing unleashed his 100-meter-long ancestral crocodile martial spirit, its colossal form occupying a significant portion of the playground. Instantly, a terrifying aura permeated the surroundings, causing even the supreme martial spirit, the Flame Lord, to tremble in fear. The overwhelming pressure of the ancestral crocodile martial spirit far surpassed that of the top-tier martial spirits, leaving Song-Chi, a soul sage, feeling a hint of apprehension, albeit just a hint. Yin, witnessing this, was drenched in cold sweat, his heart gripped by sheer terror. Was this truly a 6-year-old before him? He realized he had been exceedingly reckless. Nevertheless, his own martial spirit was formidable. Perhaps he still possessed the strength to contend. Chen Xuanqing claimed to be at level 25. But that was undoubtedly a falsehood. Even if he had innate full soul power, there was no way he could reach level 20 in just a few days. After a moment of self-recovery, Yin regained his confidence and remarked with a smirk, I refuse to believe you could be a great soul master. If you possess the ability, reveal your soul rings for all to see. Chen Xuanqing remarked that he had never seen anyone so eager to be beaten. In an instant, 2 black soul rings materialized around him, adding an air of authority and intimidation to the 6-year-old boy. This spectacle shattered the perceptions of everyone present, prompting all the students to glance at their teacher, Song-Chi, seeking clarification. How could it be? The first soul ring is a 10,000-year soul ring. This is impossible. Song-Chi, equally bewildered, stared at Chen Xuanqing, who appeared to be a monstrous entity, breaking the very foundations of Song-Chi's worldview. I am not inferior to anyone. Unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere, Yin decisively launched an attack, his enormous fist as the Flame Lord charged toward Chen Xuanqing, showing no restraint. Boom. In an instant, the Flame Lord was sent flying by a flick of Chen Xuanqing's tail, leaving Yin sprawled on the ground, unconscious. Facing a formidable opponent with soul power over 10 levels higher, one might question whether Yin was foolish or merely tenacious. Regardless, Chen Xuanqing found a certain admiration for this fellow at that moment. This is terrifying. I do not wish to fight him. Woe is me, I want to go home. The combined pressure of 2 powerful martial souls had already left everyone gasping for breath, and now they were expected to battle against the strongest among them. Consequently, a chorus of sobs erupted from the group of little children. Only Liena watched the scene with a smile, her mood evidently buoyant. Meanwhile, Xiao nearly ground his teeth in frustration, fearing that it would not be long before his sister was whisked away by someone. Helpless, Song-Chi could only soothe the crying children before reviving Yin. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Chen Xuanqing approached Liena and leaned in to whisper in her ear. Nana, how did I perform just now? That fellow should no longer dare to bother you. Thank you, Xuanqing. Observing the faint blush on Liena's cheeks, Chen Xuanqing could not resist taking a playful bite, then immediately recited a calming mantra in his heart. Only 6 years old. The minimum sentence is life imprisonment, the maximum, the death penalty. Liena, flustered by Chen Xuanqing's playful gesture, lowered her head in silence. Fortunately, this scene went unnoticed by others. Otherwise, both Chen Xuanqing and the golden crocodile Douluo would face social embarrassment. As night fell, after a tiresome day of elementary school, Chen Xuanqing returned home, feeling utterly drained. The golden crocodile Douluo rushed towards him, eager and anxious. So, my dear disciple, how was your first day at school? It was so boring, master. Subsequently, Chen Xuanqing was pulled to the dining table, laden with an array of exquisite delicacies. As a rank 98 title Douluo, he enjoyed the finest offerings of the Douluo continent. It was evident that the golden crocodile Douluo spared no expense in nurturing Chen Xuanqing, treating him as his sole cherished disciple. Chen Xuanqing, can I skip school? Genie Douluo shook his head directly. Is it normal not to attend school at this age on the Douluo continent? Upon witnessing the situation, Chen Xuanqing felt increasingly helpless. The only allure of the Spirit Hall's Junior Soul Master Academy for him was Liena. The others held no value. This simply could not be a worthwhile expenditure of his life. Master, why not take me on a journey across the continent? He suggested. Moreover, isn't the granddaughter of the Grand Elder also absent from the Soul Master Academy? I have no desire to attend school. Having been a beleaguered university student in his past life, Chen Xuanqing had now lost the fundamental ability to study, finding himself thoroughly disenchanted with various subjects, especially the multitude of frivolous activities that left everyone grumbling, yet were still mandated to continue. The golden crocodile Douluo lowered his head in contemplation. The only person with innate soul power of level 20 was the Grand Elder's granddaughter, Qianren, lacking experience in this regard. He worried that if Xuanqing were to follow the same tedious learning path as other children, it might render him ineffectual. The thought sent a cold sweat down his spine. Realizing he may indeed be making a grave mistake. Very well, but my dear disciple, you must become a high-ranking soul master in 4 years. I have wagered with the other elders in the hall, so do not let me lose this bet, or I shall feel quite the pinch, he declared. After dinner, Chen Xuanqing commenced his training. As a protagonist endowed with extraordinary abilities, it was imperative to engage in the necessary cultivation, otherwise, how could he triumph over the heirs of lesser realms? At long last, the hour grew late, and after concluding his training, Chen Xuanqing lay on his bed, gazing at the ceiling. System, please utilize my 2 lottery chances. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a drop of crocodile ancestor's blood. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a soul ring critical hit card. System, what is a soul ring critical hit card? Ding. Upon use, it will deliver a critical hit to the soul ring's age with the probability of a critical effect contingent upon fate. A radiant smile blossomed on Chen Xuanqing's face. Initially, he had harbored fears that his singular martial spirit could not compete with the dual martial spirits of others. Yet, it now appeared that even with one martial spirit, he was invincible. The blood essence of the crocodile ancestor. Could I truly consume it directly? As one of the earliest formidable beings to emerge in the realm of Zhetian, the crocodile ancestor, despite being considerably weaker in the later stages, was still exponentially more powerful than the gods of Douluo continent. With a body as colossal as Mount Tai and weighing several million tons, it was likely that even a full-force strike from a god would merely provoke a slight itch in the crocodile ancestor. Thus, Chen Xuanqing felt an immense tension regarding this drop of blood essence, uncertain whether he could safely ingest it. Ding. Please dilute the blood essence of the crocodile ancestor to prevent potential bodily harm. Chen Xuanqing let out a dismissive smile. How often do novelists depict characters meeting their demise in such a dramatic fashion? Truly, how many protagonists actually perish in a spectacular explosion? Some peculiar tales even suggest that mere consumption of aphrodisiacs leads to such fatal outcomes. Chen Xuanqing has always found this notion somewhat implausible. Reluctantly, he set out to find a vial for dilution, ultimately managing to dilute a drop of his essence blood by a factor of 10. Chapter 6. The disciple elevates the master. A month later. You stubborn old man, I had already informed you that breaking through the 100-level barrier was impossible. Yet you refused to believe me. Apologies, dear disciple. It seems I was overly ambitious. However, the energy within me is so abundant that I cannot shake the feeling that I could transcend the 100 levels and attain divinity. But tell me, from whence did you acquire that blood essence? Its effects are remarkable. Outside the martial soul city, two figures, one large and one small, traverse the main road, with the smaller figure moving at an astonishing pace. Chen Xuanqing, in conclusion, relying solely on oneself to attain the pinnacle of 100 levels and become a deity is implausible. You must first solidify your soul power at 99 levels. For this is of utmost importance. Indeed, I shall heed my obedient disciple's counsel. The golden crocodile Douluo was taken aback by the remarkable item presented by his disciple, which allowed his martial soul to undergo a transformation, evolving into the golden crocodile flying emperor, while also breaking through to the 99th level of soul power, with a considerable amount of medicinal energy still retained within his body. The golden crocodile Douluo understood that once the opportune moment, as indicated by his disciple, arrived, achieving the divine status at the 100th level would pose no challenge whatsoever. Chen Xuanqing strode along the main road, his spirit visibly deflated. It was all due to his master's relentless pursuit of breaking through the 100th level, which had resulted in an interminable wait. After a month of primary school, Chen Xuanqing harbored significant grievances, were it not for Nana's presence. He would have little desire to attend. With this thought, Chen Xuanqing quickened his pace, prompting the golden crocodile Douluo to hasten after him. Their rapid strides stirred up clouds of dust, drawing the attention of passers-by. An hour later, Chen Xuanqing, accompanied by the golden crocodile Douluo, arrived at the city of Tiantuo, which lay within the influence of the spirit hall, as a necessary measure to conceal his identity. The 6-year-old Chen Xuanqing donned a mask alongside the golden crocodile Douluo, with their sights set on the soul arena. Golden crocodile Douluo inquired, "My dear disciple, are you certain that you wish to participate in the soul arena at this moment? Does it not seem a tad premature?" To which Chen Xuanqing confidently replied, "The soul arena evaluates one's strength, and I possess the capability to engage in its challenges at the tender age of 6. Upon finishing his words, Chen Xuanqing proceeded directly towards the soul arena, to which the golden crocodile Douluo, with an air of resignation, followed suit. Upon entering the arena, Chen Xuanqing was taken aback to discover a stark contrast to his preconceived notion of a bustling crowd. There were scarcely any attendees, given that it was still morning. The sparse attendance was rather predictable. "My dear disciple, if you are genuinely interested, let us return in the evening," suggested the golden crocodile Douluo, preparing to escort Chen Xuanqing away, for the notion of a 6-year-old child participating in the soul arena seemed rather implausible. Chen Xuanqing immediately dashed to the counter and leaped onto it. "Miss, I wish to register for the soul arena. May I inquire about the requirements?" Though his face was masked, the 6-year-old's voice remained sweet and innocent. "My dear little brother, it is rather premature for you to participate in the soul arena. Perhaps you should return in a couple of years." In an instant, 2 black soul rings manifested around Chen Xuanqing, a sight that left the registration attendant utterly astonished. The golden crocodile Douluo, witnessing this, became vigilant, ensuring that no disturbances arose, for with him present, he would not permit any missteps for his precious disciple. "Esteemed soul master, once you have completed this form, you shall be eligible to partake in the soul arena," she stated, handing a form to Chen Xuanqing. Reluctantly, Chen Xuanqing leaned over to fill in his name, age, place of birth, and martial soul. He then requested 10 gold soul coins from the golden crocodile Douluo, ultimately exchanging them for an iron soul badge. After departing from the Seoul arena, the duo sought a place to dine, as the hour was growing late. In the end, the Golden Crocodile Douluo opted for the most luxurious inn in Songyun City, a decision dictated by wealth. At the dining table, Chen Xuanqing and Jin Douluo removed their masks, and at this moment, no one could recognize the reclusive second offering, Jin Douluo. Eat well. Take a good rest this afternoon. Your master will protect you during the battle tonight. You can rest assured. Master, with my strength, will there be any danger? After the two finished their meal, they returned to their respective chambers to rest, while Chen Xuanqing seized every opportunity to cultivate during his spare time. As night fell, Chen Xuanqing once again arrived at the Seoul arena, yet this time it was teeming with people. Various soul masters traversed the arena, creating a bustling atmosphere. Disciple. Do you wish to engage in sparring, a life and death battle, or a wager match? As a disciple of the unparalleled title Douluo at level 99, participating in mere sparring does not suit my status. With that, Chen Xuanqing approached the counter and said, Miss, I would like to register for a life and death battle. Certainly. Esteemed soul master. Thus, Chen Xuanqing and the Golden Crocodile Douluo settled onto a sofa, quietly awaiting their turn, while an inexplicable sense of anxiety stirred within Chen Xuanqing. Suddenly, the Golden Crocodile Douluo pointed towards a group of individuals clad in white and remarked, Do you see the small swords on their cuffs? They belong to the Flying Sword sect of the lower 4 sects. Apart from the Spirit Hall, the continent is divided among the upper 3 sects and the lower 4 sects, not to mention the Star Luo Empire and the Tiantuo Empire's royal families. This outlines the fundamental distribution of power across the continent. Chen Xuanqing dispatched several members of the Flying Sword sect, and then closed his eyes to rejuvenate. The leaders of the lower 4 sects were all Soul Douluo, which was rather disappointing. After a short while, Chen Xuanqing noticed a change in the interface. He was surprised at how quickly his turn had come. Well then, master. Please bestow upon me a little more gold soul coins to serve as my pocket money in the future. As he approached the competition arena, Chen Xuanqing increasingly sensed the tense atmosphere within. It was no wonder that the influence of the soul fighting arena was so formidable. The primal desires of humanity were unleashed here, making it impossible not to profit. Finally, Chen Xuanqing arrived at the stage, and his opponent had also made his appearance, a robust middle-aged man, embodying the visage of a true warrior. Ding! The system issued a task, defeat Kirk, and the reward would be a chance to draw a lottery. As it was only Chen Xuanqing's first match, he naturally did not qualify to compete in the main soul fighting arena, resulting in a pitifully sparse audience. The appearance of Chen Xuanqing ignited the fury of the audience. What a so-called crocodile god, whose reputation may be considerable, yet turns out to be merely a child. Hey, is this merely a gimmick concocted by your soul duel arena to swindle us? Refund, RNM refund. At that moment, the spectators transformed into a chorus of disgruntled voices, expressing their dissatisfaction. However, the audience's tumult did not impede the progression of the match. Ladies and gentlemen, the competition commences. A middle-aged man stepped forward, announcing, Kirk. Martial Spirit Wind Spirit Leopard, level 29 Soul Master. In an instant, Kirk's form was adorned with the traits of a leopard, emerald patterns, and fluffy fur, presenting a strikingly formidable appearance. Chen Xuanqing, Martial Spirit Crocodile Ancestor, level 29 Soul Master. Following the introduction, Chen Xuanqing underwent a transformation. Yellow patterns enveloped his body, and his claws and fangs appeared dreadfully menacing. An aura reminiscent of an azura permeated the arena, momentarily halting the previously irate audience, who now shifted their attention to the unfolding duel. Chapter 7. In a flash, for years have passed, revealing a somewhat green Tang San. First soul skill, Crimson Wind Shadow. A yellow soul ring materialized around Kirk, and his speed surged dramatically as he lunged with his leopard claw towards Chen Xuanqing, seemingly intent on resolving the battle in one decisive strike. First soul skill, Bloodscale Sacred Armor. A dark crimson armor enveloped Chen Xuanqing, whose face bore a grin. Having ingested diluted blood essence primarily to nourish his body and martial spirit, his soul power had escalated by 4 levels, marking a qualitative leap in strength. Clang! A spark erupted from Chen Xuanqing, yet Kirk's ferocious strike failed to breach even the defenses of the armor. Frustrated, Kirk exclaimed, I refuse to believe that a mere child could possess such strength. Second soul skill, Azure Claw Transformation. A flash of azure light surged forth, causing Kirk's hands to expand slightly, making even his leopard claws appear more elongated. In an instant, Kirk vanished from sight, his claws aimed directly at Chen Xuanqing's neck. Boom! With a single kick, Chen Xuanqing sent Kirk crashing off the stage. However, in this life-or-death combat, the fight was destined to continue unabated. Chen Xuanqing leaped gracefully to the side of Kirk, executing a swift spinning kick that struck Kirk's head. Thus, Chen Xuanqing concluded his inaugural battle, simultaneously earning a chance for a prize draw. The audience was ignited by the previous clash, erupting into a chorus of cheers. Crocodile God, you are the mightiest. What a worthless fighter, unable to defeat a child 10 years his junior, wasting my hard-earned money. As Chen Xuanqing exited the arena, he was immediately surrounded, one by his master, Golden Crocodile Douluo, and the other by the manager of the Songyun City Soul Arena. Crocodile God, might I persuade you to engage in more battles at our arena? I could arrange for you to compete in the main venue. I trust my master's judgment, Golden Crocodile Douluo replied, shaking his head resolutely as he led Chen Xuanqing away, disregarding the manager entirely. Once they had completely left the Soul Arena and returned to their lodgings, Golden Crocodile Douluo finally spoke. Do not become ensnared by this illusory fame. I do not wish for you to be perpetually consumed by battles. Do you understand? Chen Xuanqing, understood. I shall not be so naive. The Golden Crocodile Douluo nodded in satisfaction, pleased that his obedient disciple was indeed reliable in this regard. Disciple, where shall we head next? We must at least have a goal. Naturally, we shall embark on a quest for justice, preparing you for ascension to divinity. In the Douluo continent, achieving the pinnacle of level 100 is merely the starting point. One may either inherit the divine position of a deity or attain godhood through faith, although the latter is exceedingly challenging. However, Chen Xuanqing was aware that as long as he continued to grow stronger, the path to divinity would not be insurmountable given his rapid advancement. The next day, having departed from Songyun City, the Golden Crocodile Douluo led Chen Xuanqing beyond the influence of the Spirit Hall, and the two began their journey across the vast continent. Chen Xuanqing, while growing stronger, also engaged in soul battles and occasionally completed numerous tasks. Naturally, he could not evade the annual obligation of returning to the Martial Soul Hall Academy for his studies, a point which left him powerless to refute the Golden Crocodile Douluo's insistence. Thus he dutifully resumed his elementary education. For years later, welcome, Lord Chen Xuanqing, to the Martial Soul Hall in Notting City. I am Matthew, the person in charge here. Matthew gazed at the teenage boy before him, perplexed as to why the Martial Soul Hall would dispatch such an individual to this location. Chen Xuanqing, I am 10 years old this year, and I have come here to request the proprietor, Matthew, to arrange for me to study at Notting Academy for a period of time. Due to the somewhat chaotic timeline of the Douluo continent, Chen Xuanqing had no choice but to arrive here ahead of schedule. After 4 years of wandering, he has become a Soul King of level 54. Matthew nodded repeatedly, indicating that he would personally escort the young master to Notting Academy. With that, Matthew led Chen Xuanqing away, introducing him to the city of Notting along the way, while refraining from asking any further questions. Soon, under Matthew's guidance, they arrived at Notting Academy, where, thanks to Matthew's status, Chen Xuanqing swiftly gained admission. Teacher, when will this year's work-study students enroll? Chen Xuanqing inquired in the corridor, eager to ascertain the status of the work-study students and to gauge the progression of the narrative. Xuanqing, I am not quite sure either, but it should not be long now. All right, thank you, teacher. Thus, Chen Xuanqing commenced his life at Notting Academy, spending his days as a Soul King, yet attending classes alongside a group of children who had yet to become Soul Masters. Chen Xuanqing had encountered Master Yu Xiaojang on several occasions. However, Chen Xuanqing held little interest in him, resulting in a lack of interaction between the two. The agonizing month slipped away in an instant, and at last, Chen Xuanqing received news regarding the work-study students. It has finally arrived. Soon, he would head to the dormitory of the work-study students to await further developments. Chen Xuanqing rose from his bed and made his way directly to the 7th dormitory for working students. Since his own dormitory was not far from the 7th, he arrived at its entrance in just a few steps. Wang Sheng inquired, Brother Chen, what brings you to our dormitory? Is there something from the teacher? Over the past month, Chen Xuanqing had stirred up quite a commotion at Notting Academy, establishing a reputation that made others hesitant to provoke him. Isn't there a new working student this year? Have they arrived yet? Yes, a new working student has come, Wang Sheng replied, calling into the room, Tang San. Come meet Brother Chen. Moments later, a slightly shorter 6-year-old boy emerged, his expression one of curiosity. Brother Chen? Nothing much, I just came to take a look, Chen Xuanqing said, disregarding the two and gazing down the corridor, as if awaiting someone's arrival. Seeing this, Tang San and Wang Sheng could only accompany Chen Xuanqing in waiting. An awkward atmosphere enveloping the three. Before long, a delightful figure appeared before them, her pink attire melting Chen Xuanqing's heart. Ding! The system issued a task, intercept Xiao Wu, with a reward of 1 lottery chance. Upon hearing the system's notification, a broad smile spread across Chen Xuanqing's face as he quickly approached. You must be Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu looked up at the tall figure before her, her expression filled with curiosity, which only heightened Chen Xuanqing's interest. I am Xiao Wu, the dance of the dance. Who are you? Chen Xuanqing, without further ado, grasped Xiao Wu's hand and led her away into the distance, their figures gradually receding from the entrance of the 7th dormitory. Tang San, standing at the doorway, felt an inexplicable sense of loss, as if something essential was amiss. Chapter 8. Tang Hao Scheme. If you do not reveal your identity soon, I shall be compelled to take action. Just as Xiao Wu was on the verge of being drawn out of Notting Academy, she could no longer restrain her curiosity and finally inquired. Chen Xuanqing cautiously surveyed his surroundings, as if on guard against an unseen threat. Suddenly, with a burst of energy, he drew Xiao Wu into his embrace and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, You are the manifestation of a soul beast from 100,000 years ago, aren't you? There may be a tidal Douluo present here. We should leave at once. Upon hearing Chen Xuanqing's words, Xiao Wu trembled in fear, allowing the young man beside her to lead her away. Thus, Chen Xuanqing escorted Xiao Wu out of Notting Academy and found a bustling restaurant to settle in. At this moment, Xiao Wu composed herself and began to scrutinize the young man before her, his tall stature, fair complexion. And the air of mystery surrounding him momentarily captivated her. How did you know there would be a title Douluo in Ning City? You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Why would I lie to you? There is a severely injured title Douluo recuperating nearby, and his son is concealing his identity at Ning Academy. If he were to visit his son, wouldn't your identity be exposed? Chen Xuanqing's earnest tone heightened Xiao Wu's anxiety. In reality, Tang San's father, Tang Hao, had repeatedly intervened on his behalf. Even during the day when Zhao Wujing bullied Tang San, he would face retribution that very night. As Tang Hao had always been by Tang San's side to protect him. Then who are you? How do you know my identity, and why do you protect me? I am Chen Xuanqing. I am aware of your identity because I have no interest in your soul rings. Of course. There was an unspoken truth that lingered in Chen Xuanqing's mind. He was indeed intrigued by her as a person. After Chen Xuanqing finished speaking, he began to order. For the 10,006-year-old Xiao Wu was rather easy to persuade. Perhaps this meal would be sufficient to win her over. Aware that Xiao Wu was akin to a rabbit, Chen Xuanqing ordered a considerable amount of carrots, and the two managed to enjoy a somewhat pleasant dining experience. Upon leaving the restaurant, Xiao Wu found herself in a state of confusion once more, uncertain of where to go next. Chen Xuanqing consoled. Why not accompany me on a journey across the continent? You will need to acclimate to life in human society. Then I shall follow you for now. Xiao Wu replied, nodding enthusiastically. Her adorably naive expression was utterly charming, prompting Chen Xuanqing to naturally ruffle her bunny ears, savoring the silky texture beneath his fingertips. This only heightened his anticipation for the upcoming moments of playful companionship. Thus, the two departed from Ning City. Before leaving, however, Chen Xuanqing made sure to bid farewell to Matthew, for he could not simply vanish without a trace, otherwise. The golden crocodile Douluo would undoubtedly pursue him from the spirit hall. Half an hour later, Chen Xuanqing departed from Ning City with Little Dance. Traversing the desolate highway, Little Dance appeared increasingly joyful, as the bustling and clamor of the city did not seem to suit her nature. As the two engaged in light-hearted conversation on their journey to the next city, the number of passers-by dwindled further with each step away from Ning City. Suddenly, a figure clad in coarse burlap, reeking of alcohol, obstructed their path, presenting an ominous presence on the deserted road. Chen Xuanqing, Haotian Douluo, I wonder what this means? Kiki. Young man, this matter does not concern you. I only seek the 100,000-year soul beast that is just transformed behind you. Tang Hao did not anticipate such fortuitous luck. Merely observing his son's enrollment, he encountered a freshly transformed 100,000-year soul beast. Alas, he does not reside in the same dormitory as Tang San. Otherwise, it is conceivable that he could become Tang San's 100,000-year soul ring in the future. Regrettably, at this moment, he can only obtain the 100,000-year soul bone. Chen Xuanqing, fully aware of the current predicament, stepped forward to shield Xiao Wu with his own presence. As a title Douluo, it was I who brought her out of Ning City. If I were to step aside now, would I still be considered a man? Xiao Wu gazed at the towering figure before her, tears streaming down her cheeks. She instinctively raised her hands in front of Chen Xuanqing, as if attempting to protect him with her own fragile strength. Tang Hao, witnessing this poignant scene, was deeply moved. It reminded him of how Awaken had once protected him. Yet, in the pursuit of vengeance for Awaken and to secure Tang San's future, he felt compelled to take the life of the young girl standing before him. Do you truly wish to protect her? The consequence of such an act would merely result in the loss of a life, he remarked, as he summoned his soul rings. The vibrant sequence of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red soul rings dazzled the onlookers. I too wish to test the prowess of the title Douluo, Chen Xuanqing declared, as 5 inky black soul rings emerged around him, captivating all who beheld them. At that moment, signs of beastification began to manifest, causing his physique to swell significantly. Let us engage in battle. Chen Xuanqing's figure surged forward abruptly, his right hand expanding several-fold, surpassing even Tang Hao's stature, doubling the spirit manifestation. Empowered by the soul bone in his right hand, Chen Xuanqing gathered his energy and struck down with a mighty palm aimed directly at Tang Hao. Boom! Chen Xuanqing's strike was effortlessly blocked by Tang Hao using the Haotian hammer, his expression dark and foreboding. A soul king adorned entirely in black soul rings. Coupled with an extraordinary physical prowess, he truly was an anomaly of a prodigy. Furthermore, that blow was more formidable than that of an average soul emperor, making this little fellow all the more astonishing. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xuanqing felt a heaviness in his heart. One could only commend the title Douluo. Despite the overwhelming prowess of his soul rings and physique akin to a cheat, he effortlessly thwarted Chen's strike, without even unleashing his martial soul. He managed to best Zhao Wujia, the soul sage. Indeed, Tang Hao is no ordinary opponent. First soul skill, blood scale sacred armor. Third soul skill, white feather adhesive ray. Fourth soul skill, crocodile turtle venomous bite. In the span of 4 years, Chen Xuanqing made minimal progress in enhancing his soul power. Instead, he merged his 3 soul skills into a unique new form. One could observe dark red armor emanating a hint of green, while sharp claws dripped with a continuous stream of verdant liquid. Prepare to receive my challenge. Chen Xuanqing summoned all his strength and charged forward. His claws relentlessly striking and bombarding Tang Hao, while the green viscous liquid dripping from his body corroded the ground, creating a large pit. Tang Hao, witnessing this, became serious. Wielding the Haotian hammer in a sweeping motion to fend off the attacks, however, he continued to retreat. With a low roar, Tang Hao suddenly exerted his force, sending Chen Xuanqing flying with a powerful blow from the Haotian hammer. He then leaped into the air, delivering a decisive kick to Chen Xuanqing's abdomen. What? Unfortunately, the viscous fluid on Chen Xuanqing was as smooth as that of a deft opponent, and in a moment of carelessness, their figures passed each other by. The previous attack was comparable to that of a high-ranking soul sage. Are you truly a soul king? As Tang Hao spoke, a radiant light enveloped him. Yet a fallen genius is no longer a genius. Confront your demise. Chapter 9. A decisive retreat. Haotian Douluo bids farewell. Fifth soul skill. Great exploding water wave. In an instant, a massive water orb enveloped Tang Hao, while Chen Xuanqing's martial spirit surged forward through the water, rapidly colliding with Tang Hao. The speed was so astonishing that it momentarily stunned Tang Hao, but only for a brief moment. Haotian's true form. A giant wielding the Haotian hammer materialized. But the giant's movement in the water was slightly delayed, allowing Chen Xuanqing to crash directly into Tang Hao. Instantly, the colossal water orb erupted violently, and Tang Hao emerged from the water, while Chen Xuanqing seized the opportunity to reach the side of Xiao Wu. Chen Xuanqing naturally embraced Xiao Wu with his right arm, then tore apart a card in his hand. Whoosh! In an instant, their figures vanished before Tang Hao, who did not perceive any trace of the power of a tidal Douluo. Such a peculiar technique. Could it be this fellow's second soul skill? If so, he must be nearby. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Hao began to search for the whereabouts of Chen Xuanqing and Xiao Wu. After a brief period of fruitless searching, he departed, continuing his journey towards Ning City. Brother Xuanqing, where are we? Also, could you please let me go? Feeling the 6-year-old girl nestled in his arms, Chen Xuanqing felt a twinge of embarrassment and released her, realizing that only an eternal state or a death sentence truly suited him. Regrettably, he had just squandered a spatial teleportation card, leaving him unaware of their current location. Let us find a place to rest. I sustained significant injuries while protecting you. As he spoke, Chen Xuanqing bit his lip, allowing a trickle of blood to flow from the corner of his mouth. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Wu immediately expressed her concern, bracing herself against him, tears welling in her eyes. You are my best friend since leaving the Star Do Great Forest. It is my fault you got hurt while protecting me. Chen Xuanqing waved his hand, signaling to Xiao Wu that he was fine, lest the situation escalate and reveal their secret. It's nothing serious, merely a minor concussion. A couple of days' rest will suffice. However, I must trouble you to look after me during this time. Xiao Wu nodded vigorously, exclaiming, Yes, let me take care of you. Chen Xuanqing grasped Xiao Wu's hand, pointing towards a direction, and soon they discovered an inn to settle in, within the confines of their bedroom. At this moment, Chen Xuanqing was partaking in the attentive services of Xiao Wu, and indeed, they were most proper. Pouring tea, serving meals, and washing clothes, the 6-year-old Xiao Wu attended to Chen Xuanqing's every need with utmost care. However, gazing upon her youthful figure, Chen Xuanqing could not help but feel a paternal instinct arise within him, prompting him to shake his head in an attempt to dispel his peculiar thoughts. As night fell, after a long day of bustling activity, Xiao Wu suddenly turned and lay beside Chen Xuanqing, reaching out to pull the blanket over herself. Chen Xuanqing, are you not going to sleep? Did I not book 2 rooms? Rubbing her drowsy eyes, Xiao Wu directly embraced Chen Xuanqing. I have already cancelled that room. For the next couple of days, I shall take care of you, never leaving your side. Fine. You may do as you wish. Saying this, Chen Xuanqing tightened his embrace around the girl. Of course, at the tender age of 10, Chen Xuanqing's heart remained innocent, even if he had intentions. He was powerless to act on them. Suddenly, he recalled that he still had 2 chances to draw rewards left. He wondered what peculiar items he might acquire this time. System, initiate the draw. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Soul Ring critical hit card. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a Celestial Bean. Chen Xuanqing felt a profound sense of helplessness within. He had anticipated the arrival of another teleportation card, but it appeared he had overestimated the situation. Lowering his head, he gently bit the girl's cheek before reclining on the bed, gradually drifting into slumber. The following day, upon awakening, Xiao Wu busily tended to Chen Xuanqing's needs, her movements frantic as she attended to him. Chen Xuanqing opened his mouth wide and swallowed, feeling a profound sense of shame for his actions. He took another bite. Chen Xuanqing swallowed once more, enveloped in a sense of shame. After finally finishing breakfast, he found himself unable to remain seated, for he was merely feigning injury, not genuinely wounded. Just as he was about to rise, he was unexpectedly pushed back onto the bed by Xiao Wu. Do not move, she admonished. Your injuries are still quite serious. It's nothing. You warmed me up last night while I was in your embrace, so that little injury is inconsequential. As he spoke, Chen Xuanqing adeptly rubbed the rabbit's head. However, you should quickly focus on condensing your first soul ring. I will step out to gather some information. Xiao Wu obediently nodded, then settled cross-legged on the sofa, beginning the process of condensing her soul ring. Chen Xuanqing rose to dress and gently patted the rabbit's head before stepping outside, feeling the lingering warmth on his head. Xiao Wu smiled brightly and began to condense her first soul ring. After leaving the inn, Chen Xuanqing meandered through the streets, his mind occupied with concern that the teleportation range was too close to Nanning City. Encountering Tang Hao again would indeed be awkward. After a prolonged search, he finally arrived at the city's Soul Arena, where the sign read Southern He Great Soul Arena. Recognizing his location, Chen Xuanqing immediately took out a map to cross-reference. The Heaven Do Empire, huh? The distance for teleportation is quite significant. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief. Being teleported to an unreliable location could spell disaster, especially given the numerous enemies the Spirit Hall had made. After procuring some supplies, Chen Xuanqing returned to the inn, finding Xiao Wu already awake and resting on the sofa. Chen Xuanqing inquired with curiosity, "Have you already condensed your first spirit ring? Why does it seem like you have grown larger?" Xiao Wu, bouncing joyfully, approached Chen Xuanqing, her face adorned with a radiant smile. "Guess what my first spirit skill is? There's a reward if you guess correctly. Your first spirit skill is the waist bow, which can instantaneously enhance your waist strength by 100% and increase your resilience by 50%. As he spoke, Chen Xuanqing playfully flicked Xiao Wu's delicate nose. Instantly, the spirited Xiao Wu's rabbit ears drooped, and her expression shifted to one of mild dejection. Observing the dejected rabbit, Chen Xuanqing could only offer consolation. "How about next time I pretend not to know if I guess it?" "Absolutely not. You will not guess it next time," Xiao Wu exclaimed, suddenly springing to her feet. "Wait for me to prepare a meal for you. That will be your reward." Watching Xiao Wu exit the room, Chen Xuanqing shook his head in resignation. He had little confidence in the culinary skills of a 6-year-old, especially considering that Xiao Wu had subsisted on grass for 100,000 years. A simple vegetable salad would be a commendable achievement. An hour later, a platter after platter of dishes was brought forth by Xiao Wu, each filled with an array of carrots, whether raw, cooked, stir-fried, or boiled. "Chen Xuanqing, are you rewarding me or yourself?" Xiao Wu let out an awkward laugh before picking up her chopsticks, first serving a piece of food to Chen Xuanqing, and then continuously shoveling food into her own bowl. Chapter 10. In the blink of an eye, 6 years have passed. 6 years later, Soto City, Soto Great Soul Arena. Today, we shall witness the emergence of a formidable warrior bearing the Sapphire Soul Badge, the esteemed Lord Chen Xuanqing, the possessor of the Purple Gold Soul Badge, who has just arrived in Soto City. On the main stage of the Soto Great Soul Arena, a host clad in splendid attire enthusiastically introduced Chen Xuanqing. For it is indeed a rare occasion for a wielder of a Purple Gold Soul Badge to grace Soto City, whether noble or soul master. Everyone in the arena gazed fervently at the figure below, their faces illuminated with wild enthusiasm. "Brother Xuanqing, you are the strongest," Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at the figure on the stage. Despite having watched countless times, she still felt an overwhelming thrill. Ding! The system has issued a task: defeat Feng Zhenyan and receive a chance to draw a reward. At that moment, an elderly man with half-white hair ascended the main soul battle stage, his face adorned with a warm smile as he regarded Chen Xuanqing. "Young lad, though you are hailed as an unparalleled genius, the gulf between a soul Douluo and a soul saint is vast. Do not recklessly tarnish your reputation. Chen Xuanqing, if you truly care for my reputation, perhaps you should allow me a few exchanges first." Feng Zhenyan, an 85-level soul Douluo, wields the formidable martial soul Crimson Wind Thunderfire Tiger. I, Chen Xuanqing, stand as a 74-level soul sage, with my martial soul being the crocodile ancestor. In an instant, both combatants unleashed their martial souls. Chen Xuanqing as crocodile ancestor remained a colossal figure, yet it appeared significantly more solid than before. The Crimson Wind Thunderfire Tiger, being one of the most elite beast martial souls, was adorned with white flames and azure patterns, exuding an aura of terror. "To contend with you, I need only to employ my first 2 soul skills." Feng Zhenyan was greatly incensed by Chen Xuanqing's demeanor, astonished that a soul sage would dare to underestimate a soul Douluo. However, this presented an opportunity, understanding the need for swift resolution against such a self-proclaimed genius. Feng Zhenyan resolved to strike decisively, leaving no room for mercy. 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body. High-tier beast martial souls allow their essence to envelop the user, forming a protective armor. As a soul Douluo, Feng Zhenyan had naturally reached this pinnacle. In an instant, azure flame patterns enveloped his entire form, presenting an image of elegance and grace. 1st soul skill, Blood Scale Saint Armor. A dark crimson soul ring materialized around Chen Xuanqing, recognizable to the knowledgeable as a 9,000-year-old soul ring, hence the hint of red within the black. Immediately, a deep red armor enveloped Chen Xuanqing's form, and as he felt the immense enhancement to his physique, complemented by the striking armor, he was confident that he could single-handedly confront the soul Douluo with just his first soul skill. "Let the battle commence." Chen Xuanqing's provocative words deeply insulted Feng Zhenyan, inciting the Red Wind Thunderfire Tiger to leap several meters toward Chen Xuanqing in a fierce attempt to bite, exuding an astonishing aura of power. Upon witnessing the situation, Chen Xuanqing sidestepped a few paces, seemingly evading Feng Zhenyan's strike. However, he soon fell into a trap. In an instant, Feng Zhenyan's tail lashed out towards Chen Xuanqing's face with such swiftness that he had no time to dodge again. Left with no choice, Chen Xuanqing could only raise his arms to withstand the blow. Boom. The impact forced him to stagger back several steps before he managed to dissipate the force. Shaking his numb arms, Chen Xuanqing finally regained his composure. Unbeknownst to him, Feng Zhenyan was even more astonished, as he had not anticipated that his soul master's true form would only cause the soul sage before him to retreat a few steps. This left Feng Zhenyan feeling quite discontented. Kid, you are indeed a genius, but alas, you have encountered me today. Chen Xuanqing did not anticipate that this individual would continue to feign superiority at this moment, indicating that he had underestimated him. Once more, the two figures began to intertwine incessantly. After learning from his previous missteps, Chen Xuanqing leveraged his speed advantage to mount a counterattack. Although the formidable form of Qi Feng Lei Huahu granted Feng Zhenyan considerable advantages in terms of both speed and reflexes during combat, he could not match Qian Lan's swiftness. Infuriated, Feng Zhenyan let out a roar and summoned his martial soul, abandoning his previous tactics. The two soon became entangled once again. Engaging in close quarters combat, a pure contest of strength and skill. You lack the sufficient soul power to contend with me. It would be wise for you to concede rapidly, Feng Zhenyan declared, erupting into a maniacal laughter, seemingly convinced of his imminent victory. Chen Xuanqing curled his lip in disdain. The old man was quite confident. Indeed, our battle may soon reach its conclusion, but it is you who will retreat in defeat. Second soul skill, Dragon's Roar. In an instant, a resounding dragon's roar reverberated throughout the arena, leaving Feng Zhenyan momentarily stunned and frozen in place. Chen Xuanqing seized the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow to Feng Zhenyan's head, rendering him unconscious and thereby concluding the battle. It can be said that Feng Zhenyan suffered a most humiliating defeat at the hands of Chen Xuanqing, a soul Douluo who had not even utilized his 8th soul skill before the match ended. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving one lottery opportunity. Ah, a resounding victory. I have just earned 10,000 gold soul coins. Crocodile God, you truly are the strongest. Scoundrel, what a waste. A soul Douluo who cannot even defeat a soul sage, wasting so much of my money. The spectators expressed their anger, some bursting into laughter, vividly portraying the mentality of gamblers. Observing this, the host stood on the main soul fighting stage with a beaming smile. Congratulations to Crocodile God for obtaining the Sapphire Soul Badge. Upon receiving the badge from the host, Chen Xuanqing turned and departed, feeling that the subsequent events no longer concerned him. Suddenly, a figure lunged directly into Chen Xuanqing's embrace, the rabbit ears atop their head causing an unbearable itch at the tip of his nose. Xuanqing was undeniably formidable, having defeated the soul Douluo without even utilizing his martial soul's true form. Truly, he was the greatest genius of the Douluo continent. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing deftly stroked the rabbit's head and declared, in celebration of my ascension as the foremost genius of Douluo continent, tonight I shall feast upon the little white rabbit. Xiao Wu, upon hearing his words, immediately flushed crimson and lowered her gaze. After 6 years of companionship, she was well aware of the implications behind Chen Xuanqing's reference to the little white rabbit. Xuanqing Ge, how could you think of such things at my tender age? Truly shameless. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing playfully nibbled on the blushing face of Xiao Wu, proclaiming, Ah, my dear Xiao Wu, I am indeed the most unscrupulous of them all. Sooner or later, I shall devour this little white rabbit, ensuring that she never escapes from the grasp of my palm. Thus, the two departed from the Soto Great Spirit Arena, sharing laughter and joy, while the so-called Sapphire Spirit Badge was carelessly tossed into Chen Xuanqing's system space. Upon returning to the inn, Chen Xuanqing and Xiao Wu dined together before resting in the same room. Despite Chen Xuanqing's steadfast adherence to his principles, those who understood the situation were aware of the unspoken nuances. Chapter 11. No more pretense, I reveal my hand. The following day, within the confines of the Rose Hotel, Chen Xuanqing, cradling the little white rabbit in his arms, yearned to drift back into slumber. It is no wonder that the sovereign forsook his morning court. The presence of a charming companion indeed saps one's resolve. Suddenly, Chen Xuanqing felt a gentle moisture upon his face. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that Xiao Wu had awakened. Xuanqing Ge, it is time to rise. Did you not say that you have matters to attend to today? Indeed. It is time to awaken, but first, allow me a taste, he replied, playfully nibbling on Xiao Wu once again. The two soon arose, sharing a simple breakfast before setting out towards the outskirts of Soto City. Ah, how delightful the fragrance, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her spirit lively as she occasionally stopped to inhale the scent of wildflowers and savor the fresh air. Although accustomed to the human realm alongside Chen Xuanqing, the wilderness offered a greater sense of relaxation for her. We shall reside outside the city henceforth, where you can immerse yourself in nature every day, Chen Xuanqing suggested. Xiao Wu hesitated, saying, but if we live outside the city, I shall miss out on so many delectable treats. Chen Xuanqing remarked, if you continue to consume that much, you shall no longer be a little rabbit, but rather a little pig. Humph. And what of being a little pig? Last night, I wonder who it was that held on to this little pig without letting go. Amidst their playful banter, Chen Xuanqing and Xiao Wu arrived at the village that housed Shrek Academy. At the entrance, they encountered a dilapidated table, behind which sat a disheveled old man, casually reclining in his chair. Behind him, a worn wooden board displayed the academy's name, appearing quite shabby. At that moment, a crowd had gathered at the village entrance, primarily composed of parents accompanied by their 12 or 13-year-old sons and daughters, all aspiring to join Shrek Academy. Brother Xuanqing, is this the Shrek Academy you mentioned? It looks rather run down, doesn't it? Chen Xuanqing chuckled. In truth, Shrek Academy is rather ordinary. It merely admits a select few prodigies for targeted training, a feat that large institutions catering to numerous soul masters cannot rival. Typically, Shrek Academy employs either a soul emperor or a soul saint to instruct a handful of students, naturally fostering the innate talents of these exceptional individuals. This is incomparable to larger academies where a single instructor manages dozens of students, given the lack of adequate teaching resources. A young boy approached the table, nervously glancing at the elder seated in the chair. The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Simply place it in the box beside you. Following instructions, the boy's father deposited the 10 gold soul coins into the box. Upon seeing this, the elder grasped the boy's hand and began to examine it. Your age does not meet the requirements. You may leave. The boy stood there, stunned, seemingly unable to accept such a verdict. Meanwhile, his father implored in a subdued tone, Teacher, could you possibly make an exception? My child may be slightly older, but he is undoubtedly a genius. Age is age, it cannot be altered, and further discussion is futile. Moreover, once the registration fee is submitted, it is non-refundable. The father, incensed, retorted, This is a scam. Are you telling me that 10 gold soul coins are simply lost like this? For lower-ranking soul masters, 10 gold soul coins is no trifling sum, which exacerbated the father's urgency. What, then, are the admission standards for Shrek Academy? If so many present are deemed unsuitable, you must be profiting handsomely from the registration fees. Chen Xuanqing's words resonated profoundly with everyone present as he candidly expressed his thoughts. Indeed, a more detailed explanation would provide us with clarity. Yes, we kindly request the esteemed instructors of Shrek Academy to elucidate further. The elder chuckled and remarked, Anyone over the age of 13 with a soul power below level 21 may leave. In an instant, nearly 100 individuals who had gathered at the village entrance vanished without a trace, as if they had never been there at all. Once everyone had departed, only a scant few remained in the area. Young man, you are not here to join Shrek Academy, are you? However, your age may be a hindrance, yet the young girl beside you seems quite suitable. Chen Xuanqing, Li Yusong, a teacher at Shrek Academy, is a rank 63 Assault System Soul Emperor. Upon hearing this, Li Yusong immediately rose to his feet, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon Chen Xuanqing. Similarly, Dai Mubai, a student of Shrek Academy, stood protectively behind Li Yusong, watching Chen Xuanqing with vigilance. Seeing this, Xiao Wu stepped forward to shield Chen Xuanqing, indignantly addressing the two. Brother Xuanqing is the foremost genius of the Douluo continent, not here to join your so-called Shrek Academy. In the distance, Tang San had long since forgotten the fleeting encounter with Chen Xuanqing and Xiao Wu, yet he was intrigued by the mention of the Douluo continent's greatest genius. Likewise, Zhu Zhuqing regarded Chen Xuanqing, standing behind Xiao Wu, with curiosity, wondering what qualifications this young man, seemingly a few years her senior, possessed to be hailed as the greatest genius of the Douluo continent. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, disdainfully curled her lip, scoffing at the idea of the Douluo continent's greatest genius. Oh, I am quite eager to witness the prowess of this so-called greatest genius of the Douluo continent. Dai Mubai, brimming with youthful bravado, could not tolerate Chen Xuanqing's demeanor. Upon rising, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings materialized around him. Hey, how old are you? What is your soul power level? Dai Mubai, age 15, possessed the evil eye white tiger martial soul and was a rank 37 soul master. In response, Xiao Wu raised her middle finger at Dai Mubai, a gesture she had learned from Chen Xuanqing. Dai Mubai was puzzled by her action but clearly perceived the provocative glint in her eyes. Little girl, and you? My name is Xiao Wu, as in dancing. I'm roughly 12 years old, with soul power just slightly below yours, at rank 36 soul master. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai felt somewhat embarrassed. She was 3 years younger yet only a level below him, which suggested her talent was indeed remarkable. Li Yusong chuckled, Young lady, though you are undeniably talented, what qualifications does the individual behind you possess to be called the greatest genius of the Douluo continent? Indeed, I, Dai Mubai, acknowledge your talent exceeds mine. But that person behind you does not appear significantly older than I. What right do they have to be called the greatest genius of the Douluo continent? Chen Xuanqing did not anticipate that the two would be measuring themselves against one another here. Nevertheless, under his encouragement, Xiao has indeed made considerable progress. Despite being born with full soul power, it took her 6 years to break through to a mere 30-something levels of soul power, which is rather average. However, in the face of the two, Chen Xuanqing is not inclined to conceal anything. Even if a title Douluo were to arrive, they would be compelled to kneel. Thus, Chen Xuanqing stepped forward, revealing, I am Chen Xuanqing, 16 years of age, and a soul sage of level 74. In truth, his rank could be even higher. But he has been deliberately suppressing his power to ensure stability. Chapter 12, The Catgirl's Interruption. Dai Mubai's expression instantly soured, although he was a year older. His soul power level was exactly half of Chen Xuanqing's, which was undeniably awkward. Li Yusong chuckled. A 16-year-old soul sage, you say? Young man, are you certain you are not boasting? If you were to leave, I could pretend this never occurred. Do not deceive us. Ning Rongrong looked curiously at the individual beside her. A soul sage of level 74 at the age of 16. Could such strength truly exist? Hey, are you genuinely a soul sage of level 74? I have never encountered such a prodigy in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chen Xuanqing did not respond to Ning Rongrong. Instead, he gazed with keen interest at Li Yusong, curious about how the latter would proceed. Holy, what is going on? Hasn't a single student entered for so long? Are you unable to recruit anyone this year? A deep voice resonated from the courtyard as Xiao Wu's figure emerged before them. Upon seeing this, Dai Mubai immediately approached. Teacher Xiao, we have a 16-year-old soul saint here. Do you think it's genuine? A 16-year-old soul saint? If that were true, I, the unmoved King Xiao Wu, would have been living in vain for decades. Chen Xuanqing did not indulge in idle chatter. One after another, his soul rings illuminated, ultimately revealing 7 dark as ink. Even slightly crimson, soul rings before the onlookers. How could this be? Tang San gazed in astonishment at Chen Xuanqing, pondering whether he possessed twin martial spirits. Yet, this seemed rather implausible. Could it be that his master, a theoretical expert, had erred? Otherwise, the current situation was undeniably abnormal. Xiao Wu, upon witnessing this, faltered, realizing he may have spoken too confidently. Humph. Xiao Wu lifted her chin and let out a cold snort, thoroughly expressing her disdain for the others. Ding. System task issued. Please intercept Zhu Zhuqing. System reward, 1 chance for a lottery draw. Upon seeing the long-awaited system respond, Chen Xuanqing promptly retracted his martial spirit and, in a few strides, approached Zhu Zhuqing. The icy beauty, Zhu Zhuqing, regarded the young man before her with an inexplicable sense of tension. The 16-year-old soul saint left her at a loss for words. The Zhu family, a noble house of the Star Luo Empire, had long been intertwined with the Dai family of the Imperial lineage through marriage. Primarily due to the synergy of their martial spirits, the nether cat of the Zhu family and the white tiger of the Dai family, which could perform the martial soul fusion technique, the nether white tiger, granting formidable combat prowess beyond their ranks. With her true identity exposed by the soul saint before her, Zhu Zhuqing was engulfed in a wave of panic. Dai Mubai, upon hearing this, turned his gaze towards the young woman. Could this be his fiancée? What could the soul saint's intentions be? Was he perhaps seeking to leverage this to threaten the Zhu family? Chen Xuanqing stroked his chin, revealing his long-standing interest in beautiful women. Although Zhu Zhuqing felt a twinge of embarrassment at being praised for her beauty, she inwardly cursed Chen Xuanqing for his shamelessness, as he appeared to take an interest in her 12-year-old self. Furthermore, your identity holds significant value. After all, it seems that both the Zhu family and the Imperial Dai family are embroiled in fierce competition among siblings. Perhaps you found yourself here because you could not prevail in that rivalry. Chen Xuanqing's words struck deep into Zhu Zhuqing's heart. Born amidst the Zhu family sisters, she was compelled to wield the dagger herself, while she had journeyed from the Star Luo Empire to this place, oblivious to the multiple assassination attempts she would face. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing understood that the individual before her likely harbored no benevolent intentions. He merely sought to exploit her. You wish to leverage my identity to threaten the Zhu family. But even in death, I shall not allow you to succeed. Young lady, you yearn to fight against your fate, yet you lack the strength to do so, while I possess the power to grant you that strength. Chen Xuanqing's demeanor resembled that of a seducer luring an unsuspecting maiden, evoking memories of Uncle Snake's past enticements of Sasuke. However, Chen Xuanqing was acutely aware that Zhu Zhuqing would inevitably acquiesce to his desires. After all, she had traveled a great distance from the Star Luo Empire to Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong approached Chen Xuanqing with a countenance full of indignation, and without hesitation, she embraced Zhu Zhuqing, exclaiming, "Humph! The cultivation of a soul master relies solely on diligence. What power can you truly offer her? Surely not a soul bone. Our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School possesses but a scant few. Indeed, her noble lady attributes inadvertently revealed her affluence, akin to the wealthy young lady of the renowned Care's estate, displaying a level of opulence that was almost inhumane." Chen Xuanqing cast a disdainful glance at Ning Rongrong, which was met with an even more furious glare from her. "Soul bones are nothing but trash," he declared. His gaze shifted to Zhu Zhuqing, who stood behind Ning Rongrong. "If you're willing, attaining the pinnacle of 100 levels and becoming a deity is hardly an insurmountable task." The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. The notion of a soul saint discussing the ascent to 100 levels in divinity seemed nothing short of absurd. Only Xiao Wu observed Chen Xuanqing with a look of rapture, aware that for brother Xuanqing, even achieving the 100-level deity status was merely an indication of weakness. Though one might be a true genius, the prospect of reaching 100 levels and becoming a deity appeared rather implausible. Chen Xuanqing gazed at the furious Ning Rongrong before him, finding her utterly endearing, albeit lacking the harsh lessons of life. Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward, locking her gaze onto Chen Xuanqing, her eyes brimming with resolute determination. She refused to succumb to the so-called fate. Instead, she was determined to fight for her future. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor exhibited a maturity far surpassing that of Ning Rongrong. Having traversed the journey from the Star Luo Empire, Zhu Zhuqing had undoubtedly grown considerably. Chen Xuanqing whispered into Zhu Zhuqing's ear, requesting her to temporarily serve as a maid, pouring tea and attending to him, while indicating that her future role would depend on her performance. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement and naturally positioned herself behind Chen Xuanqing, embodying a demeanor of utmost obedience. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. A reward of 1 lottery opportunity has been granted. However, Dai Mubai observed this with growing dissatisfaction, feeling that if he remained silent any longer, his fiancée would be swept away. You have no right to take her. She belongs to the Zhu family and is also my fiancée, he declared. Chen Xuanqing's figure vanished in an instant, only to reappear before Dai Mubai. With a swift kick to Dai Mubai's face, his form was sent hurtling backwards, crashing into and shattering the walls of Shrek Academy. You are now conversing with the soul sage. The commanding tone of Chen Xuanqing quelled all present. Observing this, Li Yusong promptly assisted Dai Mubai to his feet, while Zhao Wujia positioned himself protectively before the two. Regrettably, Chen Xuanqing paid them no heed, instead advancing towards Ning Rongrong. With a forceful flick to her forehead, Ning Rongrong collapsed to the ground. Tears welled in her eyes, a mixture of pain and fury. In the distance, the soul masters assigned to protect Ning Rongrong nearly leapt into action. You scoundrel, what are you doing? I will summon my sword grandfather and bone grandfather to avenge you. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing crouched down, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he gazed at the ground where Ning Rongrong lay. Your grandfather Jian and grandfather Gu are not here. I could ravage you first and slay you afterward, and no one would be the wiser. What use are your grandfather Jian and grandfather Gu in this moment? After speaking, Chen Xuanqing stood and beckoned to Xiao Wu. Chapter 13. A glance is not too much to ask. The young lady of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. I shall be heading to Tiantuo City shortly. And at that time, we may yet have the opportunity to meet again. After Chen Xuanqing finished speaking, he departed with an air of nonchalance, followed closely by Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai, witnessing this, was driven to the brink of exasperation, feeling as though a shade of forgiveness had inexplicably settled upon him. At that moment, a soul master from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School appeared behind Ning Rongrong. Young miss, we should return, he suggested. Ning Rongrong wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and retorted, go bring that fellow from earlier here. I want to trample him underfoot and make him kneel, begging for mercy. The soul master was momentarily taken aback, realizing the absurdity of a soul king challenging a soul sage. Young miss, Tiantuo City is the territory of our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. In due course, he will be at your mercy. For now, let him revel in his arrogance for a couple of days. With a cold huff, Ning Rongrong departed, abandoning her thoughts of joining Shrek Academy. At this moment, she only yearned to return and seek revenge on Chen Xuanqing. The Soul King assigned to protect her breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that he had managed to divert the young lady's attention. However, a 16-year-old soul sage was a treasure worth courting for the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, and he would need to report this development meticulously. Once everyone had dispersed, Tang San approached Zhao Wujin. I wish to join Shrek Academy, and I am confident that my talents meet its standards. Very well, welcome aboard, Zhao Wujin replied. Li Yusong and Zhao Wujin chose not to elaborate further, leading Tang San inside. If Tang San met the requirements, Shrek Academy would certainly welcome another student. On a verdant path, Xiao Wu led the way with spirited enthusiasm while Zhu Zhuqing followed closely behind Chen Xuanqing, feeling a bit lost. Uncertain if following this enigmatic youth was a wise decision, she felt cornered by the traditions of the Zhu family and the Star Luo Empire, leaving her with no choice but to adapt to her circumstances. Gradually coming to terms with her situation, Zhu Zhuqing relaxed her demeanor, no longer resisting Chen Xuanqing. We will reside here for a while, then make a trip back to the Star Do Great Forest, Chen Xuanqing stated. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, as if she had something to say. Xiao Wu, however, clapped her hands joyfully, exclaiming, Great, Brother Xuanqing. I will introduce you to Deming and Erming when the time comes. As they strolled through the bustling streets, Chen Xuanqing delighted in selecting various exquisite trinkets for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Initially reserved, Zhu Zhuqing gradually began to lower her guard as the journey continued. By the time they returned to the inn, evening had fallen. Amidst the astonished gaze of the attendant, Chen Xuanqing ascended the staircase with Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. The attendant, watching their departing figures, couldn't help but mutter, the world is in decline. Are the youth of today so extravagant in their pursuits? However, Chen Xuanqing remained oblivious to such remarks, generously ceding the room he had previously reserved to Zhu Zhuqing. He then turned back to his own chamber, gently embracing Xiao Wu as they entered together. Zhu Zhuqing lingered at the threshold, observing their intimate silhouettes, her cheeks betraying a hint of crimson. A torrent of complex emotions surged within her, prompting a soft huff as she retreated into the room Chen Xuanqing had prepared for her. Once inside, Chen Xuanqing promptly utilized 2 of his lottery chances. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a Soul Ring critical hit card. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a demon fruit of the animal system, illusory beast species, 9-tailed nethercat form. Chen Xuanqing had long since developed immunity to the system's critical hit cards. Nevertheless, the demon fruit piqued his interest, prompting him to retrieve it from the system. Xiao Wu, her large, crystalline eyes filled with curiosity and excitement, pointed at the demon fruit in Chen Xuanqing's hand and inquired, Brother Xuanqing, what kind of fruit is this? It looks so peculiar. As she reached out to grasp the demon fruit, eager to explore its mysteries, Chen Xuanqing, quick-witted and swift, snatched it away just as she was about to take a bite, a look of concern crossing his face. The demon fruit indeed boasted an array of bizarre appearances. And for a curious young girl like Xiao Wu, its extraordinary form was undeniably captivating. Chen Xuanqing gently pinched Xiao Wu's chubby little face, a tender smile gracing his features as he spoke. Xiao Wu, this is no ordinary fruit. It is the fabled treasure of the sea, the devil fruit. Its taste, I must confess, is as repugnant as excrement. Are you certain you wish to consume it? Upon hearing Chen Xuanqing's words, a look of distaste crossed Xiao Wu's face as she quickly shook her head, refusing the devil fruit. Although her curiosity was piqued, she was not one to recklessly try everything. Yet, what exactly is the purpose of this devil fruit? Xiao Wu's inquisitiveness remained unabated as she continued to inquire. Surely, the item taken from Brother Xuanqing's hands is not merely unpleasant in flavor? With a subtle smile, Chen Xuanqing enigmatically replied, you'll see shortly. He then gently lifted Xiao Wu, and together they approached the door of Zhu Zhuqing's room. Retrieving a key from his pocket, he skillfully unlocked the door. However, upon opening it, an awkward scene unfolded. Zhu Zhuqing was clad in a black, sheer fabric that seemed to be tinted by the night, hugging her figure closely and accentuating her alluring and graceful silhouette. Under the illumination of the lights, the black attire subtly revealed her exquisite curves, drawing the eye irresistibly. Perhaps sensing the gaze behind her, Zhu Zhuqing abruptly turned, her eyes locking with those of Chen Xuanqing and Xiao Wu. A flicker of surprise crossed her face, quickly replaced by an expression of coldness and vigilance. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Xuanqing immediately adopted a demeanor of a virtuous gentleman, his face adorned with an awkward yet courteous smile, as if to conceal his earlier indiscretion. However, Xiao Wu, with her spirited nature, nonchalantly remarked, rest assured, Brother Xuanqing saw nothing at all. Though her words were imbued with innocence, they nonetheless caused both Chen Xuanqing and Zhu Zhuqing to flush with embarrassment. Zhu Zhuqing cast a scornful glance at Xiao Wu, feeling a surge of inner irritation. Yet she refrained from expressing it, fully aware of her precarious situation and striving to maintain her composure and poise. At that moment, Xiao Wu seemed to recall something. Continuing with a hint of curiosity and anticipation, Brother Xuanqing, did you not say you had a gift to present? Allow Xiao Wu to behold it. Chen Xuanqing nodded slightly, producing the devil fruit, casting a fleeting glance at Zhu Zhuqing, and said nonchalantly, indeed, this is something that enhances one's strength. However, who would bestow such an item upon a mere maid? Chapter 14. Petting cats? No, it's petting cat girls. Zhu Zhuqing inhaled deeply, her tone imbued with a blend of determination and tension. What are your terms? She inquired. Let me make it clear that I shall not easily yield. Though her voice was soft, it conveyed an unmistakable resolve. Chen Xuanqing gazed into Zhu Zhuqing's serious and resolute eyes, offering a faint smile as he extended the demonic fruit. Rest assured, I am not one to take advantage of others' misfortunes. Simply remember that you owe me a favor. Zhu Zhuqing accepted the demonic fruit. Yet her mind was a tempest of doubt, wavering on whether to trust the person before her. However, what choice did she have? Her strength undeniably required enhancement, and this opportunity might be her sole chance. Ultimately, Zhu Zhuqing steeled her resolve, closed her eyes tightly, and bit down fiercely into the demonic fruit. In an instant, an indescribable bitterness flooded her mouth. Startled, Zhu Zhuqing feared she had been poisoned and shot an indignant glare at Chen Xuanqing. Chen Xuanqing explained, what you have consumed is the demon fruit of the animal system, phantom beast species, in the form of the nine-tailed nether cat. Although its taste is rather unpalatable, it is indeed a remarkable substance for enhancing one's strength. A mere bite is sufficient. You may now begin to sense this newfound power. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Zhuqing felt her anger subside slightly. She closed her eyes and began to perceive the changes within her body. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing's physique transformed. Her limbs elongated and gained strength, with sharp cat claws sprouting from her fingertips. More astonishingly, 9 feline tails emerged from her back, while her ears morphed into pointed cat ears, standing proudly atop her head, adding an element of playfulness. Surrounding her was a swirl of black flames, complementing her aloof demeanor, rendering her appearance both alluring and enchanting. Little Wu, witnessing this transformation, gazed on with a mix of curiosity and envy, exclaiming, Brother Xuanqing, you are incredible. Has Sister Zhuqing transformed into a half-human, half-spirit beast? She looks so cool. Chen Xuanqing explained with a smile, it's about right. This is actually the power bestowed by the devil fruit, allowing humans to possess the characteristics and abilities of beasts. Zhu Zhuqing is currently exhibiting her beast-human form. She can also choose a pure beast form or even a completely human form. Upon hearing the conversation between the two, Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes, a resolute glimmer shining within them as she felt the formidable power coursing through her, filling her heart with confidence. She turned to Chen Xuanqing and deeply bowed, saying, Young Master Chen, thank you for granting me this opportunity. Bathed in the gentle glow of the light, Chen Xuanqing's gaze fell upon the beastly Zhu Zhuqing. Her unique form compelled him to step closer, gently caressing her supple figure. Feeling Chen Xuanqing's tender touch, Zhu Zhuqing's body involuntarily quivered, a soft gasp escaping her lips. Her cheeks blooming with a blush reminiscent of blossoming peach flowers. With a gentle smile, Chen Xuanqing gazed at Zhu Zhuqing and softly uttered, "You two can call me Brother Xuanqing, just like Xiao Wu." Upon hearing these words, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but respond with a shy stutter, "Su Xuanqing brother." At that moment, a subtle wave of jealousy washed over. Xiao Wu quietly approached from behind and enveloped Chen Xuanqing in a warm embrace. The sensation of her form pressing against him momentarily distracted Chen Xuanqing. Xiao Wu lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with yearning, and softly inquired, "Brother Xuanqing, I too wish to be like that. Could you grant me a devil fruit to eat?" Chen Xuanqing smiled helplessly, gently caressing Xiao Wu's rabbit-like head. He then spoke tenderly, "You have already transformed from a soul beast after 100,000 years, having lived as a soul beast for that long. Do you still wish to revert to being a beast?" Upon hearing these words, a flicker of disappointment crossed Xiao Wu's face. Pouting slightly, she expressed her discontent. "But I also wish to experience something new." Chen Xuanqing let out a gentle sigh. "All right, let us try on the maid outfit and sailor suit this evening." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu feigned anger, gritting her teeth. Observing her reaction, Chen Xuanqing adopted a serious demeanor. "Now, the devil fruit is merely a source of inferior power. Do not become overly fixated on it. Should I come across something of greater value, you shall be the first to know." Xiao Wu blushed at Chen Xuanqing's promise and replied with a smile, "Brother Xuanqing, tonight I shall be at your disposal, any outfit you desire." Standing nearby, Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback upon realizing that Xiao Wu was a 10,000-year soul beast in human form. Yet, as she observed the dynamics between Chen Xuanqing and Xiao Wu, her concerns gradually began to dissipate. However, as their conversation grew increasingly candid, the atmosphere shifted to one of subtle awkwardness. Zhu Zhuqing felt quite out of place. Clearing her throat softly, Zhu Zhuqing attempted to remind the pair of their surroundings, aware that she was an outsider in this situation. Xiao Wu, seemingly unfazed by Zhu Zhuqing's subtle hint, let out a huff before burying Chen Xuanqing's head against her bosom, as if to assert her claim. This action left Zhu Zhuqing feeling profoundly embarrassed. Being still inexperienced, she had never encountered such an intimate display. Blushing, she shyly turned her head away. Chen Xuanqing also sensed the peculiar atmosphere, nearly suffocating under the weight of Xiao Wu's presence, and hastily broke free. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xuanqing endeavored to calm his emotions before articulating, "The animal system Phantom Beast Demon Fruit indeed possesses a remarkably enchanting power. It grants its possessor formidable regenerative capabilities. As long as one is not directly slain, recovery can occur in a remarkably brief span of time. Furthermore, it enhances physical attributes across the board, significantly improving speed, strength, and perception, among others. Naturally, there are certain unique abilities that require personal exploration and development." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing felt a stir within her. At that moment, she harbored a modicum of skepticism regarding the capabilities of the demon fruit. Yet Chen Xuanqing's words ignited a profound curiosity within her. With heartfelt gratitude, she gazed at Chen Xuanqing, her eyes shimmering with resolute determination. "Rest assured, Brother Xuanqing, I shall strive diligently to harness the power of this demon fruit, so as not to disappoint your expectations of me." In that instant, Zhu Zhuqing's beast transformation rendered her form even more enchanting and mysterious. Her previously gentle curves appeared even more fluid in this state, as if she were a masterpiece meticulously sculpted by the hands of nature itself. Chen Xuanqing could not resist the urge to reach out and caress Zhu Zhuqing's silky hair, yearning to experience that unique texture. However, at that moment, the ever-vigilant Xiao Wu seized his hand. "Focus on developing the devil fruit," she said with a smile, promptly leading Chen Xuanqing away. Resigned, he waved his hand and followed Xiao Wu back inside, where he began to try on various outfits, including a maid's attire and a sailor suit. Chapter 15, Eating Dust. 3 days later, as dawn broke, along the official road outside Tiantuo City, a magnificent carriage approached slowly. Crafted from exquisite wood and adorned with dazzling gemstones, its surface shimmered brilliantly, captivating all who beheld it. The driver, a robust man clad in a black trench coat and sunglasses, exuded an air of mystery and authority. A formidable shotgun hung at his waist, emanating an aura of danger. Inside the carriage, melodious laughter resonated, akin to celestial music. The interior was equally opulent, featuring plush cushions, exquisite tea sets, and an array of rare decorations, all underscoring the owner's refined taste and esteemed status. Zhu Zhuqing sat in one corner of the carriage, curiously peering outside at the golden-haired driver, a hint of worry creeping into her heart. She softly inquired, "Is this robot called the governor really trustworthy? Will he lead us astray?" Xiao Wu promptly countered, "The governor is no ordinary robot. It is a powerful soul-guiding device endowed with intelligence, and it is, in fact, a creation of Brother Xuanqing." Chen Xuanqing sat on the opposite side of the carriage, smiling as he reassured, "Do not worry, little kitten. I have traveled the entire Douluo continent with the governor, and its navigational skills are exceptional. We shall not lose our way." Upon hearing Chen Xuanqing's words, Zhu Zhuqing felt her worries lessen slightly. However, when he affectionately referred to her as little kitten, her Her cheeks flushed with a subtle pink, and she shyly lowered her gaze. At that moment, several figures raced along the official road outside the window. It was Xiao Wu, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun from Shrek Academy. Inside the carriage, Chen Xuanqing was engaged in lively conversation with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing when he suddenly sensed the presence outside and exchanged glances with his companions. The group outside also noticed the silhouettes within the carriage. Is that not Zhu Zhuqing? Xiao Wu squinted, recognizing the girl inside. Dai Mubai also spotted Zhu Zhuqing, and his expression instantly turned fierce, anger flaring within him. Knowing Zhu Zhuqing's identity, Dai Mubai had always regarded her as his treasured possession. Seeing her in the company of other men naturally displeased him greatly. Ma Hongjun, being rather straightforward, completely overlooked Dai Mubai's change in demeanor and asked, "Boss Dai, is that not your fiancée? Why is she with those people?" Before Ma Hongjun finished speaking, Oscar swiftly covered his mouth, cursing him for his lack of awareness. Such remarks were akin to pouring oil on a fire. Dai Mubai's expression darkened to its utmost, his gaze fixed on the carriage, wishing fervently to rush over and reclaim Zhu Zhuqing. Yet, he recognized that this was not the time for impulsive action and needed to remain composed. "Let us go." Dai Mubai inhaled deeply and turned to his companions. Clearly, he still bore the memory of the beating he received a few days prior, and a hint of vigilance and apprehension flickered in his eyes. Faced with Chen Xuanqing, a formidable soul saint at merely 16 years of age, Dai Mubai wisely chose to retreat, acutely aware that the chasm between them was insurmountable. The members of Shrek Academy understood Dai Mubai's feelings and nodded in agreement, temporarily setting aside their hostility towards Chen Xuanqing. However, their anger had not subsided. Instead, it burned more fiercely. Yet, it seemed that Chen Xuanqing had no intention of letting them off the hook. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he provocatively remarked, "Young man, be mindful of your strength and status. Zhu Zhuqing is a woman you cannot possess." These words struck Dai Mubai like a thorn, causing his face to turn a deep shade of anger as he clenched his fists, as if to crush the fury within. Zhu Zhuqing, observing quietly from the side, had long lost faith in Dai Mubai. After spending several days at the Rose Hotel, she was well aware of the kind of man Dai Mubai was, frequently accompanied by two beautiful twins and various other women. She deemed such a man unworthy of her, finding him rather distasteful. One may be killed, but never insulted. Dai Mubai roared, his martial spirit instantly manifesting, his figure growing tall and imposing as he charged towards the carriage, ready to confront Chen Xuanqing. At that moment, Xiao Wu seized him, whispering in his ear, "Now is not the time to act. Let us follow the carriage. When we reach a deserted place, we shall help you teach him a lesson, ensuring that this despicable Chen Xuanqing dares not covet your fiancée." Oscar chimed in angrily, "Yes, Boss Dai, we will assist you." Tang San echoed, "Teacher Xiao Wu is also a soul saint, and with our combined efforts, we shall surely prevail. Chen Xuanqing is doomed." Unspoken was Tang San's confidence in his own hidden weapons and Tang Sect techniques, knowing he could surely take down Chen Xuanqing alongside Xiao Wu's prowess. Filled with hostility and rage towards Chen Xuanqing, the group resolved to avenge Dai Mubai. Hearing their support, Dai Mubai's anger subsided somewhat as he suppressed his fury and shot a fierce glare at Zhu Zhuqing. However, she merely responded with disdain and contempt, which only solidified Dai Mubai's determination to defeat Chen Xuanqing. Thus, the group from Shrek Academy trailed behind the carriage, seeking the opportune moment to strike. As night fell, they had followed the carriage for an entire day before finally stopping in a small town, 100 kilometers away from the Star-Do Great Forest. Chen Xuanqing rubbed his somewhat sore waist, dismounted from the carriage, stretched languidly, and turned to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, saying, "At last, we can take a moment to rest. This day spent in the carriage has truly left my back aching." Xiao Wu pouted, voicing her complaint, "Indeed, brother Xuanqing, I feel utterly famished. I long for something delicious to eat." Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing calmly surveyed their surroundings and remarked, "Let us first find an inn to rest. We must continue our journey tomorrow." Chen Xuanqing nodded, on the verge of speaking, when he suddenly heard Dai Mubai's voice from behind. "Humph, you all seem rather leisurely. While you've been enjoying a day in the carriage, we've been eating dust all day." Chen Xuanqing then turned around to see Dai Mubai and the others approaching. A faint smile graced Chen Xuanqing's lips as he replied, "Dai Mubai, have you not been following us all along? What, are you tired now?" Chapter 16. Provoking trouble is the mark of a true soul master. Dai Mubai shot Chen Xuanqing a glare, his tone laced with indignation. "Of course we are tired. You little rascal, do not overstep your bounds. Zhu Zhuqing is not someone you can toy with." Chen Xuanqing shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "When it comes to matters of the heart, who can say for certain? Zhu Zhuqing may not necessarily harbor feelings for you. Moreover, I merely admire her talent and beauty. My intentions do not extend beyond that." Zhu Zhuqing interjected coldly from the side, "You too, do not consider me a wager in your bet. My affairs are mine to decide." Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback by Zhu Zhuqing's words, left speechless. He took a deep breath, suppressing the anger boiling within, and turned to Xiao Wu and the others, saying, "Let us seek out an inn to rest. We have matters to attend to tomorrow. The group nodded in agreement and made their way towards the two-story inn in the quaint town. Upon entering the inn's brightly lit lobby, they found it already filled with patrons, predominantly soul masters and adventurers traversing the Stardow forest. Chen Xuanqing, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing found an unoccupied table to settle down, casually ordering a few dishes and several jugs of wine. Chen Xuanqing raised his wine glass and proclaimed, "Today has been arduous. Let us toast together." With that, he downed the contents of his cup in one swift motion. As his words resonated, Xiao Wu mirrored his exuberance, tilting her head back to finish her drink, a playful smirk dancing upon her lips. Observing this, Zhu Zhuqing hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately followed suit and emptied her glass as well. The members of Shrek Academy, seated nearby, remained fixated on the interactions between Chen Xuanqing and Zhu Zhuqing. Daimubai, witnessing their intimate exchange, felt a surge of discontent swell within him. He shot a glare at Chen Xuanqing and abruptly interjected, "Chen Xuanqing, don't let your ego get the better of you. I warn you, do not think of getting Zhu Qing drunk to take advantage. Be wary of playing with fire." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing slightly raised his eyebrows, setting down his chopsticks. He fixed his gaze upon Daimubai and spoke in a calm tone, "Daimubai, are you threatening me? It would be wise for you to refrain from meddling in my affairs with Zhu Zhuqing. As for the despicable methods you allude to, I trust you are well aware of their nature." In response, Xiao Wu, unwilling to back down, interjected, "Indeed, Daimubai. We are all aware of your connection with those twins. You should mind your own business rather than fixate on others' matters." Hearing Daimubai's words, Zhu Zhuqing felt her displeasure intensifying. She set her cup down and coldly regarded Daimubai, stating, "Daimubai, in the future, please address me by my full name. The union between the Zhu and Dai families is merely a familial arrangement and does not reflect my personal wishes. Brother Xuanqing has granted me the strength to break free from the constraints of my family. Do not presume to judge the intentions of a gentleman with the mind of a petty man." Zhu Zhuqing's words ignited a surge of anger and shame within Daimubai, making him feel as though he bore a mark of disgrace. At that moment, his cheeks flushed crimson, as if he had just received a stinging slap. His eyes widened as he glared at Zhu Zhuqing and Chen Xuanqing, with jealousy and fury raging within him. Tang San, unable to contain himself, remarked, "The match between Daimubai and Zhu Zhuqing is ordained by their parents and the matchmaker. Chen Xuanqing, do not delude yourself into disrupting another's engagement." Chen Xuanqing found it utterly unexpected that Tang San would present himself with such an air of superiority before him, which immediately incited a profound displeasure within Chen Xuanqing. Suddenly, he lifted his foot and delivered a fierce kick aimed directly at Tang San's face. Unprepared for such a sudden assault, Tang San had neither the time nor the capability to evade the impending blow. He could only watch helplessly as Chen Xuanqing's foot approached with alarming speed. With a resounding thud, Tang San was propelled backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. The force of the kick was immense, leaving him feeling as if his chest had been struck by a heavy hammer, rendering him nearly breathless. Lying on the ground, his face contorted with pain and astonishment, he acutely felt the disparity in soul power between himself and a soul sage. At this moment, the other members of Shrek Academy were equally stunned by the scene, unable to fathom why Chen Xuanqing would act so recklessly in such a setting. Due to the Academy's regulations preventing teachers from taking advantage of students, Xiao Wujin was absent, while Ma Hongjun and Oscar, though eager to assist, hesitated to act recklessly. Upon witnessing this, Daimubai's fury ignited instantaneously, and he activated his martial soul. However, before he could make a move, Chen Xuanqing had already lunged toward him. With a swift kick, Daimubai was struck hard, losing his balance and hurtling through the air like a cannonball, ultimately crashing down onto the already fallen Tang San. The impact echoed loudly, with both of them groaning in pain. Seeing this, Oscar and Ma Hongjun rushed forward to help them up, guiding them to a secluded corner of the inn. Before long, the tension was broken by the sound of approaching footsteps as a group entered. Dressed in matching uniforms, they appeared to be students and teachers from another academy. Leading them was a middle-aged man in his 40s, clad in a moon-white soul master robe adorned with exquisite silver embroidery. Following closely behind him were 7 young individuals, 6 men and 1 woman, all seemingly around 20 years old, wearing similar moon-white robes, albeit lacking the ornate silver thread embellishments of the leader. Notably, both the middle-aged man and the 7 youths bore a distinctive blue circular emblem on their left shoulders, with the words Songhui elegantly sewn within. Their attire and demeanor clearly indicated that they were all soul masters. Upon spotting the Songhui Academy members, Ma Hongjun's eyes instantly brightened, his gaze lingering appreciatively upon the female student from Songhui. Daimubai, however, wore a look of disdain, scoffing as he muttered, "A mere Songhui Academy dares to flaunt itself before us, Shrek Academy." Although his words were spoken softly, the essence of a soul master's prowess made them unmistakably clear. The atmosphere grew tense as the gazes of both parties locked. One of the female students from Songhui noticed Ma Hongjun's gaze, frowning slightly as she shot him an irritated glare. Unfazed by her ire, Ma Hongjun continued to brazenly scrutinize her. Oscar, seated beside Tang San, wore a sly smile, lowering his voice to say, "It seems we are in for an intriguing spectacle." Tang San raised an eyebrow in slight confusion, glancing at Oscar and inquiring, "What spectacle?" With a chuckle, Oscar leaned in closer and explained in a hushed tone, "This is also part of our training, Tang San. Doesn't Dean Flander often say that a soul master who shies away from trouble is not a true soul master? After all, it is said that those who avoid conflict are merely mediocre." Just then, the server arrived with their dishes, the aroma tantalizingly rich and enticing. However, one of the youths from Tiantuo Academy abruptly stood up, hastening his steps as if pressed by urgency. The server, initially steady with the platter, was caught off guard when the youth collided with him, causing the dishes to teeter perilously. Just before the delicious meal could tumble onto Dai Mubai's head, Tang San calmly interjected, "Do not waste food." His left hand shot out like lightning, steadying the server, while his right hand expertly caught the platter, preventing any spillage with a deft grip that seemed to harness an invisible force. "Huh, what a splendid act," Chen Xuanqing exclaimed, casually flicking his chopsticks, which flew like an arrow and struck the edge of the platter. In an instant, the dishes, as if caught in a tempest, were sent splattering directly onto Tang San's face. The searing hot food caused Tang San to emit a wail akin to a distressed animal, his face flushed with heat. Witnessing this, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun were consumed by rage, rising abruptly to glare fiercely at the Tiantuo students, who, undeterred, stood their ground and faced the Shrek Academy members defiantly. In that moment, the restaurant's atmosphere crackled with tension, poised to erupt into conflict at any moment. Meanwhile, Chen Xuanqing remained unfazed, leisurely sipping from his wine glass, an amused smirk dancing upon his lips. Casting a sidelong glance at Tang San, his eyes sparkled with provocation and mockery. Seeing this, Xiao Wu couldn't help but tease, "Brother Xuanqing, you are quite wicked. But now we are in for an entertaining show." She winked playfully, a mischievous smile adorning her face. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing chuckled softly and said, "Tonight, I shall reveal to you a more wicked side of myself. Will you find it to your liking?" Chen Xuanqing's voice was deep and magnetic, causing Xiao Wu's heart to race uncontrollably. Just then, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly coughed, awkwardly averting her gaze. After spending the last couple of days together, she had gradually grown accustomed to the intimacy between Chen Xuanqing and Xiao Wu. At times, she even fantasized about being closer to Chen Xuanqing herself. In the bustling restaurant, the noise surged like boiling water. The patrons at the tables of Shrek Academy and Tiantuo Academy stood up, apprehensive that the sudden commotion might affect them. However, most chose not to leave immediately. Instead, their eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. Typically, witnessing a duel between soul masters required a hefty fee at the Soul Arena, but now, to witness such a spectacle for free was undoubtedly a rare visual feast for many. Moreover, in a place where soul masters frequently appeared, witnessing a clash between powerful individuals was an exceptional experience. The students of Tiantuo Academy, already incensed by Dai Mubai's dominance, could no longer contain their fury. They clenched their fists, their faces contorted with aggression, ready to charge forward. Yet, a middle-aged teacher extended his arm to restrain them, his expression dark and foreboding. His gaze fixated on Dai Mubai as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. "Which academy do you insolent brats belong to?" Dai Mubai's eyes gleamed with defiance, unfazed by the teacher's anger. Instead, a strong desire for revenge surged within him after being recently defeated by Chen Xuanqing. "You think you're worthy of challenging me?" "Not even close," he retorted coldly, his voice dripping with provocation and disdain. The teacher's countenance turned a shade of deep crimson, a glimmer of menace flashing in his eyes. "You arrogant brat, teach them a lesson." At his command, the students of Tiantuo Academy charged toward Tang San's table like wild horses unleashed from their restraints. The fight erupted with ferocity. Dai Mubai lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his opponent. The force of his blow howled through the air, mercilessly targeting his adversary's vital points. Simultaneously, Tang San deftly dodged the attack and unleashed his hidden weapon, the Tang Sect's Lingxi needle. The tiny projectiles traced silvery arcs through the air, ghost-like as they flew toward the enemy, silently piercing the bodies of several foes. Ma Hongjun, relying purely on his size, became a chaotic force on the battlefield, sending several Tiantuo Academy students flying. They crashed violently onto the ground outside the inn, dust billowing up, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the surrounding diners. The teacher from Tiantuo Academy, witnessing the scene, turned pale and shouted angrily, "Unleash your martial souls, you fools." Meanwhile, Chen Xuanqing stood aside, a faint smile gracing his lips. He glanced at Tang San and remarked softly, "They've already lost their chance. You've underestimated them." Tang San was taken aback, surprised that his subtle actions had been noticed by Chen Xuanqing for the first time since his rebirth in Douluo continent. The middle-aged teacher, alarmed by Chen Xuanqing's words, watched Tang San and his companions with growing suspicion. "Teacher, we have no strength left." One of the Tiantuo students struggled to stand, his face pale. "It feels like we've been drugged," another echoed, their voices betraying their fear and unease. The teacher's expression darkened as he realized the gravity of the situation, scanning Tang San and his companions to identify the culprit behind the ambush. Mubai smirked arrogantly, surveying the Tang Academy students with a proud stance. Remember, from now on, whenever you see anyone from Shrek Academy, you'd best steer clear. Don't assume that just because you have some strength, you can act recklessly. Some individuals are not someone of your caliber can afford to offend. His words resonated like hammers, striking fear into the hearts of the Tang students. After delivering this admonition, Mubai pointedly glanced at Chen Xuanqing. However, Chen Xuanqing merely snorted in response, his eyes glinting with disdain and mockery. Yet Xiao Wu could not remain silent. Her bright eyes sparkled with fury. Mubai, what audacity you have as a defeated opponent. Truly despicable. Her voice dripped with contempt as she continued. My brother Xuanqing is the genuine genius of Douluo continent. At merely 16 years old, he has already attained the rank of Soul Sage and is a disciple of the esteemed 99th level limit Douluo, the Golden Crocodile Douluo. Such achievements are far beyond someone like you, who only shirks responsibility. Mubai's face darkened, his fists clenched and barely contained rage. But he faltered upon seeing Chen Xuanqing beside Xiao Wu, forcing himself to suppress his anger. As a prince of the Star Luo Empire, he had always avoided his brother Wei, but the pride of his royal lineage still lingered. Now, being so mercilessly exposed by Xiao Wu ignited a fury within him. Xiao Wu, do not go too far. Mubai finally erupted, his voice a thunderous roar. Yet Xiao Wu remained unfazed, casting a cold glance at him as she continued. Too far? I merely spoke the truth. As a prince, you dare not shoulder your responsibilities. Fleeing from the Star Luo Empire while cavorting with women in a place like Soto City, you leave Zhu Zhuqing to bear the burden alone in the Star Luo Empire. Do you truly deserve the title of a man? Or do you even qualify as one? With her words echoing through the air, a profound silence enveloped the venue. Everyone was taken aback, their gazes shifting to the striking figure of Chen Xuanqing, a 16-year-old soul sage. A disciple of the 99th level limit Douluo, each of these credentials alone incited envy and admiration, but combined in one individual, they rendered jealousy obsolete. Of course, the scandal involving the royal family of the Star Luo Empire further entertained the onlookers, who regarded the royal scoundrel Mubai with derision. Meanwhile, Chen Xuanqing maintained his aloof demeanor, but internally, he reveled in the moment. Xiao Wu had truly become his eloquent spokesperson, articulating his strength and excellence, prompting him to reward her with a beautiful hanfu later that evening. You are the lord of the crocodile god, the Tang Academy teacher. The once formidable Yi Zhiqiu now appeared transformed, his face flushed with excitement, his eyes fixated on Chen Xuanqing in a manner that unmistakably revealed his admiration. His voice trembled slightly, struggling to contain his exhilaration. I am fully aware of your remarkable feats, the unparalleled genius who emerged from the soul arena. Hailed as a prodigy akin to the holy son of the martial soul palace, your esteemed reputation has long spread across the entirety of Douluo continent. As she spoke, Yi Zhiqiu inched closer to Chen Xuanqing, lowering her voice to impart in a conspiratorial tone. In truth, I have always believed that you and the Saintess are a match made in heaven. However, judging by the current circumstances, it appears that you have quite a few charming confidants. Her tone bore a hint of playful teasing, yet she refrained from being excessively audacious. Upon hearing these words, Chen Xuanqing displayed an expression akin to one who has gained an advantage while feigning innocence. With a faint smile, he nonchalantly remarked, it is merely a matter of having both fish and bear's paw. Witnessing this, Yi Zhiqiu felt an even deeper admiration for Chen Xuanqing, as if he were utterly captivated. He then turned with utmost seriousness to address all those present, proclaiming loudly, since the esteemed Lord Crocodile is here, I shall request him to arbitrate today's affairs. As his words echoed through the space, a palpable silence enveloped the venue, with all eyes fixed upon Chen Xuanqing, their gazes filled with a mixture of reverence and curiosity. Chen Xuanqing cast a sweeping glance over the crowd. In that case, let us commence a battle. We shall see whether the teachers of Tang Academy are more formidable or if the students of Shrek Academy are truly more gifted. Let strength speak for itself. Yi Zhiqiu's voice resonated through the air, his gaze piercing as he locked eyes with the Shrek Academy representatives, seemingly intent on shattering their morale. Tang San offered a faint smile, gently patting his companions on the shoulder, signaling them to prepare. To shy away from confrontation is the mark of mediocrity. This battle shall be embraced by us from Shrek Academy. Yet, at that moment, Chen Xuanqing interjected, however. We have a rule. No hidden weapons shall be used to inflict harm. Instantaneously, Tang San's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing into a glare directed at Chen Xuanqing. A surge of fury rising within him. He comprehended that Chen Xuanqing was deliberately targeting him, seeking to restrict his use of hidden weaponry. Mubai Mahangjun and Oscar exchanged glances, a hint of helplessness flashing in their eyes. They knew that Tang San's expertise with hidden weapons was a significant advantage in combat, now undermined by their opponent's stipulation. Yi Zhiqiu, noticing the tension, concurred, then let Lord Crocodile decide. Soon, the five individuals assumed their stances, with Yi Zhiqiu facing Mubai. Tang San, Mahangjun, and Oscar. White Tiger, manifest! Mubai shouted, and a powerful, pale light erupted from within him. His arms extended outwards, his chest puffed. and the bones in his body cracked under the radiance, muscles swelling against the confines of his attire. Delicate lines appeared on his forehead, forming a clever representation of a king, an emblem of the white tiger. The transformation of Dai Mubai's hands was astonishing. They became shrouded in a thick layer of white fur, glistening with sheen. Each claw resembled a meticulously honed blade, extending 8 inches, radiating a chilling luminescence that sent shivers down one's spine. Beneath him, 3 luminous rings rose sequentially, 2 yellow and 1 purple, swirling and emitting a dazzling glow. As Dai Mubai unleashed his formidable white tiger martial soul, Tang San and Ma Hongjun were undeterred, displaying their prowess with equal fervor. Ma Hongjun let out a roar, a surge of power coursing through him. Phoenix, manifest. A crimson light erupted from his being, enveloping him entirely. His short hair elongated and gathered at the center, forming a distinctive mohawk that flickered like flames. Simultaneously, 2 yellow soul rings ascended from Ma Hongjun's feet, spiraling in the air and radiating brilliant light. Chapter 19. The battle commences. From his exposed, muscular arms, long feathers began to unfurl, reminiscent of the resplendent plumage of a phoenix, adding an air of mystery and majesty to Ma Hongjun. His hands transformed into claws, the tip shimmering with a deadly gleam. In contrast to the fiery displays of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, Tang San's martial soul manifested with a serene and reserved demeanor. As he focused his thoughts, 2 yellow rings, akin to those at Ma Hongjun's feet, quietly materialized beneath him. Concurrently, dense blue-silver grass emanated from his body, wrapping around his limbs and torso like silken threads, gradually spreading outward. Yi Zhiqiu regarded the young soul masters from Shrek Academy with a flicker of astonishment. Initially perceiving them as mere novices, he was taken aback by their remarkable strength. It appears that your instructors at Shrek Academy are indeed quite adept. You youngsters possess exceptional talent. However, you are still in your youth, and your strength remains unrefined. Competing against me may prove challenging. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zhiqiu hesitated no longer. A glint sparked in his eyes as his soul power surged within him. Black Tortoise, manifest. An overwhelming aura erupted from him, instantly suppressing the spirits of Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun, leaving them feeling breathless under the pressure. Simultaneously, Yi Zhiqiu's limbs contracted by a third, and behind him, a massive shield-like shell gradually formed, glimmering with a dark light, evoking an impression of impenetrable strength. As the shell emerged, 5 soul rings ascended from his feet, swirling above him, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, drawing gasps of awe from the onlookers. After all, soul kings are a rarity on the continent, and most in the dining hall had yet to attain such heights. The members of Shrek Academy wore serious expressions, acutely aware that the impending battle would be a formidable challenge. I possess a great sausage. I possess a small sausage, Oscar exclaimed, brandishing vibrant sausages in his hands. These were no ordinary delicacies but his unique restorative sausages, endowed with remarkable healing properties. He then produced a petite sausage, a detoxifying variant capable of averting poisoning at critical moments. Oscar distributed the sausages to Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun, his eyes gleaming with determination. We can only rely on the 3 of you. Be cautious. Leave it to us. The trio replied in unison. Each of them took 2 sausages, their gazes shifting toward Yi Zhiqiu. There he stood, emanating the essence of the Black Tortoise martial soul, exuding a sense of stability and weightiness. As the captain, Dai Mubai calmly assessed the situation. The Black Tortoise martial soul undoubtedly emphasizes defense over offense. Our objective is to breach his defenses. Only then can we secure victory. Ma Hongjun, brimming with confidence, chuckled, Fear not. He is just an old turtle, while I am a phoenix. Fire conquers water. We shall triumph. Yes? Meanwhile, Tang San silently caressed the 24-bridge Mingyuan knight at his waist, a plan forming in his mind. Though primarily tasked with support, he prepared to unleash hidden weapons at a pivotal moment, delivering a decisive blow to the adversary. After all, Yi Zhiqiu before him was the enemy, and he had no reason to hold back. In the tense atmosphere as everyone held their breath in anticipation, Dai Mubai did not wait for Yi Zhiqiu to strike first. He launched the attack. The second soul ring on Dai Mubai glowed with brilliant light, coalescing into a dazzling sphere. With a low shout, the white tiger radiant wave surged forth like the dawn, propelled towards Yi Zhiqiu with unparalleled might. White tiger radiant wave, let us see how you shall withstand this. Dai Mubai's voice was filled with confidence and fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Tang San swiftly sprang into action, his figure moving like the wind as he stealthily approached Yi Zhiqiu from another direction. Ma Hongjun, brimming with excitement, had his mohawk swaying with the surge of soul power, and his first soul ring ignited with a dazzling brilliance. A purplish-red line of phoenix fire burst forth, twisting through the air like a fiery serpent, aimed directly at Yi Zhiqiu. Ha, old turtle, you better be careful. Our trio's assault is no trifling matter. The hefty one laughed heartily, his tone laced with provocation. In the face of this sudden 3-pronged attack, Yi Zhiqiu exhibited no hint of panic. A dark light radiated from his entire being as he unleashed a deafening roar. The first and second soul rings on his body glimmered simultaneously, and his robust form swiftly rotated halfway, revealing a tortoise shell as solid as rock on his back. Concurrently, a flowing stream of black light emanated from him, enveloped in an eerie chill that instantly froze the surrounding air. This was Yi Zhiqiu's second soul ring skill. Xian Shui Bingfeng. Humph. These youngsters possess some skill, but they are far from being able to defeat me, Yi Zhiqiu. He scoffed, a glint of disdain flickering in his eyes. As the battle commenced, Yi Zhiqiu promptly utilized both of his soul ring skills, Xian Gui Hu Ti and Xian Shui Bingfeng. He aimed to swiftly subdue these youths, imparting a profound lesson while showcasing the strength of Tang Academy. The white tiger's radiant wave crashed against Yi Zhiqiu's sturdy tortoise shell, echoing like thunder in a valley. However, in light of the immense disparity in soul power between the two sides, this formidable attack merely struck what felt like an impenetrable iron plate. With Yi Zhiqiu's body remaining utterly unshaken, standing resolutely as if he were an indomitable mountain, impervious to the tempests surrounding him. At the very moment the white tiger's radiant wave erupted, Tang San had stealthily approached Yi Zhiqiu's vicinity. He took a deep breath, immediately feeling an intense chill enveloping him, as if he were trapped in an ice cellar. This oppressive cold was fierce and domineering, making Tang San feel as though his very blood was on the verge of freezing. With a sense of urgency, he dared not let his guard down, quickly channeling his Xiantian Gong to counteract the chilling aura. Simultaneously, he halted his advance. However, his blue-silver grass martial spirit spread out like agile tendrils, swiftly encircling Yi Zhiqiu from all directions. Chapter 20. The Defeated King of Hanging On. Under the influence of Xian Shui Bingfeng, the progress of the blue-silver grass had noticeably slowed. Yet, Tang San did not relent. He understood that although his martial spirit was restrained, as long as he could get close to Yi Zhiqiu, there lay the opportunity to find a chink in his armor. Just then, Ma Hongjuan's phoenix fire line roared towards Yi Zhiqiu like a giant crimson dragon, racing toward the tortoise shell on his back. Although Ma Hongjuan's phoenix flames had been significantly weakened by Xian Shui Bingfeng, the arrival of the phoenix fire line also lessened the chill of the frozen water. The purplish-red flames clung to Yi Zhiqiu's tortoise shell. They could not breach his defenses, yet they did not extinguish, adhering tightly as if with a sticky embrace. Yi Zhiqiu felt a sudden heat radiating from his back, leaving him momentarily startled. Watching from the sidelines, Zhu Zhuqing's lively eyes sparkled with curiosity as she tilted her head and inquired of the motionless Chen Xuanqing beside her. Brother Xuanqing, who do you think will emerge victorious among them? Chen Xuanqing's gaze was piercing, fixated on the fierce battle unfolding before him. He spoke gravely, given the current circumstances, it appears that even their combined efforts may not suffice to match Yi Zhiqiu. The potency of hidden weapons lies in their unexpectedness, catching opponents off guard. However, after Tang San had previously incapacitated a student from Tang Academy, Yi Zhiqiu had become exceedingly vigilant. Although Yi Zhiqiu refrained from overt displays of emotion, Chen Xuanqing astutely discerned that he remained ever watchful, attentive to every movement of Tang San during the skirmish. At this moment, the combat had escalated to a fever pitch. Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai joined forces. Their assaults were fierce, yet Yi Zhiqiu stood resolute as a mountain, effortlessly deflecting each attack with the formidable defense of his tortoise shell. Despite the finesse of Tang San's hidden weapons, they struggled to exert their full potential against Yi Zhiqiu's keen perception. Dai Mubai's onslaught, although ferocious, always seemed to lack that final edge necessary to inflict harm upon Yi Zhiqiu. Ma Hongjuan's flames, while theoretically effective against Yi Zhiqiu's tortoise form, ultimately fell short due to the vast disparity in soul power, leaving only a sense of disarray rather than any substantive damage. For instance, singed eyebrows and tattered clothing left Yi Zhiqiu incensed. Finally, amidst a fierce exchange, Yi Zhiqiu seized an opportunity. In a flash, he evaded Dai Mubai's powerful strike and positioned himself before Tang San. A flicker of surprise crossed Tang San's eyes, yet Yi Zhiqiu was already resolute in his attack. With a swift motion, he unleashed a fierce gust of energy towards Tang San. Although Tang San reacted swiftly, he could not entirely evade the sudden onslaught. The force of the attack grazed his shoulder, causing him to stagger backward. Seeing this, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai rushed forward to support Tang San. But Yi Zhiqiu had already closed in, delivering a series of strikes that brought both of them crashing to the ground. Witnessing the three fallen figures, Zhu Zhuqing gasped in astonishment. Brother Xuanqing, you were right. Indeed, Yi Zhiqiu has emerged victorious. In contrast, Xiao Wu scoffed. Humph. So this is what they call the Monster Academy of Shrek? Chen Xuanqing sighed softly, acknowledging that Tang San likely held hidden weapons as a trump card. Yet he seemed reluctant to unveil them, perhaps not anticipating such a sudden defeat. At that moment, a towering figure broke through the crowd like a tempest. Let me see what is transpiring here. A deep voice boomed, imbued with undeniable authority. Xiao Wu turned to Yi Zhiqiu, boldly declaring, "What audacity for a teacher from the insignificant Songhui Academy to bully our Shrek Academy students." Xiao Wu's eyes widened, locking onto Yi Zhiqiu with palpable hostility. His words dripped with contempt for the Songhui Academy instructor, whose actions had crossed a line. A smirk of provocation curled at the corners of Xiao Wu's mouth as he beckoned Yi Zhiqiu with a finger, his tone laden with disdain. How dare you, a mere instructor from Tsanghue Academy, bully our Shrek Academy students? You must truly be tired of living. As his words echoed, a series of soul rings ignited beneath him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 7 rings swirling in the air, signifying his formidable status as a soul sage. Yi Zhiqiu, who had been prepared to retort, found himself momentarily speechless, as if grasped by an invisible hand around his throat, his bold words evaporating into silent astonishment. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Xiao Wujin, a wave of inexplicable fear surging within him. The surrounding crowd stood in stunned silence, astounded that such powerful soul sages could emerge in this remote town. Yi Zhiqiu remained rooted in place, an unsettling panic rising within him, causing him to glance towards Chen Xuanqing nearby. Suddenly, Xiao Wujin's voice reverberated through the night. He cast a glance at Yi Zhiqiu and Chen Xuanqing, then nonchalantly stated, "Today, I shall spare you. Tomorrow, we shall see who prevails." His gaze then shifted to the Shrek Academy students, his tone turning stern. "Shouldn't you all hurry back to rest? It's shameful to be defeated by an old turtle." At his words, the Shrek Academy students bowed their heads, filled with embarrassment and resentment. Chen Xuanqing stood aside, his brow slightly furrowed, clearly aware that Xiao Wujin's words were a benevolent gesture directed towards them. It seemed Xiao Wujin intended to lull him into a false sense of security. Or perhaps he believed that this was not the opportune moment to strike, and that waiting for a more favorable opportunity was prudent. Subsequently, Xiao Wujin led a few members of Shrek Academy back to a large common room. Upon returning, Oscar eagerly seized Xiao Wujin's arm, exclaiming, "Teacher Xiao, why didn't you take action just now? It was an excellent opportunity to provoke Chen Xuanqing and avenge Dai Mubai and Tang San." Tang San, who had been wronged and burned, along with the betrayed Dai Mubai and the soon-to-be wronged Ma Hongjun, nodded in agreement. Xiao Wujin, however, wore an enigmatic expression and replied, "You must learn from me. Defeating Chen Xuanqing in a fit of anger would be rather pointless. If I were to strike him too fiercely, the multitude of onlookers would tarnish the reputation of our Shrek Academy. Moreover, one must exert full effort even when contending with a mere rabbit. I discern that Chen Xuanqing's destination is also the Star Doe Forest. Thus, when the time comes, we can collectively apprehend him, which would undoubtedly be far easier." Tang San and the others exchanged knowing glances, surprised to discover that the seemingly rugged Xiao Wujin harbored such a nuanced side. Chapter 21, Fragrant. Upon arriving at the inn's entrance, Chen Xuanqing suddenly frowned, as though recalling something of great importance. He murmured to himself, "Oh no. It seems I forgot to book a room." Upon hearing his words, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. The three exchanged glances, each feeling a wave of helplessness, for it was already late, and finding another inn would undoubtedly prove challenging. Consequently, they promptly entered the inn and sought out the busy innkeeper. Chen Xuanqing inquired with a hint of urgency, "Young lad, do you have any vacant rooms available?" The waiter paused his tasks, lifted his gaze to glance at the trio, and then displayed a look of mild distress. He promptly offered an apologetic smile. "I'm terribly sorry, esteemed guests, but we currently have only one large room left. Would you consider sharing?" Upon uttering this, he cast a knowing glance at Chen Xuanqing, clearly hoping that this powerful soul master would appreciate his goodwill. However, just as Chen Xuanqing was about to respond, he felt a sharp pain at his waist. It turned out that Xiao Wu had made her move. She had stealthily pinched him sharply at the waist, sending a wave of discomfort surging through him. Chen Xuanqing let out a pained cry, feigning a fierce demeanor as he addressed the innkeeper. "Are you certain there are no other rooms available? We are 3 individuals, and how can we possibly share a single large room?" The innkeeper, upon hearing this, wore a bitter expression. He shook his head helplessly and replied, "I truly have no other rooms, esteemed soul masters. Although our establishment thrives, our accommodations are indeed limited. I would never dare deceive you." At this juncture, Zhu Zhuqing spoke up. Her voice was firm as she stated, "If that is the case, let us take one room. I shall sleep on the sofa while you and Xiao Wu take the bed. After all, you two have always shared a bed." Though her words carried an undertone of dissatisfaction and resignation, Zhu Zhuqing understood that the circumstances allowed for no other arrangement. Consequently, she took the lead towards the staircase, preparing to ascend and rest. Chen Xuanqing and Xiao Wu exchanged a glance, with the latter puffing her cheeks in annoyance as she reluctantly followed suit. Upon entering the room, both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were taken aback by the sight before them. The room, though tidy, was furnished with remarkable simplicity, aside from a large bed. There was not even a single sofa or chair in sight. Xiao Wu blinked in disbelief and exclaimed, "No way. How can this be? Are we really expected to squeeze 3 people onto one bed? Surely, this cannot be intentional." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing hurriedly covered Xiao Wu's mouth, casting her a sharp glance as he whispered, "You are merely 12 years old, and Zhu Qing is only 11. Do not tarnish the image of a gentleman with your misguided thoughts. Am I truly that sort of person?" At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing also regained her composure. Although she felt a twinge of discontent within, she endeavored to maintain her calm demeanor. she softly suggested. How about I sleep on the floor, and you both take the bed? Chen Xuanqing felt a wave of emotion and nodded, saying, very well, then you may sleep on the floor. I apologize for the inconvenience. Zhu Qing. Thus, Chen Xuanqing and Xiao Wu lay upon the grand bed, while Zhu Zhuqing spread her bedding on the ground. When the lights were extinguished, the room was enveloped in darkness. After a day spent riding in a carriage, Zhu Zhuqing closed her eyes, preparing to drift into slumber. However, at that moment, she was startled by a faint sound near her ear. She furrowed her brow and listened intently, realizing it was Chen Xuanqing and Xiao Wu engaged in hushed whispers. Do not touch me anymore, brother Xuanqing, it tickles. I was merely checking on your cultivation. Indeed, your physical condition has improved somewhat. Zhu Zhuqing inwardly chastised the two for their lack of propriety, yet her sleepiness was completely dispelled. She opened her eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. Meanwhile, the two on the bed continued their antics, even escalating in intensity. Brother Xuanqing, you are quite unclean. Drool is dripping onto me. Oh dear. It is simply because you smell so delightful, Xiao Wu. Do not lick. The dialogue between Chen Xuanqing and Xiao Wu grew increasingly explicit, leaving Zhu Zhuqing, who lay beneath the bed, unable to find sleep as she listened to the alluring sounds. Eventually, overwhelmed by her own rising desires, she lost track of when she succumbed to slumber. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Zhu Zhuqing's face as she slowly opened her eyes, only to discover that she was nestled in Chen Xuanqing's embrace. Startled from her sleep, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in terror as she exclaimed, ah! Chen Xuanqing was awakened by her voice, groggily opening his eyes. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing's panicked expression, Chen Xuanqing quickly collected himself and spoke in a deep tone. Do you believe me if I say I fell off the bed while turning over at night? A blush crept onto Zhu Zhuqing's face as she struggled to rise, only to realize that her body was firmly embraced by Chen Xuanqing. His hands rested inappropriately on her chest and behind, leaving Zhu Zhuqing feeling as though she might be enveloped entirely by Chen Xuanqing. Embarrassment mingled with anger, she whispered, how can you be like this? Upon witnessing the situation, Chen Xuanqing hastily released his grip and explained, I swear, it was unintentional. I was in such a deep slumber last night that I inadvertently, before he could complete his sentence, he was interrupted by Zhu Zhuqing. No need to elaborate. I believe you. Although Zhu Zhuqing voiced her trust, an inexplicable sentiment surged within her heart. She realized that her feelings towards Chen Xuanqing seemed to have undergone a transformation. That intimate contact caused her heart to race and her cheeks to flush. Chen Xuanqing also noticed the change in Zhu Zhuqing, feeling a secret joy in his heart, yet simultaneously harboring a sense of worry. He realized that his feelings for Zhu Zhuqing had transcended the boundaries of mere friendship. However, he could not ascertain whether she felt the same way. The two lay awkwardly on the bed, enveloped in silence, until a voice from outside the door interrupted their contemplation. Qing, Xuanqing Gij, are you awake? Breakfast is ready. It was only then that Zhu Zhuqing and Chen Xuanqing came to their senses, hastily tidying the bed before stepping out of the room. Upon descending the stairs, they found a delectable breakfast spread awaiting them on the table. Xiao Wu stood to the side, her hands clasped behind her back, a playful smile adorning her face as her gaze flitted between Chen Xuanqing and Zhu Zhuqing. Her smile rendered the two somewhat bashful, as if they had been exposed for harboring a hidden secret. Chen Xuanqing cleared his throat softly, attempting to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. He approached Xiao Wu and whispered, Xiao Wu, please refrain from teasing us. It's just me and Zhu Qing. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu feigned a sorrowful expression and playfully reproached him. Oh dear, brother Xuanqing. Are you already defending Zhu Qing? How quickly one forgets the old when a new affection arises. Chapter 22. Seeking an opportunity. Chen Xuanqing hurriedly waved his hand to clarify. It is not so, Xiao Wu. Both you and Zhu Qing hold immense significance to me. I shall not show favoritism towards either. Zhu Zhuqing approached as well, softly adding, Xiao Wu. In response, Xiao Wu spread her arms and smiled, saying, all right, I understand. However, Xuanqing Gij, you must remember, no matter the time or place, you must not betray the feelings we both hold for you. Chen Xuanqing solemnly nodded and earnestly declared, I will, Xiao Wu. I will treat you well and not let you down. At that moment, Ma Hongjun, lurking in the shadows, felt a tumult of emotions. Uncertain whether to reveal the matter concerning Chen Xuanqing and Zhu Zhuqing to Dai Mubai. After some contemplation, he resolved to give Dai Mubai a subtle hint. For as the captain and leader of Shrek Academy, it was his responsibility to be informed of significant matters. When Zhao Wujie, Tang San, Oscar, and Dai Mubai emerged, Ma Hongjun promptly approached them, his face beaming with a smile as he cheerfully greeted, Teacher Zhao, Boss Dai, I've ordered breakfast for everyone, come and eat. Dai Mubai, somewhat taken aback, jested, well, the sun must be rising from the west today. Flander's disciple is actually treating us to a meal. How rare. The others laughed heartily and took their seats. However, their attention was not entirely on the breakfast spread before them, but was unconsciously drawn to Chen Xuanqing, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, who were dining nearby. Noticing this, Ma Hongjun felt a pang of anxiety and quickly interjected, everyone, let's eat. If we delay too long, we'll miss our chance to track. Hearing his words, the group returned to their senses, refocusing on the breakfast laid out before them. Yet, as they surveyed the food, their expressions soured. Xiao Wu fumed. Fatty, what kind of breakfast is this? Spinach, lettuce, kiwi, are you feeding monkeys? Daimu Bai also frowned at Ma Hongjun, saying, Fatty, what happened? You're usually stingy, but not to the extent of serving us this. With that, Daimu Bai produced a gold soul coin and handed it to Ma Hongjun, instructing, go buy some decent breakfast for everyone. There's no need to skimp on this. Receiving the coin, Ma Hongjun felt a deep bitterness. Realizing that none present comprehended his intentions or perceived his hints, it appeared he would need to seek an appropriate moment to speak with Boss Dai privately. Consequently, he reluctantly went to purchase a more suitable breakfast. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun resolved to find an opportunity to remind Daimu Bai about the situation involving Chen Xuanqing and Zhu Zhuqing. After breakfast, Chen Xuanqing was fully prepared, with the governor guiding the carriage while he gallantly assisted Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing into it. Meanwhile, Daimu Bai and the other members of Shrek Academy concealed themselves in the shadows of the trees, their gazes fixed intently on the carriage. Emotion surging within Daimu Bai like turbulent waves. At that instant, he silently vowed that once they entered the Stardow forest, he would seek an opportunity to teach Chen Xuanqing a lesson, making it clear who truly was Zhu Zhuqing's man. Just then, a rapid series of footsteps shattered the morning calm. The innkeeper from the previous night rushed to the carriage, breathless, before suddenly kneeling on the ground. His forehead pressed against the earth, fervently bowing. I am Stark, orphan since childhood, with a fleeting existence. My innate soul power is 0. And my martial spirit is the most inconspicuous blue-silver grass. In this world, I possess nothing but this life. His voice trembled yet remained resolute, each word resonating with profound despair and yearning. But upon witnessing the grandeur of Lord Crocodile, I glimpsed the dawn of hope. I am willing to become your servant, surrendering my worthless life to your command. Stark's tone brimmed with sincerity and longing, his eyes glimmering with determination and devotion. Chen Xuanqing lifted a corner of the car curtain, his curiosity piqued by the sudden appearance of this enigmatic figure. Reveal your true intentions, or I shall slay you as one would a swine or a dog. His voice was devoid of emotion, calm and unperturbed, as though he were a still lake, his icy gaze piercing like two sharp blades, delving deep into Stark's very soul. Stark's body froze, his act of bowing abruptly halted. He raised his head, a flicker of fear and hesitation crossing his eyes, but soon, he lowered his head once more, forcefully striking it against the ground. In pursuit of formidable power, to no longer be a victim of oppression, and to one day stand atop the pinnacle of this world, Stark's voice, although low, resonated with unwavering determination and fervor. Even without soul power, no matter the cost, I yearn for strength that commands respect. I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life for it. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing felt a twinge of surprise. This scruffy individual possessed an insatiable thirst for power. His resolve to grow stronger was unmistakable, fitting the mold of either a grand protagonist or a formidable antagonist. Intrigued by this revelation, Chen Xuanqing retrieved an ancient, yellowed booklet and abruptly tossed it in Stark's direction. Stark's eyes instantly lit up at the sight. He cautiously extended his hand, securely catching the booklet, although he was unaware of the secrets concealed within its pages. The aged cover and the faint scent of antiquity stirred an indescribable excitement within him. Even Stark, despite his naivety, understood that his fate was on the brink of a monumental transformation, all due to this unassuming booklet. Chen Xuanqing observed Stark's expression, which was akin to discovering a treasure, and smiled faintly before elucidating, you lack soul power yet yearn for strength. Therefore, I shall present you with this opportunity. As Chen Xuanqing's words resonated, he extracted a pouch of golden soul coins from the system and casually tossed it to the ground. The sound of the golden coins striking the earth was crisp and melodious, reminiscent of an exhilarating symphony that stirred the hearts of those who listened. However, confronted with this bounty of golden coins, Stark suddenly hesitated, his gaze lingering on the scattered wealth, a flicker of turmoil and confusion crossing his eyes. In that moment, Stark grappled with the uncertainty of whether he should accept this unexpected gift. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xuanqing let out a gentle sigh and remarked, take it. Just remember the guidance I have bestowed upon you. Upon hearing these words, Stark finally resolved himself, bending down to pick up a bag of gold soul coins that lay on the ground. Chapter 23, Into the Starry Forest. Chen Xuanqing observed Stark as he tucked away the gold coins, then continued, with this sum. Invest a year in acquiring medicine and honing the techniques I have imparted to you. After a year, journey to Soul City and seek out the golden crocodile Douluo V, informing him that I have authorized your entrance into the North Star Divine Guard. In a year and a half, you shall lead the Divine Guard under the command of Yao Guang into the capital of the Heavendo Empire. Chen Xuanqing's words were imbued with authority and decisiveness, prompting Stark to nod in immediate agreement, his heart swelling with gratitude and reverence. Following Chen Xuanqing's gesture, the governor quietly drove away in his carriage, with several members of Shrek Academy trailing closely behind. Only Stark remained, still kneeling on the ground, fervently bowing his head in the direction of Chen Xuanqing's departure. It was not until the carriage had completely vanished from sight that Stark gradually rose to his feet. At that moment, He finally had the opportunity to examine the pamphlet that Chen Xuanqing had tossed aside, which bore the prominent inscription, Dragon Elephant Shock Heaven Skill. As the governor left the clamor of the small town, the pace of the carriage began to quicken, the wheels stirring up clouds of dust along the dirt road. Following closely behind Chen Xuanqing, Tang San and the others furrowed their brows, striving to maintain their speed to avoid falling behind. They all coughed incessantly, attempting to expel the choking dust from their throats. However, at that moment, Xiao Wu appeared remarkably exhilarated, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. For Xiao Wu, the Douluo Forest was not a place to be feared, but rather a cherished home from her past. She eagerly tugged at Chen Xuanqing's sleeve and inquired, Brother Xuanqing, you still haven't told me why we are heading to the Douluo Forest. Are you here specifically to accompany me home? Chen Xuanqing offered a gentle smile, tenderly pinching the chubby cheeks of Xiao Wu before reaching out to softly stroke Zhu Zhuqing's tail. He then spoke slowly. There are 2 reasons for our visit to the Douluo Forest. Firstly, it is to accompany you back to see Ming and Heir Ming, who are also your family, and we must not forget them. Secondly, in this environment, Zhuqing's animal devil fruit can be further developed, enhancing her powers. Additionally, I plan to gather some subordinates here to bolster our strength. Upon hearing this, warmth surged within both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, especially Zhu Zhuqing, who was pleasantly surprised by Chen Xuanqing's thoughtful consideration for her growth and needs. Compared to her previous experience of facing the pressures from Davis and Zhu Zhuqing alone after Dai Bai left the Douluo Empire, this man before her offered her the strength to endure. The Douluo Forest, situated to the south of the Heavendo Empire, spans across 2 great empires, blurring the borders between them. Upon arriving at the Douluo Forest, Chen Xuanqing gazed at the lush greenery before him, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. As one of the 3 major habitats for wild soul beasts, this place is home to countless soul beasts and is a coveted sanctuary for soul masters to cultivate. The moment the trio stepped into the forest, a refreshing breeze enveloped them, carrying the fragrant scent of plants that invigorated the spirit. Looking up, they beheld towering trees reaching for the sky, their canopies intertwining to form a verdant ceiling. Indeed, the air in the forest is fresh. I feel rejuvenated. Chen Xuanqing couldn't help but exclaim. Certainly, the Douluo Forest greatly benefits our cultivation, Xiao Wu echoed in agreement. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. It is best we do not let our guard down. As the trio ventured deeper into the forest, the scenery grew increasingly mysterious and magnificent. The towering trees obscured the sun, and sporadic roars from soul beasts echoed through the dense foliage, sending shivers down their spines. Meanwhile, the members of Shrek Academy had also entered the territory of the Douluo Forest. Unlike the relaxed demeanor of Chen Xuanqing and Xiao Wu, the Shrek Academy group exhibited a heightened sense of alertness. Standing at the forest's edge, Xiao Wu surveyed the 4 students before him with a piercing gaze. Listen carefully. His voice resonated with undeniable authority. The Douluo Forest is not a mere sanctuary for soul beasts raised by the state. Every leaf, every breeze here conceals danger. The soul beasts are formidable, honed by the laws of nature, cunning and ferocious, ready to launch a lethal attack at any moment. Xiao Wu paused, his gaze sweeping over the students' faces as if ensuring they grasped his words. Especially you, Oscar, he continued, his gaze lingering on Oscar a moment longer. Your soul power is relatively weak. You must stay close to me. Here, a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Wu continued. Once we enter the forest, none of you are to stray more than 20 meters from me. Remember, this is for your safety. No one is permitted to attack soul beasts without my command. Our purpose here is training and experience, not to seek our demise. Do you understand? The students nodded, their expressions grave and filled with respect. They were well aware that Xiao Wujia's warnings were not mere exaggerations. The dangers of the Douluo Forest were well known to them. Observing the seriousness in their faces, Xiao Wujia felt a flicker of satisfaction. Oscar, standing among them, spoke up with evident tension in his voice. So, should we first hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings, or should we track down Chen Xuanqing immediately? The atmosphere grew tense at this question. Zhao Wudre and Dai Mubai fell into contemplation, weighing the pros and cons. At that moment, Tang San stepped forward. Teacher Zhao, I believe you should lead Dai Mubai and the others to hunt soul beasts for soul rings. As for tracking, allow me to handle that. Zhao Wujie frowned at Tang San, his eyes widening in disbelief. Tang San, I know you possess certain skills, but do not underestimate the Douluo Forest. Chen Xuanqing's strength is formidable. He has ventured deep into the forest where soul beasts roam freely, many of which are over 10,000 years old. And some could even be 10,000-year soul beasts in groups. How will you manage on your own? Zhao Wujie's words heightened attention, and the others looked at Tang San with concern. Taking a deep breath, Tang San smiled reassuringly. Teacher Zhao, you need not worry. I will be careful. Moreover, I have some special means to deal with unexpected situations. You take them to hunt soul beasts while I track Chen Xuanqing, ensuring neither side is delayed. Chapter 24. The plot resumes. Zhao Wujie shook his head, addressing Oscar and the others. It is decided. First, help Xiao Ao obtain his soul ring. Then we will withdraw from the Douluo Forest and wait for Chen Xuanqing to emerge. Everyone must proceed with caution and prioritize safety. Tang San nodded in resignation, indicating his agreement. Once he was assured that the Shrek Academy group was no longer tailing him, Chen Xuanqing felt a surge of interest in counter-tracking them. They have followed us for so long. Let us see if we can create some trouble for them and disrupt their plans, he whispered to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with mischief as she covered her mouth and giggled. Brother Xuanqing, you are so naughty. I love it. Her sweet, charming voice was filled with admiration for Chen Xuanqing. Zhu Zhuqing stood quietly to the side, watching the two conspire, feeling a sense of sympathy for the members of Shrek Academy. Thus, the trio stealthily altered their course, beginning to track the Shrek Academy group in reverse, carefully maintaining a safe distance to avoid detection. As time passed, they had followed for approximately 2 hours. The sun had risen to its zenith, casting golden rays across the land. During these 2 hours, they encountered several low-level soul beasts, primarily those ranging from 10 to 100 years, whose power was not formidable. When faced with them, they usually chose to evade rather than engage directly. However, due to Chen Xuanqing's overwhelming aura, the nearby soul beasts felt intimidated, and very few dared to approach. Just as they were engrossed in their cautious progress, Xiao Wu suddenly shouted, his voice reverberating like thunder through the silent forest, "Be careful. Something is approaching." His voice was imbued with vigilance and tension, clearly indicating that he had sensed something amiss. At almost the same moment, Tang San and Dai Mubai reacted in unison, instinctively positioning themselves in front of Oscar, safeguarding the support soul master within their ranks. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun swiftly moved to the side, poised to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. In an instant, everyone unleashed their martial souls, and a powerful aura spread throughout the forest. Even the usually composed Xiao Wu revealed his martial soul, the mighty golden bear. The rustling sound gradually approached. The speed of the unknown creature drawing near was alarming. Even Oscar, as a support soul master, could distinctly feel the encroaching threat. Gripping his staff tightly, his palms slightly perspiring, he gazed with resolute determination. Chen Xuanqing stood to the side, a teasing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that a splendid spectacle was about to unfold. Though his voice was not loud, it pierced through the tense atmosphere, drawing the attention of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, who became intrigued and fixed their gaze upon the figure ahead, their eyes glimmering with curiosity and anticipation. As the rustling sound grew closer, a peculiar creature gradually came into view. It was a flying snake, its body exhibiting an elegant curve, with scales shimmering softly under the sunlight. Its flight was not high, hovering about 3 meters off the ground. Most striking was the fleshy crest atop its head, crimson as blood, appearing larger than its head itself. Its tail was also unique, fanning out like a gigantic fan. Upon seeing the snake, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with surprise. He exclaimed with excitement, "It's a phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. A rather rare soul beast. The fleshy crest on its head has numerous marvelous functions, and for you all, this will be a tremendous gain. Unfortunately, we cannot ascertain how many years of cultivation this creature possesses." Tang San observed the snake with a calm demeanor, his eyes glinting with wisdom. After a brief glance, he calculated in his mind and confidently stated, "This is a 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. The pale red wings signify its millennium of evolution. Judging by its length, which should be between 6 to 8 meters, its cultivation should range from 1,300 to 1,800 years. Oscar, this snake is perfectly suited for you." Upon hearing Tang San's words, Oscar's eyes lit up. "Xiao San, you truly are the encyclopedia of the spirit master world. Impressive, truly impressive." "Hey, Xiao, don't just shower him with compliments," Zhao Wujie interjected, his gaze fixed on the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. "To save everyone's time, I shall personally handle this little snake." As Zhao Wujie's voice fell, his third soul skill, gravity enhancement, and fifth soul skill, gravity compression, were unleashed with a thunderous roar. Zhao Wujie clasped his hands together, and an invisible force instantly spread out, enveloping the gliding phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. The once agile serpent found itself ensnared, its speed drastically reduced, and its elegant trajectory became unsteady before it ultimately fell helplessly to the ground. Zhao Wujie, witnessing this, swiftly appeared at the snake's landing spot. He reached out and firmly grasped the snake's vitals, rendering it immobile, allowing only a faint hissing sound to escape. He then lifted it before him and playfully flicked the fleshy crest with his other hand, causing the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake to swoon from the might of the titan bear, unable to withstand even such a light touch. Had it not been for Zhao Wujie's intention to spare its life, that mere flick would have been its undoing. Subsequently, with a casual gesture, Zhao Wujie tossed the 1,000-year soul beast at Oscar's feet. Oscar's eyes sparkled with joy. He quickly praised, "Teacher Zhao, your valor is unparalleled. This 1,000-year soul beast seems like a mere toy in your hands." Beside them, Ma Hongjun could not resist teasing. "All right, Xiao, stop flattering him and hurry up and absorb the soul ring. At this rate, the soul beast might just take flight from your praises." At his words, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Zhao Wujie all burst into hearty laughter, the atmosphere among them turning lighthearted and joyful. Zhao Wujie gently withdrew a sharp dagger from his waist, smiling as he handed it to the excited Oscar, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. "The night is long and dreams are many. Let us proceed." He pointed to a vital spot on the beast's head, explaining in detail, "Pierce it just beneath the fleshy crest, and you will accurately puncture its brain. Then the soul ring shall be yours." Oscar carefully accepted the dagger, his eyes shimmering with excitement and expectation. At that moment, The thousand-year soul beast before him appeared utterly powerless, like a lamb awaiting slaughter, devoid of any means of resistance. Chapter 25, The Dragon and the Snake. As Oscar prepared to wield the dagger, determining the fate of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake, suddenly, a voice filled with authority and hoarseness pierced the tranquil air. Halt. With that command, two figures, like two gusts of wind, raced towards the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake, swiftly landing before the crowd from Shrek Academy. These unexpected guests, one elder and one youth, were both female. The elder appeared to be in her 60s or 70s, her white hair meticulously styled, despite the years etched into her face. Her spirit was remarkably vigorous, her complexion vibrant. Her sharp eyes glinted with intensity, her right hand gripping a 3-meter-long snake-headed staff, 6 soul rings pulsating around her, emanating a formidable wave of soul power. Although the elder showed no apparent physical changes, her soul rings announced to all that she had summoned her martial soul. Hold on. Hold on. Following closely beside the elder was a youthful girl, brimming with vitality. She had short hair that reached her ears and appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, clad in a fitted outfit that accentuated her well-developed figure, exuding a unique youthful energy. Her deep brown eyes were fixed firmly on the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake in Xiao Wu's grasp, filled with determination and resolve. She too wielded a snake-headed staff, albeit shorter at 2 meters, and with only 2 soul rings, indicating a century of existence. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to convey her exceptional strength. The sudden appearance of the elderly woman and the young girl astonished those present. However, upon noticing the 6 faint soul rings surrounding the elder, the members of Shrek Academy felt a measure of relief, secretly grateful. After all, their leader, Xiao Wu, was a soul sage with 7 soul rings, especially the deep black 10,000-year rings, radiating an intimidating pressure. Yet, just as the Shrek Academy members felt a sense of relief, the elder's expression turned grave. Initially, she had only intended to prevent the hunting of the 1,000-year phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake, but upon approaching, her gaze fell upon Xiao Wu's 7 soul rings. A soul sage. The elder's voice trembled. She never anticipated encountering such a powerful soul master on the outskirts of the Douluo forest. Instantly, her confidence evaporated, and she realized that today would not end well. Xiao Wu glanced at the elder, his gaze landing on the snake-headed staff in her hand, stirring a ripple of intrigue within him. Is there something amiss? While Xiao Wu's voice was gentle, it carried an undeniable authority. In that moment, his usually stern demeanor softened, a rare warmth emerging. This transformation astonished Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who were well aware of Xiao Wu's character. He typically treated those weaker than himself with indifference, never displaying such amiability. Greetings, esteemed soul sage. The voice of the elderly woman was somewhat hoarse, yet her tone was remarkably resolute. You cannot give this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake to that child. Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a direct opposition from her. He glanced at Oscar, who stood nearby with a glimmer of yearning in his eyes, and then turned back to the woman, asking nonchalantly, why? The elderly woman inhaled deeply, seemingly gathering her strength, and then spoke slowly, her voice imbued with an undeniable firmness, because we were the first to discover this snake and initiated its hunt. Otherwise, how could we have pursued it this far? At that moment, Oscar's anxiety bubbled within him like boiling water, fixated on the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, which they had tirelessly tracked down as a suitable soul ring, only to have it intercepted by this sudden arrival of the elderly woman. Furrowing his brow, Oscar expressed his dissatisfaction. Madam, how can you assert that this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was hunted by you first? We did not see any sign of your presence while searching for it. Upon hearing this, a gentle smile graced the elderly woman's face as she calmly replied, her voice exuding composure and confidence. Young man, do remain calm. If you observe the belly of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake closely, you will notice 2 distinct wounds. Those are marks from my cane. Furthermore, beneath its wings, there are similar scars. This little creature is quite cunning and managed to escape unexpectedly. She then pointed to the young girl beside her. My granddaughter has just stepped into the threshold of rank 30 and urgently requires a suitable soul ring to aid her training. As you can see, she has inherited my weapon spirit, the snake staff, and a high-level snake spirit is most compatible with her. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu lowered his head to scrutinize the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake in his hands. Indeed, as the elderly woman had said, there were clear wounds on its belly and beneath its wings. However, these marks did not definitively prove that the snake had been hunted by them first. Xiao Wu pondered deeply, fully aware of the significance of this soul ring to Oscar and determined not to let it slip away. With a somber expression and a hint of a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth, he slowly spoke. May I inquire about your esteemed name, respected elder? The elderly woman nodded slightly, her tone calm and self-assured. I am known as Xiao Xianqing, affectionately called the Snake Granny by my friends in the Spirit Master community. My husband is Ming Shu, widely recognized as the Dragon Lord. We have come to the Douluo forest primarily to find a suitable 3rd soul ring for our beloved granddaughter. As she mentioned her granddaughter, a look of pride and affection illuminated Xiao Xianqing's face. She surveyed the children behind Xiao Wu and frowned slightly. It seems that these children beside you are rather young and unlikely to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring. Though the soul ring of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is relatively gentle, it may not be easily assimilated by them. In Xiao Xiang's eyes, the eldest among the children, Daimubai, appeared but a mere youth, even younger than her clever granddaughter. She held high hopes for her granddaughter, believing she would stand out among these children and reach rank 30 in soul power sooner. Upon hearing the elderly woman's self-introduction, Xiao Wu was taken aback, quickly silencing Oscar, who was about to argue, and stated in a deep voice, "You are indeed the revered snake granny of the legendary dragon and snake duo." Xiao Xiang smiled faintly, a serene expression gracing her features. She humbly replied, "I dare not claim such glory. Indeed, I am she. May I inquire about your esteemed name, Soul Sage?" Upon hearing the name of the legendary duo, Xiao Wujia's previously calm demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He had long been aware of the couple's formidable reputation and understood their extraordinary strength. Particularly, Mingshu, the Dragon Lord, was renowned throughout the Spirit Master community. His power unfathomable. The Dragon Lord wielded a dragon-headed cane, while the Snake Granny held a snake-headed staff. Together, they complemented each other perfectly. This couple had mastered an exceedingly formidable spirit fusion technique, said to be resistible only by those of title Douluo level. Although Xiao Wujie was also a soul sage, he recognized the considerable gap between his strength and that of the Dragon Lord. While the Snake Granny, Xiao Xiang, appeared somewhat weaker than him, her power was certainly not to be underestimated. Moreover, the deep bond between the dragon and snake couple meant they were never apart. If the Snake Granny was present, the Dragon Lord would undoubtedly be nearby. A chill crept into Xiao Wujie's heart. He had considered silencing the pair to eliminate future threats. However, he knew well the consequences of such actions. While it might be easy to eliminate the child, disposing of Snake Granny Xiao Xiang would not be a simple task. If she escaped, he would face the relentless pursuit and vengeance of the dragon and snake couple. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Wujie suppressed his murderous intent, opting for a more diplomatic approach. He smiled and introduced himself. "I am Xiao Wujie." Upon hearing this name, a flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Xiang's eyes. She nodded slightly, saying, "No wonder I encountered such a young soul sage. It is the renowned immovable king of the Spirit Master community." Xiao Wujie awkwardly smiled, secretly sighing. Fully aware that his reputation in the Spirit Master community was far from glorious, more infamous than celebrated. Thus, he humbly responded, "I do not deserve such praise. I, too, was once notorious. However, I have lived a reclusive life in recent years, teaching students at an academy. This time, I brought these children to the Douluo Forest to seek a suitable soul ring for one of them, while also allowing them to broaden their horizons. I did not expect to encounter you here. Ding. Please, host, intercept the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Reward, 1 lottery chance. Ding. Please, host, intercept Meng Iran. Reward, 1 lottery chance." In the dense depths of the forest, Chen Xuanqing's figure concealed within the shadowy foliage had begun to show signs of impatience. He narrowed his eyes, observing the two parties as they tested each other, feeling that this prolonged wait was rather tedious. Finally, it seemed that Chen Xuanqing's patience had been worn thin by the rustling of the leaves, and he could no longer endure the ennui of waiting. Taking a deep breath of the fresh forest air, he moved with the grace of a leopard, emerging from the shadows and striding directly toward the group. Zhu Zhuqing, witnessing this, shook her head in resignation and murmured, "Brother Xianqing is truly lacking in patience." Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, wearing a proud smile, chimed in, "Humph. This is the Douluo Forest, my territory. Brother Xianqing can do as he pleases. Who would dare to voice their objections?" With that, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing followed closely behind, and the three of them made their way toward Xiao Wujie and Snake Granny Xiao Xiang. Xiao Wujie and Snake Granny Xiao Xiang remained on high alert, both having noticed the approaching figures. Xiao Xiang's gaze swept over Chen Xuanqing, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, curiosity swelling within her. She had not expected to encounter 3 such youthful talents in the Douluo Forest. It was indeed astonishing that these young soul masters dared to venture into this perilous forest alone. Unable to contain her curiosity, Snake Granny Xiao Xiang inquired, "You 3, have you also come to train in the Douluo Forest? Your courage is commendable." Upon the arrival of Chen Xuanqing and his companions, the members of Shrek Academy immediately displayed their respective martial souls, assuming a vigilant and combative stance. Their gazes were icy, seemingly poised to unleash an attack at any moment. Daimubai's eyes shimmered with excitement as he gritted his teeth and declared, "You choose not to tread the path to heaven, yet you dare to intrude into hell. Chen Xuanqing, you are courting death. Today, I shall let you experience my might." Xiao Wujin, undeterred, activated his martial soul's true form, his physique instantly transforming into a formidable presence. He provocatively stared at Chen Xuanqing, sneering, "Chen Xuanqing, you would do well to recognize your situation. Stand still and allow us, the master and apprentice, to give you a thorough beating, granting Mubai a chance to vent his frustrations. Otherwise, this Douluo Forest may soon bear another corpse." The atmosphere in the arena grew tense, thick with the scent of gunpowder. Seeing this, Snake Lady Xiao Xiang pulled Meng Yi back a few paces, clearly wishing to avoid entanglement in the conflict. Meng Yi, however, observed the unfolding scene with keen interest, her gaze lingering on Chen Xuanqing. particularly captivated by his strikingly handsome appearance, which stirred within her a wave of inexplicable excitement. In that moment, all Ming Yi desired was to witness just how formidable this man truly was, whether he could emerge victorious from the impending clash. Meanwhile, Chen Xuanqing stood there expressionless, as if all of this unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. His eyes radiated a chilling coldness, and a mocking smile grazed his lips as he slowly uttered, "Well, you lot were never my primary targets. However, since you have so graciously presented yourselves, be prepared to pay with your lives." He then turned his gaze towards Zhao Wujin, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, his eyes glinting with disdain. "Between us, there is no profound enmity. If you possess any sense, you should retreat. As for Daimubai and Tang San, I intend for you both to remain and provide me with some components." Upon hearing Chen Xuanqing's words, Tang San could not help but feel a surge of confusion. Warily regarding Chen Xuanqing, his brow furrowed as he inquired, "It seems I have not wronged you, have I? What deep-seated hatred could possibly exist between us?" Chen Xuanqing let out a cold smile, choosing not to directly respond to Tang San's inquiry. At that moment, Xiao Wu could no longer contain her inner fury. Her eyes widened as she glared at Tang San, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, "You despicable and shameless scoundrel. Your father, Tang Hao, once pursued both me and Brother Xuanqing. Had it not been for Brother Xuanqing's unique methods, we would have." However, before she could finish her sentence, Chen Xuanqing interrupted her with a wave of his hand. "Xiao Wu, there is no need to waste so many words on him. Today, allow me to incapacitate Tang Hao's son as a means of settling some old scores." With this, Chen Xuanqing cast a sinister glance at Tang San, stating, "Debts must be repaid by their heirs. Do not blame me later." Chapter 27. Awakening the Martial Spirit. Zhao Wujin's towering figure loomed like a majestic mountain, firmly standing in front of the gathered students. Casting a glance at Chen Xuanqing, Zhao Wujin's lips curled into a subtle smirk as he spoke in a deep voice. "Young man, if you think you can incapacitate my student before me, you are gravely mistaken. I, Zhao Wujin, have navigated the Spirit Master realm for many years. I shall not allow you to succeed so easily." Ma Hongjun stood nearby, a teasing smile adorning his face. He then chuckled lightly, "Chen Xuanqing, although you are a soul sage, do not forget that Teacher Zhao is also a soul sage. Moreover, you are accompanied by two burdens in this battle. Your defeat is inevitable." Oscar, on the other hand, remained composed, saying nothing further, instead quietly channeling his soul power to conjure a few sausages, which he distributed to the others. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing's expression darkened instantaneously, and with a hint of anger in his tone, he declared, "You little rascals dare to obstruct my quest for vengeance. Do not blame me for being ungracious." Zhao Wujia, witnessing this, felt a glimmer of coldness in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his formidable bear martial soul, causing his soul power to surge violently. He fixed a chilling gaze upon Chen Xuanqing and intoned, "If it is battle you desire, then let us engage. I am eager to witness the true extent of your so-called soul sage abilities." At that moment, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing resolutely activated their martial souls, appearing by Chen Xuanqing's side in an instant, with fire blazing in her eyes. Xiao Wu glared at Ma Hongjun and furiously exclaimed, "Who did you just call a burden? I intend to reveal who the true liability is." Despite her tender age of 12, Xiao Wu had astonishingly attained the formidable level of 36 in her soul power. Even more striking were her 3 jet-black 10,000-year soul rings, radiating an aura that sent shivers down the spine. This spectacle rendered Ma Hongjun, who had previously mocked her, utterly speechless, his face flushing with shame, clearly unprepared for Xiao Wu's formidable strength. Tang San, observing this turn of events, immediately positioned himself in front of Ma Hongjun, his gaze resolute as he addressed Xiao Wu. "Leave her to me. You should assist the others." Ma Hongjun, upon hearing this, nodded with enthusiasm. "All right, I'll leave her to you, Xiao San." Fully aware of Tang San's unique capabilities, Ma Hongjun felt confident that Tang San could contend with Xiao Wu. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai stood before Zhu Zhuqing, his expression a mix of fury and madness. He fixed her with an intense stare, as if intent on consuming her whole, and shouted, "Are you truly willing to defy your fiancé for this man? Zhu Zhuqing, do not forget that you are of the Zhu family from the Star Luo Empire. Your marriage is not solely your decision." Zhu Zhuqing felt a chill run down her spine at his words. Coldly, she met Dai Mubai's gaze, her eyes brimming with disdain and contempt. "Do not presume to call yourself my fiancé. You are unworthy. Dai Mubai, it is Brother Xuanqing who is deserving of my future." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's face turned an ominous shade, and he bellowed in rage, "Vile woman, you will come to regret this. I will inform the Zhu family, letting them know they have a disgraceful daughter who brings shame upon them." Zhu Zhuqing's eyes flashed with a cold light, and without further words, she transformed into her 9-tailed spirit cat form, entering her beastly state. Her 9 tails swirled in the air, emanating a fierce aura. She then glared at Dai Mubai, her voice icy and resolute. "Dai Mubai, you shall pay for this." Not far off, Snake Lady Xiangxiang and Ming Ran stood beneath a towering tree, quietly observing the unfolding battle. Xiangxiang's face was filled with astonishment as she remarked to her granddaughter, Ming Ran, "I did not expect to encounter such extraordinary young talents on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest." Ming Ran, equally captivated, fixed her gaze upon Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, particularly drawn to the intense aura emanating from Xiao Wu's 10,000-year soul rings, feeling both envy and shock. She murmured, "All her soul rings are 10,000-year rings. Her martial soul appears almost tangible." At that moment, hurried footsteps approached, and Dragon Prince Ming Shu arrived. Upon noticing him, Xiao Xiang pulled him over, indicating that he should join her in watching the battle from a distance. Dragon Prince Ming Shu observed the scene with a glimmer of approval in his eyes. Turning to Xiao Xiang, he remarked, "These young individuals are indeed remarkable. They all possess the finest soul ring ages, especially those two girls. One has an indiscernible martial soul, while the other has all 10,000-year rings. How is this possible?" Unbeknownst to Dragon Prince, there were those in this world who had extraordinary means to effortlessly enhance the age of their soul rings. "You cannot discern it either?" Xiao Xiang said thoughtfully, "Old partner, you are a soul Douluo. Do you not think it possible that this is?" Before she could finish, Dragon Prince shook his head firmly. "It should not be. I cannot fathom who would possess such abilities. For now, let us simply observe." Xiao Xiang nodded, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. She leaned closer to Dragon Prince and whispered, "Old Ming, among these young people, who do you think would be most suitable to become our family's son-in-law?" Taken aback, Dragon Prince chuckled. "What? Are you starting to ponder such matters again? They all appear quite exceptional, though it seems our Ming Yuan is particularly interested in those two girls." Xiao Xiang smiled subtly and turned to her granddaughter, only to find Ming Yuan blushing deeply as she stealthily observed the battle. Xiao Xiang felt a sense of pride, fully aware of her granddaughter's feelings. She then raised her voice deliberately. "Indeed, it seems Ming Yuan is quite intrigued by them. However, it ultimately depends on their own wishes." Upon hearing her grandmother's words, Ming Yuan's face flushed even redder. Stealing a glance at Dragon Prince and Xiao Xiang, she silently prayed, "As long as these young men are commendable, I hope that one of them is not that rather sleazy-looking fat one." Martial soul manifestation. At the moment Chen Xuanqing awakened his martial soul, 7 ebony soul rings, each as dark as ink and aged for millennia, began to revolve slowly beneath his feet, emanating an unsettling aura of oppression. The colossal figure of the ancestral crocodile, stretching 100 meters in length, gradually rose behind him, resembling a towering mountain with an imposing presence. As the ancestral crocodile materialized, the surrounding trees and rocks were instantly crushed, as if shattered by an invisible, colossal force. A powerful energy radiated outward, causing all present to experience a palpable sense of trepidation. Chen Xuanqing stood there, seemingly merging with the entity of the crocodile ancestor, as the surrounding air appeared to solidify, leaving only the overwhelming aura of Chen Xuanqing and the crocodile ancestor's presence expanding continuously. Chapter 28, A Paw That Sends Flying. Not far away, Long Gong and Shi Pa, who were observing the battle, were suddenly taken aback. Their previously steadfast demeanor was now utterly shaken by the scene before them. The weathered eyes of the two widened like brass bells, fixated on the center of the battlefield. Shi Pa's lips parted slightly, as if she had forgotten to make a sound. After a moment, she exclaimed in disbelief, "Old man, look quickly. Am I seeing things? How can this be possible? A soul saint so young possesses such astonishing soul ring configuration. Could it be the legendary descent of a divine child?" Long Gong's gaze was also filled with astonishment and confusion. He inhaled deeply, as though to calm the turbulent waves within him, and then spoke slowly, "You are not mistaken. It is my first time witnessing such a marvel. I finally understand who he is, the young man in Soto City who defeated an 85-level soul Douluo at the level of a soul saint, stirring the entire soul master community. He is the remarkable 16-year-old soul saint of level 74. Hearing the conversation of her grandparents, Meng Yuan felt a ripple of emotion within her. Though young, as a descendant of a soul master family, she was naturally aware of the remarkable tales within the soul master realm. The extraordinary 16-year-old prodigy had long left a profound impression in her heart. Yet, she never anticipated seeing him in person, and she was further captivated by his charisma. This young man, not only extraordinary in cultivation but also strikingly handsome, exuded an exceptional aura. With each move he made, an indescribable charm seemed to envelop him, rendering onlookers helplessly enamored. Meng Yuan couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be if she could become his partner. However, she also understood that such thoughts might merely be her own whimsical desires. A prodigy of his caliber was destined to be the dream lover of countless young girls. How could she possibly hope to win his favor? With this thought, Meng Yuan gently sighed, burying her feelings deep within her heart. Shi Pa gazed at the tense battlefield in the distance, pondering for a moment before slowly turning to Long Gong beside her, whispering, "Old man, do you think we should intervene?" Upon hearing this, Meng Yuan immediately grasped Shi Pa's hand anxiously, her eyes filled with concern. "Grandpa, Grandma, you wouldn't really consider taking action against Chen Xuanqing, would you?" Her voice trembled slightly, clearly fearful of the potential outcome. Long Gong and Shi Pa exchanged amused glances at Meng Yuan's anxious demeanor. They both recognized their granddaughter's feelings for Chen Xuanqing and understood her reluctance to see him harmed. Long Gong gently patted the back of Meng Yuan's hand, smiling, "Yuan, do not worry. How could we harm your beloved? We merely wish to observe the outcome of this battle. After all, Chen Xuanqing is quite formidable, and we are eager to witness his true capabilities. If necessary, we will lend our aid." Hearing her grandfather's words, Meng Ran lowered her head shyly, yet her worries were somewhat alleviated. She bit her lip lightly and nodded earnestly, signaling her agreement with her grandfather's perspective. A gentle breeze swept through, rustling the leaves in the forest, while sunlight filtered through the dappled shadows of the trees. Chen Xuanqing gazed intently at Xiao Wu ahead, took a deep breath, and with a tremendous surge of energy, leaped forward, striking down fiercely with a claw aimed at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, receive my strike. Chen Xuanqing bellowed, his voice echoing through the forest. In response, Xiao Wu did not dare to underestimate the situation. He swiftly activated his martial soul, raising his arms in preparation to withstand the impending fierce assault. Yet, he underestimated both Chen Xuanqing's strength and the formidable power of the crocodile ancestor's martial soul. Chen Xuanqing's claw, infused with astonishing power, shattered Xiao Wujia's defenses with remarkable ease. Xiao Wujia's figure traced an arc through the air before he was violently propelled backward, crashing into several large trees. How was this possible? Lying on the ground, Xiao Wujie gazed at Chen Xuanqing in disbelief, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. He never anticipated being defeated in a single strike by a soul saint of a lower rank than his own. Meanwhile, in the air, Ma Hongjun was equally stunned. He had intended to interfere in the battle but was taken aback by Chen Xuanqing's overwhelming strength. Witnessing Xiao Wujie's plight, a chill surged within Ma Hongjun's heart. It's your turn, Ma Hongjun. Chen Xuanqing's gaze shifted towards him, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Ma Hongjun felt a tightening in his chest. Realizing he could not remain passive, he swiftly adjusted his stance, bracing himself to counter Chen Xuanqing's assault. First soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. Ma Hongjun unleashed a torrent of intense flames, attempting to create distance through the force of the blast to evade the impending strike. However, Chen Xuanqing's speed was far greater than he had anticipated. With a swift sweep of his tail, he accurately struck the airborne Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun barely had time to emit a cry of anguish before he was sent flying, meeting a fate akin to Xiao Wuji's, crashing to the ground, unconscious and unresponsive. With both adversaries vanquished, Chen Xuanqing turned his attention to the skirmish between Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. The battle between Xiao Wu and Tang San was particularly captivating. Although Xiao Wu possessed an additional soul skill and a higher rank, she found herself somewhat constrained by Tang San's agile maneuvers and exquisite mastery of hidden weapons. Utilizing his ghost shadow perplexing steps, Tang San moved with an ethereal grace, flitting between the treetops and darting close to the ground. The hidden weapons in his hands, augmented by the powers of Xian Yu's hands and the purple extreme demon eye, incessantly assaulted Xiao Wu, who struggled to keep pace despite her superior soul power. On the other side, the clash between Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai was equally intense. After consuming the devil fruit, Zhu Zhuqing's strength surged, her movements lithe and swift, each attack aimed squarely at Dai Mubai's vital points. Despite Dai Mubai's robust power and more substantial soul energy, augmented by an additional soul skill, he appeared somewhat overwhelmed by Zhu Zhuqing's agile and unpredictable offense. Especially within the Stardow forest, transformed into the Nine Nether Cat, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to meld seamlessly with her surroundings, rendering her attacks increasingly elusive. At that moment, Tang San suddenly let out a low growl, his form leaping into action as a barrage of hidden weapons rained down upon Xiao Wu. Although she reacted swiftly to evade, the concentrated assault left her vulnerable, exposing a critical opening. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Chen Xuanqing immediately leaped into action, dashing towards Xiao Wu. Chapter 29, Physical Castration. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, who had been engaged in a fierce struggle, launched a relentless assault, her shadow darting towards Dai Mubai. First soul skill, Nether Strike. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing's figure flickered, swiftly bypassing Dai Mubai. Just as Dai Mubai believed Zhu Zhuqing had miscalculated her attack, she rapidly twisted her body, reappearing directly behind him, delivering a powerful punch that struck his back with ferocity. Dai Mubai let out a pained cry, stumbling forward, while Zhu Zhuqing followed closely, landing a kick on his knee. The sound of bone fracturing echoed through the air as Dai Mubai, enduring the agony of a shattered leg, collapsed to the ground. As Xiao was about to crash heavily onto the ground, in that heart-stopping moment, Chen Xuanqing rushed over, skillfully catching her just before her fall. He then gracefully turned, and the two landed softly on the ground as if nothing had transpired. Meng Ran, witnessing the scene, felt a gentle blush of peach blossom hue rise in her gaze. She envisioned how beautiful it would be if she were the one cradled in Chen Xuanqing's arms at that moment. However, she quickly snapped back to reality, aware that Chen Xuanqing's heart had long been claimed by the two women fighting alongside him. At that moment, Chen Xuanqing was suddenly beset by a heavy pressure, as if an invisible mountain had descended upon him. This was the result of Xiao Wujia's dual soul skills, the oppressive weight of double gravity causing Chen Xuanqing to feel an unmistakable strain. You let your guard down. Prepare to meet your end, little brat. Xiao Wujia's voice thundered like a storm. In an explosive movement, his figure surged forth, the true form of his martial soul, the great strength diamond bear, exuding formidable power. The bear's speed was astonishing, akin to a tempest, rendering its massive form nearly invisible. Second soul skill, great strength diamond palm. With a furious roar, Xiao Wu unleashed two colossal bear paws that descended upon Chen Xuanqing like twin mountains, shimmering with golden light, brimming with boundless force, intent on reducing Chen Xuanqing to mere pulp. Yet, Chen Xuanqing exhibited no sign of fear. Inhaling deeply, the soul power within him surged violently, and a tremendous force erupted from his right arm. Soul bone, Qilin arm. Chen Xuanqing let out a low growl, and in an instant, his right arm transformed, swelling to a size greater than half of his body. This Qilin arm emanated a faint golden glow, embodying the power of a soul bone accumulated over 50 millennia. Chen Xuanqing suddenly swung his Kirin arm, forcefully meeting Xiao Wu's bear paw. With a thunderous roar, the clash of two formidable forces reverberated through the heavens. In an instant, shock waves surged forth, and dust billowed into the air. Xiao Wu was propelled backwards several dozen meters by this immense power, crashing violently to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. The onlookers, Long Gong and Shipa, were astounded by this spectacle, never anticipating the encounter with such a rare soul bone. Meng Ran, however, maintained an expression of indifference, reflecting on how normal it was for her brother Xianqing to possess a soul bone that others would deem a priceless treasure. Meanwhile, Chen Xuanqing stood resolute, his gaze unwavering and profound, as if everything had unfolded precisely as he had foreseen. Suddenly, Xiao Wu's voice pierced the air, sharp with alarm. "Oh no, brother Xianqing. Look over there. Tang San and that shameless fellow Oscar seem to be making their escape." Her tone was laden with urgency and anxiety, as if burdened by guilt for not being able to detain Tang San. Upon being reminded by Xiao Wu, Chen Xuanqing immediately became alert and surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, the figures of Tang San and Oscar had mysteriously vanished, as if they had evaporated from the very air. On the battlefield, only Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, and the fate-uncertain Ma Hongjun remained, prompting a furrow of concern to form upon one's brow. Chen Xuanqing's gaze gradually turned icy as he cast a sidelong glance at Dai Mubai, casually remarking, "That fellow Tang San has escaped. What do you suggest I do?" His tone exuded an undeniable authority, akin to soliciting Dai Mubai's counsel while simultaneously exerting pressure upon him. Upon hearing Chen Xuanqing's words, Dai Mubai immediately shot him a fierce glare and retorted loudly, "Chen Xuanqing, spare me your feigned concern. Though I am not a paragon of heroism, I understand the essence of integrity. Whether you choose to kill or mutilate, I shall comply without protest. If I were to frown even slightly, I would no longer be worthy of the title man." With a sharp retort, Chen Xuanqing swiftly struck Dai Mubai, sending him sprawling to the ground. In an instant, the heroic demeanor of Dai Mubai was shattered, and he trembled as he lay on the floor. Chen Xuanqing gazed at the fallen Dai Mubai on the ground and turned to Zhu Zhuqing beside him, inquiring, "How do you think I ought to deal with this fellow?" The mere recollection of Dai Mubai's recent insults, which had even disparaged the entire Zhu family, ignited a fierce anger within Zhu Zhuqing. Nevertheless, mindful of the intricate relationship between the Zhu and Dai families, a trace of hesitation lingered in her heart. Consequently, Zhu Zhuqing replied with a measured tone, "Let him live." Upon hearing the words, Chen Xuanqing nodded slightly, signaling Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing to turn away. Once the two women had turned their backs, Chen Xuanqing approached Dai Mubai and delivered a forceful kick to his groin. The impact elicited a heart-wrenching cry from Dai Mubai, a sound filled with anguish and fury. Meng Ran, who was watching from a distance, couldn't help but feel a tightening in her own groin upon witnessing the scene. Dai Mubai's face was contorted with pain and humiliation as he shouted at Chen Xuanqing, "Ah, Chen Xuanqing, I will never forgive you." Yet, Chen Xuanqing seemed to disregard him entirely, turning away and leaving Dai Mubai to suffer alone. Subsequently, Chen Xuanqing slowly approached Ma Hongjun, immediately recognizing that, despite his severe injuries, he still clung to life. "Humph, Ma Hongjun, I never expected you to still be alive," Chen Xuanqing remarked coldly, his tone laced with disdain. Struggling to open his eyes, Ma Hongjun gazed at Chen Xuanqing with a flicker of anger and defiance. He attempted to rise, but found himself immobilized by his injuries. "Chen Xuanqing, don't be so smug." Ma Hongjun gritted his teeth and declared, "Even in death, I will never submit to you." Chen Xuanqing let out a cold laugh and said, "Yield? You are mistaken. My intention is not for you to submit. I merely wish to assist you in resolving a predicament that has plagued you for many years. It appears that due to your mutated phoenix martial spirit, an insidious fire has compelled you to seek out women. Fear not, this notion will no longer trouble you." Chapter 30, The Beast Tide Approaches. As he spoke, Chen Xuanqing lifted his foot, preparing to unleash another strike. Ma Hongjun, witnessing this, was filled with dread. He understood Chen Xuanqing's intentions, yet felt powerless to intervene. "No, please, don't." Ma Hongjun cried out in terror, but Chen Xuanqing remained unmoved. "This kick shall definitively rid you of the uncontrollable malevolent fire within you. Do not feel too grateful," Chen Xuanqing coldly remarked. Then he delivered a precise kick to Ma Hongjun's groin. Ma Hongjun let out a heart-wrenching scream, collapsing to the ground, rendered unconscious. Chen Xuanqing gazed upon the fallen Ma Hongjun, his heart devoid of any semblance of compassion. For the moment Ma Hongjun had struck, they had become adversaries. Not far away, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, upon hearing Ma Hongjun's anguished cries, could not help but furrow their brows. although Zhu Zhuqing harbored no fondness for Ma Hongjun. His pitiful state stirred a flicker of reluctance within her. Brother Xianqing, is this truly the right course of action? Zhu Zhuqing inquired softly. Chen Xuanqing turned around, gazing at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, and spoke softly. If we were to fall into their hands, would they show mercy? Zhu Zhuqing silently nodded. Aware that Chen Xuanqing spoke the truth, the realm of soul masters is perpetually ruthless. Xiao Wu, who had been journeying with Chen Xuanqing across the continent, chose to remain silent, recognizing that her brother Xianqing was indeed being lenient. As the battle reached a conclusion, Long Gong, Shipa, and Ming Yiran approached slowly from a distance. Long Gong Mingshu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, I never anticipated that I would encounter the foremost genius of Douluo continent here today. It is truly a stroke of fortune for this old man Mingshu. As a sole Douluo, Long Gong's voice resonated with admiration and respect for Chen Xuanqing. Shipa concurred, adding, Indeed, this young hero is exceptional, far surpassing my rather disappointing granddaughter. As she spoke, she cast a reproachful glance at Ming Yiran, seemingly chastising her for not taking the initiative to greet him. Aware of her grandmother's gaze, Ming Yiran inhaled deeply, stepped forward to Chen Xuanqing, and respectfully bowed. Her voice ringing clearly, I am Ming Yiran, honored to meet you, Lord Crocodile God. Chen Xuanqing gazed at Ming Yiran before him, his eyes inadvertently drawn to her presence. The beauty of this young maiden momentarily stunned him. At the age of 16, she was in the prime of her youth, her physique perfectly developed, with curves that exuded femininity and allure. In contrast to the 12-year-old Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, Ming Yiran's demeanor radiated a mature elegance that they lacked. Her eyes, a rich brown, resembled deep lakes, sparkling with wisdom and vitality. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently with each blink, akin to the delicate wings of a butterfly. Furthermore, Ming Yiran's height was comparable to Chen Xuanqing's, her figure remarkably proportionate, with a slender waist that twisted gracefully, reminiscent of a sinuous serpent in motion. An embodiment of enchanting grace. Though a hint of playful annoyance graced her features, it did not diminish her charm. Rather, it infused her with a distinctive allure. This blend of youthful vivacity and resolute strength was utterly captivating. Chen Xuanqing could not help but cast several lingering glances at Ming Yiran, inwardly marveling at her presence. A faint smile graced his lips as he nodded slightly, acknowledging Ming Yiran's courtesy. Observing this, Long Gong and Shipa felt a secret delight. Their granddaughter's acquaintance with a genius like Chen Xuanqing would undoubtedly contribute significantly to her future development. Then, Chen Xuanqing pointed to the defeated phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake on the ground and remarked casually, since the fellows from Shrek Academy have no further need for this soul ring, let Yiran absorb the soul ring of this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Upon hearing this, Long Gong and Shipa nodded vigorously, their faces illuminated with satisfaction. They were well aware of Chen Xuanqing's strength and stature, and naturally, they had no objections to his arrangement. Ming Yiran, feeling a mix of nervousness and anticipation, gazed at Chen Xuanqing, a surge of inexplicable emotion swelling within her. After a moment's hesitation, she summoned her courage and softly said, Since you call me Yiran, may I call you Brother Xianqing? As her words hung in the air, Long Gong and Shipu exchanged knowing smiles, observing their granddaughter's shy yet expectant gaze. They could not help but feel a profound sense of gratitude. Their granddaughter had finally taken the initiative. Chen Xuanqing gazed into Ming Yiran's eyes, which sparkled with anticipation, and felt a warmth swell within him. With a gentle smile, he nodded and replied, Very well. I have always found it difficult to refuse the requests of beautiful women. From now on, you may call me Brother Xianqing. As soon as his words left his lips, he sensed two icy glares directed at him from behind, as palpable as if they were physical entities. Without needing to turn around, Chen Xuanqing was well aware that it was Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, both consumed by jealousy. A wry smile tugged at his lips. These two little ones were truly quick to feel envious. Meanwhile, Ming Yiran remained oblivious to the subtle tension in the air. Upon hearing Chen Xuanqing's acquiescence to her request, a radiant smile blossomed on her face. She nodded vigorously and said, Thank you, Brother Xianqing, for allowing me to have this phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. With that, Ming Yiran settled cross-legged on the ground, drew out her dagger, and prepared to absorb the Millennium Soul Ring. Chen Xuanqing, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and the dragon and snake couple stood around, safeguarding Ming Yiran to ensure her uninterrupted absorption of the soul ring. As Ming Yiran concentrated on assimilating the soul ring of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake, the ground began to tremble slightly, as if a colossal beast was approaching. The dragon and snake couple, accustomed to the Stardow forest, recognized the impending danger of a massive beast tide. Concealed in the shadows, Tang San observed the horizon with a grave expression, aware that his recent use of drugs had attracted a considerable number of mid to low-aged soul beasts, but he anticipated such a monumental beast tide would ensue. Tang San swiftly turned to Oscar, urging, Hurry, Xiao Ao, go rescue Fatty, while I save Teacher Zhao and Big Brother Dai. The scale of the beast tide appears to be excessively large. We must act decisively. After their brief discussion, they immediately sprang into action. Tang San and Oscar unleashed hidden weapons and, without looking back, rescued their companions. After intercepting the hidden weapons, the dragon and snake couple glanced at Ning Rongrong, who was absorbing the soul ring, their eyes betraying a flicker of concern. After all, any disruption during the absorption process could lead to severe consequences, ranging from a setback in soul power to grievous injuries, or even a catastrophic explosion of the body. The dragon, Meng Shu, and the snake, Tian Xiang, exchanged a resolute glance, determined to shield their granddaughter from the impending beast tide. Chapter 31, Moral Coercion. Tian Xiang, the snake, addressed Tang San. Tang San, it was you who attracted the beast tide in your attempt to save others. Tang San furrowed his brow, explaining, I merely intended to draw in some mid to low-level soul beasts. I never expected such a vast tide to arise. My apologies, but we must leave immediately, or the consequences will be dire. After a brief pause of hesitation, Tang San resignedly added, May you all fend for yourselves. This is not my fault. With that, he dragged Xiao Wu and Dai Mu by, while Oscar carried Ma Hongjun, preparing to escape the encroaching beast tide. The dragon glared fiercely at Tang San, vowing, Tang San, you have disturbed my granddaughter's absorption of the soul ring. I will not rest until we settle this. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Xuanqing hastily stepped forward, exclaiming with indignation, Tang San, if you remain to assist us in fending off the beast tide, I shall overlook past grievances. We are now at a crucial juncture for absorbing soul rings, and it was you who lured the beast tide here. Should you not bear some responsibility? In response, Tang San glanced back briefly before departing without another word. Seeing this, Chen Xuanqing turned to Long Gong and Shi Pe, stating, Elder Long Gong, Elder Shi Pe, rest assured, I shall exert every effort to protect Ning Rongrong. You two must hold back the beast tide. I will devise a solution to this predicament. Long Gong and Shi Pe exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, understanding that now was not the time for hesitation. They must unite to confront the oncoming tide of beasts. Thus, the two positioned themselves before Ning Rongrong, ready to risk everything to shield her from the onslaught. With her second soul skill, Bewitchment, a crimson light flickered in Xiao Wu's eyes, and the surrounding soul beasts appeared entranced, momentarily lost in confusion. With her third soul skill, Teleportation, in an instant, Xiao Wu's figure flickered continuously as she swiftly dispatched a soul beast with a well-placed kick, sparing its life. Employing her second soul skill, Ethereal Claws, Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her soul skill with astonishing speed. Her body spun rapidly, her razor-sharp claws slicing through the air like lightning, each strike precise and lethal. Under Zhu Zhuqing's relentless assault, numerous low-level soul beasts fell one after another. Chen Xuanqing unleashed his martial soul's true form, transforming into the colossal crocodile ancestor, whose 100-meter-long body rampaged through the battlefield, sending countless soul beasts flying. With a thunderous roar, he struck down with a claw, sending several soul beasts hurtling away. Their fate's uncertain. The martial soul fusion technique, Dragon and Serpent Assault. The Dragon and Serpent duo showed no signs of yielding, joining forces to unleash their soul skill. Dragon and Serpent Assault. A massive dragon materialized from thin air, crashing into the horde of beasts below, instantly extinguishing the lives of nearly 100 soul beasts. The combined assaults of the five surged forth like a tempest, momentarily staving off the onslaught. However, they all understood that this respite was fleeting. The sheer number of soul beasts involved in the tide was overwhelming, and their efforts merely served to temporarily halt the advance. At that moment, Tang San and Oscar, accompanied by the other members of Shrek Academy, suddenly retreated, their figures stumbling to the ground, faces etched with terror. Tang San and Oscar knelt before the dragon and serpent duo, desperation and pleading evident in their expressions. Tang San choked out, Esteemed seniors, we truly find ourselves at our wits' end. I, Tang San, acknowledge my previous transgressions. I am not human for having committed such a despicable act. I am willing to trade my life for the lives of others, imploring you to spare the remaining members of Shrek Academy. We are prepared to sacrifice ourselves in atonement. Oscar nodded fervently, adding, Yes, esteemed seniors, we truly do not wish to perish here. Please, we beseech your assistance. We would be eternally grateful. Chen Xuanqing was taken aback by Tang San's adept use of moral coercion. With such a statement, his character was undoubtedly established. Moreover, even if they managed to fend off the beast tide, would the Dragon King and Snake Lady still dare to take his life? If they failed to withstand the beast tide, then everyone would be doomed, and that would be an even graver matter. However, the utmost priority now was to ascertain what had transpired. Consequently, Chen Xuanqing furrowed his brow and inquired, Tang San, Oscar, what exactly did you encounter? Why did you return? Oscar replied, his voice trembling, we encountered a soul beast in the form of a colossal ape, measuring dozens of feet in size. It appears to be at least 100,000 years old, and it is advancing towards us. We narrowly escaped being crushed by it, but fortunately, we were swift enough to flee. Strangely, the beast tide seems to be slowly receding under its influence. Tang San nodded in agreement, indeed. That ape soul beast is overwhelmingly powerful. We are no match for it. Our only hope now lies in your strength to protect us. Yet, as he spoke, Tang San was engulfed by a profound sense of humiliation. As a disciple of the Tang Sect, he had always taken pride in its principles. Now, he found himself compelled to seek assistance from others, which filled him with an unbearable disgrace. Simultaneously, he swore to himself that he would exact revenge on those who witnessed this disgraceful scene. Such a humiliating moment could not be allowed to circulate. For he was meant to be a paragon of perfection, guided by the tenets of the Tang Sect. He would resort to any means necessary to eliminate them and achieve his goals. Upon hearing Oscar's words, the Dragon King's eyes flickered with gravity. He spoke solemnly. A colossal ape-soul beast? That must be the Titan Great Ape, the king of the forest. Its emergence may very well be the source of this beast tide. The Snake Lady nodded in agreement with the Dragon King's assessment. Her gaze then shifted to Chen Xuanqing, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. Her voice, gentle yet resolute, conveyed an undeniable finality. Xuanqing, and you two little ones, this matter originally did not concern you. Your assistance thus far has been more than sufficient. Now, it is best for you to leave this perilous place as soon as possible. This is not a conflict in which you should involve yourselves. Oscar and Tang San, hearing the Snake Lady's words, felt a pang of reluctance. Why were only the three of them being urged to leave, while the others remained? Thus, under the looming threat of death, Tang San and Oscar could not help but cast hopeful glances at Chen Xuanqing, wishing he would speak up and take them all along. However, Chen Xuanqing remained deep in thought, his brow furrowed, as a wave of nausea surged within him. Chen Xuanqing turned to Tang San, his tone devoid of warmth. Tang San, I think you should remain here to fulfill your promise. A life for a life, that was your prior commitment, and I trust one need not oversee it. Upon hearing this, Tang San's countenance darkened, his eyes blazing with fury directed at Chen Xuanqing, as flames of rage ignited within him. Yet, he understood that this was not the moment to unleash his wrath, forcing himself to suppress the anger. Although the hatred within him surged forth like rampant weeds, in that instant, Tang San silently vowed that, by whatever means necessary, he would rend the man before him into pieces to assuage the hatred in his heart. Chapter 32, A Death Threat. Thus, Tang San adjusted his mentality. Stammering as he attempted to persuade Chen Xuanqing, my strength here would only be a burden to everyone. Do you truly wish for me to hinder the efforts of the Dragon Lord and Snake Lady? My presence would only impede their full potential. How could this possibly benefit the battle? As he grew agitated, his voice trembled. Why not rescue me first? Once the beast tide is past, I, Tang San, will certainly uphold my end of the bargain, a life for a life. At that moment, the Dragon Lord and Snake Lady were filled with profound disdain for Tang San. Initially, they had felt a sliver of pity for him due to his plight, but now they discerned the hypocrisy and shamelessness within the youth. The Dragon Lord's voice brimmed with anger, his harsh tone seeming to threaten to engulf Tang San. You, boy, have stirred a tempest that has nearly doomed us all. And yet you can still utter such shameless words, truly repugnant. Snake Lady, seething with rage, her serpent-like eyes gleaming with a cold intensity, seemed poised to see through Tang San's heart. Today, before the Titan Great Ape arrives, I shall personally eradicate this shameless scoundrel, lest you survive to bring calamity upon others. No sooner had she spoken than a formidable aura of the Soul Emperor erupted, sweeping through the air like a tempest. Weakened by the previous battle, Tang San found himself nearly immobile under the weight of this pressure, as if an invisible mountain bore down upon him, stifling his breath. Faced with the brink of death, Tang San finally broke down, pleading loudly, "Spare me. Grant me my life." His voice was fraught with terror and despair. Yet, Xiao Wu could not suppress her laughter. Mockingly observing Tang San's disheveled state, Tang San, you truly are the jester that Brother Xuanqing mentioned. What a disgrace. She then turned to the others with a beaming smile, speaking with unwavering conviction. Fear not, everyone. The Titan Great Ape will not harm us. Zhu Zhuqing and Chen Xuanqing naturally believed her without question, well aware of the bond between Xiao Wu and the Titan Great Ape. After a moment of hesitation, the Dragon Lord and Snake Lady also withdrew their martial spirits. They understood that before the 10,000-year-old soul beast, the Titan Great Ape, they were incapable of putting up a fight, especially while safeguarding their granddaughter. It was evident that none present stood a chance against the Titan Great Ape. Indeed, no one could be its equal. However, Oscar fell into a state of hysteria. Unable to accept the prospect of waiting for death, he shouted vehemently, "What nonsense! I am the most gifted food system soul master of Douluo continent. How can I simply await my demise? I refuse to die. I have yet to become a titled Douluo. I cannot perish like this." His words were rife with reluctance and despair. Yet, Tang San looked upon his display with contempt and disdain, seizing the opportunity to strike him unconscious with a single blow. As Oscar fell silent, Tang San wearily sank to the ground, awaiting the judgment of fate. With the earth trembling ever more violently, a towering figure gradually emerged from the depths of the dense forest, resembling a moving mountain. The surrounding soul beasts instinctively parted ways, as if paying homage to this king of the forest. At last, a colossal Titan Great Ape stood before the crowd, its muscles rippling, eyes glinting with ferocity, yet exuding an indescribable majesty. The Titan Great Ape extended one enormous hand, its palm seemingly larger than a small room, covered in thick fur and a tough, keratinous layer. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Wu's face lit up with excitement as she gracefully leapt, like a butterfly, into the Titan Great Ape's palm. "Brother Xuanqing, look, this is Erming," Xiao Wu declared, pointing at the Titan Great Ape. "Daming prefers not to move, so he sent Erming to fetch us." The Titan Great Ape appeared to comprehend Xiao Wu's words, human-like in its nodding, a gentle glimmer flashing in its eyes. This scene astonished everyone present. They had not anticipated that this seemingly fierce soul beast would possess such humanity. At that moment, Meng Yiran completed her soul ring absorption. The Dragon Lord and Snake Lady immediately approached her with concern, and Meng Yiran's face radiated joy, evidently having succeeded in her endeavor. Subsequently, the Dragon Lord and Snake Lady recounted all that had transpired, including the arrival of the Titan Great Ape and Xiao Wu's introduction. After hearing her grandparents' words, Meng Yiran silently rejoiced that she had not been swayed by Tang San earlier, otherwise, her life would have been ruined. She then gracefully approached Chen Xuanqing, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. Suddenly, Meng Yiran tilted her head slightly and gently pressed a kiss on Chen Xuanqing's cheek, murmuring, "Thank you for saving me, brother Xuanqing." Her voice was sweet and tender, laced with a hint of youthful shyness. Upon finishing, a blush crept across Meng Yiran's cheeks, and in a flurry, she turned to hide behind the Dragon Lord and Snake Lady, inwardly chastising herself for her boldness. Peeking out, she stole a glance at Chen Xuanqing, only to find him standing there, seemingly still savoring the moment that had just transpired. Chen Xuanqing found himself savoring the sensation from moments prior. Momentarily taken aback by Meng Yiran's forthright expression of gratitude, he gently caressed his cheek, where her lips had brushed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yet, it would have been preferable to disregard the palpable hostility emanating from Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu nearby. In an effort to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, Chen Xuanqing swiftly redirected everyone's attention, approaching Tang San with a teasing smile, remarking, "Tang San, a life for a life, as you yourself proclaimed." With that, he drew a sharp dagger from his waist and tossed it onto the ground, then coldly addressed Tang San, "If that is the case, then you should take your own life." Upon hearing this, Tang San's heart tightened, but he feigned calmness as he picked up the dagger from the floor. Trembling, he slowly brought the blade to his neck. However, after a considerable pause, he did not proceed with the act. Instead, he hurled the dagger away. Taking a deep breath, Tang San knelt before the crowd and smiled. "Since everyone seems unharmed, let us consider this matter settled. Let it be known that I, Tang San, owe you all a favor, and I shall repay it with my life in the future." As soon as his words fell, an awkward silence enveloped the gathering. The others cast disdainful glances at Tang San, profoundly disillusioned by his actions and character. Internally, they lamented, realizing that Tang San was indeed a man of untrustworthy words. Chapter 33. Yet another patient. "Sanner." Chen Xuanqing's voice thundered in Tang San's ears, each syllable laced with chilling intensity. "Heaven grants mercy. Yet the enmity between your father and me cannot simply be dismissed. Your recent actions have endangered us all. This resentment runs as deep as the ocean and as vast as the mountains." Tang San's complexion turned ashen, understanding that this matter could not be resolved lightly. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, soaking his garments. Confronted with the threat of death, he felt an unprecedented terror, as though an invisible hand was constricting his throat, rendering him breathless. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Chen Xuanqing's gaze as he continued, "In that case, I shall repay his actions in kind." Allowing Tang Hao to experience the bitterness of severing his lineage. No sooner had he spoken than his figure shifted, transforming into a fleeting shadow that surged towards Tang San with blinding speed. Chen Xuanqing's footwork was both intricate and merciless, delivering a fierce kick to Tang San's groin. Tang San could only emit a chilling scream, his face turning as pale as a sheet, sweat and tears mingling in a disheveled display of despair, before he lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Meng Yiran stepped forward, her eyes brimming with anger and disdain. She relentlessly delivered several kicks, seemingly intent on unleashing all her pent-up resentment upon Tang San. Though her movements lacked the swiftness of Chen Xuanqing's, they were sufficient to inflict unbearable pain upon him. Watching this unfold, Xiao's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. Turning to Chen Xuanqing, she smiled, "Young friend Xuanqing, the favor you have shown today will be etched in the annals of the Longxi family. Might you accompany us back to our residence for further discussion? We shall extend to you the highest hospitality." Xiao leaped lightly down from Erming's broad palm, swiftly positioning herself between Xiaopo and Chen Xuanqing. Her eyes were clear, yet her voice carried an undeniable firmness. "No, brother Xuanqing is returning home with me. He cannot leave with you." Zhu Zhuqing hastily stepped forward to offer her counsel, yet her demeanor was equally resolute. "Esteemed dragon and snake elders, the Stardow Forest is an exceptional place for our cultivation. Brother Xuanqing is currently entangled in certain matters and is unable to depart at this time." Chen Xuanqing gazed at the three individuals before him, a bittersweet smile forming within his heart. Although Shi Pichao Tianxiang and Long Gong Mingshu had good intentions, he found himself unable to extricate himself from the Stardow Forest at this moment. Thus, with a resigned shake of his head, Chen Xuanqing softly stated, "We intend to reside in the Stardow Forest for a while, and we must regretfully decline the kindness of the two esteemed seniors." However, the refusal from the trio did not deter Shi Pichao Tianxiang. Suddenly, she turned around and brought forth Meng Yiran from behind her. Meng Yiran's cheeks flushed slightly, revealing a hint of shyness and nervousness. Shi Chao Tianxiang regarded Chen Xuanqing with a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, saying, I see that you wish to dwell in the Douluo forest, which undoubtedly presents many inconveniences. While these two young ladies are charming, they are still quite young and may not be able to care for you properly. Yet, Meng Yiran is already 16. She is both sensible and capable. Why not allow her to attend to your needs? Before Chen Xuanqing could utter a word, the serpent matriarch had already taken it upon herself to make a decision. Xuanqing, since you remain silent, I shall assume your acquiescence. Her words exuded an undeniable authority, effectively leaving no room for Chen Xuanqing to refuse. This unexpected turn of events left those present momentarily stunned. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, taken aback by the serpent matriarch's forthright demand. Meanwhile, Meng Yiran lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, feeling a mixture of indignation and shyness within her. Chen Xuanqing could only manage a wry smile, fully aware that he could not evade the situation any longer. Suddenly, the serpent matron Zhao Tianxiang pulled Meng Yiran aside, their figures cloaked in the shadows of the forest, exuding an air of mystery. Then, in a voice both deep and resolute, Zhao Tianxiang addressed her. Yiran, you have always been astute. You have seen for yourself Xuanqing's remarkable talents and character. He is undoubtedly a rare and worthy match, albeit with a somewhat excessive romantic allure. Yet, such is the nature of men. As she spoke, Zhao Tianxiang slightly tilted her head to glance at the distant Long Gong Mengshu. A flicker of complex emotions crossing her eyes. Your parents departed early, and your grandfather and I have cherished you as our own. Although we have garnered some reputation within the Spirit Master realm, we also have our fair share of adversaries. As two old souls, we cannot foresee how much longer we can protect you. Her tone softened considerably as she continued, when we have both departed a century hence. How will you navigate your life? Your grandfather and I have always hoped you would find someone strong and kind, someone who can shield you. Xuanqing before you is indeed a commendable choice. However, if he does not meet your satisfaction, you may return to your family. Your grandparents will surely safeguard you. Listening to her grandmother's words, Meng Yiran felt a warm surge within her, comprehending the genuine intentions of her elders and the weight of her responsibilities. She lifted her gaze, her eyes resolute as she looked at the serpent matron. Rest assured, grandmother, I understand everything in my heart, and I shall seize my own destiny. Seeing that the two had concluded their discussion, Chen Xuanqing stepped forward, affirming, in that case, I vow to take good care of Yiran on behalf of the esteemed elders. Although Chen Xuanqing's voice was calm, the steadfastness and confidence it conveyed brought a sense of comfort to the snake matriarch. Very well, she exclaimed. Repeating the phrase thrice, her face's wrinkles smoothing out, reflecting her immense joy. She directly pushed Meng Yiran into Chen Xuanqing's embrace, a glimmer of mischief flashing in her eyes. Xuanqing, I entrust Yiran to you. Please treat her well. Dragon Lord Mengshu, having seen his objectives fulfilled, approached with a smile. Since matters here are settled, we old geezers shall not intrude any longer. Xuanqing, I leave Yiran in your capable hands. He patted Chen Xuanqing on the shoulder, admiration flickering in his gaze. With that, the Dragon Lord and the Snake Matriarch turned to leave, without a hint of reluctance for their granddaughter. Watching her grandparents depart, Meng Yiran gently tugged at Chen Xuanqing's sleeve and whispered, Brother Xuanqing, I shall rely on you to take care of me from now on. After speaking, a blush crept across her cheeks, and she shyly lowered her head. Chen Xuanqing found himself somewhat flustered by this sudden display of affection. He turned to Meng Yiran, a flicker of tenderness illuminating his gaze. Rest assured, Yiran, I shall do my utmost to care for you. Chapter 34, The Lake of Life. At this moment, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing approached, clearing their throats in unison, their expressions betraying dissatisfaction. Xiao Wu pouted and remarked, Brother Xuanqing, you mustn't show favoritism. We wish for your care as well. Zhu Zhuqing echoed her sentiment. Indeed, you cannot forget the old friends once you have new ones. Upon hearing this, Meng Yiran hastily reassured them, Fear not, I shall also get along splendidly with Xiao Wu and Zhuqing. We are all friends, and it is only right that we look out for one another. Chen Xuanqing gazed at the three individuals, a warm current coursing through his heart. He then smiled and proclaimed, You are all the most important people to me. I shall treat each of you equally and take good care of everyone. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing revealed contented smiles. The four then prepared to depart, leaping gracefully into the air, landing upon the broad and sturdy palm of Meng. Meng Yiran slightly tilted her head, casting a glance at the figures of the Shrek Academy below. She softly parted her lips and quietly addressed Chen Xuanqing, Brother Xuanqing, is it truly acceptable to let them depart in peace like this? Chen Xuanqing raised his head slightly, his gaze revealing a sense of disdain and contempt. He chuckled softly, they are merely insignificant characters, hardly worthy of my attention. Allowing them to linger a while longer is of no consequence. As Erming advanced with purpose, they gradually delved deeper into the Douluo forest. On the ground, Tang San, regaining some awareness, watched their receding figures, his heart entwined with despair and fury. At that moment, Tang San understood that his sole option was to survive and await the opportunity for revenge. An hour later, as the group pressed onward, the surrounding flora grew increasingly towering and dense, a lush canopy obscuring the sky. A plethora of exotic plant species emerged, some exuding delicate fragrances, while others radiated refreshing aromas. The encounters with spirit beasts became more frequent, showcasing a variety of shapes, ages, and categories. Zhu Zhuqing stood in Erming's palm, feeling the rich essence of nature enveloping her. And an exhilarating sensation surged within her. Taking a deep breath, she exclaimed, "Indeed, the Douluo Forest is the most suitable place for cultivation. The natural atmosphere here far surpasses those so-called simulated training environments." Hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Xiao Wu excitedly echoed, "Yes, this is truly our home. Since we shall dwell in the Douluo Forest for a while, Erming and I will do our utmost to take care of everyone." Upon hearing Xiao Wu's declaration, Erming let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the forest, startling the nearby flying spirit beasts into flight, fearful of being mistakenly harmed by this king of the forest. "Erming, don't frighten them," Xiao Wu gently admonished, patting Erming's enormous palm. Despite his massive size, Erming always behaved like a docile kitten in her presence. He let out a soft grunt, seemingly expressing his apology, and continued to carry the four of them steadily onward. In no time, propelled by Erming's swift pace, they arrived at the Lake of Life. Towering trees surrounded the lake, their branches lush and verdant, allowing sunlight to filter through the leaves and dance upon the water's surface, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Beside the lake, a waterfall cascaded thunderously, indeed a perfect sanctuary for cultivation. "Behold, this is my home," Xiao Wu exclaimed proudly, leaping like a joyful fawn towards the water's edge. Without hesitation, she scooped up a handful of the clear lake water and drank it, her face alight with satisfaction and happiness. However, at that moment, the lake suddenly roiled, and a massive bull-headed creature emerged from the depths. Following closely was a robust body, akin to a python, rising slowly as if a majestic mountain piercing the heavens. Its body was adorned with azure scales that shimmered brilliantly, evoking a sense of awe. Meng Iran, witnessing this scene, gasped, "Goodness, is this the legendary azure bull python? Another sovereign of the Douluo Forest?" Her voice trembled slightly, clearly astonished by the creature's imposing presence. A resonant bellow echoed across the Lake of Life, reverberating through every corner of the forest. The azure bull python lowered its head, its profound gaze scrutinizing the gathered individuals as if assessing their identities and intentions. "Deming, you have finally arrived," Xiao Wu cheered. Rushing to stand before the azure bull python, her face radiant with innocent joy, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Sister Xiao Wu, you are back." The azure bull python replied in a gentle tone, its deep voice imbued with warmth and care. It seemed genuinely delighted by Xiao Wu's return, its eyes reflecting a deep longing. "Yes, I have returned." Xiao Wu nodded and then turned to introduce Meng, Iran, and the others, saying, "This is my good friend Deming, one of the guardians of the Douluo Forest. Brother Xianqing, Zhuqing, and Iran, you should greet Deming." Hearing Xiao Wu's introduction, the group was about to approach the azure bull python with friendly intentions. However, the creature slowly spoke in its deep, resonant voice, "Sister Xiao Wu, while you may believe humans are trustworthy, I must respectfully disagree." Its gaze shifted towards the others, revealing a glint of wariness and coldness. The rift between humans and spirit beasts had been entrenched for countless ages. Your transformation into human form and friendship with them is your choice, one I do not have the right to interfere with. However, I remain reluctant to place my trust in humans. At these words, the atmosphere grew tense. The Titan giant ape seemed to sense the azure bull python's sentiments, letting out a thunderous howl that expressed hostility and discontent towards humanity. Xiao Wu felt a surge of frustration, sensing that Deming and Erming were undermining her. Just as she was about to react, Chen Xuanqing gently restrained her. Chen Xuanqing stepped forward, facing the azure bull python, his voice calm yet resolute. "Deming, I comprehend your concerns and reservations. However, I wish to convey that one should not solely judge a person by their words, but rather by their actions." Chen Xuanqing gazed calmly into the eyes of the azure bull python, asserting that our presence here was devoid of malice. We arrived out of genuine concern and care for Xiao Wu, rather than any ulterior motive. However, the azure bull python appeared unmoved by our words. It regarded Chen Xuanqing intently for a moment before gradually sinking into the depths of the lake, leaving only ripples on the surface. Observing the indifference of the azure bull python, the others reluctantly abandoned any thoughts of further discourse. Chapter 35. Wasn't it just spectacular? As nightfall gradually enveloped the landscape, the last vestiges of twilight quietly disappeared from the horizon. Chen Xuanqing glanced around and turned to the three companions beside him, a hint of helplessness etched on his face. Time was of the essence. It seemed they would have to make do with their surroundings and construct a simple wooden shelter for the night. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing nodded, extending her slender hands, her fingertips curling ever so slightly, reminiscent of sharp claws. With a graceful sweep, a tree fell at her command, the cut smooth and even, a testament to her extraordinary strength. Xiao Wu and Meng Iran began to gather branches and leaves in perfect harmony, preparing for the construction of their refuge. Meanwhile, the robust Erming became the cornerstone of their efforts, using his considerable physique to stack the logs, gradually revealing the outline of their shelter. After a flurry of activity, they successfully erected a modest yet sufficient wooden house before the onset of night. As darkness enveloped the landscape, the group sat around the exterior of the wooden structure, raising their cups in celebration of their new abode. Illuminated by the flickering flames, Chen Xuanqing, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong gathered together, relishing the delights of barbecued fare and spirited beverages. The gentle night breeze whisked away the weariness of the day, leaving behind only the echoes of their laughter and camaraderie. Xiao Wu lifted her cup, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. Brother Xuanqing, had you not arrived in time that day, I fear I would have truly met my end at the hands of the title Douluo. Thank you for saving my life. Chen Xuanqing smiled gently, giving a light pat on Xiao Wu's shoulder. Xiao Wu, there is no need for us to express gratitude. As long as you are by my side, I shall always safeguard you. Zhu Zhuqing set down the skewer of grilled meat, letting out a sigh as she spoke. I once believed that familial interests superseded all else. But upon truly breaking free, I realized that those so-called interests were merely shackles binding me. Fortunately, I encountered all of you. Otherwise, I would have been utterly lost. Chen Xuanqing jested. Zhuqing, do you imply that my act of rescuing you from your family is a form of deception? Zhu Zhuqing shot him a glare. Yet a faint smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Who says otherwise? You have indeed led me in circles, but I harbor no regrets. At least now, I can live freely. Ning Rongrong, listening to their exchange, felt a wave of warmth swell within her. She raised her glass towards Chen Xuanqing and said, Xuanqing, I am truly delighted to have encountered you. Your presence has transformed my world, banishing the solitude I once knew. Chen Xuanqing smiled in response, expressing his delight in having such a friend. Thank you for accompanying me to the Stardow Forest. As the night deepened, the atmosphere among the group became increasingly relaxed. Under the influence of alcohol, their laughter grew heartier, and their spirits soared. Eventually, feeling pleasantly inebriated, they supported one another as they made their way back to the wooden cabin. Upon entering the modest yet cozy abode, their gazes naturally gravitated towards the large wooden bed that dominated the space. An indescribable, subtle tension filled the air, quickening their heartbeats. A faint blush adorned Xiao Wu's cheeks as she playfully pointed at Chen Xuanqing, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Brother Xuanqing, you are up to no good again. It seems that tonight, Xiao Wu must simply submit to your whims. Her words carried a hint of jest, yet were laced with a touch of flirtation. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with suspicion, as if they were convinced that all of this was the handiwork of Chen Xuanqing. Chen Xuanqing, however, shook his head helplessly and spread his hands, exclaiming, I am wronged. More so than Doi. This room was arranged by you two, Xiao Wu and Yi Ran. How can it be said that I have acted maliciously? Chen Xuanqing's tone carried a hint of innocence and grievance, as if he were truly misunderstood. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong felt a blush creep across her cheeks, seemingly realizing her own misconception. She lowered her head, unable to meet Chen Xuanqing's gaze any longer. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing maintained her skeptical demeanor, her eyes scanning Chen Xuanqing in search of any inconsistencies. Observing the doubtful glimmer in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, Chen Xuanqing swiftly pulled her closer to him. A series of crisp slaps echoed throughout the wooden cabin, sending a tingling sensation coursing through Zhu Zhuqing's lower back. Momentarily taken aback, she soon felt a flush warm her face. The influence of alcohol quickened her heartbeat. She lifted her gaze and shot Chen Xuanqing a glance filled with both shyness and playful reproach. Captivated by the myriad emotions reflected in Zhu Zhuqing's enchanting eyes, Chen Xuanqing felt a stirring within his heart. Slightly tipsy, Ning Rongrong seemed to shed her usual reserve, gathering her courage to lean gently against Chen Xuanqing and whisper sweet nothings in his ear. Chen Xuanqing could distinctly sense the subtle fragrance emanating from her, as well as the warm breath brushing against his ear, igniting a fervor within him. Ning Rongrong softly remarked, I am already 16. If Brother Xuanqing desires, I would not mind. Hearing his dear sister's understanding words, Chen Xuanqing ceased to restrain himself and promptly laid the three women upon the bed. Feeling the warmth of their delicate forms, combined with the influence of alcohol, he succumbed to the moment. On the following morning, Chen Xuanqing rose from the bed and stood outside, stretching his stiff body. System, have you withheld my task rewards? Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have earned 2 lottery chances. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a bottle of purple dragon pill. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving a low-grade immortal sword, the Qingmong sword. For the first time, Chen Xuanqing found the system's rewards to be particularly thoughtful. An immortal sword. A sword immortal. Is this not the aspiration of every man? System. Kindly elucidate. Ding. The purple dragon pill is a medicinal elixir commonly practiced with by powerful beings in the realm of cultivation. The consumer can strengthen their foundation and physicality. And the pill contains a trace of true dragon essence, offering boundless utility. Ding. This immortal sword is known as the Qingmong sword. A growing type sword measuring approximately 3 feet in length, its body radiating a faint azure hue. The hilt is intricately carved from the bones of a rare beast, providing a warm and delicate grip. The Qingmong sword possesses the unique ability to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As it absorbs this energy, an internal circulation forms, rendering the blade increasingly resilient and sharp, while also enhancing its spiritual essence. Additionally, the spiritual energy absorbed possesses purifying and refining properties, allowing the sword's master to supplement their own energy through the Qingmong sword. Moreover, as the master's cultivation improves and the sword undergoes trials, the energy absorbed will gradually become more refined and potent. This characteristic of growth endows the Qingmong sword with limitless potential, with the possibility of evolving into a sword of higher grade in the future. Chapter 36. The Mutation of the Martial Soul. From an ancient porcelain vial, Chen Xuanqing carefully extracted a singular pill. The purple dragon pill, comparable in size to a jelly bean, shimmered with a gentle violet aura, and even its aroma was intoxicatingly fragrant. Chen Xuanqing sat cross-legged on the mat, inhaling deeply before gently placing the purple dragon pill into his mouth. As the pill entered, it transformed into a warm, soothing liquid, cascading down his throat and settling in his abdomen. The moment the elixir reached his core, a surge of ferocious energy erupted violently, coursing through Chen Xuanqing's entire being like a tumultuous torrent. Chen Xuanqing could distinctly perceive his body being invigorated and transformed under the onslaught of this energy. Every muscle, bone, and even his internal organs were undergoing continuous enhancement. The impact of this force was so profound that the crocodile ancestral spirit within him involuntarily manifested. What was once merely a shadowy apparition of the spirit now began to struggle violently under the stimulation of the purple dragon pill's energy. It appeared as though the crocodile spirit was striving to acclimate to this sudden influx of power, yet it seemed somewhat overwhelmed. As time progressed, the crocodile spirit underwent a monumental transformation. Its once iron-hard skin gradually became as smooth as jade, radiating a soft golden luster. Each scale seemed meticulously crafted, exuding both strength and beauty. Moreover, the body of the crocodile ancestor began to swell, its muscles growing more robust, and its limbs extending, resulting in a significant increase in size, reaching an impressive height of 150 meters. With the passage of time, the aura of the crocodile spirit intensified, surrounding its body with a faint golden halo. Ultimately, upon the conclusion of this evolutionary process, the crocodile spirit had shed its former appearance, transforming into a majestic dragon crocodile, adorned with dragon whiskers and horns, its entire body gleaming a brilliant golden hue. At this moment, Chen Xuanqing's soul power had ascended to level 80. Just one soul ring shy of becoming the youngest soul Douluo in the history of Douluo continent. At this juncture, the three women had just awakened from their slumber. Their eyes still heavy with sleep, yet they were captivated by the scene before them. On the ground, Chen Xuanqing stood bathed in a golden radiance, the crocodile spirit exuding a fierce aura that deterred any approach. Meng Yiran's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Brother Xuanqing's spirit has mutated. Just look at this momentum. It seems to be evolving towards a more potent form." Her voice was filled with incredulity and delight, as she marveled at witnessing such a rare phenomenon of postnatal spirit mutation. Xiao Wu, equally astonished, edged closer to scrutinize Chen Xuanqing, then turned to Meng Yiran and remarked, "Brother Xuanqing's aura has indeed become significantly stronger, and not by a small margin." Zhu Zhuqing stood quietly beside them, reflecting, "This aura is so powerful it is nearly blinding. Though the blue lightning tyrant dragon is formidable, it pales in comparison to Brother Xuanqing's spirit." This extraordinary spectacle naturally captured the attention of other formidable creatures within the forest. Deming and Erming, the sovereigns of this woodland realm, halted their activities and directed their gaze towards Chen Xuanqing. The Titan giant ape tilted its massive head, scrutinizing the figure below with keen interest, while the sky blue bull python emerged from the water, its enormous head raised high, curiosity evident in its eyes. As time elapsed, Chen Xuanqing remained seated, the extraordinary phenomena surrounding him gradually dissipating, restoring tranquility. The effects of the purple dragon pill nourished his body like gentle spring rain, awakening every ounce of potential within him, while also warming his meridians like a soothing spring breeze, refining his vitality to a more pure state. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Meng Yiran anxiously awaited nearby. As they observed Chen Xuanqing's aura stabilizing, their initial tension began to ease. Meng Yiran cautiously approached Chen Xuanqing, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. "Brother Xuanqing, while I understand you are cultivating to grow stronger, such a situation truly causes us great worry." Her voice trembled slightly, clearly reflecting her apprehension regarding Chen Xuanqing's earlier condition. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing also stepped forward, clasping Chen Xuanqing's hand tightly, their eyes shimmering with resolute determination. Xiao Wu gently urged, "Brother Xuanqing, please take care. We all wish for your safety." Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement, her gaze imbued with trust as she looked upon Chen Xuanqing. Chen Xuanqing felt a surge of warmth in his heart at the concern shown by the three women. With a soft smile, he poured 5 purple dragon pills from the bottle and handed them to each of them. "These are purple dragon pills, the very elixirs I consumed earlier, which greatly aid in cultivation. After you take them, your prowess is sure to improve." Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing accepted the pills, their faces lighting up with delight. However, at that moment, Meng Yiran appeared somewhat hesitant, tightly gripping the purple dragon pill in her hand, her expression a mixture of conflict and uncertainty. Internally, she grappled with her thoughts. On one hand, she recognized the immense value of the purple dragon pill, while on the other, she was reluctant to accept such a generous gift from Chen Xuanqing so readily. Upon witnessing Meng Yiran's somewhat conflicted expression, Chen Xuanqing felt a pang of unease in his heart. Thus, he feigned anger and remarked, "Yiran, if you refuse to consume this purple dragon pill, does it mean you no longer acknowledge me as your brother?" Chen Xuanqing's voice carried a hint of sternness, yet his eyes brimmed with tenderness and anticipation. Meng Yiran, upon hearing this, lifted her gaze to meet Chen Xuanqing's resolute stare, and a warm current surged within her heart. Thus, Meng Yiran gently embraced Chen Xuanqing, planting a soft kiss upon his cheek before accepting the purple dragon pill from him. Her voice trembled with both emotion and resolve as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Xuanqing." Chen Xuanqing, not forgetting the presence of Daming and Erming beside him, retrieved 2 additional purple dragon pills and offered them to the 2 robust figures. Although the efficacy of the pills might not be as pronounced for Daming and Erming as it would be for humans, it would nonetheless enhance their strength to a certain extent. Daming gazed intently at Chen Xuanqing, his profound eyes seemingly attempting to pierce through to his very soul. Eventually, Daming spoke slowly, his voice steady and powerful. "Chen Xuanqing, you are the first human I have genuinely acknowledged. This pill is undoubtedly a rare treasure in this world, and your generosity in bestowing it upon us is a bond that both Erming and I will cherish deeply." Erming, standing close by, naturally sensed the weight of Daming's words. With that, he thumped his solid chest, unleashing a thunderous roar that resonated with recognition and gratitude towards Chen Xuanqing. Chen Xuanqing couldn't help but smile bitterly, pondering the 2 soul beasts that had resided in the starry forest for 100,000 years. While they appeared to be profound and scheming in reality, they were remarkably naive. Chapter 37. The Talkative Erming. "Daming, Erming, this is for you," Xiao Wu gently uttered, skillfully separating the medicinal pills and accurately tossing them towards the 2 soul beasts. Daming extended his tongue, deftly catching the pill, and a flicker of gratitude glimmered in his deep-set eyes. Subsequently, Daming slowly swallowed the purple dragon pill, and as the essence coursed through his body, he felt a surge of powerful energy. Satisfied, he nodded and submerged himself once more into the water, entering a state of seclusion to absorb this rare energy. Erming, on the other hand, caught the pill in an almost wild fashion, directly using his mouth to seize it before turning and dashing into the depths of the dense forest, seeking a tranquil spot to digest the purple dragon pill alone. Chen Xuanqing observed the unfolding events and turned towards the 3 women. Speaking gently, "You should also consume the purple dragon pill. I shall safeguard you, and I firmly believe that this pill will facilitate the evolution of your martial souls, elevating them to new heights." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in the eyes of the 3 women, as the prospect of a martial soul evolution was a rare opportunity for them. Thus, they ceased their hesitations, each finding a clean spot to sit cross-legged, closing their eyes to ingest the pill, and began to channel their soul power. Before long, the expressions of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Meng Yiran contorted in evident agony as they endured immense suffering. Shortly thereafter, their martial souls were unleashed almost simultaneously, initiating a transformation. Xiao Wu felt her rabbit martial soul trembling violently, as if the surrounding space were distorting, creating an extraordinary spectacle. As energy surged within, the image of the rabbit began to metamorphose. Firstly, its ears elongated and stood erect, shedding the formerly adorable roundness for a subtle pink luminescence. Next, the rabbit's eyes underwent a transformation, the once stark black and white now deepening into a profound oceanic depth. Under the influence of the true dragon aura, Xiao Wu's rabbit martial soul had undergone a revolutionary change. Simultaneously, Zhu Zhuqing and Meng Yiran's martial souls were evolving as well. The body of the nether spirit cat, previously devoid of fur, sprouted a coat of purple hair. Its eyes transformed from ordinary hues into a mesmerizing depth, seemingly capable of perceiving the very essence of reality. Furthermore, the cat's decorative wings also underwent significant changes, expanding in size and strength, adorned with intricate purple patterns that harmonized beautifully with its fur, rendering the entire martial soul more cohesive and perfect. Zhu Zhuqing felt her connection with the transformed nether spirit cat deepen, clearly sensing the formidable power embedded within it. Meng Yiran's serpent staff martial soul, influenced by the true dragon aura, similarly exhibited remarkable alterations. Initially, her serpent staff was a simple elongated form, engraved with scale patterns, its head resembling that of a serpent, appearing quite unique. However, under the intense infusion of the true dragon aura, the staff began to metamorphose. The once dull shaft now shimmered with vibrant hues, radiating a soft golden glow, imparting an air of mystery and majesty. The form of the staff also shifted. What was once a simple serpent-shaped head now began to writhe, coming to life. Concurrently, the shaft transformed, with the scales becoming denser, as if cloaked in a layer of resilient dragon scales. Remarkably, the serpent staff martial soul appeared to forge an even tighter bond with Meng Yiran, allowing her to vividly sense the fluctuations of power within, enabling her to manipulate the staff in 2 distinct forms at will. In a brief moment, the radiant glow surrounding the 3 women gradually subsided, signifying the completion of their martial soul transformations, a profound metamorphosis that propelled their strength to new qualitative heights. Just then, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, shaking the very souls of those present. Everyone turned to witness the life lake erupting violently, water splashing high into the air, revealing the massive head of the sky blue bull python. Following closely, the colossal form of Titan giant ape Erming came into view, towering over the forest with its immense stature, each of its steps sending tremors through the ground. At this moment, it bounded excitedly towards the group, its face radiating joy and exhilaration, akin to a child who had just received a new toy. Upon seeing this, Xiao Wu shook her head in exasperation and addressed Erming. Erming, could you be a little quieter? I understand that you are thrilled about your newfound strength. But there's no need to be so exuberant. Despite her words, her eyes sparkled with warmth and gratitude. Erming, seemingly undeterred by her comments, continued to leap joyfully, exclaiming, Sister Xiao Wu, I can talk now. I can talk now. Although his voice retained a simple quality, it brimmed with delight and excitement. Xiao Wu responded, equally thrilled, you can talk now. Erming, how splendid is this pill? De Ming chimed in, laughing. Erming, your endearing voice remains unchanged. But the ability to speak is indeed a remarkable improvement. Then, both De Ming and Erming turned their gazes towards Chen Xuanqing, their eyes filled with heartfelt gratitude. De Ming solemnly stated, Brother Chen, your kindness will be forever etched in our hearts. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Erming echoed, indeed, indeed. Brother Chen, your pill is truly miraculous. We feel a surge of power within us, akin to the benefits of 100 millennia of arduous training. Chen Xuanqing smiled and waved his hand, saying, we are all friends, and it is only natural to help one another. Moreover, considering Xiao Wu, you shall not be deprived of a purple dragon pill. He then turned to the three young women, inquiring, how much has your soul power increased? After sensing her own level, Xiao Wu's eyes widened in astonishment. She was thrilled to discover that her soul power had reached the critical threshold of level 40. With the addition of just one more soul ring, she would officially enter the ranks of the Soul Sect. This revelation filled her with indescribable excitement, almost compelling her to leap and cheer. Ning Rongrong, too, gazed at Xiao Wu with palpable enthusiasm. Having recently broken through to level 30, she had anticipated a lengthy journey to further advancement, yet the miraculous efficacy of the pill provided by Chen Xuanqing had propelled her beyond level 32, soaring to level 39. Merely a step away from the Soul Sect. Chapter 38. Unbearable to witness. Ning Rongrong was overwhelmed with gratitude and joy, fully aware that all of this was due to Chen Xuanqing's assistance. Simultaneously, she resolved to exert herself even more diligently in her cultivation, determined not to disappoint her elder brother Xuanqing's expectations. However, Zhu Zhuqing's spirits were somewhat subdued. Observing the progress of Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Although she had advanced from level 27 to level 30, this progression felt rather insignificant in comparison to her companions. Regret welled up within her. Had she known, she would have waited until reaching level 30 to consume the purple dragon pill, perhaps sensing Zhu Zhuqing's inner turmoil. Xiao Wu gently patted her shoulder, offering soft words of comfort. Qing, do not worry. Brother Xuanqing is incredibly capable. He will surely find a way to help you elevate your strength swiftly. Chen Xuanqing approached with a smile, saying, Zhuqing, with my presence, consider your cultivation merely a hobby. I shall always stand before you, shielding you from the storms of life. Upon hearing their words, Zhu Zhuqing managed a faint, bittersweet smile. She gently shook her head, then grasped the hands of Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, holding them tightly. I appreciate your kindness, but I refuse to be a mere vase in need of protection. The resolute glimmer in Zhu Zhuqing's eye shone brightly as she declared, I must strive to become stronger, so that I can fight alongside you and earn the right to oppose my family. Ning Rongrong gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, admiration flickering in her eyes. You are absolutely right. We all need to grow stronger. Moreover, after absorbing the essence of the purple dragon pill, I feel our physical strength has significantly improved, enabling us to take on soul rings of a higher age. Xiao Wu nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, so what are we waiting for? Let's have Erming assist us in hunting soul beasts. With that, the three of them joined hands and left the Lake of Life, brimming with confidence, leaving Chen Xuanqing behind. Once their figures vanished from sight, Chen Xuanqing took a deep breath and slowly extracted the Qing Mang sword from the depths of the system. As the sword emerged, an invisible force seemed to ripple through the surroundings, causing the air to quiver ever so slightly. Chen Xuanqing cautiously grasped the hilt of the sword. However, in the next moment, his expression transformed drastically. What he had initially believed to be an easily controllable Qing Mang sword abruptly felt as though it had become as heavy as a mountain, slipping from his grip and crashing forcefully to the ground. The earth instantly caved in, dust swirling and creating a conspicuous large crater. Chen Xuanqing stared in astonishment at the Qing Mang sword lying on the ground, a profound sense of shock surging within him. He hastily inquired of the system. How much does this Qing Mang sword weigh? Ding. The Qing Mang sword is forged from rare materials, with an overall weight of 10,000 jin. 10,000 jin? Chen Xuanqing frowned, muttering to himself, that weight isn't particularly outrageous. It is even lighter than Tang San's so-called Sea God's Trident. Host. Anything produced by the system is guaranteed to be of exceptional quality. Please refrain from comparing the system's celestial sword to mere refuse. The weight of the Qing Mang sword is not fixed. It is deemed a low-grade celestial sword because its weight and power increase geometrically with the amount and purity of spiritual energy infused by the host. In other words, the stronger your abilities, the heavier the Qing Mang sword becomes, and its might intensifies correspondingly. With a grave expression, Chen Xuanqing fixed his gaze upon the Qing Mang sword in his hand. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to slowly infuse his soul power into the sword's body. At that moment, his heart brimmed with anticipation, eager to see if this force could be transformed into formidable spiritual energy. However, just as he began to channel his soul power into the Qingmong's sword, an irresistible pulling force suddenly erupted from the sword's body. Chen Xuanqing felt as though his soul force was being swept away by a colossal torrent, frantically surging into the Qingmong sword. Instantly, he widened his eyes in astonishment. A wave of intense unease washing over him. Hey, Brother Tungzi, being devoid of soul force could be fatal. Am I truly in danger of being consumed by my own artifact? Chen Xuanqing exclaimed anxiously, hoping for a response from the system. The system's calm and mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Please rest assured, the Qingmong's sword knows its limits. Although Chen Xuanqing felt a slight sense of reassurance upon hearing the system's reply, a lingering doubt remained. After all, it was merely an inanimate object. Despite its legendary status as a divine sword, could it truly possess the discernment it claimed? As time passed, Chen Xuanqing gradually sensed his soul force dwindling. His complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat the size of beans continuously trickled down his forehead, leaving him drenched as if he had just emerged from water. Thus, he could only grit his teeth and muster all his strength to maintain the output of his soul force, just as he felt his reserves nearing depletion. The Qingmong's sword finally ceased its absorption. With this, Chen Xuanqing let out a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he managed a wry smile and remarked, I nearly met my demise at the hands of my own weapon. Despite the harrowing experience, Chen Xuanqing understood that the Qingmong's sword was no ordinary artifact. After all, having absorbed such a significant amount of his soul force, it could hardly be devoid of effect. Chen Xuanqing secretly anticipated that this mysterious celestial sword would bring him delightful surprises. At that moment, he suddenly felt a familiar energy beginning to flow back. The immense soul power, meticulously refined by the Qingmong sword, was once again infused into his body. This sensation was even more exhilarating than the perfect Fakuin he had previously unleashed. It was a stirring deep within his soul, as if every cell in his body was rejoicing and invigorated by this unexpected surge of formidable energy. Chen Xuanqing could not help but emit a low groan, feeling as though he was immersed in an expansive ocean of soul energy, allowing that pure essence to surge freely within him. Not far away, in the lake of life, the sky-blue bull python sensed Chen Xuanqing's voice and felt a shiver run down its spine. It pondered, Sister Xiao Wu, whom have you truly found? Their cultivation is so unrestrained that it is almost unbearable for soul beasts to witness. Time seemed to slow at that moment as Chen Xuanqing focused intently on the soul energy returned by the Qingmong sword. In a short while, he absorbed all the energy. Although his soul power level had dropped from 80 to 78, Chen Xuanqing felt that his soul energy had become more substantial and purer. It could be said that there was a qualitative enhancement, making his soul power even more formidable, enabling him to unleash a greater array of soul skills. Chapter 39, Frenzy Cultivation. Chen Xuanqing rose to his feet, his gaze shimmering with an even brighter light. If he could utilize it, surely others could as well. Thus, he had essentially acquired a soul power purifying device. With this thought in mind, he gently caressed the blade of the Qingmong sword, his heart brimming with anticipation. In due time, armed with the Qingmong sword, he would be able to forge countless prodigies capable of surpassing their limits. Ding. Attention. Host, your current power remains at a low level of soul energy. It is imperative to refine the soul power within your body into spiritual energy. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chen Xuanqing withdrew from his reverie, realizing that he should not forsake the fundamentals for the trivial. In the Douluo world, as a fantasy realm, the energy levels of soul power are self-evident. It is far more prudent to refine soul power into a higher grade of strength that suits him better. Brother Xuanqing, look. That sword in your hand is truly imposing and exudes an aura of heroism. It's just as handsome as you are. Xiao's eyes sparkled with admiration and envy. At this moment, she had transformed from a mere rabbit into an ardent admirer. Just then, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong returned, their faces radiant with joyful smiles. Even the usually aloof Zhu Zhuqing wore a hint of a smile at that moment. With a hint of curiosity, Chen Xuanqing inquired, You have returned. Pray tell. What are the fruits of your endeavors this time? To what level has your soul power ascended? Ning Rongrong, with a sly smile, mischievously replied, Brother Xuanqing, why don't you take a guess first? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuanqing's lips curved into a confident smile as he spoke slowly. Yours, Daiyuju, should have surpassed the 44th level of soul power. Xiao Wu, your soul power remains firmly at the threshold of the 33rd level, while Zhu Qing, your current soul power must have reached the 35th level. Upon hearing Chen Xuanqing's words, the three women could not help but display expressions of astonishment. They had not anticipated that Chen Xuanqing could so accurately discern their levels of soul power. Zhu Qing, filled with curiosity, could not restrain herself from asking, Brother Xuanqing, how did you come to know our soul power? Do you possess some extraordinary sensing ability? Chen Xuanqing smiled gently and shook his head slightly, of course. He could not disclose his possession of an external aid. He then explained, in truth, I do not possess any extraordinary sensing abilities. Rather, It is the accumulation of insights and experiences from years of cultivation that has heightened my sensitivity to soul power. By observing your auras and expressions, I can roughly ascertain the level of your soul power. Upon hearing this, the three women were utterly in awe of Chen Xuanqing's knowledge and experience. Upon observing the profound curiosity of the three young women regarding his ability to discern the status of others, Chen Xuanqing could not help but feel a sense of relief at his own capacity for fabrication. Had he delved any deeper, it might have truly unraveled the faade he had constructed. He then cleared his throat, adopting a solemn demeanor, and began to speak. This sword, known as the Qingmong sword, is a legendary celestial blade, akin to a weapon wielded by the divine. As he spoke, Chen Xuanqing gently placed the Qingmong sword upon the ground. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, startling the three women, who instinctively recoiled a few steps. Before them lay a massive crater, evidently created by the impact of the Qingmong sword striking the earth. Xiao Wu, gazing at the enormous pit, gasped in astonishment. Her mouth agape as she pointed towards the hole, exclaiming, "The blade is remarkably heavy. This large pit must be the result of you, brother Xuanqing." Dropping it to the ground. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing couldn't help but chuckle softly, gently tapping Xiao Wu on the head, and feigning seriousness he remarked, "What do you constantly ponder in that little head of yours? Your brother Xuanqing is capable of anything. How could he possibly be unable to lift a mere sword?" He then patiently explained to the three ladies, "This Qingmong sword possesses a unique function. It absorbs your soul power, refines it, and ultimately returns it to you. Consequently, while your soul power levels may temporarily decrease, the quality of your soul power will be significantly enhanced." Upon hearing this, curiosity and anticipation sparkled in the eyes of the three ladies. They took turns stepping forward, following Chen Xuanqing's instructions to infuse their soul power into the Qingmong sword. Gradually, the blade began to emanate a faint glow, and before long, Xiao Wu and Ming Ran discovered that their soul power had surprisingly reached level 41. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing felt her soul power diminish to level 32, yet its purity had greatly improved. For the next 6 months, we shall devote ourselves to training here. The environment of the Stardow Forest is inherently conducive to the cultivation of soul masters, and with the Qingmong sword enhancing the quality of our soul power, 6 months will be sufficient for a transformative experience, Chen Xuanqing stated, his tone imbued with anticipation for the training ahead. Xiao Wu, her eyes sparkling with excitement, bounced over to Chen Xuanqing's side, linking her arm with his as she exclaimed, "Brother Xuanqing, let us settle in here for a splendid 6 months." Zhu Zhuqing and Ming Ran exchanged knowing smiles. After all, both bore the pressure of their respective families, and thus, the pursuit of strength would not be taken lightly. At that moment, ripples suddenly danced across the surface of the lake, and a massive figure slowly emerged from the water, revealing Deming's bovine head. Deming surfaced from the lake, his gaze warm as he surveyed Chen Xuanqing and the three ladies, his voice booming, "If you wish to train, I recommend you try beneath the waterfall. The turbulent waters are powerful, and combined with the unique environment of the Lake of Life, it will provide an excellent opportunity to enhance your physical condition and elevate your soul power." Having spoken, Deming gradually submerged back into the lake, leaving behind a series of ripples that spread across the water's surface. Chen Xuanqing felt an undeniable sense of contentment in his life by the Lake of Life, often choosing to remain there, quietly absorbing the nourishing essence of the water. Perhaps, this was a form of cultivation. Observing this, Erming quickly echoed, "Indeed. What my elder brother says is entirely correct. You may rest assured to cultivate here. With us around, no other soul beast would dare to disturb you." In the days that followed, as Chen Xuanqing had suggested, they dedicated their daylight hours to cultivating their soul power beside the Lake of Life, gradually purifying their energy with the Qingmong sword. By night, Chen Xuanqing indulged in his unabashed nocturnal escapades, sharing a bed with the three women. He also endeavored to temper his physique beneath the waterfall, curious to see if it would yield any benefits. Occasionally, he contemplated diving into the depths of the Lake of Life for further exploration, only to be thwarted by Daming. 6 months swiftly elapsed, and both Chen Xuanqing and the three women discerned a significant enhancement in their abilities. Their soul power became more refined, their bodies more resilient and potent, and their heights noticeably increased. More importantly, during this period, the bond among Chen Xuanqing and the three women deepened profoundly. After all, in this secluded space devoid of external societal constraints, Chen Xuanqing reveled in his newfound freedom. Chapter 40. Departure. Half a year later, time had flown, and Xiao Wu was no longer the petite girl she once was. Her figure had elongated, radiating with youthful vitality. Today, Chen Xuanqing, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ming Ran had packed their belongings, awaiting Xiao Wu's farewell. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Wu beamed with warmth. "Daming, Erming, we are leaving. Thank you for your companionship and care during this time." Erming replied in a deep voice, "Sister Xiao Wu, when you return next time, remember to bring me some delicious treats from the human world. By the way, my elder brother mentioned he particularly enjoys stinky tofu and durian, though he asked me not to tell you. However, I think you should bring back some as a delightful surprise for him." Erming's words conveyed a simplicity and eagerness, as he was already impatient to savor those delectable foods. Over the course of 6 months, Daming and Erming had focused solely on their own feasting, spending the rest of their time cultivating in their domain. Hence, their understanding of the human world was primarily centered around the delightful cuisine. Having consumed quite a bit of Chen Xuanqing's provisions, Xiao Wu chuckled at this. Erming, you are truly mischievous. Rest assured. We will certainly bring back more delicious food for you next time. At that moment, ripples suddenly spread across the surface of the Lake of Life. As Daming's massive form slowly emerged from the water. Sister Xiao Wu, please be cautious in the human world. Daming's voice resonated, deep and powerful, filled with concern and earnest advice. Should you encounter any difficulties or troubles, do not hesitate to seek us out. We can always come to your aid in the human realm. Upon hearing Daming's words, warmth surged within Xiao Wu, regardless of where she ventured. The Stardow Forest would always be her steadfast support. She nodded vigorously, her eyes glimmering with determination. Thank you, Daming, Erming. I will return to see you in due time. Chen Xuanqing stood silently to the side, observing the unfolding scene, his heart brimming with emotion. At the very least, his existence meant that Deming and Erming would not need to sacrifice themselves. Deming, Erming, we are truly departing, Chen Xuanqing spoke first, a hint of melancholy lacing his voice. Deming and Erming exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Deming slowly articulated, his tone deep and resolute, farewell. Take care of Sister Xiao Wu, and also safeguard yourselves. We shall return, Deming and Erming. Zhu Zhuqing interjected, expressing that their time spent here had been quite pleasant. Meng Yiran nodded in agreement, gazing at her friends Deming and Erming, a flicker of reluctance passing through her eyes. Deming cast a profound glance at Chen Xuanqing, affirming, I believe in you. In the future, you may ascend to divinity. I hope that when that time comes, you can provide a path for the soul beasts. Chen Xuanqing smiled faintly, a confident sparkle illuminating his eyes. Becoming a deity is a goal too trivial for me. Deming, with a sincere and simple smile, replied, Brother Xuanqing, you are truly a remarkable person. You treat Sister Xiao Wu with such kindness, and you have taken great care of both me and my elder brother. We shall always remember you. Upon hearing these words, Chen Xuanqing felt a warm surge in his heart and smiled, saying, Erming, you are also a good person. Until we meet again. He inexplicably bestowed upon Erming a card of goodwill. With that, Chen Xuanqing, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Meng Yiran turned and departed. Their figures gradually receded, ultimately vanishing into the depths of the forest. Daming and Erming stood by the lake, watching them leave until they could no longer see their silhouettes. Daming took a deep breath, as if to inhale the emotion of parting deeply into his lungs, saying, Erming, focus on your cultivation. Erming nodded, gazing longingly at the retreating figures. After departing from the Lake of Life, Chen Xuanqing and the three women continued on, their steps light as they moved toward the outskirts of the starry forest. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows that added an air of mystery and tranquility to this ancient woodland. Xiao Wu suddenly turned her head, her eyes sparkling like stars, and inquired, Brother Xuanqing, where shall we wander next? Are we returning to Tiantuo City? Meng Yiran leaned in, her face alight with anticipation. Brother Xuanqing, why don't we spend a few days at my home? My grandparents would surely be delighted. Yet amidst the laughter and cheer, Zhu Zhuqing appeared somewhat withdrawn. A hint of sorrow flickered in her gaze as she sighed softly, an array of complex emotions surging within her. Though she wandered far from home, she felt an absence of belonging, and her resentment was not truly directed at the Zhu family. The Zhu family, being in a vulnerable position, had been coerced by the Dai family, who sought to maintain the power and authority of the royal line by forcing the daughters of the Zhu family into royal marriages. Otherwise, why had the royal family never taken the initiative to send a prince to marry into the Zhu family, or a princess to join them? Chen Xuanqing noticed the subtle shift in Zhu Zhuqing's emotions and gently inquired, Zhuqing, what troubles you? Is there something weighing on your mind? Zhu Zhuqing glanced up at him briefly, and then softly shook her head. It is nothing, merely a recollection of some past events. Chen Xuanqing smiled gently, and reached out to pat her shoulder, assuring her, do not worry. It will not be long before you are free from the burdens of your family. I shall change everything. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, her sorrow seemingly alleviated, as she took a deep breath, momentarily casting aside her turbulent thoughts. Chen Xuanqing then turned to the three women and said with a smile, let us first head to Tiantuo City. As the capital of the Tiantuo Empire, it must be a bustling metropolis. Upon hearing that they were going to Tiantuo City, Meng Yiran's eyes sparkled with excitement. She exclaimed joyfully, wonderful. Brother Xuanqing, you are truly amazing. My family has several shops in Tiantuo City, and it would be a perfect opportunity for my grandparents to visit. I haven't seen them in 6 months, and I miss them dearly. Chen Xuanqing gazed at Meng Yiran's exuberant expression and couldn't help but tease. I never imagined that our Yiran would turn out to be a little heiress. Now, I find myself disinclined to strive for success. Perhaps I should simply follow your lead and indulge in a life of leisure. As he spoke, Chen Xuanqing feigned a lack of energy, leaning toward Meng Yiran in an attempt to provoke her. However, upon witnessing his antics, Meng Yiran flashed a sly smile, nimbly evading him and refusing to let him have his way. Chen Xuanqing curled his lips in a feigned display of anger, yet his face was adorned with a tender smile. He understood that although Meng Yiran possessed a lively personality, her inner self was remarkably sensitive and delicate. The Dragon Lord and the Serpent Matron were her closest companions, and the prospect of visiting them undoubtedly brought her immense joy. Chapter 41. A chance encounter with Qian Ruxue. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows upon the ground as Chen Xuanqing, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Meng Yiran traversed a considerable distance. Just as they were on the brink of exiting the heart of this forest, a powerful wave of soul energy surged forth, sweeping in like a tempest. The sheer force of this disturbance was so profound that it instantaneously compressed the surrounding air, producing a low, resonant hum. Chen Xuanqing furrowed his brows. Sensing the formidable energy contained within that wave, a flicker of vigilance blossomed in his heart. He then turned to glance at Xiao Wu beside him, only to find her eyes sparkling with excitement, as if she had stumbled upon something extraordinarily entertaining. "Come on, Brother Xuanqing, let us join the fun," Xiao Wu exclaimed eagerly, her figure already poised to leap forward. Meng Yiran, witnessing this, followed suit without hesitation, the two young women showing no signs of trepidation whatsoever. Chen Xuanqing and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a glance, a flicker of helplessness passing through their eyes. Attempting to deter these two inquisitive souls seemed an almost impossible task. Thus, they could only shake their heads in resignation and follow closely behind. Guided by the formidable fluctuations of soul power, the quartet swiftly arrived at the source of the disturbance. There, not far ahead, an open expanse revealed two powerful forces of soul energy clashing with fervor. It was a fierce contest between a soul master and a soul beast, their energies intertwining in the air like tumultuous winds and colossal waves, producing a deafening roar. The surrounding trees swayed perilously under the impact of this immense energy. Teetering on the brink of collapse, Xiao Wu and Meng Yiran watched with rapt attention, their eyes sparkling with excitement. "Someone is hunting soul beasts," Xiao Wu exclaimed, pointing towards the distant battlefield. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze sharpened in an instant as she focused on a figure that had suddenly appeared, murmuring softly, "Angel Martial Soul? Brother Xuanqing. It appears she hails from the legendary angel clan of the Spirit Hall." Meanwhile, Meng Yiran, captivated by the unexpected arrival of the woman, murmured to herself, "This sister is truly beautiful." Chen Xuanqing perceived a captivating brilliance in Meng Yiran's gaze, reminiscent of an entranced maiden. Shortly thereafter, Meng Yiran turned to Chen Xuanqing with curiosity, inquiring, "Brother Xuanqing, what kind of soul beast is this? I have never encountered it before. It feels rather unfamiliar." On the battlefield, Qian Ruxue resembled a golden goddess, her sacred angelic martial soul shimmering resplendently behind her, fiercely engaged in combat with a three-tailed fox, entirely snow white, with deep crimson pupils. Each leap of the fox seemed to embody a hint of cunning and agility. However, when faced with the divine and formidable power of Qian Ruxue, it appeared to be perpetually at a disadvantage. A flicker of surprise crossed Chen Xuanqing's eyes upon unexpectedly encountering Qian Ruxue here. Given Qian Ruxue's formidable prowess, she was presumably in pursuit of a suitable soul beast to obtain her seventh soul ring, thereby augmenting her strength. At that moment, Xiao Wu glanced at the battlefield and elucidated, "Xianqing Gij, Meng Yiran Mei Mei. This soul beast is known as the Holy Spirit three-tailed fox. While it appears pure and flawless, it is, in reality, an exceedingly cunning creature. It often pilfers the eggs or young of other soul beasts to serve as its sustenance. This particular Holy Spirit three-tailed fox boasts an impressive cultivation of 50,000 years. I wonder if she can contend with it." With Xiao Wu's explanation, both Meng Yiran and Zhu Zhuqing gained a clearer understanding of the soul beast before them. Concurrently, the atmosphere of battle intensified, the air thick with the acrid scent of smoke and gunpowder. In an instant, Qian Ruxue's angel martial soul radiated a brilliant golden light, as if the blazing sun had descended upon her, significantly elevating her presence. Fifth soul skill, Angel's Sword. Qian Ruxue bellowed, and in that fleeting moment, the flames enveloping her angel martial soul began to dance violently, as if infused with newfound vitality. The flames swiftly coalesced, forming a resplendent longsword that shimmered with a divine light, seemingly capable of severing all darkness. Simultaneously, the Holy Spirit three-tailed fox, unwilling to concede, emitted a piercing roar and unleashed a powerful wave of soul energy. Its three tails lashed through the air like agile whips, accompanied by a fierce gust aimed at Qian Ruxue. With a glacial gaze, Qian Ruxue deftly evaded the attack. Immediately after, she launched her counteroffensive, sixth soul skill, Angel's Roar. A thunderous roar resonated, akin to a celestial melody that reverberated across the battlefield. Under the impact of this soul force, the Holy Spirit three-tailed fox's movement slowed, rendered nearly immobile. It widened its eyes in terror, desperately seeking to escape the impending fatal blow, but it was already too late. With a swift motion, Qian Ruxue's angel sword struck forth with the might of a tempest, targeting the fox's vital points. The blade sliced through the air, emitting a shrill whistle. The Holy Spirit three-tailed fox fought valiantly to evade the strike, Yet Qian Rinxue's speed and strength surpassed its wildest expectations. With a chilling scream, the fox's body was pierced by the angel's sword, blood gushing forth. The battlefield fell into a momentary silence, punctuated only by the fox's anguished moans and the sound of blood dripping. Panting heavily, Qian Rinxue's eyes reflected a blend of exhaustion and satisfaction. Come forth, you three little mice. Her voice sliced through the air like the icy winds of winter, sharp and cutting. Her piercing gaze swept the surroundings like a hawk on the hunt, ultimately fixating on the concealed figures of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Meng Yiran. A chill gripped their hearts, as if ensnared by a frigid iron claw. They had not anticipated their presence would be so easily discerned, an inexplicable fear surging within them. Such a young soul emperor was likely unparalleled in strength. At that moment, their gazes converged on Chen Xuanqing, standing to the side. A glimmer of hope ignited within the three, yearning for Chen Xuanqing to provide guidance for their next course of action. Chen Xuanqing smiled faintly, having already discerned their thoughts, and said, "Since we have been discovered, let us step outside, and perhaps we may journey together to Tiantuo City." Upon hearing this, the three women felt a sense of calm wash over them, their tense emotions easing slightly. Thus, the four emerged slowly from the shadows, exposed to Qian Rinxue's gaze. Her eyes swept over them, ultimately resting on Chen Xuanqing. "No wonder I could only sense the presence of three. It turns out you were here as well." There was a hint of surprise in Qian Rinxue's voice, as if she had not anticipated encountering Chen Xuanqing in this place. Chapter 42, The North Star Divine Guard. However, her astonishment did not linger long, soon replaced by a chilling demeanor. Qian Rinxu coldly scrutinized the four, as if they were mere lambs awaiting slaughter. "Since you have seen me, you shall pay the price. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness when you descend into hell." Her voice brimmed with murderous intent, suggesting she could strike at any moment. At that instant, Meng Yiran suddenly spoke. "Sister, you are so powerful and beautiful." Her tone carried a hint of admiration and reverence, seemingly unfazed by Qian Rinxue's lethal aura. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxu furrowed her brow slightly, taken aback by Meng Yiran's words. She cast a cold glance at Meng Yiran, remaining silent. Yet the murderous intent in her eyes showed no sign of abating. A flicker of disdain passed through Chen Xuanqing's gaze as she curled her lips and said nonchalantly, "Enough of the delay. Hasten to absorb the spirit ring. They are all under my command, so there is no need for concern." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's eyes glimmered with a cold light, inwardly cursing Chen Xuanqing for her shamelessness and lasciviousness. In swift motion, Qian Rinxue severed the life of the Holy Spirit three-tailed fox with a single strike, then settled into a meditative posture, focusing intently on absorbing the power of the spirit ring. At that moment, Xiao Wu's voice quivered with a hint of tears as she trembled and asked, "Brother Xuanqing, is she from the Spirit Hall? The Angel Clan? Is that not the faction of the Pope?" Her voice was laden with fear and unease, clearly recalling the memory of her mother being hunted by the Spirit Hall. Chen Xuanqing gazed at the trembling figure of Xiao Wu, his heart aching with compassion. He gently cradled her in his embrace, soothing her with a tender voice. "Xiao Wu, do not fear. I am here with you. Just grant me a little more time. Will you? I shall find a way to resurrect your mother and bring her back to your side." As she listened to Chen Xuanqing's words, the fear and unease that gripped Xiao Wu gradually subsided. She softly nodded, burying her head in his chest, unwilling to let go. In that moment, all Xiao Wu desired was to bask in the warmth of Chen Xuanqing's embrace, as if that alone could bestow upon her a fragment of peace. An hour later, Chen Xuanqing remained seated, a flicker of impatience crossing his brow. He surveyed his surroundings, silently calculating the passage of time, awaiting that pivotal moment. At long last, Qian Rinxue slowly rose, her aura noticeably more formidable than before, having evidently succeeded in absorbing the soul ring of the Holy Spirit three-tailed fox, thus ascending to the realm of soul sage. Qian Rinxue turned to face Chen Xuanqing, her gaze imbued with gratitude. "Thank you," she uttered softly, her tone suffused with warmth. The icy undertone of murderous intent entirely vanished. She continued, "This is our first encounter, yet your name is already familiar to me. His Holiness the Pope and my grandfather often speak of you, mentioning that you, like me, possess the extraordinary innate talent of a 20-level soul power, making you the sole candidate for the sacred son of the Spirit Hall. To be honest, my ears are nearly worn out from hearing it." Upon hearing this, Meng Yiran and Zhu Zhuqing stood in stunned silence. They had initially believed their own innate soul powers of levels 8 and 9 to be remarkable. Little did they know that someone possessed the terrifying talent of innate 20-level soul power. Even more astonishing to them was the revelation that this individual was none other than their beloved brother Xuanqing. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing smiled lightly, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes. He then shook his head and said, "I wonder what the esteemed Pope and the Grand Priest think of me? Do they believe I am capable of inheriting the glory of the Spirit Hall? Or do they merely see me as a young man with some talent?" Chen Xuanqing's words exuded a confidence and composure that captivated Qian Rinxue, who began to regard him with newfound respect. It was evident to her that anyone possessing such exceptional talent and demeanor could not be merely an ordinary individual. Meanwhile, Meng Yiran and Zhu Zhuqing silently marveled at Chen Xuanqing's giftedness. Such young prodigies often embody humility. Qian Rinxue slightly parted her crimson lips, her voice resonating like a celestial melody. Suddenly, a faint blush graced her cheeks, reminiscent of the delicate peach blossoms in spring, vibrant and exquisite. She continued, "My grandfather once told me that your talent is exceedingly rare in this world, and the title of Holy Son would likely be an underestimation of your abilities." Yet, there remained unspoken words on her lips. Her grandfather had also mentioned that Chen Xuanqing was quite well matched with her innate soul power of level 20. In that future, he would serve as the grand offering while her granddaughter ascended to the papacy, a truly harmonious arrangement. I wonder how the esteemed Pope perceives me. Chen Xuanqing inquired with curiosity. Qian Rinxue offered a subtle smile, a hint of mischievousness glimmering in her eyes. Rather than directly responding to his query, she elaborated. You seem to possess a remarkable power that enables ordinary individuals to wield strength surpassing that of soul masters. The North Star Divine Guard you have assembled is not only formidable, but also upholds an impressive discipline, truly awe-inspiring. Yet, it is absurd that a certain woman remains unable to sway those ordinary souls. Wealth, status, soul rings, and soul bones may captivate soul masters, but they fail to resonate with some common folk. Upon hearing these words, Chen Xuanqing felt a stir within his heart and comprehended the meaning behind Qian Rinxue's statement. Ever since Chen Xuanqing inadvertently traversed into the world of Douluo, he has profoundly experienced the insurmountable chasm that exists between soul masters and ordinary individuals. The soul masters, wielding formidable soul power and techniques, stand exalted, basking in endless glory and reverence, while the common folk can merely gaze at their figures from below, silently enduring the fate of the societal underclass. Yet, Chen Xuanqing is not one to succumb to destiny. He harbors a personal ambition within his heart. Chen Xuanqing understood that relying solely on the power of soul masters made the achievement of his goals exceedingly challenging. Consequently, he resolved to implement a transformation by imparting certain foundational martial arts techniques provided by the system to ordinary individuals. For instance, the Dragon Elephant Shaking Heaven technique, previously acquired by Stark, could, when cultivated to its zenith, grant the wielder the strength of 10 dragons and 10 elephants, making it feasible to obliterate a tidal Douluo with a single punch. Of course, the likelihood of attaining such a level through personal effort alone was almost negligible. Nevertheless, this power could enable diligent ordinary individuals to gain status and respect, coupled with the control exerted over subsequent martial arts techniques. Chen Xuanqing held confidence in the loyalty of these individuals. Unexpectedly, His Holiness the Pope took notice of my North Dipper Divine Guard. Chen Xuanqing remarked nonchalantly. Although he was somewhat surprised, he deemed it a reasonable development. After all, the North Dipper Divine Guard, established through techniques like the Dragon Elephant Shaking Heaven, possessed a strength that was bound to attract attention. Moreover, the efficacy of the techniques provided by Chen Xuanqing was exceedingly rare for soul masters, thus naturally appealing to Bai Bai Dong. Chapter 43, A Call for Allies. Qian Rinxue nodded gently and continued, that woman has always aspired to unify the Douluo continent, and she would undoubtedly be interested in any force that could augment her power. Your North Dipper Divine Guard is, without a doubt, a tempting prize in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing could not help but scoff inwardly. Bibi Dong's ambitions extended far beyond the present. What she desired was nothing less than dominion over the entirety of Douluo continent, the aspiration to ascend to godhood, perhaps even harboring a hint of vengeance against Qian Xuanqing. Suddenly, Qian Rinxue cast a curious glance at Chen Xuanqing and inquired, so, where do you intend to go next? Will you return to the Spirit Hall to visit your master? Chen Xuanqing gently shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. That old man was solely focused on reaching the divine level, spending his days in seclusion to cultivate. What could I possibly achieve upon my return? Instead of that, it would be better to travel the world and broaden my horizons. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue couldn't help but let out a laugh, teasingly remarking, your little lover, who Liena, along with Xiao and Yin, is hailed as the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Are you not afraid she might surpass you and leave you behind? At this, the previously quiet Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Meng Yiran immediately seized upon this critical piece of information. They were inwardly astonished. Realizing why the earlier conversation felt off, it turned out there was an unexpected rival. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a knowing glance and, in perfect harmony, moved to Chen Xuanqing's side, each wrapping an arm around his, lifting him effortlessly. Meng Yiran then inquired, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow and jealousy, Xianqing Gich. Who is this Hu Liena? Is she very beautiful? Do you like her? Her tone, laced with unease, stirred something deep within Chen Xuanqing. Upon witnessing the situation, Chen Xuanqing hastily clarified, Hu Liena is indeed my childhood companion. We have grown up together. She is also the esteemed saintess of the Spirit Hall. As for myself, although I possess some talent, I have not been formally recognized as the Saint Son by the Spirit Hall, thus our relationship does not currently align with your assumptions. Naturally, Chen Xuanqing refrained from commenting on whether such a relationship might develop in the future. Although Chen Xuanqing's words were somewhat ambiguous, the three young women seemed to discern an underlying message. They secretly rejoiced, realizing that their brother Xianqing had not been ensnared by that Liena, and their reliance and trust in him deepened. Sensing that the three had set aside their doubts, Chen Xuanqing continued, "We shall make our way to Tiantuo City. It would be prudent for you to accompany me. It would provide mutual support along the journey." Suddenly, Qian Rinque's countenance turned strikingly severe. She narrowed her eyes slightly, her voice imbued with an undeniable authority. "I am Qianqing He, the crown prince of the Heaven Dou Empire, while you are the favored disciple of the 99th level limit Douluo of the Spirit Hall. If we were to journey together openly, would it not blatantly expose my identity?" Standing to the side, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong were left in utter confusion. They were entirely unaware of Qian Rinque's true identity. And now learning that she was affiliated with the Spirit Hall and had such profound ties to the Heaven Dou Empire stirred ripples of bewilderment within them. The three exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mix of perplexity and incomprehension, as if they felt somewhat superfluous in this context. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xuanqing couldn't help but chuckle wryly to himself. Fully aware of Qian Rinque's temperament, he realized that prolonging the stalemate would likely yield counterproductive results. Thus, he cleared his throat and shifted the topic. "Qian Rinque, having concealed yourself within the Tiantuo Empire for so many years, I must say, both you and your mother seem to lack certain finesse in the art of palace intrigue." At these words, Qian Rinque's expression darkened further, as if the achievements of her decades of subterfuge had been rendered utterly meaningless. She bit her lip tightly, seemingly struggling to suppress the fury bubbling within her. Upon witnessing the situation, Chen Xuanqing discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief and continued, "However, I have an idea. We could fabricate a tale, claiming that the crown prince of the Heaven Dou Empire, Shuqinghe, encountered peril while hunting soul beasts and was fortuitously rescued by me, the holy son of the Spirit Hall. Although we are adversaries, I found myself enamored with you at first sight and insist on accompanying you. What do you think of this proposal? I am even willing to forego my own reputation." As he spoke, Chen Xuanqing deliberately raised an eyebrow, casting a questioning glance toward Qian Rinque. An unsettling chill ran through Qian Rinque, yet upon reflection, it seemed there were no better alternatives at present. Weighing the pros and cons in her mind, she ultimately nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us proceed, as you suggest. We shall temporarily form a team. Thus, this peculiar ensemble, comprising the crown prince of the Heaven Dou Empire, the holy son of the Spirit Hall, and 3 enchanting maidens, embarked together on their journey towards the outskirts of the Star Dou Great Forest. On the winding path, Ning Rongrong, driven by curiosity, inquired of Chen Xuanqing, "Brother Xianqing, is it not contradictory for this young lady, Qian Rinque, to be both a member of the Spirit Hall and the crown prince of the Heaven Dou Empire?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing displayed a sly smile, explaining that the crown prince of the Tiantuo Empire was originally not the young lady Qian Rinque. In her early years, the true crown prince was harmed by her, and Qian Rinque then utilized the power of her head soul bone to masquerade as the prince, sustaining this deception for over a decade. On the surface, she appeared to be the future heir of the Tiantuo Empire, yet in truth, she held a significant position within the Spirit Hall. Such a dual identity is indeed remarkable. After sharing this, Chen Xuanqing seemed to crave further amusement, lowering his voice to embellish. "So, do not be deceived by her enchanting exterior. In reality, she is already a woman in her 20s. Such a secret is not something just anyone can know," he added. However, as soon as Chen Xuanqing's words fell, a chilling sword aura suddenly surged forth. A long sword grazed Chen Xuanqing's body, accurately embedding itself into the tree trunk behind him. Qian Rinque's expression turned frigid as she spoke, tinged with anger. "Chen Xuanqing, if you do not wish to speak, then kindly be silent. No one considers you a mute." This moment instantly thickened the atmosphere with tension. Surprisingly, after hearing Chen Xuanqing's remarks, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong did not harbor hostility towards Qian Rinque. Rather, they felt a sense of sympathy for her. They approached her gently, offering words of comfort. Ning Rongrong softly said, "Sister Qian Rinque, do not be angry. Brother Xianqing is just like that. He enjoys joking." Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Sister Qian Rinque, we can somewhat understand your pain." Xiao Wu, however, remained silent, her gaze cast downward, clearly finding it impossible to comfort her adversary. Chapter 44. The vulnerable Qian Rinque. Despite the comfort from others, Qian Rinque's heart was stirred with tumult. Having lurked within the Tiantuo Empire since childhood, playing the role of Shuqinghe, she had received care from those around her, yet it was for Shuqinghe, not the true Qian Rinque. Her real identity lay buried like a secret, untouched by anyone. Even her beloved grandfather, despite his endless affection, was not her peer and could not truly fathom her inner solitude and struggle. At this moment, as the warm words of strangers reached her ears, Qian Rinque felt a flicker of discomfort. This sensation was akin to her long-sealed heart suddenly being illuminated by sunlight, leaving her at a loss. Clearing her throat twice to mask her inner turmoil, she continued, "We are approaching the rendezvous point. so please be mindful of your words. Though her voice remained calm, the subtle tremor betrayed the tumult within her. Just then, a radiant glow erupted from her head. As the light intensified, Qian Rinxue's form gradually became enveloped. When the brilliance finally subsided, the original Qian Rinxue had vanished, replaced by the crown prince Shui Qinghe of the Tiantuo Empire. He possessed a handsome visage and noble demeanor, appearing entirely different from the former Qian Rinxue. Meng Iran gazed at the transformation before her, her eyes sparkling with wonder, murmuring, "This change is truly astonishing." It seems Brother Xuanqing's mention of the head soulbone's age is not without merit. Zhu Zhuqing, in awe, scrutinized the transformed Qian Rinxue, softly remarking, "Whether as a woman or in this current form, she is undeniably captivating." Upon witnessing this, Chen Xuanqing swiftly approached Qian Rinxue's side. He gently pinched her cheek, feeling a delicate layer of texture. Indeed, merely possessing a soul bone from the head was insufficient to render your martial spirit and visage identical to that of Shui Qinghe. Nevertheless, the ability to disguise the angelic martial spirit as the swan martial spirit is a remarkable achievement in itself. Furthermore, the quality of this human mask is quite commendable. Chen Xuanqing continued to lament, "What a pity that your grandfather has allowed such a flower-like beauty as yourself to lurk in the Heaven Do Empire, masquerading as a man. It is indeed a gross waste." Even more absurdly, for over a decade, the Heaven Do Empire seems to have undergone little transformation. Do you truly intend to outlast the Snow Knight Emperor in this manner? Upon hearing Chen Xuanqing's words, a tumult of complex emotions surged within Qian Rinxue. She felt both angered by his continued underestimation of her achievements during her period of concealment and touched that he was the first to express regret for the years she had squandered. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, Qian Rinxue slowly replied, "You are correct. I have indeed been lurking in the Heaven Do Empire for over a decade. However, this is not wasteful. It is in service of the mission of the Spirit Hall. I am acutely aware of my responsibilities and am willing to sacrifice everything for this goal." As she spoke, a flicker of emotion stirred within her heart. Indeed, she had forsaken her identity as a woman for the sake of the Spirit Hall's mission, enduring her most beautiful years in concealment within the Heaven Do Empire. Who has ever contemplated the hardships and sacrifices that lie behind such a choice? Observing the resolute glint in Qian Rinxue's eyes, Chen Xuanqing could not help but feel a twinge of respect. Qian Rinxue inhaled deeply and cast a warning glance at the three women, whispering, "We must continue to enact the story as we just discussed. Remember, do not let those who come to assist us discover that you have uncovered my identity." Meng Iran immediately nodded in acknowledgement, responding respectfully, "Yes, Your Highness." Instantly, her voice conveyed a sense of reverence for Qian Rinxue's status. The four of them then proceeded toward the outskirts of the Stardow forest. Within the woods, the trees stood thick and lush, sunlight filtering through the leaves to create a tapestry of dappled shadows upon the ground. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the thicket, blocking their path. This was an elderly man who bowed deeply to Qian Rinxue, his voice trembling slightly as he said, "Congratulations, Your Highness, on becoming a member of the Spirit Sect. It is indeed a moment of great joy." With his words, a formidable aura emanated from him, sweeping over Chen Xuanqing, Meng Iran, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. The three women instantly felt a wave of discomfort, as if an invisible force pressed upon them, making their breaths labored. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Xuanqing furrowed his brows and, without hesitation, unleashed his formidable aura. A powerful surge of soul force emanated from him, directly countering the pressure exerted by the shadowy figure. The aged silhouette, upon sensing Chen Xuanqing's presence, revealed a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He had not anticipated that this young man possessed such formidable strength, capable of effortlessly resisting his oppressive aura. Qian Rinxue, observing the exchange, felt a sense of relief wash over her. Although both parties belonged to the Spirit Hall, the individual sent by her grandfather was known for his ruthless nature, and there was a possibility he might turn against her and her companions. Just as Qian Rinxue prepared to speak and ease the tension in the air, Chen Xuanqing broke the silence first. With a smile, he directed his gaze towards the aged figure and softly remarked, "Sirius, it has been quite some time. It seems you have made significant progress in your cultivation over the past 2 years." Upon hearing his name, Sirius was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Chen Xuanqing in an effort to recall the visage of this young man. Suddenly, recognition dawned upon Sirius, and he hastily knelt before Chen Xuanqing, respectfully stating, "Young master, I apologize for my earlier offense, as it was my lack of discernment. Please, permit me to accept your punishment." Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Xuanqing promptly stepped forward to assist Sirius, gently remarking, "Sirius, there is no need for such formality. It is entirely understandable that you do not recognize me after 3 years. After all, a man undergoes significant changes by the age of 18. And my appearance has indeed transformed considerably since then." Hearing Chen Xuanqing's relaxed tone, Sirius felt the tension within him gradually dissipate. Qian Rinxue observed the interaction between the two, a hint of bewilderment stirring in her heart. She had not anticipated that the helper her grandfather arranged for her would be acquainted with Chen Xuanqing, and their relationship seemed to be quite amicable. This revelation surprised her, as she had always perceived the old man as a ruthless and cold-hearted figure. Reflecting on her previous encounters with Sirius, his stern and detached demeanor had instilled a sense of apprehension within her. However, the respect and even warmth Sirius now displayed towards Chen Xuanqing compelled Qian Ruxue to reassess her view of the old man. Chapter 45, Soul Douluo Sirius. She pondered quietly, wondering if her grandfather's connection with the golden crocodile Douluo was the reason for the latter's decision to send assistance. As Sirius was an underling of the golden crocodile Douluo, it was only natural for him to be acquainted with Chen Xuanqing. With this thought, her doubts gradually began to fade. Then, a glimmer of curiosity sparkled in Chen Xuanqing's eyes as he regarded Sirius, his tone tinged with surprise. I truly did not expect you, Sirius, to have transcended to become a soul Douluo. Your progress over these past 2 years is remarkable. However, I am intrigued as to how you arrived in the Heaven Do Empire and chose to assist her in an undercover operation. At this, a proud smile appeared on Sirius's face as he softly replied, "It is all thanks to the young master. The longevity elixir you once bestowed upon me has made me feel as though I have regained more than a decade of youth. While my master has been in seclusion, contemplating the mysteries of ascension to level 100, I could not afford to be idle. Thus, I have diligently pursued my training every day, and to my astonishment, I achieved this breakthrough in my twilight years, becoming a soul Douluo." He paused briefly before continuing, "Recently, I found myself with some leisure time and heard that the Heaven Do Empire required powerful newcomers for assistance. Hence, I came forth, hoping to also help the princess keep the poison Douluo in check, lest he becomes too arrogant." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter, patting Sirius on the shoulder. "Excellent. With you by my side, I feel much more at ease. As it happens, I also need to make a trip to Tiantuo City. We are headed in the same direction." With that, he turned to the 3 women standing nearby and introduced them to Sirius. "They are all under my protection, so you need not worry." At this, Sirius's gaze swept over the 3 women, and though his initially rigid expression barely managed a semblance of a smile, it served as a greeting. Subsequently, the 5 of them embarked on their journey together, continuing towards Tiantuo City. Before long, they departed from the Star Do Great Forest and arrived at a well-organized camp situated at the forest's outskirts. Inside the camp, soldiers of the Tiantuo Empire were stationed with remarkable order and discipline. Upon seeing Qian Ruxue's return, the soldiers promptly knelt in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. Congratulations to His Highness for becoming a member of the Soul Sect." Listening to the soldiers' cheers, a proud smile blossomed on Qian Ruxue's face. She cast a provocative glance at Chen Xuanqing, as if to flaunt the loyal and formidable army she had personally forged. Chen Xuanqing offered a serene smile, choosing silence as he quietly observed the surroundings. It must be acknowledged that, as the personal guard of the Crown Prince, the soldiers displayed a remarkable spirit that truly impressed. However, when compared to a formidable army of true ferocity, they still exhibited a notable gap in prowess. At that moment, a middle-aged man accompanied by 2 strikingly similar young men approached swiftly, bowing respectfully before Qian Ruxue, and proclaimed in resounding voices, "We pay our respects to His Highness the Crown Prince." Qian Ruxue nodded slightly and gestured towards Chen Xuanqing, introducing, "These are the dragon, lion, and tiger, Zhang Zuoxiang and Zhang Youxiang, my personal military commanders. This is Chen Xuanqing, the holy son of the Wuhuan Palace, who once saved my life in the Starry Forest. However, he possesses a peculiar fondness for handsome men, so do exercise caution." Chen Xuanqing was both amused and exasperated upon hearing Qian Ruxue's words. This little girl truly believed it, openly proclaiming her preference for the company of men. Chen Xuanqing shook his head helplessly, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Upon hearing Qian Ruxue's words, the 3 commanders exchanged glances, instinctively retreating a few steps to distance themselves from Chen Xuanqing. "I am weary after a long day. I shall take a bath," Qian Ruxue declared, turning on her heel to depart. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xuanqing was about to pursue, but was halted by 3 commanders. Long, Shi, and Hu, the eldest commander among them, spoke in a frigid tone. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, is of royal lineage and holds a distinguished status. Do not harbor any inappropriate thoughts." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him, rolling his eyes in exasperation as he retorted, "Oh, spare me your fanciful notions." At that moment, Sirius approached, smiling as he took Chen Xuanqing's hand and suggested, "Your Highness, why not join me in my tent for a conversation?" Chen Xuanqing nodded, leading Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ming ran to the tent of Sirius. Sirius warmly welcomed them, personally serving tea. As Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ming accepted their teacups, a hint of nervousness washed over them. After all, it was their first experience of being personally served tea by a soul Douluo. They held the teacups with utmost care, anxious to avoid any semblance of impropriety. Chen Xuanqing gently sipped the tea in his cup, the delicate aroma lingering on his palate, imbued with a refreshing tranquility. He then inquired slowly, "What is the situation in the Heaven Do Empire? Our prince has been lurking there for over a decade. What accomplishments has he amassed?" Upon hearing this, Zyrus's face momentarily displayed a complex expression. He shook his head and replied solemnly. There are indeed many ministers in court who have faith in the crown prince. However, the Snow Knight Emperor remains robust in health, and thus, our prince has not achieved any significant feats. After a brief pause, Xyrus added in a hushed tone, nevertheless, the prince is ruthless. He has silently dealt with several of the Snow Knight Emperor's sons, except for the inept Avalanche Prince. As he spoke, a hint of disdain appeared on Xyrus's face. He remarked softly, the Avalanche Prince is merely a good-for-nothing, incapable of making any impact. However, the Snow Knight Emperor is no ordinary figure. His suspicions towards our prince have been steadily intensifying. Among the three leaders of the Crown Prince's personal guard, Zhang Zuoxiang and Zhang Youxiang are both trusted confidants of the Snow Knight Emperor, while Long Shi, who is an enigmatic character, whose stance remains uncertain for the time being. Chen Xuanqing listened quietly to Sirius's narration, yet a faint smirk involuntarily surfaced in his heart. The method of poisoning several princes, although ruthless, was exceedingly crude. If the Snow Knight Emperor truly harbored suspicions, he could easily appoint another member of the royal bloodline as the crown prince. After all, the ancestral legacy is not something to be relinquished lightly. Moreover, such a clandestine act of assassinating princes was far from sophisticated and would only serve to amplify doubts regarding the prince's intentions. Chen Xuanqing shook his head and said to Sirius, Your Highness's actions are exceedingly direct and impulsive. In the realm of palace intrigue, one must either rely on one's own strength to defeat opponents outright, thereby suppressing enemies with sheer force, or craftily orchestrate schemes from behind the scenes, enlisting others to eliminate adversaries. What rationale exists for poisoning an opponent directly and even succeeding in dispatching several? Such actions only serve to draw attention and intensify the suspicions of the Snowy Knight Emperor. Chapter 46, Ripples. Upon hearing this, Sirius furrowed her brows in agreement. Indeed, Your Highness, this course of action is undeniably perilous. Furthermore, although the Avalanche Prince may lack merit, he is still of royal blood. Should he fall victim to poison, it is likely to provoke far greater complications. Chen Xuanqing chuckled and said, Now, allow me to take charge. Otherwise, we would have to wait for her to devise a plan for several years. According to the original storyline of the Snowy Knight Emperor, the chronic poison had lasted 5 or 6 years, but Chen Xuanqing could not afford to squander so much time. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps of the tent, gently illuminating Chen Xuanqing's face as he slowly opened his eyes. The three women, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, had already awakened and prepared breakfast. Despite their presence, Chen Xuanqing restrained himself and refrained from any indiscreet actions. For the first time, he felt like a virtuous gentleman. After a simple wash, Chen Xuanqing joined the others for a sumptuous breakfast. Subsequently, the prince's royal guards began to pack up the camp, preparing to return to Tiantuo City. After all, the primary mission of this outing was to accompany the prince in hunting soul rings, and with that task now accomplished, it was only natural to return to their duties. It is worth noting that, as the prince, Shuqing's carriage was extraordinarily opulent. The interior was spacious, with cushions made from rare animal pelts that felt exquisitely soft and comfortable. Additionally, the carriage was adorned with an assortment of fresh fruits for enjoyment, transforming it into a veritable mobile palace. How delightful! Truly, one could lose oneself in such comfort, forsaking the rigors of royal morning audiences. Chen Xuanqing reclined within the confines of the vehicle, resting his head upon Zhu Zhuqing's elegantly long legs, relishing the soothing massage she provided to his temples. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong dutifully attended to him, kneading his legs to alleviate the fatigue of their journey. Xiao Wu, ever considerate, fed him fruit directly from her lips, enveloping the cabin in an atmosphere of warmth and sweetness. However, this scene evoked a deep discontent within Chen Ruxue, whose upbringing instilled in her a strong aversion to such debauchery. Observing Chen Xuanqing's unabashed demeanor, she could not help but furrow her brow, internally lamenting the audacity of this shameless man. How could one so gifted engage in such wanton behavior? Despite her dissatisfaction, Chen Ruxue opted to close her eyes and meditate, attempting to divert her focus from the indulgent distractions surrounding her. Yet, the alluring sounds proved to be an irresistible siren's call, challenging her composure. Ultimately, unable to contain her rising ire, Chen Ruxue cast a fierce glare at Chen Xuanqing, her voice tinged with authority. Chen Xuanqing, I truly cannot fathom the depths of your current cultivation. How can you squander your prodigious talent in such a state of decadence? Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing nonchalantly scratched his ear, then casually flicked away the earwax. He cast a glance at Chen Ruxue, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips, and with a tone bordering on boastfulness, he declared, I am but a mere 83rd level soul de law. In truth, Chen Xuanqing had been diligently training for the past 6 months, and for him, breaking through the 80-level barrier was as effortless as quenching one's thirst. Nevertheless, he chose not to flaunt his achievements, instead opting for a subtly ostentatious manner of speech. Chen Ruxue, upon hearing Chen Xuanqing's words, found herself momentarily taken aback. Despite being 6 years his senior, her level was a full 10 ranks lower, and this disparity filled her with a sense of frustration. In that moment, she began to doubt the worth of her years spent in the Heaven Do Empire, pondering whether she had squandered her youth and innate talent for cultivation. A wave of inexplicable agitation and reluctance surged within her. She knew she could not allow herself to be eclipsed by Chen Xuanqing. Taking a deep breath, Qian Rinxue endeavored to calm her tumultuous emotions, resolving to intensify her training in hopes of catching up to, or even surpassing, Chen Xuanqing. Inside the carriage, Ming Yiran suddenly playfully tickled the soles of Chen Xuanqing's feet, giggling mischievously as she chided, "Brother Xuanqing, you are simply too wicked, always provoking sister Qian Rinxue." Her laughter rang out, bright and melodious, echoing like a chorus of silver bells throughout the carriage. Chen Xuanqing, tickled by her playful antics, gently pinched Ming Yiran's little charm with his toes, responding with a teasing affection, "Brother Xuanqing has even naughtier surprises in store for you, which you shall experience in a few days." Upon uttering these words, a mischievous glint sparkled in Chen Xuanqing's eyes, causing Ming Yiran to lower her gaze, her head bowing as if she wished to bury it against her chest. Xiao Wu, observing from the side, laughed heartily, her mirth causing her to tremble with delight as she jested, "I simply adore Brother Xuanqing's shameless demeanor." It is evident that Xiao Wu's words brimmed with admiration and affection for Chen Xuanqing. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing pretended to clear his throat with utmost seriousness, then abruptly pulled Xiao Wu into his embrace, teasingly declaring, "Oh, how dare you speak of your elder brother Xuanqing in such a manner? I must enforce the family law." With 3 sharp slaps echoing through the air, Xiao Wu felt a tingling sensation in her rear, leaving her momentarily flustered. Involuntarily, she leaned in, yearning to plant a kiss on Chen Xuanqing. Zhu Zhuqing, noticing this, flushed slightly and reached out to block Xiao Wu, reproaching her. "You two should refrain from such antics in my presence." Yet, her soft voice betrayed a mix of shyness and helplessness. However, Chen Xuanqing seemed unfazed, reclining against his thigh while casting a sly glance at Zhu Zhuqing. Turning his head, he teasingly licked Zhu Zhuqing's long leg through the sheer fabric, causing her face to flush even deeper as she averted her gaze, unable to bear the sight of Chen Xuanqing and Xiao Wu together. The atmosphere inside the carriage grew increasingly peculiar, saturated with an ambiguous tension. At that moment, Qian Rinxue could no longer endure the charged environment. "I need to get some fresh air," she exclaimed, rising to her feet, taking a deep breath, and then lifting the curtain to leap down from the carriage. Outside, Qian Rinxue felt the cool breeze caress her cheeks, stirring within her an inexplicable emotion. She could not comprehend why she felt such agitation and unease, as if all this were utterly unrelated to her. Yet, she sensed an inability to control her feelings, as if being drawn by an invisible force. Thus, Qian Rinxue closed her eyes, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. However, when she reopened her eyes, she discovered that she could no longer ignore the sounds of laughter and merriment emanating from within the carriage. Those voices seemed enchanted, rendering her utterly powerless to resist. Suddenly, a peculiar emotion surged within her, a blend of fear and an undeniable desire to explore. Chapter 47, The Departing Silhouette. In the hourglass of time, the passage of 3 to 5 days felt like fleeting moments, yet for Qian Rinxue, this interval was an interminable torment. Sunlight filtered through the carriage curtains, casting mottled patterns within, yet it could not dispel the shadows clouding her heart. Chen Xuanqing and the 3 women filled the carriage with laughter and cheer, each day presenting a vivid tableau of flirtation. Every subtle movement and playful jest left Qian Rinxue unable to maintain her composure, prompting her to turn away in embarrassment and indignation. As night fell the following evening, Qian Rinxue found herself alone in the tent, restless and unsettled. Her thoughts tangled like a mass of threads, with scenes from the day replaying in her mind. Emotions of both shame and anticipation swirling into a chaotic sea within her heart. Whenever she attempted to close her eyes, unsightly images would intrude upon her dreams, causing her to awaken in a cold sweat. Yet, this prolonged torment was nearing its conclusion. The jostling of the carriage gradually subsided, and the outline of Tiantuo City began to emerge faintly. A sense of relief washed over Qian Rinxue, mingled with a tinge of reluctance. She understood that once they arrived in Tiantuo City, the entanglement between her and Chen Xuanqing might come to an end. With a hint of hesitation, she inquired, "We are about to reach Tiantuo City. What are your plans? Will you be staying at my residence?" Chen Xuanqing was momentarily taken aback, but soon shook his head. "Let us disembark from the carriage now. The Soul Master competition is about to commence. I shall take residence in the Spirit Hall of the Tiantuo Empire." With that, Chen Xuanqing rose and leaped down from the carriage, followed closely by the 3 ladies, who also descended in succession. Chen Xuanqing, Ming Yiran, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu stood in place, watching as Qian Rinxue's carriage gradually receded into the distance until it vanished from sight. Xiao Wu blinked her bright eyes, looking at Chen Xuanqing with curiosity, and inquired, "Brother Xuanqing, were we not supposed to enter the city? Why have we suddenly halted here?" Chen Xuanqing gently caressed Xiao Wu's rabbit ears, smiling as he elucidated, "Xiao Wu, we can indeed leverage the connection with His Royal Highness to gain entry into Tiantuo City. However, if we become too entangled, it may provoke excessive scrutiny from the Snowy Night Emperor. Such attention would be detrimental to my forthcoming endeavors. Thus, we must proceed with discretion." With that, Chen Xuanqing retrieved a vial of medicinal elixir from his bosom and handed it to Ming Yiran. who gazed at the potion in her hand, her expression one of perplexity as she looked back at Chen Xuanqing. Chen Xuanqing spoke with a tinge of regret in his voice. Iran, this is the lifespan elixir. I am aware of your deep longing for your grandparents. Unfortunately, I may not have the opportunity to visit them personally for the time being. So please take this bottle of elixir back to them as a token of my heartfelt intentions. Upon hearing this, Meng Yiran felt an overwhelming surge of emotion wash over her. She had not anticipated that Chen Xuanqing would consider her feelings with such meticulous care, and her eyes involuntarily glistened with unshed tears. Gently wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, Meng Yiran spoke with a voice tinged with emotion. Thank you, Brother Xuanqing. You are truly so considerate. I will return home promptly to visit my grandparents, and then hurry to find you all. Chen Xuanqing smiled gently, offering comfort. All right, Iran, spend more time at home with your grandparents. They must miss you dearly. We will be staying in Tiantuo City for an extended period, and there will be plenty of opportunities for us to reunite. You need not worry. We will be here waiting for you. Upon hearing Chen Xuanqing's words, Meng Yiran was overwhelmed with profound gratitude and reluctance. After a gentle nod, she stepped forward and embraced Chen Xuanqing tightly. In this warm embrace, Meng Yiran felt the strength of Chen Xuanqing's chest and the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, cherishing the warmth and sense of security, wishing to etch it in her heart forever. Then, Meng Yiran lightly lifted her head, bringing her lips close to Chen Xuanqing's. It was a tender and heartfelt kiss, imbued with her gratitude, affection, and sorrow. After the kiss, her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed at Chen Xuanqing. Her voice trembling slightly as she said, Brother Xuanqing, please take care of yourself. I will return as soon as I can. Chen Xuanqing gently caressed Meng Yiran's hair, smiling as he said, Rest assured, Yiran. I shall wait for you here. Do take care on your journey. Meng Yiran nodded, casting one last profound glance at Chen Xuanqing before turning to depart. Her figure gradually faded from the sight of the three. Subsequently, they embarked on their journey to Tiantuo City. The pebbles beneath their feet kicked up, producing faint sounds. Zhu Zhuqing abruptly halted, turning to gaze at Chen Xuanqing, her eyes shimmering with a blend of anticipation and unease. Brother Xuanqing, is there any of the longevity elixir left? Her voice trembled slightly, clearly recalling her parents back in the Douluo Empire. Chen Xuanqing gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, whose expression bore a hint of anxiety, and he comprehended her concerns. A gentle smile graced his lips as he tenderly patted the back of her hand. Do not worry, Zhu Qing. You are mine. How could I ever forget your singular essence? With that, Chen Xuanqing retrieved a crystal-clear longevity elixir from his bosom and placed it into Zhu Zhuqing's hands. As she accepted the vial, her eyes shimmered with surprise and gratitude, flowing like spring water. She softly uttered, Thank you, Brother Xuanqing, her voice imbued with sincerity and warmth. Chen Xuanqing deliberately feigned a look of regret and teased, That bottle of longevity elixir I just gifted in exchange for a sweet kiss. As he spoke, he pointed to his lips, a mischievous smile playing at the corners. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's face instantly flushed a deep crimson, resembling the soft glow of dawn. She cast her gaze downward, unable to meet Chen Xuanqing's eyes. However, the emotion stirring within her compelled her to muster the courage to offer her kiss willingly. She slowly leaned in, her lips gently pressing against his. Yet, Chen Xuanqing was not content with just that. He embraced Zhu Zhuqing tightly, transforming the kiss into something more fervent and passionate. Chen Xuanqing's tongue danced playfully within Zhu Zhuqing's mouth, while his hands were equally engaged, causing her complexion to flush with an irresistible allure. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted, and Chen Xuanqing remarked, Qing, you possess such a delightful fragrance. It envelopes you entirely. Just then, the ever-curious Xiao Wu, who had been exploring ahead, suddenly sprang forth, wrapping her arms around Chen Xuanqing's arm, playfully declaring, Brother Xuanqing, I am also your woman, so what about my share? Her voice was enchanting, and her eyes sparkled with mischief. Chen Xuanqing helplessly shook his head, a smile gracing his lips as he affectionately tapped the bridge of Xiao Wu's nose. You little rascal, I truly find you impossible to manage. Very well. Since you desire it, I shall grant you another vial. With that, Chen Xuanqing retrieved another longevity elixir from his bosom and handed it to Xiao Wu. Upon receiving the potion, Xiao Wu raised her eyebrows in triumph, as if to flaunt her victory. Chapter 48, Bishop Salas of Platinum. A quarter of an hour later, the trio finally arrived at the bustling city of Tiantuo. At the city gates, the throngs of people surged like a tidal wave, each individual engaged in their own hurried comings and goings, while the guards stood sentinel like iron towers, vigilantly surveying every traveler entering the city. Xiao Wu gazed in awe at the splendor of this vibrant metropolis, unable to contain her astonishment. Wow, is this really Tiantuo City? It is truly magnificent. Undoubtedly the capital of the Tiantuo Empire, it surpasses any city we have encountered thus far in both size and grandeur. Her exclamations immediately attracted the attention of those around her, who turned their gazes toward the girl who appeared somewhat out of place. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing maintained a relatively composed demeanor, offering a measured assessment. It looks quite good, yet it still falls short compared to the capital of our Douluo Empire. Chen Xuanqing smiled gently as he lightly patted the shoulders of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, signaling them to refrain from attracting undue attention. He then spoke softly. Let us proceed. There remains much for us to accomplish, and we should not linger here in the spotlight. Thus, the trio ventured into the bustling Tiantuo City, their figures gradually blending into the throngs of people. However, unbeknownst to them, two pairs of eyes in the shadows remained fixated upon their every move. Is it he? This youth appears so young. Could he truly be the legendary soul saint? One of them whispered. Indeed, it is him. I witnessed him bullying the young lady firsthand. There can be no mistake. We must return and report to her. The one she has awaited has finally arrived in Tiantuo City, the other answered with conviction. With that, the two figures vanished from the city gate. Chen Xuanqing strolled through the bustling streets of Tiantuo City accompanied by Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, their figures strikingly prominent amidst the throngs of passers-by. They paused intermittently to admire the picturesque scenery, savor an array of delectable treats, and procure intriguing items. Relishing the rare moments of leisure, before long, they arrived at the illustrious Spirit Hall of Tiantuo City. Chen Xuanqing raised his head and beheld the Spirit Hall of Tiantuo City, towering into the clouds with an imposing grandeur that instilled a sense of solemnity. Well, is this truly the Spirit Hall of Tiantuo City? It is absolutely magnificent, exclaimed Xiao Wu in awe. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement, expressing her concurrence. Chen Xuanqing smiled slightly and remarked, Indeed, this is the Spirit Hall of Tiantuo City. Let us proceed inside. With that, Chen Xuanqing took the lead into the Spirit Hall, followed closely by Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Upon entering, the trio was enveloped by an atmosphere that was both solemn and dignified. There are so many people here, Xiao Wu exclaimed, glancing around and noticing that a considerable number of individuals were engaged in various tasks within the hall, yet the bustling crowd maintained an extraordinary quietude. Chen Xuanqing's gaze wandered throughout the Spirit Hall, appreciating every corner of this magnificent establishment. The hall was orderly, with the crowd busily engaged in their respective tasks, clearly indicating a well-organized management. Chen Xuanqing couldn't help but nod, softly exclaiming, It seems that the management of the Platinum Bishop here is quite commendable. At that moment, a beautiful waitress approached, her features exquisite and her figure voluptuous. She wore a sweet smile and exhibited graceful manners, exuding an amiable and comforting aura. The enchanting waitress slightly inclined her body and gently inquired, Good day. How may I assist you three? Chen Xuanqing's gaze inadvertently swept across the countenance of the beautiful attendant, his narrowed eyes seemingly yearning to penetrate the very essence of all. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that this action had aroused the vigilance of the two young women beside him. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, both of delicate sensibilities, keenly sensed the shift in Chen Xuanqing's expression, their hearts stirring with discontent. Consequently, both women acted in unison, gently pinching Chen Xuanqing's side. This unexpected gesture caused him to nearly cry out in pain. He gritted his teeth, striving to maintain an air of composure despite the discomfort. Chen Xuanqing took a deep breath, striving to calm the unease within him, then cleared his throat and spoke. It's nothing. We merely wish to discuss certain matters with the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall in Tiantuo City. However, upon hearing his words, the beautiful attendant did not act immediately. She stood there, her gaze somewhat dazed as she regarded the youthful figure before her, a hint of confusion stirring in her heart. She thought to herself, This handsome youth seems rather audacious. He neither revealed his identity nor specified the nature of his request. Yet he expects to meet the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall based on a mere statement. Such presumption borders on the fantastical. The attendant furrowed her brow slightly, a look of hesitation crossing her face. She scrutinized Chen Xuanqing, attempting to glean more information from his expression. However, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu could no longer remain silent. Zhu Zhuqing coughed lightly and clarified, He is the disciple of the golden crocodile Douluo from the Spirit Hall, and he has significant matters to discuss with the Platinum Bishop here. Upon hearing this, the attendant's face transformed into one of sudden understanding. After all, the highest-ranking individuals within the Spirit Hall were few, and their names resonated throughout Tiantuo City and the entire Douluo continent. She had certainly heard of them. Consequently, the beautiful attendant quickly nodded in agreement, saying, My apologies, esteemed son. I shall promptly inform the Platinum Bishop. Please, wait here for a moment. With that, she turned and departed, leaving Chen Xuanqing, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing to await her return. Chen Xuanqing gently rubbed his pained lower back, silently vowing to restore his authority as a husband that very night. Before long, an elderly gentleman with a full head of silver hair slowly came into view. Though his frame was slender, his posture stood tall and unwavering like a majestic mountain, exuding an indescribable air of dignity. He leaned on a beautifully carved cane, each step he took resonating with poise and strength. Following closely behind him was the enchanting attendant, who kept her gaze lowered, attentively trailing the elder's movements. The beautiful attendant softly introduced, This is our esteemed Platinum Bishop, Lord Salus, who oversees significant matters of the church and is deeply revered by all. Stepping forward, Salus inquired, Are you the son of the holy? As he scrutinized the youth before him, he noted the boy's extraordinary demeanor, which radiated an innate nobility and grace, thereby alleviating some of his initial doubts. Salus nodded slightly, gesturing for the attendant to withdraw. Recognizing his cue, she gracefully turned to leave, allowing the two to converse privately. Bishop Salus, this place is crowded and lacks the conducive atmosphere for a third discussion, Chen Xuanqing remarked. With a calm tone, Salus responded, Please, follow me. Let us find a quieter spot where we can converse more comfortably. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing smiled gently and nodded in agreement. The three of them followed Salas, traversing through the main hall until they arrived at a secluded and tranquil courtyard. Chapter 49, The Royal Academy of Tiantuo. Standing in the courtyard, Chen Xuanqing faced Bishop Salas, who seemed to harbor some doubts regarding his identity. To avoid wasting anyone's time, Chen took a deep breath and summoned his martial soul. A formidable aura erupted from within him, enveloping the entire courtyard. Upon witnessing this, Bishop Salas's eyes widened in astonishment as a colossal figure gradually materialized beside Chen Xuanqing. It was an enormous crocodile, measuring 100 meters in length, its body seemingly formed from tangible soul power, lying in the courtyard and emanating an oppressive pressure that sent shivers down the spine. Simultaneously, 8 black soul rings began to rise gently from Chen Xuanqing's body, each radiating a dense black light that rendered one unable to look directly at them. These soul rings were not merely symbols of Chen Xuanqing's strength. They were a testament to his innate talent, for 8 dark soul rings had long surpassed the limits of an ordinary individual. Bishop Salas gazed at the scene before him, utterly astonished. He had never imagined that this 17-year-old holy son had already transcended to the realm of Soul Douluo, an achievement that could leave the entire spirit hall in awe. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, Salas finally managed to smile and exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. I never anticipated that the holy son had already reached the Soul Douluo level. Such talent and power are indeed astonishing. Unlike myself, who, at my age, barely managed to attain the level of Soul Douluo." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing smiled lightly and said, "Bishop Salas, you are being overly modest. You have dedicated several decades to the Spirit Hall, making immense contributions to its development, a fact that is indisputable. The Pope and the Grand Priest have always held you in high regard, and your merits will be forever etched in their memories." Salas waved his hand, remarking that a 17-year-old Soul Douluo, with such extraordinary talent, signifies that the future of the Spirit Hall still belongs to the Holy Son. In the ensuing moments, the two engaged in a delightful exchange of compliments, praising each other's strength and accomplishments. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing stood quietly to the side, their gazes wandering throughout the courtyard, seemingly bored. They admired the scenery around them, occasionally exchanging glances as if sharing their thoughts and feelings. Amidst this tranquil atmosphere, the conversation between Chen Xuanqing and Salas flowed continuously, filled with mutual flattery and expressions of pride and satisfaction. However, as time passed, their voices grew increasingly dry, indicating a thirst that was becoming hard to ignore. Finally, Salas ceased his boasting and, with a polite tone, inquired, "Might I ask what brings the Holy Son to Heaven-Do City?" His voice carried a hint of respect and curiosity, clearly surprised by the arrival of this esteemed figure. Chen Xuanqing smiled faintly and replied, "I heard that the Soul Master competition is about to commence, so I came to join in the excitement. Moreover, I hope that Bishop Salas can find a place to stay and also witness the prowess of the strong in Heaven-Do City." Upon hearing this, Salas chuckled and said, "These are trifling matters. I shall take care of all the saint's needs." His words conveyed a sense of warmth and enthusiasm, clearly delighted by the arrival of the saint. Consequently, in the following moments, Salas attentively arranged a spacious and comfortable suite for Chen Xuanqing, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. The room was adorned with elegant and opulent decorations, particularly the large bed, which was soft and cozy, leaving Chen Xuanqing exceedingly satisfied. Chen Xuanqing lay upon his bed, savoring the soft sensations of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing beside him, a wave of contentment washing over his heart. The following day, as the first rays of dawn gently illuminated the earth, Chen Xuanqing remained ensconced in the realm of dreams. However, this tranquility was short-lived, abruptly shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps and a melodious call. "Xuanqing Gidge, it's time to rise." Xiao Wu's bright voice rang out like a silver bell, imbued with a hint of mischief and anticipation. She gently shook Chen Xuanqing's arm, endeavoring to rouse him from his slumber. Chen Xuanqing groggily opened his eyes, and the first thing that caught his gaze was the exquisitely adorable face of Xiao Wu. Behind her stood Zhu Zhuqing, both adorned in light casual dresses that exuded an aura of vitality. "What brings you two here so early?" Chen Xuanqing inquired, rubbing his bleary eyes in confusion. Xiao Wu blinked playfully and exclaimed, "Brother Xuanqing, we wish to go out and have some fun today. Will you accompany us?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing could not help but smile wryly. Merely wandering about yesterday had left this formidable warrior, akin to a Soul Douluo, feeling sore and fatigued. If he were to venture out again today, he might as well render himself utterly incapacitated. "Going out to play? Didn't we just spend an entire day doing that yesterday?" he remarked with a hint of exasperation. However, Zhu Zhuqing, unfazed, shook her head and replied, "Was yesterday truly a day of leisure? We hardly explored it all. Today, you should accompany us for a proper outing." Thus, Chen Xuanqing hastily finished his breakfast and prepared to step outside. Donning a comfortable outfit and casually tying his hair back, he appeared refreshed and composed. "I have matters to attend to today. You two should go out and enjoy yourselves," he stated at the door, addressing Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. With that, he dashed away without a backward glance. It was a jest, really. Accompanying women on shopping excursions was a man's nightmare. And even as one of the strongest in this realm, He could not endure the seemingly endless cycle of store hopping, trying on clothes, and haggling. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing watched Chen Xuanqing's retreating figure, stamping their feet in frustration. Consequently, the two resolved to discuss amongst themselves where to spend the day. Determined to relish the beauty of the day ahead, having departed from the spirit hall, Chen Xuanqing sped away like a bolt of lightning towards the outskirts of Tiantuo City. His destination was none other than the prestigious Tiantuo Royal Academy, situated just beyond the city limits. After an hour of swift travel, he finally arrived at the site of the academy. There, the entire institution stood majestically atop a towering mountain, shrouded in ethereal mist, evoking a dreamlike ambience. The architecture was predominantly castle-like, with each edifice exuding an air of solemn elegance. The golden rooftops shimmered brilliantly under the sun, symbolizing the glory of nobility. Meanwhile, skilled gardeners diligently tended to the flora along the pathways, enhancing the academy's already delightful environment. Chen Xuanqing stood before the grand entrance of the academy, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings, and he could not help but marvel. This institution truly lived up to its illustrious reputation. Every corner exuded an air of nobility and opulence, befitting the noble academy of the Tiantuo Empire. Thus, Chen Xuanqing resolved with unwavering determination to overthrow the Tiantuo Empire and dismantle the insidious feudalism. Chapter 50, An Unexpected Encounter with Qin Ming, a Warning. Chen Xuanqing strolled leisurely along the path, reveling in the picturesque and poetic scenery of the academy. The verdant mountains undulated in layers, resembling a vividly painted landscape. As Chen Xuanqing reached the mid-slope, a figure abruptly appeared before him, obstructing his way. Chen Xuanqing focused his gaze and beheld a strikingly handsome young man standing before him. This youth, with his lustrous golden hair shimmering in the sunlight, possessed a tall, athletic physique, exuding an air of extraordinary charisma. His sharp eyes incessantly scrutinized Chen Xuanqing, as if he were endeavoring to ascertain his identity. "Who are you?" he inquired. "You certainly do not resemble a student of the Royal Academy of Tiantuo." Chen Xuanqing felt a stir within his heart. The young man before him appeared to be no ordinary individual. Thus, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and courteously spoke. "I have come in search of Du Yen, a student of the Heavenly Dual Royal Academy, as we have certain private matters to discuss." Upon hearing this, the young man raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of intrigue. He smiled and replied, "Oh, so you seek Du Yen. I happen to be her instructor, Qin Ming. May I inquire as to the nature of your business?" Chen Xuanqing felt a surge of joy in his heart, for he had unexpectedly encountered the second prodigy of Douluo continent, now ranked third, Qin Ming. In the original narrative, Qin Ming's talent was initially portrayed as slightly inferior to Tang Hao's, yet he had already reached a level that ordinary soul masters could only aspire to. Ultimately, however, his character devolved into a mere supporting role. Chen Xuanqing clasped his hands and smiled. "Greetings, Teacher Qin. I am a friend of Du Yen. We have some matters that require a face-to-face discussion. May I request your assistance?" Qin Ming nodded and replied with a smile, "Since you are a friend of Du Yen, you are certainly not a stranger. Please follow me. I shall take you to her." With that, Qin Ming turned and walked ahead, with Chen Xuanqing closely trailing behind. They engaged in pleasant conversation along the way, with Qin Ming displaying keen interest in the purpose of Chen Xuanqing's visit. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Xuanqing inquired about various matters concerning the Douluo continent, and their exchange was lively and enjoyable. Before long, Qin Ming guided Chen Xuanqing through a winding path, ultimately arriving at the academy's playground. At that moment, the playground was abuzz with activity. As members of the Royal Combat Team's first and second squads were engaged in intense sparring, the atmosphere charged with tension. In the center of the playground stood Yu Tianhong, clad in a white battle robe, resembling a deity of war. His blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit exuded formidable power as he launched a fierce attack against his opponent. Du Yen stood nearby, her spirit, the Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor, coiling gracefully beside her, emanating an eerie green glow that sent shivers down the spine. Shimo and Shimo, a pair of twins, demonstrated remarkable synergy, both possessing the Xuanwu turtle spirit. Their minds were in perfect harmony, making their defensive formation nearly impenetrable. Yu Feng and Aoslu excelled in ranged attacks and support, respectively, fulfilling roles of containment and ambush. As for Yi Lingling's nine-heart begonia spirit, it could be deemed a game-changer, representing the pinnacle of auxiliary spirits. Chen Xuanqing stood quietly at the side, observing the members of the Imperial dual team as they engaged in sparring. It was evident that the second team was utterly outmatched by the first, facing inevitable defeat. Noticing Chen Xuanqing's expression, Qin Ming inquired with a smile, "What do you think of my students?" Chen Xuanqing nodded and remarked, "Teacher Qin, your students are truly exceptional. Each of their martial souls possesses unique characteristics, and their synergy is remarkable, showcasing extraordinary strength. In particular, Yu Tianheng and Du Yen, their martial souls are immensely powerful, leaving one in awe." Upon hearing Chen Xuanqing's praise, Qin Ming's face broke into a proud smile. He was well aware that his students were endowed with extraordinary talent, and with proper cultivation, they would undoubtedly become the foremost powerhouses on the Douluo continent in the future. At that moment, the sparring session of the Royal Combat Team reached its zenith. With a fierce roar, Yu Tianheng unleashed the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, forcing his opponents into a retreat. Zhu Yin seized the opportunity to launch her attack. Employing the lethal venom of the Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor, which was nearly impossible to defend against. The entire training ground was enveloped by their formidable presence. As the Royal Combat Team's second squad was swiftly annihilated by the overwhelming assault of the two, standing at the edge of the training field, Qin Ming gazed at the burgeoning Royal Combat Team, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. He then turned and called out to a young girl nearby. All right. Let's take a break. Zhu Yin, come here for a moment. Your friend is looking for you. Zhu Yin, engrossed in her training, withdrew her soul power upon hearing Qin Ming's voice and looked curiously at Chen Xuanqing beside him. She strained to recall any memory of having met this individual but could not remember when she had ever known him. Chen Xuanqing, clad in a flowing black robe, bore a faint smile on his countenance as he gazed calmly at Zhu Yin. Miss Zhu, he inquired, might I have a moment of your time? Though perplexed, Zhu Yin nodded, following Chen Xuanqing to a secluded spot beneath the shade of a tree. After ensuring their solitude, she leaned in and whispered, Who are you? I am unaware of any friendship between us. Chen Xuanqing smiled faintly and said, Miss Zhu Yin, my name is Chen Xuanqing. I have come to convey something of great importance to you. I possess the means to counteract the poison of your Zhu family. If you wish to prevent the extinction of your lineage, I urge you to have your grandfather visit me at the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yin felt a surge of anger. Her grandfather held the title of Poison Douluo, and their family's expertise in poisons was unparalleled. The audacity of the man before her was beyond belief. After Chen Xuanqing spoke, he turned to leave, but suddenly recalled something and pivoted back to face Zhu Yin. There is one more matter, he said nonchalantly. Please inform Yu Lingling that I have taken an interest in her 9-heart sea petal martial spirit. It is my habit that which I cannot possess, I would rather see destroyed. A chill coursed through Zhu Yin at his words. She was acutely aware of the rarity of Yu Lingling's 9-heart sea petal martial spirit, and Chen Xuanqing's declaration instilled in her an unsettling sense of menace. Taking a deep breath, she nodded, indicating that she would relay Chen Xuanqing's message to Yu Lingling. Seeing this, Chen Xuanqing nodded in satisfaction before turning to leave. Soon, his figure gradually vanished into the shadows of the trees, leaving Zhu Yin alone in deep contemplation. At that moment, Yu Tianheng approached, a flicker of confusion stirring within him. He stepped forward and inquired with genuine concern, What's the matter, Yin? Who is that person? I can't shake the feeling that he means no good. Zhu Yin, gazing into Yu Tianheng's worried eyes, felt a warmth in her heart, yet she shook her head and absent-mindedly replied, It's nothing. I may have mistaken him for someone else. He is merely a stranger, nothing of great significance. Yu Tianheng, observing Zhu Yin's flickering gaze, understood that she might not be entirely truthful. Chapter 51. An incongruous exchange. Zhu Yin was acutely aware of the potential impact Chen Xuanqing's words could have on Yu Lingling. So she grasped Yu Lingling's hand and pulled her aside, whispering the details of their earlier conversation. The formerly composed Yu Lingling's expression darkened further upon hearing Zhu Yin's words. Her 9-heart begonia martial spirit was her most treasured possession, and the thought that Chen Xuanqing sought to scheme against it filled her with immense anger and unease. On what grounds does he say such things? Yu Lingling's voice trembled as she clenched her fists tightly, as if suppressing her fury. Zhu Yin gently patted Yu Lingling's shoulder, offering reassurance, Don't worry, I won't allow him to succeed. I will inform my grandfather about this matter, and he will find a way to resolve it. The two women exchanged a glance, each reflecting a glimmer of resolve. They both understood that in the face of such a threat, unity was imperative for their survival. Having departed from the Tiantuo Royal Academy, Chen Xuanqing felt an overwhelming sense of joy. The ice fire yin yagai, regarded as the most significant advantage in the early stages, could be considered the foundation upon which Tang San's journey of invincibility was built. Contemplating the myriad of celestial herbs and the refining effects the ice fire yin yang I would have on the body, he reveled in his thoughts. Chen Xuanqing could not help but exclaim, Oh my, it's all mine. An hour later, his figure raced through the streets of Tiantuo City. However, just as he had crossed 2 streets, a familiar vehicle frame caught his eye. Chen Xuanqing was momentarily taken aback, but soon approached with swift steps. Respectfully inquiring of Qian Rushiwei within the carriage, Your Highness, might I ask where you are headed? Upon hearing his voice, Qian Rushiwei was engulfed by a tumult of complex emotions. She had long anticipated their encounter in Tiantuo City, yet she had not expected it to occur so soon. Recalling Chen Xuanqing's previous actions within her carriage, a faint blush crept upon her cheeks, and she instinctively drew her legs closer together. Striving to quell the tumult within her heart, Qian Rushiwei responded in a frigid tone, Your Highness, please board the carriage so we may converse. Upon hearing these words, Chen Xuanqing's face lit up with a brilliant smile. Without hesitation, he leaped onto the carriage, effortlessly lifted the curtain, and slipped into the compartment. A delicate fragrance enveloped the interior, instilling in Chen Xuanqing a sense of unparalleled tranquility. The two sat facing each other. Yet the prior experiences had rendered the atmosphere between them somewhat nuanced. Chen Xuanqing gazed at Qian Rushiwei's slightly flushed cheeks and her glimmering eyes, a surge of playful mischief welling up within him. He then leaned gently closer to her and murmured, Your Highness, you appear to be somewhat different today. Qian Rushiwei was taken aback by his sudden proximity, feeling the potent masculinity emanating from him, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. She struggled to maintain her composure, yet found her voice trembling as she replied, Chen Xuanqing, what are you saying? With a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chen Xuanqing leaned closer to her ear, exhaling a warm breath as he softly murmured, Your Highness, your cheeks are flushed so beautifully. Are you perhaps recalling some delightful memories? Qian Ruxue felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation at his words. The recollection of Chen Xuanqing's reckless antics with her and the other two in her vehicle ignited a fury within her. She yearned to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. Instead, she clenched her teeth tightly, attempting to counter Chen Xuanqing's teasing with silence. However, Chen Xuanqing seemed unyielding, continuing in a frivolous tone, Your Highness, your silence suggests you may be tacitly agreeing with me. It appears you harbor some special feelings for me. At last, Qian Ruxue could no longer endure it. She abruptly lifted her head, glaring fiercely at Chen Xuanqing. Chen Xuanqing, show some respect. We are merely friends, nothing more. Chen Xuanqing gazed at Qian Ruxue's angry demeanor, and an inexplicable sense of delight surged within him. With a playful smile, he shrugged and remarked, Very well. Since His Highness insists, I shall refrain from teasing you. Yet, are you truly certain that we are merely friends? Upon finishing his sentence, Chen Xuanqing leaned against Qian Ruxue, causing her delicate form to shudder slightly. Chen Xuanqing pressed on with his inquiry. Your Highness, are you aware of the state that exists between individuals? One that transcends mere friendship yet falls short of romance? Qian Ruxue found herself rendered speechless by Chen Xuanqing's question, her heart racing with a tumult of emotions. In that moment, she recognized that despite their brief acquaintance, she harbored a profound and unique sentiment towards him, a truth she dared not acknowledge. With no recourse, Qian Ruxue lowered her gaze, unable to meet Chen Xuanqing's penetrating eyes. The atmosphere within the carriage grew increasingly charged, their breaths becoming more rapid and palpable. Chen Xuanqing gazed at the bashful demeanor of Qian Ruxue, and an overwhelming urge to embrace her surged within him. However, he recognized that the moment was not yet ripe. He must patiently await the time when Qian Ruxue would open her heart to him. Chen Xuanqing smiled and said, Your Highness, such a grand departure must surely signify an important matter at hand. Might I inquire where you are headed? Qian Ruxue replied in a calm and resolute tone. As you are new here, you may not be well acquainted with the city of Tiantuo. Are you familiar with Huihua Pavilion? It is the sacred place where the noble youth of our Tiantuo Empire learn the intricacies of etiquette. Today, I am bound for there to further immerse myself in the refinement of manners. What do you say? Would you like me to intercede with the instructor on your behalf, so that you too may experience the elegance of noble etiquette? Chen Xuanqing was momentarily taken aback, as he did not expect the prince, Qian Ruxue, to require lessons in noble etiquette despite his royal status. This revelation provided Chen Xuanqing with a deeper understanding of Qian Ruxue. Years of living undercover had indeed shaped her into a true noble, a refined and graceful prince. However, Chen Xuanqing held little interest in the intricacies of noble manners. Shaking his head, a confident smile graced his lips as he addressed the prince. Your Highness, I appreciate your kind intentions. Yet, having grown up under the Red Banner, I have been nurtured in the principles of socialism, as the child of workers and farmers. Those noble etiquettes feel distant and foreign to me. I prefer to remain true to my authentic self, unbound by the constraints of such formalities. The words of Chen Xuanqing echoed in Qian Ruxue's ears. Yet they dissipated like a fleeting breeze, leaving no trace behind. She furrowed her brow slightly, seemingly striving to comprehend the profound implications within Chen Xuanqing's words, but ultimately could only sense a profound confusion. Under the red flag? The influence of socialism? The children of workers and peasants? Qian Ruxue repeated these unfamiliar phrases, a flicker of bewilderment crossing her gaze. In her world, these concepts were akin to fantastical tales, distant and alien. Chapter 52. Tang Hao. Ignoring Chen Xuanqing's nonsensical ramblings, Qian Ruxue continued, her brow still knitted in contemplation. Since you have no interest in these cumbersome rituals, it would be best for you to disembark here. The threshold of Huihua Pavilion may not be suited for you. Chen Xuanqing, however, remained unfazed, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips as he slowly approached Qian Ruxue. He gently lifted her cascading hair, bringing it to his nose to inhale its delicate fragrance. The subtle aroma stirred his senses, prompting him to chuckle softly. As for etiquette, I may be lacking, yet I am ever eager to behold beauty. Moreover, this is a moment shared with Shue'er. How could I possibly let it slip away? In response to Chen Xuanqing's teasing, Qian Ruxue felt a surge of unusual emotions, yet she maintained her composure, turning her head away in an attempt to avoid gazing upon the face that stirred her heart. She understood that at this moment, Chen Xuanqing resembled a mischievous child, seeking her attention through playful antics. As the carriage gently pulled up before the moonlight pavilion, Qian Ruxue was the first to alight. There, she found several maidservants waiting expectantly at the entrance. Upon spotting Qian Ruxue, they bowed in deference, and one maid respectfully addressed her. Greetings, Your Highness. The pavilion master has been awaiting your arrival. Please allow me to escort you inside. Qian Ruxue nodded slightly, responding courteously. Thank you for your trouble. I have brought a friend along this time. I hope the master does not mind. The maid, displaying a gracious smile, bowed again and assured her, Rest assured, Your Highness. The pavilion master is magnanimous and will certainly not take offense. Please follow me. I shall inform the master of your arrival. With that, the maid led Chen Ruxue and Chen Xuanqing into the moonlight pavilion. Chen Xuanqing surveyed his surroundings and observed that the moonlight pavilion was indeed extraordinary, exuding an air of nobility and elegance at every turn. Along the way, numerous individuals greeted the crown prince, Chen Ruxue. Each person encountered, whether a servant of the pavilion or another guest, respectfully bowed and engaged her in warm conversation. It was a rare honor to be in the presence of the crown prince, gracing the moonlight pavilion today. A middle-aged gentleman approached, deeply bowing before Chen Ruxue. She responded with a smile, saying, "There is no need for such formalities. I merely wish to spend time with friends today and do not wish to disturb anyone." Another individual stepped forward, complimenting her. "Your Highness is truly approachable, sharing joy with the people. It is a fortunate matter for the nation." Chen Ruxue humbly shook her head, replying, "Not at all. I am simply doing what I can." Chen Xuanqing followed closely beside Chen Ruxue, feeling an undeniable sense of disdain for the insincerity emanating from the crowd. To share in the joys of the people? It seemed that within the entirety of Yuaxuan, only these maidservants could truly be considered the common folk. As the pair sauntered through the elegant corridors of Yuaxuan, they soon came to a halt before a door that exuded a sense of antiquity and refinement. Chen Ruxue paused, turning to face Chen Xuanqing, a flicker of seriousness crossing her gaze. In hushed tone, she admonished him, "Once we enter, you must show utmost respect and courtesy to my mentor. She's an exceptionally gifted elder. Should you exhibit even the slightest disrespect, I will have no choice but to expel you immediately." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing could not help but burst into laughter. He then blinked playfully and remarked, "I have heard that the master of Weiwa Pavilion is not only a stunning beauty, but also shares an extraordinary relationship with the Snowy Night Emperor. If that is the case, does it not mean she is akin to your stepmother? If I were truly granted the opportunity to spend a delightful evening with her, would you not have to address me as father?" The moment these words escaped his lips, Chen Ruxue's countenance turned ashen. Her eyes widened as she glared at Chen Xuanqing, her gaze brimming with lethal intent, as if she wished to devour him whole. In the next instant, Chen Ruxue abruptly raised her elbow, delivering a fierce blow directly to Chen Xuanqing's chest. Chen Xuanqing was caught off guard, nearly gasping for breath from the impact, clutching his chest as he coughed repeatedly. "Refrain from harboring your sordid thoughts. The relationship between the Snowy Night Emperor and the teacher is not for you to speculate upon." After delivering her words, Chen Ruxue disregarded Chen Xuanqing's disheveled appearance, letting out a cold hum before pushing the door open and entering. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xuanqing refrained from saying much and promptly followed inside. The room was adorned with elegance and warmth, and a subtle fragrance of tea wafted through the air. Shortly after the two settled down, a maid entered. She respectfully bowed to Chen Ruxue and softly said, "Please wait a moment, Your Highness. The host is currently attending to some matters and will arrive shortly." Chen Ruxue nodded in acknowledgement, signaling the maid to withdraw. She lifted her teacup, savoring a delicate sip before placing it down and gazing thoughtfully out the window. Chen Xuanqing also lifted his teacup, mimicking Chen Ruxue's manner of savoring the tea. Yet he found it rather uninspiring. A mere lord of the Moonlight Pavilion had the audacity to keep a prince of a nation waiting. It was undeniable that Tang Yuehua, with the backing of the Haotian sect, possessed remarkable courage. Thus, the two sat in silence, awaiting the arrival of the Lord Tang Yuehua. The room was suffused with a tense and solemn atmosphere, as if the very air had solidified. Chen Xuanqing took a delicate sip of tea and couldn't help but exclaim, "What exquisite tea!" As he spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly entranced by the rich aroma of the brew. Chen Ruxue shot him a sidelong glance, laced with a hint of disdain, and inquired, "Do you even know what kind of tea this is, where it originates from, or when it was harvested?" Her tone carried a subtle challenge, clearly aimed at belittling Chen Xuanqing. Understanding her intent, Chen Xuanqing set down his teacup, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he replied, "The quality of tea is not determined by its name or place of origin, but rather by the sensations it evokes and the tranquility it brings to one's spirit. When I savor this tea, I find it sweet and delightful, filling my heart with joy, and that suffices. If one solely focuses on the knowledge of tasting and the steps involved, would that not detract from the true essence of tea?" Chen Ruxue paused at his words, momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated such profound insights from Chen Xuanqing regarding tea. She reevaluated her perception of him, gaining a deeper understanding. Just then, a light patter of footsteps echoed from outside, and a woman clad in a resplendent silver palace gown, exuding an air of noble elegance, entered. Her eyes seemed to have perceived the truths of the world, leaving an indelible impression. She was none other than the master of Weiwa Pavilion. Upon seeing her, Chen Ruxue hurriedly rose and bowed, saying, "I pay my respects to my teacher." Chen Xuanqing also rose to his feet, offering a nod to the beautiful woman as a gesture of greeting. Tang Yuehua smiled and returned the nod before turning her gaze to Chen Ruxue, saying, "Your Highness's presence graces Weiwa Pavilion, truly a moment of splendor." Chapter 53, A Conversation. Chen Ruxue, imbued with a sense of solemnity and respect, slightly bowed to Tang Yuehua, her tone tinged with gentle nostalgia and reverence. "Teacher, it has been a while since the last time I had the privilege of receiving your teachings. Quite some time has passed. I have come today not only to seek your wisdom once more, but also to see you, wishing you good health. Her gaze shifted to Chen Xuanqing, who stood nearby, and she softly introduced him. This is my friend, Chen Xuanqing, an ordinary person. I hope you will not take offense. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua nodded slightly, her eyes lingering on Chen Xuanqing. She had encountered many friends brought by Qian Ruxue, most of whom were refined and elegant, their demeanor exuding the grace and education of nobility. However, Chen Xuanqing presented a strikingly different impression. His gaze was profound, and his demeanor conveyed an air of nonchalance and freedom. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xuanqing smiled gently and clasped his hands, saying, Your Highness, the Crown Prince, speaks most truly. I am but a commoner, a rough individual, and even a base person. It is an immense honor to have the opportunity to meet the master today. Should I err in any regard, I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Hearing this, Tang Yuehua smiled softly, her gaze towards Chen Xuanqing revealing a heightened sense of admiration. Qian Ruxue then turned to Tang Yuehua, her tone infused with sincerity. Master, I have been restless of late. I have come today specifically to seek your guidance. Tang Yuehua, upon hearing this, felt a gentle light flicker in her eyes. She nodded gracefully, inviting Qian Ruxue and Chen Xuanqing to take a seat. With elegance, Tang Yuehua turned and returned indoors, gently lifting the curtain to reveal an ancient and exquisite guzheng. Upon seeing this, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Qian Ruxue's eyes as she said to Chen Xuanqing, Master's musical prowess is renowned throughout the entire Tiantuo Empire. To have the fortune of listening today is indeed a blessing. Chen Xuanqing nodded, a look of reverence gracing his features. The strings of the guzheng trembled gently beneath Tang Yuehua's fingertips as a melodious tune flowed forth, akin to a clear spring cascading over stones. And like a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops in the mountains, Chen Xuanqing closed his eyes, allowing the music to cleanse his soul. Despite his lack of musical talent and ignorance of the art, he could still perceive an essence of serene elegance. As the melody concluded, Chen Xuanqing could not help but murmur in admiration. The lingering notes truly resonate, echoing for 3 days without ceasing. Once the performance finished, Qian Ruxue praised, Master, your skill is truly extraordinary. Each time I listen, I am utterly enchanted. Chen Xuanqing echoed in agreement. Indeed, Master Tang's musical artistry is truly awe-inspiring. Tang Yuehua smiled at the two, a glimmer of pride flickering in her eyes. She was aware that her music could touch the hearts of others, a testament to her years of diligent practice. With a gentle touch, she plucked the strings of the guzheng and said, Since you both enjoy it so much, allow me to play a few more pieces for you. As the melodious notes of the guzheng filled the room once again, an enchanting atmosphere enveloped the space. After several enchanting melodies, Tang Yuehua gracefully approached Chen Xuanqing and Qian Ruxue, taking a seat before them with elegance. She then delicately lifted the teapot, pouring fragrant tea for both, her movements exuding an ineffable tranquility and grace. Subsequently, Tang Yuehua inquired with her soft, magnetic voice, Your Highness, have you encountered any troubling matters in recent days? Feel free to share. I am here to listen and perhaps alleviate some of your burdens. Upon hearing this, Qian Ruxue felt a stir within her, casting a furtive glance at Chen Xuanqing. Their ambiguous relationship had reached an indescribable level over the past few days, and in the presence of Tang Yuehua, it was hardly feasible to divulge her innermost thoughts. Thus, she could only offer a resigned smile and softly replied, Teacher, it is merely the trivialities of the mundane world. Speaking of them would only tarnish your ears. Taking a gentle sip of the tea, she savored its fragrance that seemed to disperse a trace of gloom from her heart. She continued, However, listening to your music is akin to hearing celestial melodies, which has significantly lifted my spirits. I shall not intrude on your lessons with other students any longer and will take my leave. With that, Qian Ruxue rose and offered a slight bow to Tang Yuehua, preparing to depart. Tang Yuehua also stood to see her off. Meanwhile, Chen Xuanqing remained seated, savoring the tea sip by sip. Observing this, Qian Ruxue furrowed her brow and strode angrily to Chen Xuanqing, hands on her hips, glaring at him as she said, You've already heard the music. Why do you linger here, drinking so much tea? Do you think yourself a water buffalo? Her voice carried a hint of coldness, clearly displeased with Chen Xuanqing's behavior. Chen Xuanqing, however, remained unfazed. With deliberate grace, he set down his teacup, allowing a faint smile to grace his lips as his gaze settled calmly upon Qian Ruxue. Subsequently, he gently shook his head, rising slowly to offer a slight bow to Tang Yuehua. Your Highness, the conversation between you and the Xian Master has concluded. I have some personal matters I wish to discuss with the Xian Master, so I kindly asked for your departure. Qian Ruxue was taken aback by Chen Xuanqing's forthright response. Momentarily stunned, her expression darkened, and her anger intensified. She whirled around, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Xuanqing, her voice icy as she declared, Humph. You ought to show some respect towards my teacher. Otherwise, I shall break your third leg. With that, Qian Ruxue shot him a fierce glare before storming off. Tang Yuehua, witnessing this, could only manage a wry smile. She then rose, gently patting Chen Xuanqing's shoulder in a gesture of consolation. Turning, she hurried after Qian Ruxue, smiling as she escorted her out of Yuehua Pavilion. The two walked along the corridor, Qian Ruxue's strides noticeably brisk, while Tang Yuehua followed at a measured pace, occasionally offering words of comfort. After seeing Qian Renxue off, Tang Yuehua returned indoors to find Chen Xuanqing still seated, leisurely savoring his tea. Intrigued, she approached him and inquired, "Is this tea truly so delightful that you indulge in it so?" Chen Xuanqing lifted his head and cast a meaningful glance at Tang Yuehua. Then, he licked his slightly parched lips and smiled, saying, "As for whether this tea is good or not, I cannot discern. However, it certainly quenches my thirst." Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua couldn't help but chuckle softly, finding the person before her truly intriguing and unlike the ordinary. She gently shook her head and remarked, "You are indeed an amusing individual. Drinking tea is meant to savor its aroma and flavor, yet you only emphasize its thirst-quenching effect." Chen Xuanqing chuckled and remarked, "While a cup of tea possesses the ability to quench one's thirst, one must also understand that humans can serve a similar purpose. I am unaware of such a notion." Tang Yuehua replied. After that, she took a seat opposite Chen Xuanqing, poured herself a cup of tea, took a delicate sip, and then inquired, "Pray tell, what private matter do you wish to discuss with me?" Chapter 54. A forced fruit is not sweet, yet satisfies thirst. Chen Xuanqing gently shifted his body and effortlessly settled beside Tang Yuehua, the distance between them so close that they could almost feel each other's breath. This unexpected intimacy stirred a flicker of displeasure within Tang Yuehua, causing her to furrow her brow slightly, yet she endeavored to maintain a serene expression, concealing her emotions. Chen Xuanqing perceived the subtle shift in Tang Yuehua's emotions, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips as he softly remarked, "The master of the pavilion bears the surname Tang. What a coincidence. Might I inquire about the connection between the master and the renowned Tang Sect? Furthermore, what is the nature of your relationship with the unparalleled talent, Tang Hao, of that very sect?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua's heart immediately filled with caution. She cast a penetrating glance at Chen Xuanqing, then discreetly increased the distance between them. In that moment, she was reluctant to divulge too much about her identity and background, especially in the presence of a man who appeared genteel yet possessed a profound cunning. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to make her voice sound calm and resolute. "I do indeed have certain ties to the Tang Sect. However, regarding Tang Hao, I am not well acquainted with him. I have merely heard of his exploits and am aware that he is a prodigy of the Tang Sect." Chen Xuanqing was not satisfied with Tang Yuehua's response. He shook his head and leaned closer, nearly pressing against her. Faced with his encroachment, Tang Yuehua felt an overwhelming discomfort. She turned her head away, unable to meet the depth of his gaze. This man was no ordinary individual, and she knew she must tread carefully, concealing any signs of vulnerability. Noticing that Tang Yuehua did not exhibit excessive fear in his presence, Chen Xuanqing narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone darkening with an unmistakable hint of menace. "Xian Master, perhaps you are unaware of my identity. I am Chen Xuanqing, the holy son of the Spirit Hall, an 83rd level soul Douluo." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly seized Tang Yuehua's arm. With her petite stature, she felt like a helpless child before his formidable strength. A surge of intense fear overwhelmed her, especially upon realizing that he was affiliated with the Spirit Hall. The long-standing enmity between the Spirit Hall and the Tang Sect was common knowledge across the continent. With this in mind, Tang Yuehua became increasingly convinced that her chances of escape were slim today. However, Chen Xuanqing had no intention of letting her go easily. He coldly continued, 6 years ago, Tang Hao the Tang Sect made a move against me. Had it not been for my myriad of methods, I would have long since lost my life at his hands." Tang Yuehua's heart tightened. She fought to suppress her fear, striving to maintain her composure. "Although I have some connections to the Tang Sect, I truly do not know Tang Hao. You must be mistaken." Then, with a sharp tone, she declared, "My Yuehua pavilion has operated in Tiantuo City for over a decade, and I have established good relations with the local nobility. If you release me now, I can overlook this incident." Her words carried a hint of bravado, attempting to intimidate Chen Xuanqing with the influence of Yuehua pavilion. Yet, upon hearing her defiance, Chen Xuanqing merely smiled coldly, clearly indifferent to the so-called backing she claimed. Chen Xuanqing's gaze burned with intensity as he forcefully pulled Tang Yuehua into his embrace, gripping her chin with such ferocity that she could hardly move. In a voice low and laced with menace, he declared, "Xianju, I am fully aware that you are Tang Hao's sister. Do not think for a moment that your identity can elude my scrutiny. Tang Hao nearly ended my life once. Seeking a bit of interest from him seems rather reasonable, does it not?" Tang Yuehua winced from the pain at her chin, desperately trying to speak but only managing a faint whimper. At that moment, the tide of fear surged within her, making it painfully clear that escape from Chen Xuanqing's grasp was utterly impossible. Chen Xuanqing gazed into Tang Yuehua's eyes, which were filled with terror and helplessness, a smirk of triumph curling at the corners of his mouth. "Earlier, I had confessed to the Xianju that I was but a mundane, a coarse individual, and a despicable wretch. Now, I shall unveil the true nature of this despicable character." With that, Chen Xuanqing abruptly lifted Tang Yuehua into his arms and pressed his lips against hers in a deep kiss. Tang Yuehua struggled with all her might, yet her strength appeared utterly insignificant before Chen Xuanqing. Overwhelmed by despair and fury, the helpless Tang Yuehua felt tears stream down her cheeks. Soaking the back of Chen Xuanqing's hand, Chen Xuanqing paid no heed to Tang Yuehua's struggles and tears as he carried her into the room. Terrified, Tang Yuehua's eyes brimmed with tears, filled with a profound hatred towards Chen Xuanqing, as she realized that she was likely to face an inescapable fate today. Once inside the inner chamber, Chen Xuanqing roughly tossed Tang Yuehua onto the soft bed, then closed in on her, firmly restraining her. Despite her desperate attempts to break free, her strength appeared utterly insignificant before Chen Xuanqing lowered his gaze upon Tang Yuehua, his eyes shimmering with an unusual intensity. He then brazenly remarked, "Master Xian, you must be in your 30s, yet you maintain such exquisite beauty, radiating the essence of a noblewoman. Especially with those eyes filled with disdain, they only heighten my excitement. Are you attempting to seduce me, Master Xian? If you could perhaps activate the noble circle to add a touch of allure and bring me some joy, I might just show you a gentler side." Tang Yuehua fervently shook her head, tears streaming down the corners of her eyes, desperately trying to convey her resistance and fury through her gaze. However, Chen Xuanqing remained indifferent to her feelings, continuing to encroach upon her space. His voice low and menacing. "There is an old saying that a forcibly picked fruit is not sweet, yet I believe quenching my thirst is of utmost importance. And a woman in her 30s, like you, is the most satisfying remedy for my thirst." As he spoke, Chen Xuanqing leaned closer to Tang Yuehua's ear, whispering, "Oh, I nearly forgot to mention, although I already have 4 women, their youth leaves much to be desired. I have yet to truly experience the essence of a woman. Master Xian, you must cooperate with me. This is my first time." Listening to his words, Tang Yuehua was enveloped by despair and dread. Chen Xuanqing then violently tore apart her flowing blue gown, exposing her fair skin. The chill enveloping her body elicited an immediate response. Chen Xuanqing gently caressed Tang Yuehua's delicate form, leaving her breathless and softly gasping. With her eyes tightly shut, tears silently streamed down her cheeks. She sensed her body responding more intensely to Chen Xuanqing's touch, yet the resistance and anger within her grew ever stronger. Chen Xuanqing felt her moistness at his fingertips and chuckled softly. "Xian master, it seems you are already prepared. Therefore, I shall not hold back." With those words, Chen Xuanqing mounted his steed, and with a flourish, his spear shot forth like a dragon, mercilessly thrusting without regard for the figure beneath him. Chapter 55. Informing the Parents. In the evening, sunlight filtered through the gossamer clouds, casting a gentle golden glow upon the glazed tiles of Yuehua Pavilion. Chen Xuanqing slowly rose to his feet. A hint of weariness reflected in his eyes, while the ache in his waist served as a lingering reminder of the recent events. In truth, Chen Xuanqing had not anticipated that his initial encounter with Tang Yuehua would delve so profoundly into intimacy. It was also Tang Yuehua's first experience of such nature. Her eyes shimmered with a blend of shyness and anxiety, and in that moment, a delicate flush graced her tender form. This evoked within Chen Xuanqing a sense of both guilt and inexplicable exhilaration, as he realized he had taken the maidenhood of this enchanting woman. However, what transpired next exceeded Chen Xuanqing's expectations. Tang Yuehua appeared to be driven by an inexplicable impulse. She suddenly pushed him down and straddled him, taking the initiative to dictate the rhythm in a commanding manner. At that moment, Chen Xuanqing felt his heart racing, as if it might leap from his chest. And he endeavored to synchronize with Tang Yuehua's movements, the two of them cultivating the fertile fields of hope together. Time seemed to slow to an extraordinary pace in that instant, the 4 hours of entanglement and fusion leaving both utterly exhausted. Ultimately, Tang Yuehua lay feebly in Chen Xuanqing's embrace, a faint blush still adorning her cheeks, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction and fatigue. Once everything had concluded, the weary Tang Yuehua mustered her strength to gently slap Chen Xuanqing before succumbing to a deep slumber. Chen Xuanqing touched his face, feeling a slight pain, yet his heart was filled with both confusion and sweetness. As a quintessentially straightforward man, Chen Xuanqing could not comprehend why Tang Yuehua would act in such a manner, but he understood that, at this moment, the nature of their relationship had undergone a profound transformation. After suppressing his feelings for an extended period, Chen Xuanqing deeply sensed that Tang Yuehua had bestowed upon him an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Meanwhile, while Chen Xuanqing and Tang Yuehua were engrossed in their passionate struggle, Douluo V had quietly returned home. Upon entering, she couldn't contain herself and dashed towards the poisoned Douluo, who was seated in the living room, playfully lamenting, "Grandfather, I've been bullied at school. Will you do something about it?" Dressed in a flowing green robe, Douluo V's brow furrowed immediately upon hearing this, a flicker of fierce intensity flashing in his eyes. Having always regarded his beloved granddaughter as a precious jewel, the news of her being bullied ignited a fury within him. Douluo V sternly inquired, "Which audacious fool dares to bully my granddaughter?" Douluo V recounted in detail the actions of Chen Xuanqing at the Tiantuo Royal Academy. She had initially expected her grandfather to erupt in anger and swiftly confront Chen Xuanqing. However, to her astonishment, after listening, her grandfather fell into deep contemplation. Seated with a somber expression, Douluo V appeared to be pondering something significant. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Yenner, do you know who this person is?" Douluo V shook her head, somewhat bewildered, and replied, "I only know he is called Chen Xian." Suddenly, she paused, a flash of insight illuminating her mind as she recalled Chen Xuanqing's identity. With wide eyes filled with surprise, Douluo Yin exclaimed, "Grandfather, I remember now. He is the #1 genius of the Douluo continent, the youngest soul sage, Chen Xuanqing." Upon hearing this, Douluo Bo nodded, a hint of a smile gracing his face. "You've remembered. Indeed, it is he. Today, I received news from the Wuhuan Hall in Tiantuo City, stating that this young man has already broken through to the rank of Soul Douluo, once again setting a new historical milestone for the Douluo continent." As he spoke, a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. Since Chen Xuanqing was able to articulate the matter of his poisoning, it is highly probable that he possesses knowledge of the antidote. For the safety of his granddaughter, Douluo Bo was resolute in his determination to compel this young man to reveal the means of detoxification. "Yenner, do not worry. Tomorrow I shall confront this young fellow to ascertain his true abilities," Douluo Bo declared with unwavering determination. He resolved that, even at the cost of his own life, he would extract the antidote from this young man. He could perish, but his beloved granddaughter must not meet the same fate of being poisoned by her own martial soul. In Douluo Bo's heart, the well-being of his granddaughter surpassed all else. Chen Xuanqing, seemingly youthful, yet possessing formidable strength as a Soul Douluo, might be her only glimmer of hope. No matter the cost, he would exhaust every effort to secure a chance for her survival. As dusk descended, Yilingling returned home, her steps heavy with fatigue. The events of the day weighed on her mind, as Chen Xuanqing's words echoed incessantly, preventing her from finding peace. "I'm back," she murmured softly, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Unlike the carefree demeanor of Douluo Yin returning home, Yilingling's emotions were in turmoil. She felt a mixture of anxiety and concern, fearing that her mother would be unduly burdened by her troubles. At that moment, a tall, robust woman emerged from the kitchen wielding a cleaver. A prominent scar marred the woman's face, yet her eyes radiated boundless affection for Yilingling. "Lingling, you have returned." The woman enveloped her daughter in a warm embrace, anxiously inspecting her for injuries. "Let me see. Did anyone hurt you at school? Did any male classmates bully you?" The rapid-fire questions left Yilingling momentarily overwhelmed, prompting her to gently shake her head, signaling that she was fine. Nevertheless, the woman, seemingly unconvinced, continued to admonish her to take care of her health and avoid overexertion. Just then, a burnt aroma wafted from the kitchen, interrupting their exchange. Yilingling chuckled helplessly, recognizing that her mother had likely become distracted while preparing dinner. Thus, she rose to assist in tidying up. The mother and daughter soon found themselves seated at the dining table, where Yilingling finally mustered the courage to share Chen Xuanqing's words with her mother. "Mother, today at school, a boy named Chen Xuanqing said something rather peculiar to me." Yilingling spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Yu Qianxian furrowed her brow, a glimmer of coldness flickering in her eyes. She set down her chopsticks and asked in a low voice, "What did he say?" Yilingling hesitated but ultimately relayed Chen Xuanqing's words verbatim. "Arrogant." Yu Qianxian slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming in anger, "This boy dares to disregard me." The fierce blade, Yu Qianxian. "Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to confront this lad and discover what abilities he truly possesses." Seeing her mother's wrath, Yilingling quickly cautioned, "Mother, please be cautious. He is the most talented genius on the Douluo continent, the youngest soul sage in history." Yi Qianxuan's fury intensified at this revelation. She struck the table with such force that it shattered. Her voice thundered, "What if he is a soul sage? If I cannot defeat him, I shall call for help. Watch me teach him a lesson tomorrow and avenge my daughter." As Yilingling gazed at her mother's fierce and resolute expression, warmth surged within her heart. Chapter 56, An Unexpected Visitor. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gauzy curtains, casting a gentle glow upon Chen Xuanqing, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. After a night of indulgence and rest, Chen Xuanqing slowly rose from between the two women's delicate forms, feeling as though his body had been rejuvenated. Gently rubbing his eyes, he was still somewhat drowsy. However, the tranquility of the morning was soon shattered. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, an urgent and fervent knocking echoed from outside the door, followed by the anxious voice of Salus, tinged with age. "Holy Son, something has happened. A grave matter." The once drowsy Chen Xuanqing was instantly awakened by the thunderous call. Sitting up abruptly, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. A grave matter? Could it not indicate the onset of another captivating spectacle? Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were also roused by the unexpected knocking, exchanging glances that revealed a hint of confusion. Xiao Wu, rubbing her sleepy eyes, curiously inquired, "What is it, Brother Xuanqing?" Zhu Zhuqing, with a slight smirk gracing her lips, seemed to have an inkling of the situation and softly remarked, "I fear that Brother Xuanqing has encountered some trouble upon his arrival in Tiantuo City." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing cast a sharp glance at Zhu Zhuqing, and then, with a playful gesture, gently patted her rear 3 times, laughingly urging, "No matter the circumstances, rise swiftly." The 3 of them quickly arose, freshened up in a brief manner, and stepped outside. There, they found Salus waiting anxiously, his face etched with unease. "What is it? Is there some commotion to witness?" Chen Xuanqing jested. Salus sighed deeply, his tone laced with urgency as he replied, "Alas, Holy Son, this is no trifling matter. A group has come seeking you, claiming they wish to meet." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing could not help but feel a twinge of curiosity. He slightly nodded, signaling Salas to lead the way. Observing this, Salas ceased his chatter and promptly took Chen Xuanqing outside. His pace was hurried and anxious, evidently unsettled by the sudden turn of events. Chen Xuanqing could not help but inquire, "What is the matter? Who are these individuals? Is there any spectacle to behold?" Sarath halted his steps, casting a sharp glare at Chen Xuanqing, and replied tersely, "Saint's son, this is not a trivial matter. Several titled Douluos have come to confront you. Who knows what trouble you have stirred? In any case, they appear to be quite formidable." Before long, Sarath guided Chen Xuanqing into a spacious conference room. Upon entering, he found it already filled with a multitude of onlookers, all eyes fixated upon him. Ning Rongrong's voice trembled with indignation as she pointed towards Chen Xuanqing. Addressing the middle-aged man and two elderly gentlemen beside her, "Father, Grandfather Jian, Grandfather Gu, it is he. Yesterday he audaciously claimed he would ravage and then kill. Again and again, such an affront to my dignity." Tears welled in the eyes of the little witch Ning Rongrong, clearly shaken by the encounter. Beside her, Du Guyan bit her lip, fear flickering in her gaze as she echoed Ning Rongrong's claims. "Grandfather, he threatened me yesterday as well." Though her voice was barely above a whisper, the terror it conveyed was unmistakable. Yi Lingling gently grasped the sleeve of the beautiful woman beside her, murmuring softly, "Mother, he told me yesterday that his habit is to destroy what he cannot possess." Her voice quivered, revealing the fear instilled by Chen Xuanqing's words. As the trio concluded their grievances, the atmosphere in the room grew palpably tense. All eyes were now on Chen Xuanqing, who remained unperturbed, gazing calmly at the assembly. Sarath stood by, speechless, astonished that Chen Xuanqing had managed to provoke such a multitude within merely 2 days of arriving at the Spirit Hall. This prompted him to question whether Chen Xuanqing had come to cultivate or to incite chaos. Ning Fengji, the sect leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, was well aware of Chen Xuanqing's identity and prowess. Observing him, a hint of admiration crossed Ning Fengji's countenance as he remarked, "Young friend Chen, you are indeed a prodigy. At such a tender age, you have already attained the rank of Soul de Law. It seems we old-timers are truly aging." However, Bon Douluo interjected angrily, "Fengji, why waste words on this fellow? He has bullied our little princess, and I shall ensure he receives a proper lesson today." Sword Douluo concurred vehemently, "Old Bon is right. This insolent brat must be shown that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is not to be trifled with." As soon as Sword Douluo's words left his lips, his aura surged forth, bearing down on Chen Xuanqing. Witnessing the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's stance, Du Gubo and Yi Qinshuan simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. They understood that the school was not there to support Chen Xuanqing but rather to stand up for Ning Rongrong and her companions. Consequently, today's events would not easily conclude. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had unmistakably revealed their position, causing the tension in the air to thicken. Du Gubo's face darkened as he thundered, "If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, this matter shall not rest." His voice resonated like thunder in the hall, leaving the audience's ears ringing. At that moment, Yi Qinshuan also stepped forward. Though merely a support-type soul master, she exuded an impressive aura, stating coldly, "While I am but a support-type soul master, it does not mean I lack means. Since you dare to threaten me, this matter cannot simply be overlooked." Seeing this unfold, Sarath felt a heaviness in his heart. Fully aware that the day's events would not end amicably, he turned his gaze toward the smiling Chen Xuanqing, appearing as though he wished to speak but hesitated, seemingly awaiting Chen Xuanqing's response. Just then, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing boldly stepped forward. Zhu Zhuqing remarked nonchalantly, "I have already indicated that this trouble was stirred up by Brother Xuanqing." Xiao Wu chimed in with a playful smile. "Then let us thoroughly enjoy the spectacle that Brother Xuanqing has created." Upon hearing these words, Chen Xuanqing couldn't help but cast a fierce glare at the two girls, inwardly chuckling at their mischievous antics. It was quite unexpected for them to create a ruckus at such a critical moment. He then shook his head in resignation and stated solemnly, "You two, cease your antics. I shall handle this matter. However, do bear in mind that tonight, I will be enforcing the family rules." As soon as his words fell, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing blushed profusely, exchanging glances and silently praying for Chen Xuanqing to show them mercy. Chapter 57, Challenge to the Title Douluo. After addressing Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, Chen Xuanqing elegantly turned to face the crowd, clasping his hands in a salute. "I am Chen Xuanqing. Since you have all exerted yourselves to journey from afar in search of me, I shall provide each of you with a satisfactory response today." However, his words did not conclude there. Instead, they took on a hint of provocation as he continued, "Nevertheless, I find myself quite curious about the prowess of the three esteemed title Douluos, the Poison Douluo, the Sword Douluo, and the Bone Douluo. It would indeed be a fortunate occasion to witness your skills today." With that, he shifted his gaze towards Ning Fengji, his eyes glimmering with anticipation and challenge. Of course, it would be even more splendid if the master of the Ning clan were also willing to engage in a friendly spar with me. The words of Chen Xuanqing reverberated in the ears of the assembled Douluo like a thunderclap. Their expressions instantly turned grave, and their eyes sparkled with fury. The Sword Douluo, seething with rage, responded with a mocking smile, his long sword trembling slightly in his hand, emitting a resonant hum. Indeed, You are a prodigy. But genius does not equate to strength. Today, I shall demonstrate to you what true power entails. The Bone Douluo, with a cold smirk, revealed a glimmer of derision and disdain in his gaze. Very well, since you are so confident, I shall indulge you. However, be prepared. I shall not show mercy and will teach you a lesson about your own hubris. The poisoned Douluo, wearing a sullen expression, remarked, Rest assured, young one. I shall strike with precision. Even if I leave you barely breathing, I have my methods to restore you. Just remember, do not blame me for the agony of my toxins. They are not to be trifled with. With the declarations of the three Douluos, the atmosphere in the arena grew palpably tense. Standing aside, Salas felt a sense of despair wash over him. Observing Chen Xuanqing's resolute gaze, he could not suppress a surge of powerlessness within. He shook his head helplessly, inwardly lamenting, Holy son, you are far too impetuous. How could a soul Douluo possibly challenge a tidal Douluo of level 92, another of level 95, and yet another peak Douluo of level 96? This is nothing short of self-degradation. Yet, Ning Fengji appeared unfazed by the unfolding events. Calmly observing Chen Xuanqing with a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, he slowly spoke, his tone laced with amusement, Young friend. Are you truly intent on compelling me to intervene? Do you possess the confidence to contend against the four of us united? Chen Xuanqing smiled faintly, his eyes shimmering with confidence. He then gently shook his head and remarked, Grasping such matters? Who can truly say for certain? However, we shall know through trial. Hearing this, Salas became increasingly anxious, fully aware that once the Saint's son made a decision, it was exceedingly difficult to alter. With a resigned sigh, he led the crowd to an open area. Soon, others from the spirit hall arrived, eager to witness the unfolding events. Salas attempted to intervene, but the sheer number of onlookers rendered him powerless to control the situation. In the expansive center of the venue, the crowd surged like a tide, forming concentric rings of spectators who gazed curiously and tensely at the scene before them. Your Highness, I adore you. Suddenly, a melodious female voice pierced the air, quickly followed by a chorus of similar exclamations that rippled through the audience like waves. These enthusiastic voices belonged to the female admirers of the spirit hall, their eyes gleaming with fervor and adoration, as if Chen Xuanqing were the singular object of their affection. Your Highness, I wish to bear your children. Another bold shout erupted, eliciting laughter from those nearby. While these remarks bore a hint of jest, they were primarily expressions of love and reverence for Chen Xuanqing. However, not all shared this exuberance. Some furrowed their brows in concern, voicing their trepidation. Isn't the Saint's son courting disaster? To challenge 3 titled Douluos alone is sheer madness. Indeed, if the Saint's son were to lose, it would be a disgrace for our spirit hall. Another echoed, his face etched with worry. Silence. A voice cut through the murmurs, tinged with dissatisfaction and anger. Is it not entirely normal for a soul Douluo to challenge 3 titled Douluos? What disgrace is there in that? The Saint's son's willingness to take on such a challenge is a testament to his courage. We should support him rather than mock him. The chatter within the crowd gradually subsided, leaving only Chen Xuanqing standing resolutely amidst his formidable opponents. My young friend, I shall not hold back, Ning Fengji declared, summoning his martial spirit. In an instant, a 7 treasures glazed pagoda floated gracefully in the air. The 7 treasures bring forth brilliance. One grants speed, the other strength. In that moment, a surge of azure light enveloped the poisoned Douluo, sword Douluo, and bone Douluo. After casting his soul skill, Ning Fengji unhesitatingly stepped back to observe, clearly choosing not to engage further. Martial spirit manifestation. Chen Xuanqing instantaneously summoned the true form of his martial soul, the spectral image of the crocodile ancestor. Stretching 100 meters in length, materialized and lay prostrate upon the ground, emanating an overwhelming aura that enveloped the surroundings. Seeing this, Bone Douluo chuckled, Old poison. You also possess a beast martial soul. Do you think you can handle this little fellow alone? Sword Douluo joined in the mirth, Old Bone. Are you not putting Old Poison in a difficult position? I suggest we lend him a hand. However, despite the jest, Sword Douluo displayed no inclination to intervene. Douluo, understanding the implication behind their words, recognized their intention to refrain from engagement. Gazing upon the massive, almost corporeal crocodile ancestor, Douluo felt a twinge of uncertainty. Yet he was determined not to yield. Thus, he replied with a faint smile, Humph. Merely a soul Douluo. Watch closely how I topple this young one. Taking a deep breath, his soul power surged forth like a mighty river breaking its dam. With a commanding shout, Douluo summoned the true form of his martial soul, transforming into a 50-meter-long, tank-sized emerald green serpent, the emerald scale serpent monarch. The serpent's scales shimmered with an eerie luminescence, as if imbued with boundless venom, instilling fear in all who beheld it. However, in comparison to the 100-meter-long crocodile ancestor, the emerald scale serpent monarch appeared somewhat diminished, especially under the enhancement provided by Ning Fengji. Poison Douluo, allow me to learn from you, Douluo declared. Barely had the words left his lips when the crocodile ancestor launched its assault, its colossal form shooting forth like a bolt from a bow, hurtling towards the emerald scale serpent monarch. The speed was astonishing, even causing the seasoned Douluo to gasp in astonishment. He never anticipated that this seemingly clumsy behemoth could possess such remarkable swiftness. Do not underestimate me, young one. My title is Poison. A glint of determination flashed in Douluo's eyes, fully aware that he could not afford to be complacent. Chapter 58, Victory in Battle. With a fierce shout, the emerald scale serpent monarch opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of green venom that cascaded directly onto the advancing crocodile ancestor. The venom exuded a nauseating odor, capable of corroding even the most resilient metals upon contact. However, to his astonishment, the venom seemed to encounter an insurmountable barrier upon striking the skin of the crocodile ancestor, failing to penetrate even its exterior. Seizing this opportunity, the crocodile ancestor let out a thunderous roar and charged with tremendous force towards the emerald scale serpent monarch. The impact was so potent that it seemed as if it could shake the very heavens. Although the emerald scale serpent monarch also possessed immense strength, it was unable to withstand such a ferocious onslaught, being sent crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust in its wake. Ha! Poison Douluo. My constitution is immune to poison. Chen Xuanqing laughed radiantly, his eyes glimmering with cunning. The crocodile ancestor's form shimmered, darting forth like a bolt of lightning once more towards Douluo. Sixth soul skill, 6 shifts. Chen Xuanqing uttered a low growl, and a formidable surge of soul power erupted instantaneously. 6 towering avatars of the crocodile ancestor martial spirit materialized from thin air. Their imposing figures exuded an awe-inspiring presence, akin to 6 majestic mountains, as they charged fiercely towards the emerald scale serpent emperor. Douluo's expression darkened. He recognized the formidable strength of the crocodile ancestor avatars. Taking a deep breath, Douluo concentrated all his soul power, preparing to counter this all-encompassing assault. 8th soul skill, time stasis. He bellowed, causing the surrounding air to seem as if it had solidified, with time itself appearing to slow down. Seizing the opportunity, the emerald scale serpent emperor unleashed a torrent of venom towards the 6 avatars. With a thunderous crash, the venom struck the avatars, sending them hurtling backwards, crashing heavily to the ground. Dust erupted into the air, forcing those nearby to instinctively take several steps back. However, despite the enormous disparity in size between the crocodile ancestor and the emerald scale serpent emperor, this attack left the crocodile ancestor martial spirit utterly unscathed. Chen Xuanqing stood his ground, a serene smile gracing his lips as he regarded Douluo, the poison Douluo. Your poison holds no sway over me. Thus, this battle may come to a close, he declared, his tone imbued with unwavering confidence. With a mere thought, the 700,000-year-old soul bone within his body was instantaneously activated. Soul bone skill, absolute confinement. Chen Xuanqing intoned softly. An intangible force enveloped Douluo in an instant, rendering the surrounding area immobile for a fleeting second. During that brief moment, the figure of the Emerald Python Sovereign was rendered motionless upon the ground, completely immobilized. Chen Xuanqing seized this exceptional opportunity to launch another attack. With the 5th soul skill, Great Water Burst, he then shouted, and the crocodile ancestor spirit unleashed a torrent of energy, coalescing into a colossal water orb several hundred meters in diameter, resembling a massive water bomb, which surged towards the emerald scale serpent emperor. The water sphere traced a graceful arc through the air before crashing down upon the serpent emperor. In an instant, the orb detonated, and the tremendous force ensnared the emerald scale serpent emperor within its turbulent embrace. The serpent emperor thrashed about in the water, desperately attempting to break free for air, yet the immense water sphere, as if possessed of its own will, relentlessly followed its movements, making escape nearly impossible. Standing quietly to the side, Chen Xuanqing observed as Douluo struggled within the water sphere. You wretched little imp, you shall not confine me, Douluo bellowed, a glimmer of indomitable spirit flashing in his eyes. With a deep breath, he summoned all his soul power. 5th soul skill, Serpent's Evasive Maneuver. As Douluo uttered the command, the form of the azure scale serpent king became remarkably agile, akin to a true serpent weaving through water, swiftly breaking through in a single direction. Within the water sphere, the azure scale serpent king moved like a dragon emerging from the depths, each undulation stirring up tumultuous waves, poised to shatter the confines that bound it. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xuanqing's expression grew solemn as he swiftly transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting towards the emerald scale serpent emperor with remarkable speed. Bang! With a single strike from Chen Xuanqing, an immense force propelled the emerald scale serpent emperor backwards. The serpent writhed in the water, struggling to break free once more. Yet Chen Xuanqing stood firm like an unyielding mountain, steadfast in his position. After several attempts, Douluo found his physical and spiritual energy nearly depleted. He felt each breath becoming increasingly arduous, requiring every ounce of strength he possessed. Upon witnessing the situation, Chen Xuanqing's eyes gleamed with a hint of triumph. Douluo was on the brink of collapse, and the victory in this battle was almost within grasp. However, instead of opting for a continued assault, he chose to dissolve the water sphere, granting Douluo V an opportunity to escape. Emerging from the confines of the water sphere, Douluo V landed and shot a fierce glare at Chen Xuanqing. His complexion was ashen, clearly indicating the considerable toll the recent skirmish had taken on him. I am a man who can accept defeat. I concede, Douluo V gasped, his tone tinged with a trace of reluctance. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing revealed a gentle smile and clasped his hands, saying, I am honored, Senior Douluo. Your strength is indeed formidable. My victory was merely a stroke of luck. The audience surrounding them, however, seemed to be ensnared by an invisible force, their faces adorned with expressions of daze. All eyes, as if guided by an unseen hand, converged upon Chen Xuanqing, captivated by the powerful and imperious aura that emanated from him. Xiao Wu, brimming with excitement, leaped into the air, her eyes sparkling with fervor, her face radiating pride and joy. I knew Brother Xuanqing would win. He is simply the best. Zhu Zhuqing, observing Xiao Wu's exuberance, could not help but chuckle softly. Xiao Wu, just moments ago, you were so anxious, fearing something would go awry for Xuanqing. Saras, witnessing the scene, also laughed, exclaiming, Our spirit hall has a bright future ahead. With His Highness the Saint Sun leading us, I would gladly embrace my fate even if I were to perish today. Though her words carried a hint of jest, they were laced with genuine trust and anticipation for Chen Xuanqing. The members of the spirit hall erupted into a frenzy of enthusiasm, their cheers echoing as if to rend the very sky. A collective pride surged among them for Chen Xuanqing's performance and the promising future of the spirit hall. The Saint Sun is truly invincible. With such prowess, who could possibly rival him? Ha! Our spirit hall is destined to rise to the pinnacle of the continent with a genius like the Saint Sun. Your Highness, do remember to leave the door open for me tonight. I shall bear you a child. Their voices were filled with joy and excitement, enveloping the spirit hall in a jubilant atmosphere. Chapter 59. The Powerful Bone Douluo. As for Douluo V, who had been vanquished by Chen Xuanqing, he stood quietly to the side, his gaze revealing a subtle sense of melancholy. Moments ago, he had been so confident, believing his mastery of poison had reached its zenith, thinking that defeating a soul Douluo would be effortlessly within his grasp. However, today's battle made him acutely aware of what true genius looked like. Douluo V's heart was a tempest of emotions. He felt both the bitterness of defeat and the admiration for Chen Xuanqing's strength. His loss was not unjust, for Chen Xuanqing's abilities indeed surpassed his own. This realization was difficult for Douluo V to accept, yet it was overshadowed by a profound sense of helplessness and regret. Douluo Yan, standing nearby, hurried over with concern etched on her face, asking, Grandfather, are you all right? Her voice trembled with worry, fearing that her grandfather might be disheartened by this defeat. Douluo V gently shook his head, inhaling deeply before responding, I am fine. Although my voice is calm, it carries an indescribable weight. To lose to a young man is certainly a bit humiliating, he continued, but I understand that this world is fraught with uncertainties. Today I was bested by him, yet in the future, more will fall to him. He possesses boundless potential and talent. One day, he shall ascend to the pinnacle and become a true powerhouse. Douluo V's words brimmed with expectation and acknowledgement of Chen Xuanqing, while also revealing a sense of resignation and reflection on the future. Meanwhile, the members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School wore expressions of astonishment, particularly their leader, Ning Rongrong, whose eyes sparkled with keen interest as he gazed upon Chen Xuanqing, as if he were a rare treasure. After all, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was renowned for its support-type soul masters, and the Ning family's martial spirit had been passed down through generations, embodying the unique Seven Treasure Glazed Tower. As a support-type soul master, Ning Rongrong understood the immense fortune of having an exceptionally powerful offensive soul master as a partner. Now, it seemed he had found such an individual before him. Turning to Ning Rongrong, he wore a teasing smile, saying, Rongrong, I warned you upon your return from Shrek Academy that you ought not to provoke him. It appears we have indeed entangled ourselves with a prodigious talent. Although Ning Rongrong was typically headstrong and willful, she too was profoundly impressed by Chen Xuanqing's performance. However, to preserve her pride, she stubbornly retorted, prodigious talent? Let him defeat Grandpa Jin and Grandpa Gu first. On the battlefield, the two elders, Jian Douluo and Bone Douluo, had also shed their previous disdain. Exchanging glances, they regarded Chen Xuanqing with newfound respect, admiration flickering in their eyes. Jian Douluo spoke first. Xuanqing, you are quite remarkable. Among the younger generation I have encountered, you are the only one I can genuinely commend. Bone Douluo concurred. No, old Jian, your words do not suffice. This young lad is now capable of matching us old-timers. How can we still regard him as a junior? His potential likely exceeds our wildest imaginations. With the elders' praises, the atmosphere among the members of the Spirit Hall soared even higher. Chen Xuanqing's performance has undoubtedly garnered the respect and recognition of everyone at the Spirit Hall of Tiantuo City. This unique battle is destined to become a remarkable tale in the annals of the Spirit Hall's history. In the face of the continuous praise from Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo, Chen Xuanqing remained unfazed. Instead, he provocatively inquired, esteemed seniors, having spoken so much, Are we not to engage in battle? Have you always relied on mere words to vanquish your foes? His words instantly incited the ire of Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo. Bone Douluo, with his fiery temperament, could hardly tolerate such provocation. He glared fiercely at Chen Xuanqing, as if he intended to consume him whole. You insolent brat. Your words are most unpalatable. Bone Douluo retorted with fury. Today, I shall shatter that foul mouth of yours and remedy your loathsome habit. With that, Bone Douluo advanced a couple of steps, and with a swift motion, he summoned his martial soul's true form. In an instant, a skeletal dragon, dozens of meters long and enveloped in blue flames, emerged before all. The dragon, with its menacing claws and fangs, seemed poised to devour everything, emanating an oppressive aura that struck fear into the hearts of onlookers. Meanwhile, Sword Douluo Chenqing remained stationary, refusing to intervene. A true powerhouse possesses their own dignity. Should he join the fray, even in victory, it would be a hollow triumph, a disgrace of the highest order. He resolved to observe the unfolding events, curious to see how Chen Xuanqing would respond to Bone Douluo's assault. At this moment, Chen Xuanqing also sensed the formidable pressure exerted by Bone Douluo, yet he bore no fear. Bone Douluo, regarding Chen Xuanqing, curled his lips into a mocking smile. Youngster, it seems your previous battle has drained quite a bit of your spirit power. Would you require some time to recuperate? Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing, unfazed, replied with a smile. Since I embarked upon the path of a soul master, I have never truly worried about my soul power. Moreover, you have already unleashed your martial soul's true form, which must have consumed a considerable amount of your soul power. Should I, by chance, emerge victorious against you, and you subsequently seek to excuse your defeat by claiming it was due to the depletion of your soul power, would that not render my victory hollow? Upon hearing these words, the Bone Douluo raised an eyebrow and retorted with indignation, Arrogant young man, how dare you underestimate me? With that, the Bone Douluo bellowed. Fifth soul skill, Sacred Fire Fury. As his words echoed, the massive skeletal dragon was engulfed in blue flames, charging fiercely towards Chen Xuanqing. Chen Xuanqing was undeterred. As the colossal crocodile ancestor, measuring 100 meters in length, let out a thunderous roar and charged headlong towards the bone dragon. The two titanic creatures collided at an astonishing speed, producing a deafening cacophony. The ground trembled violently, the azure stone surface shattering under the impact, and the entire battlefield was engulfed in flying sand and dust. Some onlookers of lesser strength were unable to maintain their footing against the shockwave and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, distant spectators held their breath, anxiously observing the fierce confrontation. As the dust settled, the bone dragon staggered backward 10 paces before regaining its balance. While the crocodile ancestor was toppled by the immense force, several areas of its body now tainted by the bone dragon's azure flames. Seeing this, Bone Douluo could not help but chuckle with satisfaction, exclaiming, "How about that, young one? Do you now comprehend the disparity between titled Douluos? Although I am merely 3 ranks above that old poisoner, the difference between those 3 ranks is as vast as the heavens and the earth." Chapter 60, Popularizing Physical Knowledge. Bone Douluo pointed at the azure flames enveloping the crocodile ancestor and continued, "These flames upon you are none other than my bone spirit cold fire. They cling to you like a parasite, causing no harm to your flesh, yet the torment they inflict upon your soul is unbearable. Now, prepare to relish the experience of your soul being ignited." Chen Xuanqing felt as if his soul were being ruthlessly scorched by unrelenting flames. A pain so profound that it seemed to tear him apart to his very core. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered. For this torment appeared to linger within the bounds of his endurance. First soul skill, Blood Phosphor Sacred Armor. Soul bone skill, Essence Concentration. As the last syllable escaped his lips, Chen Xuanqing's form reverted to that of a normal human size, his body instantaneously enveloped in a suit of crimson armor. This armor was both fervent and resplendent, elevating his aura to unprecedented heights and rendering him akin to a demonic deity emerging from the depths of hell, exuding boundless majesty and dominance. Witnessing the spectacle, Bone Douluo narrowed his eyes, initially presuming that Chen Xuanqing had enlarged himself to augment his strength. Instead, he had reverted to a typical stature. Curiosity stirred within Bone Douluo's mind. What could Chen Xuanqing possibly be up to? "Young man, have you conceded by shrinking in size?" Bone Douluo jested with a mocking smile. Chen Xuanqing smiled faintly, his eyes shimmering with determination and confidence. Most people believe that greater size equates to greater strength, and indeed, this is a common principle. However, in this world, there always exist exceptions. When a large object is compressed, its strength remains unchanged, yet its speed can increase dramatically. This is the ultimate power I strive for. With that, Chen Xuanqing moved, darting forth like an arrow released from a bow, his speed astonishing. He clenched his right fist tightly and struck fiercely at the bone dragon of Bone Douluo. Sensing the impending danger, Bone Douluo did not dare to underestimate the situation. He used both claws to slam down towards the ground. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed, shaking the entire battlefield as if it trembled in response. The already ravaged ground was further battered, debris flying and dust swirling in chaotic disarray. As the dust settled, The onlookers were astounded to discover a dramatic turn of events. This time, it was Douluo who was sent flying, while Chen Xuanqing remained steadfast in his position, resembling an immovable mountain. Chen Xuanqing slightly raised his head, his gaze shimmering with a piercing brilliance. This is my true strength. The Douluo, struggling to rise, no longer bore the nonchalance and mockery of before. Instead, his expression was now tinged with gravity and caution. 8th Soul Skill, Skeletal Emperor. With this low shout, the skeletal dragon, already a mere framework, underwent a remarkable transformation. It became enveloped in a layer of delicate white scales, each glimmering with a faint luster reminiscent of a lake's surface shimmering under the moonlight. Its already colossal form grew even more immense, resembling a towering mountain that cast a vast shadow over the arena. The Douluo stared coldly at Chen Xuanqing, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Kid, now let me see who truly holds the upper hand, you or I. With that, the bone dragon surged forward like a moving fortress, its palms brimming with concentrated soul power, poised to deliver a devastating blow at any moment. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Xuanqing displayed not a trace of fear upon his countenance. With a swift motion, he charged directly at the skeletal dragon. The crimson armor glistened brilliantly under the sunlight, exuding an overwhelming aura of majesty and power. A resounding crash echoed as the two clashed for the third time, accompanied by a deafening roar that transformed the once dilapidated training ground into a desolate wasteland. Dust and debris erupted into the air, casting the entire arena into chaos. As the haze gradually dissipated, the onlookers were astonished to discover that it was still the skeletal dragon that had been propelled backward. It crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Chen Xuanqing remained firmly planted in place, resembling an unyielding mountain. The Douluo exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? Boy, just how much has this armor enhanced you?" His voice was laden with incredulity and fear, unable to fathom that despite his own comprehensive enhancement, the outcome remained unchanged. Chen Xuanqing smiled faintly and explained, "Do you not study physics? If a 100-meter-long object is compressed to 1.8 meters, how great would its density become? Similarly, for an object of the same mass, the faster it moves, the greater its kinetic energy, and thus the more formidable the force it can unleash. This is the reason I can triumph over the strong." Upon hearing Chen Xuanqing's words, the crowd was left perplexed, engaging in animated discussions. "What does His Holiness mean?" "I don't quite understand," one murmured. "I sense I grasp what His Holiness is implying, yet it eludes my full comprehension," another confessed. "Ah, you simply do not understand," interjected a seemingly learned individual. "And do you understand?" inquired a curious onlooker. "Truth be told, I do not fully comprehend either, but I know that His Holiness has significantly improved," he proclaimed, exuding an air of profundity. Though his words did not elucidate Chen Xuanqing's physical principles, they provided a convenient escape for the crowd. Nods of agreement swept through the assembly. Although doubts lingered in their hearts, they refrained from further inquiries. After all, witnessing such a spectacular battle was exhilarating enough. "Not yet enough, young one. What follows is the full extent of my power," intoned Douluo, his voice deep and commanding. As his words fell, an overwhelming aura radiated from him, sweeping through the arena like a tempest. This formidable presence surged forth like an invisible tidal wave, leaving the majority of those present feeling utterly overpowered. Their bodies began to sway, as if they might collapse at any moment. Observing this, Douluo's expression turned grave. He swiftly unleashed his powerful soul force, forming an invisible barrier to shield the crowd. 9th Soul Skill, Spatial Shuttle, Douluo declared, and in an instant, his figure vanished without leaving even an ephemeral trace. Gasps of astonishment erupted as the onlookers frantically searched for Douluo's whereabouts. Yet, just as their eyes scanned the surroundings, a white silhouette materialized before Chen Xuanqing. It was the bone dragon, transformed from Douluo. The bone dragon opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of blue flames that engulfed Chen Xuanqing's figure, illuminating the entire arena with its fiery glow. Chapter 61. All-Out Assault. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze was fixated on the blazing inferno, her eyes filled with tension and concern. Within the flames, Chen Xuanqing's form flickered, evoking worry for his condition. "Xuanqing, brother," Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, her voice trembling. Xiao Wu remained relatively calm, well aware of Chen Xuanqing's prowess. She gently patted Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder, offering reassurance. "Do not worry, Zhuqing. We are well aware of Brother Xuanqing's strength. He will not be easily defeated." However, the spectators from the Spirit Hall harbored a different sentiment. They watched Chen Xuanqing amidst the flames, their hearts brimming with anxiety. After all, he was not only their holy son, but also a source of pride for them all. "Holy son, are you all right?" someone called out, concern evident in their tone. "Douluo has struck too fiercely." Another voice expressed indignation, clearly displeased with Douluo's actions. Solaras, representing the Spirit Hall, appeared somewhat unsettled. Witnessing the fierce battle, he found himself wavering. He turned to Ning Fengji, hesitating for a moment before finally speaking. "Sect Master Ning, we acknowledge." Yet, before he could finish, a figure emerged from the flames. It was none other than Chen Xuanqing. His crimson armor was adorned with blue flames, remnants of the bone spirit's cold fire scorching his soul. However, at this moment, Chen Xuanqing had grown accustomed to the unbearable pain, even finding a semblance of enjoyment within it. Chen Xuanqing smiled faintly and turned to Douluo, speaking softly, "Senior, since you have already exerted your full strength, I must take this more seriously." As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Xuanqing's figure abruptly vanished from his original position. The onlookers felt a fleeting blur, and when they focused their gaze again, he had instantaneously reappeared before the colossal form of the bone dragon. The dragon's heavy scales shimmered with a hard light under the sun. However, in the face of Chen Xuanqing's thunderous punch, they appeared as fragile as paper. With a single strike, accompanied by a deafening roar, the scales and skeletal structure of the bone dragon exploded, scattering countless fragments upon the ground. Seeing this, Douluo's expression shifted slightly as he swiftly summoned his soul power to repair the damaged scales and bones of the dragon. At the same time, a sense of astonishment welled up within him. During their earlier confrontation, he had distinctly sensed that his opponent had not exerted his full capabilities, and now, Chen Xuanqing was truly demonstrating his remarkable speed and strength. Taking a deep breath, Douluo spoke solemnly, "Kid, I admit your strength is indeed formidable. However, you must understand that the disparity in soul power between a soul Douluo and a title Douluo is immense. Moreover, my bone spirit cold fire has been continuously scorching your soul. Given time, you will inevitably succumb." Nonetheless, Douluo's words bore a hint of resignation. As a 95th level title Douluo, he should have effortlessly triumphed over a soul Douluo. Yet now he found himself relying on soul power and the strategy of prolonging the battle to secure a victory, which left him feeling somewhat ashamed. Chen Xuanqing, however, remained unfazed, wearing a faint smile as he spoke. "Senior, the outcome of a battle is not determined by mere words. Since you wish to delay time, allow me to entertain you." With that, Chen Xuanqing launched another assault, his figure weaving through the skeletal dragon like a wraith, each strike inflicting significant damage. The bone Douluo was compelled to respond with all his might, his soul power depleting rapidly, and a sense of unease began to creep into his heart. This confrontation seemed to have surpassed his expectations. The tension on the battlefield hung thick in the air, akin to a taut string poised to snap at any moment. The battle between Chen Xuanqing and Douluo had been raging for quite some time, with their figures intertwining on the battlefield, each clash eliciting a fierce tremor. Ning Rongrong stood to the side, her hands clenched tightly, her eyes brimming with concern. Unable to contain herself, she whispered, "Grandpa Bone won't lose, will he?" Her voice quivered slightly, revealing her deep apprehension for Douluo's safety. Ning Fengji, upon hearing her words, gently patted her shoulder and reassured her, "Fear not. Your Grandpa Bone is a title Douluo of the 95th rank. His strength is not something an ordinary person can rival. Although this battle appears intensely contested, given time, your Grandpa Bone will surely emerge victorious." However, Sword Douluo was not as optimistic as Ning Fengji. He fixed his gaze on the battlefield and solemnly remarked, "Fengji, do not underestimate this situation. This young fellow possesses extraordinary strength. Though Old Bone has exerted all his abilities, his opponent seems to remain at ease. Moreover, I have observed that this young man's 8th spirit ability has yet to be unleashed. Once he employs it, the tide of battle may swiftly turn." Upon hearing Sword Douluo's words, both Ning Fengji and Ning Rongrong's expressions shifted dramatically. They had indeed been somewhat complacent. Upon reflection, Chen Xuanqing's performance was truly astonishing. Worry etched across their faces, they silently prayed for Douluo's safety. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling observed the battlefield with a heart full of conflicting emotions. She was both astonished by Chen Xuanqing's prowess and anxious for the safety of herself and her mother. At the same time, she felt an overwhelming sense of confusion and uncertainty about her own future. Yi Qianxian, noticing her daughter's distress, gently embraced her and softly said, "Lingling, do not worry. No matter what happens, your mother will be by your side to protect you. You are my precious daughter, and I will never allow you to come to harm." Hearing her mother's words, warmth surged within Yi Lingling. She nestled closely against her mother, and in that moment, she resolved that, having been protected by her mother all her life, she would now take it upon herself to safeguard her mother, regardless of what the future held. Suddenly, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted dramatically, like tumultuous waves surging forth. Spirit Bone Technique, doubling spirit transformation. Chen Xuanqing's voice resonated with a deep and unwavering tone, instantly amplifying his right hand's strength fivefold. His already formidable fists now exuded an aura capable of annihilating worlds. With a sudden and fierce swing, Chen Xuanqing's fist struck the skeletal dragon with the force of thunder. Each blow was accompanied by a cataclysmic roar, as if seeking to shatter the very fabric of space itself. The Bone Douluo, confronted with such ferocious onslaught, appeared somewhat overwhelmed. In response, he attempted to channel his soul power to mend the damaged form of the skeletal dragon, yet Chen Xuanqing's speed and destructive capability were far too swift. He could scarcely react. After several strikes, the once mighty skeletal dragon, towering dozens of meters high, was utterly obliterated beneath Chen Xuanqing's relentless assault. disintegrating into a myriad of shattered bones scattered across the battlefield. Chapter 62, The Seven Killing Sword versus the Azure Edge Sword. The Bone Douluo, whose martial spirit had been shattered, stood pale and swaying, clearly gravely injured. At this moment, an eerie silence enveloped the battlefield. Onlookers stared in astonishment, their hearts brimming with awe and reverence. They understood that the outcome of this battle had been decisively determined. The 95th ranked titled Douluo, Bone Douluo Gu, had fallen. Grandpa Bone, are you truly unharmed? Ning Rongrong rushed forward, gently supporting the slightly stooped figure of the Bone Douluo, her eyes reflecting anxiety and concern. The wrinkles on the Bone Douluo's face appeared even more pronounced in the sunset's glow as he shook his head faintly, revealing a bittersweet smile. Little princess, I am truly sorry. It seems that this old body of mine cannot seek vengeance for you today. Standing nearby, the Sword Douluo's gaze was piercing. He glanced at the Bone Douluo, and then at the calm and composed young man opposite him, a tumult of indescribable emotions swelling within him. Having fought alongside the old Bone Douluo for many years, they had developed a mutual respect. Yet today, the Bone Douluo had succumbed to this prodigious youth. How could he possibly accept such a reality? The Sword Douluo inhaled deeply and took 2 measured steps forward, each step resonating with the hearts of those present. He gently summoned his martial spirit, the 7 killing sword, which instantly radiated a blinding cold light, as if capable of cleaving through the void. The Sword Douluo's gaze was as sharp as his blade as he fixed his eyes upon Chen Xuanqing. Young man, your strength indeed exceeds my expectations, but I, Jian Douluo Chen Xuanqing, shall not hold back today. However, in the face of the Sword Douluo's imposing presence, Chen Xuanqing merely smiled faintly, gently retracting his martial spirit form, a hint of fatigue gracing his features. Observing this, the Sword Douluo furrowed his brow slightly. I can grant you ample time to recover your soul power while I stand here and await your readiness. Chen Xuanqing shook his head, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Sword Douluo Chen, a peak Douluo of the assault system at level 96, your renown precedes you, and I have long been aware of it. However, with your title as the Sword, I am eager to witness the prowess of your swordsmanship. Upon uttering these words, the crowd was visibly stirred. They gazed at the young man before them, their eyes filled with admiration and astonishment. Ever since the illustrious name of Sword Douluo Chen reverberated throughout the Spirit Master community, no one dared to challenge him in swordplay. Yet here was Chen Xuanqing, daring to contend with the titled Douluo known for his mastery of the sword. A truly remarkable sight. Sword Douluo, taken aback for a moment, then erupted into hearty laughter. Excellent, excellent. You are the first in many years to wish to compete with me in swordsmanship. Today, I shall engage you in battle, once you have restored your soul power. Let us see just how far your limits extend. Upon hearing the proposal from the Sword Douluo, Chen Xuanqing unexpectedly shook his head, a gentle yet confident smile gracing his face. He softly replied, No, I am not proficient in swordsmanship. In comparison to you, Sword Douluo, I am still far from your level. As these words fell, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions rife with confusion. How could one unskilled in swordplay dare to challenge the Sword Douluo? Was this not a path to humiliation? Even the typically composed Ning Rongrong furrowed his brow, casting a puzzled look at Chen Xuanqing. The Sword Douluo's countenance darkened, a hint of frost lacing his voice as he questioned, Young man, are you jesting with me? His tone betrayed a palpable dissatisfaction, clearly incensed by Chen Xuanqing's response. Nevertheless, Chen Xuanqing maintained his serene smile, gently shaking his head as he elucidated, No, that is not my intention. What I mean to convey is not that my swordsmanship is to be compared with yours, but rather that my sword seeks to challenge you. The crowd, now even more perplexed, exchanged glances filled with curiosity. The Sword Douluo, too, furrowed his brow in confusion, seemingly awaiting an explanation. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd, speculating on the meaning behind the Saint Sun's words. Did his sword possess some extraordinary quality? Uncertain, they pondered. Yet the expression on the Sword Douluo's face suggested he grasped something significant. Naturally, he was a titled Douluo known as the Sword. How could he not understand? Listening to the murmurs around him, the Sword Douluo elevated his stance. Taking a deep breath, he declared, Very well, I shall witness your sword and your strength. I hope you do not disappoint me. With that, the 7-kill sword in his hand erupted into a dazzling cold light. 5th soul skill, awe-inspiring might. With a thunderous shout, the Sword Douluo unleashed dozens of tangible sword energies from the 7-kill sword, slicing through the air like silver meteors, fiercely aimed at Chen Xuanqing. A glimmer of calmness flickered in Chen Xuanqing's eyes as he swiftly drew the Qingmong's sword from his waist. The sword remained shrouded in a delicate mist, its blade shimmering with a faint luminescence, rendering its true form inscrutable. Go! Chen Xuanqing emitted a soft exclamation, summoning the Qingmong's sword, which soared gracefully into the air. With a gentle sweep, it conjured a tempest of sword energy, effortlessly deflecting the numerous incoming sword strikes. The Sword Douluo gazed at the suspended Qingmong's sword, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He sensed the formidable pressure emanating from the blade, causing even his own 7-kill sword to tremble involuntarily. The sword Douluo murmured to himself, "No wonder you claim that this old man should compare sword techniques with your blade. It is indeed my first encounter with such an intriguing sword." With that, he inhaled deeply, poised to unleash a more potent assault. Sixth soul skill. All swords return to the sect. With a thunderous declaration, the sword Douluo summoned hundreds of azure sword phantoms from all directions, enveloping the Qingmong sword within their midst. These shimmering sword shadows radiated a fierce brilliance, exuding an aura of destruction. However, the Qingmong sword appeared utterly unfazed by the onslaught. It neither dodged nor evaded, instead remaining serenely suspended in the air. As the multitude of sword phantoms collided with the Qingmong sword, it merely flicked its tip, sending the sword shadows flying away. In an instant, hundreds of sword phantoms were launched aside, embedding themselves into the ground and carving out deep ravines. This flawless defense left all present in awe. Incredible! I never anticipated that His Highness, the Saint's son, possessed such mastery in swordsmanship. They stood motionless, while the sword Douluo had already been compelled to unleash 2 of his soul skills. However, discerning observers recognized that it was the inherent strength of the sword that yielded such a breathtaking display. The sword Douluo regarded the scene with a glimmer of admiration. This opponent was truly unprecedented, and the Qingmong sword instilled within him an unparalleled sense of pressure. At that moment, the sword Douluo understood that the forthcoming battle would be even more arduous. Chapter 63, Defeat. Chen Xuanqing's expression was grave as he took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. "Senior, since we have reached this juncture, please unleash your techniques to your heart's content. I, Chen Xuanqing, shall receive them." Those present could detect a hint of determination in Chen Xuanqing's voice, indicating he was prepared to face the impending storm. In truth, after the fierce battles with the poison Douluo and bone Douluo, Chen Xuanqing's soul power had already been severely depleted. Originally, his own soul power's purity was sufficient to sustain his continued combat. However, upon drawing the Qingmong sword and impulsively challenging the sword Douluo, he realized that his soul power was somewhat lacking. The Qingmong sword, though immensely powerful, demanded a considerable toll on his soul power. Upon hearing this, the sword Douluo's eyes glimmered with appreciation as he nodded and said in a deep voice, "Well, since you are so resolute, I shall unleash my full strength. Be cautious." The words of the sword Douluo carried an undeniable authority, and at that moment, he regarded Chen Xuanqing as a worthy adversary deserving of earnest attention. Instantly, a torrent of formidable soul power surged forth from the sword Douluo, sweeping through the air like a tempest. The intensity of his soul power fluctuations drew the attention of all present, indicating that this strike was not to be underestimated. 7th soul skill, 7-kill true body. With a low exclamation from the sword Douluo, his form underwent a dramatic transformation. The 7-kill sword in his hand vanished, replaced by an aura of unparalleled sharpness. The sword Douluo seemed to metamorphose into an extraordinary sword, radiating a dazzling brilliance that was almost blinding. In that moment, he transcended the realm of an ordinary soul master, embodying a true master of the sword path. Every breath he took, every movement he made, exuded an unmatched ferocity. 7 kills thunder strike, a single sword cleaves the heavens. The sword Douluo's voice rang out like thunder, his soul power boiling like molten lava, instantly coalescing into the form of a 4-armed giant. This giant wielded 4 7-kill swords, their blades glimmering with a chilling light, each swing capable of tearing through space and annihilating any foe that stood in its way. Faced with this cataclysmic assault, Chen Xuanqing felt no hesitation. He gritted his teeth and summoned the vast majority of his soul power, channeling it entirely into the Qingmong sword. As if responding to its master's resolve, the Qingmong sword emitted a brilliant flash, as though infused with newfound vitality. It then shot forth at incredible speed toward the 4-armed giant in the sky, marking the first time the Qingmong sword had taken the initiative to attack. Targeting the heart of the giant. "Come forth!" The sword Douluo shouted, his voice resonating with strength and confidence. He maneuvered the 4 7-kill swords to strike simultaneously at the Qingmong sword, the clash producing a sharp metallic resonance. With a thunderous boom, a blinding light erupted, illuminating the entire battlefield. Within that radiance, the 4-armed giant was pierced through by the Qingmong sword, the tremendous impact causing it to dissipate into the air. The sword Douluo, his martial soul form shattered, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Observing this scene, the sword Douluo spoke in a solemn tone. "You have won, young man. Your Qingmong sword is indeed extraordinary. Today, I have gained new insights." Yet, Chen Xuanqing did not experience the elation of victory. Chen Xuanqing stood rigidly, whispering, "No. It is you who have triumphed, senior. I have exhausted my soul power. While you still possess the ability to summon your martial spirit's true form and have yet to unleash your 9th soul skill." Upon hearing this, the sword Douluo paused momentarily, then chuckled, "Ha ha ha. You are quite self-aware, young lad. However, victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. Today, your ability to contend with me to such a degree is already a source of pride." The two exchanged smiles, and the last remnants of their previous tension dissipated in that instant. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Chen Xuanqing suddenly staggered, as if struck by a heavy blow, and collapsed to the ground. The once lively arena of the martial spirit hall fell into a profound silence, with everyone wide-eyed, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing rushed forward almost simultaneously, supporting Chen Xuanqing from either side. Tears shimmered in Xiao Wu's eyes as she gently caressed Chen Xuanqing's face with trembling hands, her voice tinged with panic. "Brother Xuanqing, what has happened? Please don't frighten me." Zhu Zhuqing, wearing a grave expression, placed her fingers lightly on Chen Xuanqing's pulse, attempting to gauge his condition. Seeing this, Archbishop Salas hurried over, examining Chen Xuanqing's state closely before exhaling a sigh of relief. He then addressed the gathered crowd. "There is no need for alarm. The Holy Sun is unharmed. He simply expended an excessive amount of soul power during that battle and is temporarily fatigued. With 2 days of proper rest, he will recover fully." Ning Fengji, observing from the sidelines, nodded in agreement with Salas's assessment. With a gentle smile, he clasped his hands in respect and remarked, "Since the Holy Sun requires rest, we of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect shall take our leave for now. After a few days, once he has regained his strength, we shall return for a visit." Casting a glance at the arena, now reduced to ruins, Ning Fengji continued, "Given the destruction wrought by our battle, rest assured, Archbishop Salas, that the cost of rebuilding the arena will be borne by my sect." Salas, who had previously shown indifference towards the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, now radiated warmth. For who could resist the allure of financial support? He responded with a smile, "Lord Ning, you are too kind. I shall ensure that the Holy Sun receives the utmost care during his recovery. Once he is well, we shall convene to discuss important matters together." At this moment, Yi Qianshuan and Douluo approached as well. Yi Qianshuan spoke softly, "Archbishop Salas, we too shall take our leave." Douluo nodded, adding, "Indeed. While this young man may have fainted, the matter is far from over. We shall return to check on him in a few days." Salas smiled and nodded in agreement, affirming, "You are quite correct. The Holy Sun indeed needs ample time to recuperate. Rest assured, I shall personally oversee his recovery to ensure he regains his strength swiftly." Thus, the 3 factions temporarily departed from the martial spirit hall, leaving only the members of the hall behind. Once the factions had completely exited, they carefully lifted Chen Xuanqing and carried him back inside, gently laying him on the soft bed. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing stood anxiously at his side, vigilantly guarding him. At that moment, a group of young female soul masters approached, eager to assist in caring for Chen Xuanqing. After all, the tale of his audacious challenge against 3 titled Douluos had spread throughout the martial spirit hall, leaving these female soul masters utterly captivated. However, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing positioned themselves firmly in front of the group, their expressions resolute and earnest. "Thank you for your kindness. But Brother Xuanqing needs peace and quiet to recover," Xiao Wu softly stated, her voice gentle yet undeniably firm. "We understand, but we also wish to do something for him." One of the female soul masters replied gently, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head slightly, explaining, "What Brother Xuanqing requires now is rest and recuperation. Excessive disturbance would hinder his recovery. We will take turns watching over him, and should anything arise, we will promptly inform you." Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's explanation, the female soul masters felt a twinge of disappointment but refrained from insisting. They nodded in understanding, promising to remain on standby. Soon, news of the fierce battle at the martial spirit hall spread throughout the entire Tiantuo City, captivating both soul masters and ordinary citizens alike, who eagerly discussed the thrilling skirmish. Chen Xuanqing's remarkable feat of challenging 3 titled Douluos with the prowess of a soul Douluo has become a legendary tale among the populace. Across the corners of Tiantuo City, lively discussions abound. "Have you heard? The son of the spirit hall, Chen Xuanqing, actually challenged 3 titled Douluos with his soul Douluo strength," exclaimed a middle-aged man to his friend, his voice brimming with excitement. "Is that true?" "This news seems far-fetched," replied his friend, eyes wide in disbelief. "It's absolutely true. I heard that the battle was akin to a divine clash, a truly spectacular scene." The middle-aged man continued, his voice filled with fervor and admiration. "Such conversations are commonplace in Tiantuo City, where Chen Xuanqing's name has become synonymous with legend. His audacious challenge has not only resonated within the Soul Master community, but has also garnered respect and curiosity from the common folk." Deep within the resplendent palace of Tiantuo City, Emperor Xie sat quietly upon the dragon throne, his gaze penetrating as he perused a scroll. The scroll detailed the extraordinary exploits of the son of the spirit hall, who had astonishingly defeated 3 titled Douluos, a feat that sent shockwaves throughout the entire Tiantuo Empire. With a heavy sigh, Emperor Xie appeared somewhat burdened by the news. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" His voice, though calm, carried an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, Prince Xuebing immediately displayed a hint of disdain. He smirked and remarked, "Father, this must be false news. How could a soul Douluo possibly defeat 3 titled Douluos? It's nothing short of a fantasy. I believe this is merely a rumor spread by the Spirit Hall to bolster their son's reputation." Emperor Xue frowned at Xuebing's words. internally lamenting his son's lack of foresight and judgment. It was disheartening that he could draw such conclusions so easily regarding such a significant matter. Turning his gaze to Qian Rinxue beside him, a flicker of appreciation crossed his eyes. As the crown prince, Qian Rinxue was not only exceptionally gifted but also possessed a keen intellect, making her a worthy successor. Qinghe, what is your perspective on this matter? Emperor Xueye inquired. Qian Rinxue paused slightly, suppressing her disdain for that imbecile, and calmly began to analyze the situation. Father, this individual is undoubtedly a genius, she replied slowly. To exhibit such astonishing strength at such a young age suggests limitless potential for future accomplishments. We must exercise caution in our approach. After a brief pause, she continued. I believe we have two options. First, we could strike decisively while he is still growing, eliminating him before he fully matures. After all, if a future powerhouse becomes our enemy, it would be an unbearable loss. Second, we could invest greater resources to entice him to betray the Spirit Hall and join our ranks. A glint of cunning sparkled in Qian Rinxue's eyes as she spoke. For geniuses often harbor their own ambitions and desires. If we can present him with sufficient incentives, he may not be able to resist. Emperor Xueye listened to Qian Rinxue's analysis with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. He nodded and remarked, You make a valid point. We must tread carefully when dealing with such a talent. Regardless of the path we choose, we must act with prudence and avoid rash decisions. Noticing Xuebing glancing at the palace maids, a wave of exasperation washed over Emperor Xueye. Though his son held the title of prince, he lacked the necessary wisdom and responsibility. If the throne were to be passed to him, the future of the Tiantuo Empire would indeed be precarious. Perhaps it would have been better to have him walloped on the wall. Xuebing, you may leave now. Emperor Xueye gestured with an air of impatience. Do not create further disturbances here. Upon hearing this, Xuebing sighed with relief and promptly bowed before departing the hall. Watching him leave, Emperor Xueye let out a gentle sigh. He then turned his piercing gaze to the others present. You may all withdraw. With his command, the palace attendants and maids quickly bowed and exited. Their movements light and swift to avoid disrupting the solemn atmosphere. Emperor Xueye's gaze shifted to Qian Rinxue, revealing a complex expression. He beckoned her forward, and she gracefully approached, standing before him. Qinghe, his voice was deep and resonant. I have heard that the son of the Spirit Hall, Chen Xuanqing, has a penchant for male companionship and shows interest in men. You returned from the Stardow Forest with him. Is there any truth to this? Qian Rinxue felt a stir within her, recognizing this as an opportunity to tarnish Chen Xuanqing's reputation in the eyes of Emperor Xueye. She lowered her head slightly and hesitantly replied, Father, I have heard whispers regarding this matter. Although Chen Xuanqing is often accompanied by female companions, he seems to favor men. Hearing this, Emperor Xie frowned momentarily before relaxing his expression, casting a profound glance at Qian Rinxue. Qinghe, it is indeed troubling that a talent of such caliber has emerged from the Spirit Hall. For the future of our Tiantuo Empire, we must spare no effort in courting Chen Xuanqing. He paused before adding, if necessary, sacrificing some male companionship may be acceptable. You have traveled together for many days. It appears your relationship is amicable. If he has an interest in men, perhaps he holds some admiration for you as well. If you are willing to make this sacrifice for the benefit of our empire, securing the support of a pique de law would be a tremendous boon. Qian Rinxue felt utterly speechless at the suggestion that she might have to sacrifice her own dignity to win over Chen Xuanqing. She never anticipated that Emperor Xueye would propose such a notion, expecting her to employ her allure to gain his favor. Despite her status as a princess, she was still a woman, and such actions were simply beyond her. Father, I shall not entertain such thoughts. Qian Rinxue feigned indignation as she turned to leave. After all, even if she were willing to make sacrifices, she lacked the necessary attributes for such endeavors. One cannot simply remove their trousers halfway and utter, Why are you a woman? Get out. In the Moonlight Pavilion, upon receiving the news, Tang Weiwa felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart, prompting her to cease her classes and retreat to her chamber. Reflecting on the wildness of the previous day, the youthful man had elevated her spirits to dizzying heights, causing a blush to bloom on Tang Yuehua's cheeks. At this moment, her face flushed with embarrassment as she pressed her legs together. At over 30, she had recently been awakened to pleasures. And now thoughts of the robust Chen Xuanqing stirred her senses. Originally, she had been the one in control. Yet she found herself unable to resist pushing back against this young man. This experience was both unfamiliar and exhilarating for Tang Weiwa, leaving her feeling a tinge of shyness as she reminisced. Now, upon hearing news of Chen Xuanqing once more, her emotions grew intricate, leaving her uncertain on how to face this man who evoked both disdain and fascination within her. 3 days later, sunlight filtered through the gossamer curtains, gently illuminating Chen Xuanqing. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze gradually sharpening in the familiar yet strange surroundings. Brother Xuanqing has awakened. Zhu Zhuqing's melodious voice rang out, brimming with joy and excitement. Her radiant smile sparkled with concern and anticipation. With her exclamation, the room instantly came alive with activity. A throng of individuals gathered around the bed, inquiring about Chen Xuanqing's health with earnestness. Your Highness, how do you feel? One of the beautiful envoys, who had attended to him the previous day, presented a steaming bowl of ginseng soup. Your Highness, please drink this while it's hot. It will nourish your body. Feeling the warmth of their concern, a wave of gratitude surged within Chen Xuanqing. At that moment, Sarath called out, "Everyone, please step outside. His Highness requires rest. Do not disturb him." As his voice echoed, the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Sarath in the room. Xiao Wu approached the bed and softly spoke, "Brother Xuanqing, we have been terribly worried about you these past 3 days. Zhuqing and I have stayed by your side, fearing that something might go awry." Upon hearing these words, Chen Xuanqing felt a deep surge of emotion within him. He grasped Xiao Wu's hand and replied with a gentle smile, "I apologize for causing you concern. I was merely a bit fatigued, but I feel much better now." Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination as she gazed at Chen Xuanqing. "Brother Xuanqing, as long as you are well, I am willing to care for you for a lifetime." Xiao Wu chimed in immediately, "Me too. Brother Xuanqing, we will always be by your side." After speaking, Zhu Zhuqing shyly lowered her head, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Embarrassed, she ran away, with Xiao Wu quickly following her. Observing their retreating figures, Salas could not help but chuckle. "Your Highness, you are indeed fortunate. These 2 young ladies have taken turns caring for you, vigilantly watching over you day and night." Chen Xuanqing felt even more touched by this, fully aware of the genuine affection these 2 girls held for him. Salas continued, "Your Highness, the news of your valiant challenge against the 3 titled Douluos has reached the Spirit Hall. Her Holiness the Pope is profoundly moved and has decreed that upon your return, you shall be officially bestowed the title of Saint." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Bibi Dong genuinely intended to leverage Liena's influence and the identity of the Saint's son to win him over? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuanqing slowly replied, "Then I shall return to Wuhuan City after the Soul Master tournament concludes." Upon hearing this, Sarath's face broke into a satisfied smile. "Your Highness, do you have any interest in participating in this Soul Master tournament? If you are willing, I can arrange for you to serve as a judge for our Wuhuan Hall." However, Chen Xuanqing gently shook his head in refusal, for he believed that participating in the Soul Master tournament would be akin to bullying children, not to mention he wished to avoid being entangled in trivial matters. Seeing Chen Xuanqing's resolute stance, Sarath did not press further. With a smile, he said, "In that case, I shall not disturb you any longer, Your Highness. Please take your time to rest." With that, Sarath turned and departed, leaving Chen Xuanqing alone in the room to ponder. The following day, after a day of rest, Chen Xuanqing's vitality and spirit had returned to their peak condition. He stretched lazily, sat up from his bed, and after a brief wash and tidying, prepared to leave the Wuhuan Hall. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing trailed behind him, ostensibly to better care for the recently recovered Chen Xuanqing. Before long, the trio arrived at a quaint residence, which was none other than Yi Lingling's abode. Chen Xuanqing approached and knocked on the door. After a brief moment, a somewhat somber face emerged from behind it. Upon seeing Chen Xuanqing and the petite figure of Xiao Wu, as well as Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling, a flicker of surprise crossed their features. "Chen Xuanqing, what brings you here?" Yi Lingling's voice carried a hint of aloofness, yet the astonishment in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. Chen Xuanqing smiled faintly and replied, "Naturally, it is to discuss the matters that were not settled a few days ago." Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling's somber expression eased somewhat. She gently nodded and said, "That's good. You may come in now." At this moment, Xiao Wu's gaze fell upon Yi Lingling. Although they had only met the day before, it was still the first encounter between the 2 women. Chapter 66, Generous Terms. Xiao Wu's penetrating gaze fixated on Yi Lingling as she meticulously scrutinized this uniquely graceful maiden. Yi Lingling possessed a charming visage, her skin as fair as jade, and her eyes were deep and reflective, akin to a lake in autumn. Imbued with a hint of melancholy, her long purple hair cascaded softly over her shoulders, and the black and purple attire she wore enhanced her distinctive aura. As Xiao Wu observed Yi Lingling, an inexplicable surge of anger welled up within her. Unable to contain her fury, she confronted, "Brother Xuanqing, you must honestly confess, did you intentionally provoke this sister? Have you taken a liking to her?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing found himself both amused and exasperated, and could only shake his head in resignation as he explained, "Xiao Wu, what nonsense are you spouting? I am enamored with her 9 hearts, Si Tang weapon spirit, not with her as a person." Suddenly, the long-dormant system chimed in, "Ding. Please intercept Yi Lingling, and you will receive a lottery opportunity." Chen Xuanqing realized that his interest extended beyond Yi Lingling's weapon spirit. He was also beginning to take notice of her as an individual. However, noticing the shift in Chen Xuanqing's expression, Xiao Wu was unwilling to relent. Pouting, she declared, "Humph, I don't believe you. The way you look at her is entirely different. There is definitely something amiss." Standing quietly to the side, Zhu Zhuqing observed the unfolding scene. She too had noticed Yi Lingling's distinct aura, one that exuded an aloofness even surpassing her own, verging on isolation. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing could not help but interject. "Are you not aware of Brother Xuanqing's roving eye? Whenever he encounters a beautiful girl, his eyes sparkle with intrigue. Nevertheless, I must admit that this sister is indeed quite lovely. It is no wonder Brother Xuanqing would be smitten." Xiao Wu, pouting in discontent, cast a disapproving glance at Chen Xuanqing before turning to face Yu Lingling. Sister, please do not take offense. My brother Xuanqing is merely a big lecher. He becomes transfixed upon encountering beautiful girls. But rest assured, I shall keep an eye on him and ensure he behaves. As she spoke, she shot a deliberate glare at Chen Xuanqing. Yu Lingling's cheeks flushed as she smiled slightly, but chose to remain silent. Upon entering the room, a warm and inviting atmosphere enveloped them. In the center of the table, an exquisite tea set was meticulously arranged, the aroma of tea wafting through the air. Yi Qianxian gazed at Chen Xuanqing with a broad smile, her eyes reflecting satisfaction and approval that made him feel somewhat bashful. It was evident that Chen Xuanqing sensed the unique regard of a mother-in-law assessing her son-in-law in Yi Qianxian's gaze. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling, observing this exchange, felt a wave of unease wash over her. Watching her mother's beaming smile, she began to piece together the implications. Over the past few days, her mother had frequently mentioned Chen Xuanqing, praising his exceptional qualities and suitability for entrustment. Did her mother genuinely intend to play matchmaker between herself and this formidable man? The thought made Yu Lingling's face flush with embarrassment as she stole a glance at Chen Xuanqing. Immediately, a sense of panic gripped her, prompting her to avert her gaze and strive to compose herself. Excuse me for intruding today, Andy. I hope you can forgive my boldness. Chen Xuanqing's voice shattered the silence in the room. Yi Qianxian waved her hand with a smile, saying, "Oh, you need not be so polite, dear. Consider this place your home. Do not stand on ceremony with Auntie." Her words were imbued with warmth and hospitality, as if she had already embraced Chen Xuanqing as one of her own. This left Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing feeling somewhat out of place, as if they had unwittingly intruded upon this budding courtship. However, Yi Lingling, standing to the side, felt a tinge of impatience. She furrowed her brow and coldly remarked, "If there is something to discuss, please be direct. Let us not waste time." Instantly, the atmosphere among the group shifted to one that was subtly awkward and tense. Chen Xuanqing was the first to break the silence, speaking with unwavering determination. "I have come here with the sole purpose of acquiring the 9-heart begonia martial soul. This is not a fleeting whim, but a decision made after careful contemplation. It pertains to my future, and I must be thoroughly prepared. As for the specific reasons, I find it inappropriate to disclose them here." Upon hearing his words, Yi Qianxian and Yi Lingling's expressions simultaneously changed. They sensed his resolute determination to obtain the 9-heart begonia martial soul. Chen Xuanqing continued, "Of course, I understand that such a request is not easy for you two, mother and daughter. Therefore, I am willing to pay a price to ensure our cooperation proceeds smoothly. Rest assured, I will not let you suffer any loss." Yi Lingling, upon hearing this, curled her lips into a cold smile. She disdainfully replied, "What price can you pay? It is merely the ability to help us acquire soul rings or to present a soul bone. While these are indeed precious to us, they are insufficient to compel our allegiance." Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in disagreement with Yu Lingling's words. Zhu Zhuqing remarked calmly, "You underestimate Brother Xuanqing. What he possesses is far more precious than you can imagine." Xiao Wu concurred, "Perhaps you should dare to think a bit bigger. Brother Xuanqing's abilities extend well beyond this. The price he promises will undoubtedly satisfy you." As their words settled, the atmosphere in the room grew tense once more. Yet, Chen Xuanqing remained remarkably composed, speaking with measured clarity. "The 9 hearts begonia martial spirit is an exceedingly rare existence. There can only be one inheritor per generation. And at present, there are merely 2 living 9 hearts begonia soul masters. The inheritor is as rare as a solitary star, only emerging when an existing soul master departs. Among all support-type martial spirits, the 9 hearts begonia is the least numerous. You senior," Chen Xuanqing suddenly raised his voice, letting it resonate through the night. "If I, Chen Xuanqing, can ensure that Yu Lingling successfully breaks through to the level of title Douluo and create an opportunity for her martial spirit to evolve, would you two be willing to serve me?" This proclamation struck like thunder in Yi Qianxian's heart. She abruptly stood up, her ample chest gently trembling with emotion, as if even the air quivered in response. With a slight tremor in her voice, yet remarkably resolute, Yi Qianxian asked, "Are you speaking the truth? Are you not deceiving me?" Chen Xuanqing nodded slightly, his gaze reflecting an undeniable confidence. It can be said that he was acutely aware that the conditions he proposed were an immense temptation for Yi Qianxian and her daughter. The rarity and power of the 9-heart begonia martial soul rendered any opportunity related to its evolution exceedingly precious. Chapter 67. The Allure of the Mother-in-Law. Yi Qianxian took a deep breath, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. "As long as you can truly ensure that Lingling's martial soul undergoes a favorable mutation and protect her, I, Yi Qianxian, shall agree to your terms, even if it costs me my life." Although she referred to her life as old, in reality, Yi Qianxian was merely in her early 30s. At the pinnacle of her beauty, her visage, illuminated by the soft glow of lanterns, appeared exceptionally radiant, and her ample bosom added a touch of mature allure to her charm. As Chen Xuanqing gazed upon Yi Qianxian, he could not help but silently commend himself. His proposal had indeed managed to sway the heart of this 9-heart Tang soul master. What lay ahead for Chen Xuanqing was to fulfill his promise, granting Yu Lingling's martial spirit the opportunity for genuine evolution. "Senior, This pill is called the beauty pill. It possesses miraculous effects, capable of erasing the scars upon your face and rejuvenating your visage with youthful radiance. I encourage you to give it a try and witness the results. Chen Xuanqing said with a smile, gently placing a pearl-like, immaculate pill upon the table. In truth, despite possessing a plethora of pills, Chen Xuanqing was only vaguely aware of the beauty pill's specific effects. After all, the young women around him, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Meng Yuran, and Liena, were all in the prime of their youth. Their skin is pure as snow, and their beauty captivating, rendering such a pill unnecessary for them. Thus, Chen Xuanqing mused to himself that allowing Yi Tianqian to test the pill would serve a dual purpose, validating the pill's efficacy while aiding her in restoring her beauty. Oh, I shall certainly give it a try, Yi Tianqian replied, nodding lightly and unhesitatingly placing the pill into her mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a gentle, warm energy that rapidly diffused throughout her body. In an instant, Yi Tianqian felt a surge of pure energy coursing through her, as if countless delicate tendrils were caressing her skin. Immediately thereafter, an indescribable itchiness enveloped her, akin to a multitude of ants crawling upon her body, prompting an overwhelming urge to scratch. Meanwhile, to Chen Xuanqing, Xiao Wu, and the others, a layer of black substance began to emerge upon Yi Tianqian's skin. This material seemed to be forced out from the depths of her flesh, writhing in a rather eerie manner. Observing her mother-esque condition, Yi Lingling's eyes flashed with anxiety as she indignantly exclaimed, Chen Xuanqing, are you trying to harm her? Before her words could fully escape her lips, however, Yi Tianqian interrupted excitedly, Lingling, do not worry, this sensation is rather pleasant. As Yi Lingling beheld her mother's elated expression, her tension eased somewhat. She turned and fetched a full-length mirror from within the room, gently placing it before Yi Tianqian. In the mirror, Yi Tianqian's skin was marred with black filth, presenting a rather alarming sight. With a startled cry, she hurried to the bathroom to cleanse herself. Yi Lingling glanced back at Chen Xuanqing, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, a whirlwind of complex emotions surging within her. She murmured to herself, though my mother may agree to serve you, it does not signify that I am yours. Her voice, though soft, resonated with a resolute determination. At this moment, Chen Xuanqing leaned against the table, gazing up at Yi Lingling. The ones I have set my sights on have yet to escape my grasp. This seemingly casual statement caused Yi Lingling's heart to race, like a startled deer. She trembled slightly, instinctively pulling her chair back a little. Chen Xuanqing observed Yi Lingling's reaction, a faint smile playing on his lips. Suddenly, he let out a gasp, feeling a sharp pain in his waist. Upon lowering his gaze, he discovered that Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had simultaneously struck, their delicate hands tightly gripping the soft flesh at his waist. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in indignation as she exclaimed, Xianqing Gij, you have finally revealed your true intentions. Xiao Wu chimed in, I always knew that Xianqing Gij would be unable to resist the allure of beautiful women. It appears I was correct. Both wore expressions of fiery resentment. Chen Xuanqing suddenly felt a sense of innocence wash over him. He rubbed his waist, which had been twisted painfully, and with a bittersweet smile, he said, you two have misunderstood me. I was merely expressing my determination and had no other intentions. At that moment, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing simultaneously turned their gazes toward Yi Lingling, a flicker of caution gleaming in their eyes. Xiao Wu earnestly cautioned, Lingling, you must be careful not to be deceived by brother Xianqing. He is not just surrounded by us two women. You must ensure your own safety. Zhu Zhuqing echoed her sentiment, adding, indeed, brother Xianqing is quite the flirt. Make sure you do not fall under his spell. Upon hearing these words, Yi Lingling couldn't help but feel a pang of surprise. She had initially believed that Chen Xuanqing was only involved with the two girls before her, unaware that he had numerous female admirers. A wave of complex emotions surged within her, mingling curiosity with a sense of wariness. Chen Xuanqing observed the reactions of the three individuals, feeling a sense of helplessness within himself. He sighed and spoke, you have all misunderstood my intentions. While I may have a few cherished companions, my sincerity towards each of you remains unwavering. My only desire is to provide each of you with a home. Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu, you should comprehend the depth of my feelings for you. It is true that I may encounter many more women in the future, yet our initial bond will always hold a special place in my heart. Upon hearing Chen Xuanqing's words, Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing exchanged glances, a complex array of emotions flickering in their eyes. A mixture of concern intertwined with a hint of resignation, a dash of anticipation, and an almost imperceptible twinge of jealousy danced within them. The two women were acutely aware of Chen Xuanqing's allure and understood that exceptional men often attract a multitude of admirers, which instilled within them a sense of unease. Chen Xuanqing sensed the emotional shift between the two women, gently clasping the hands of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, his eyes radiating determination and tenderness. He then gazed deeply at them and softly reassured, rest assured, regardless of how many women I may have, I will always cherish the two of you. In my heart, you are irreplaceable, and there will forever be a place for you both. Hearing these words, warmth surged within Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, their faces illuminating with relieved smiles as they leaned against Chen Xuanqing's shoulders, finding in him the most steadfast support of their lives. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling, observing this scene from the side, felt a pang of discomfort, sensing that she had become an extraneous presence in the trio, which left her feeling somewhat despondent. At that moment, Yi Lingling silently sat aside, observing the atmosphere amongst the four, the ambiguous air feeling somewhat stifling. Just then, after her bath, Yu Qianxian emerged. Her face, once marred by a fierce scar, now displayed smooth and delicate skin, and her formerly sallow complexion had transformed into a luminous pallor. Even more astonishing was the newfound voluptuousness and graceful curves of her figure. Everyone gazed at her in awe and admiration. Yi Qianxian, puzzled, asked, "Why are you all looking at me like that? Take a look for yourself, mother." Yu Lingling promptly handed her a full-length mirror, allowing her to see her transformation more clearly. As Yi Qianxian gazed into the mirror, a flicker of disbelief crossed her eyes. She gently caressed her cheek, the delicate sensation feeling surreal. Then, she pinched her arm firmly, the sting confirming the reality of her metamorphosis. Zhu Zhuqing approached, scrutinizing Yi Qianxian with admiration, exclaiming, "Aunt, you look at least 20 years younger. Not only have the scars vanished, but you also radiate a newfound brilliance and beauty." Xiao Wu chimed in, giggling, "Indeed, Aunt." Standing next to Lingling, "You look like sisters." As Yi Qianxian absorbed their praises, an indescribable joy welled up within her, rekindling the confidence and beauty she had long thought lost. "Mother, how do you feel now? Is there anything amiss?" Yi Lingling, filled with concern, hurried to her side, eager to assess her mother's condition. However, Yi Qianxian seemed oblivious to her daughter's inquiry, her gaze fixated on Chen Xuanqing, her face alight with unprecedented warmth and joy, as if he were her own son. "Oh dear, Lingling, this child truly lacks understanding." Yi Qianxian gently shook her head, a hint of reproach in her tone. "Look, the tea has gone cold. You didn't even think to offer our esteemed son-in-law a fresh cup." With that, she swiftly took the teapot and poured a cup of hot tea for Chen Xuanqing, her eyes brimming with admiration and affection for him, exuding a charm that was almost enchanting. Chen Xuanqing felt somewhat embarrassed by Yi Qianxuan's enthusiasm. He touched his nose, secretly grateful for having produced such a miraculous beauty elixir. Likewise, Chen Xuanqing was astonished by the astonishing effects of the potion, which seemed to have transformed Yi Qianxian entirely. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling stood by, utterly perplexed by her mother's actions. Just moments ago, she had confidently asserted that Chen Xuanqing could never win her heart. Yet now her mother appeared to be offering her to him willingly. This abrupt shift left Yi Lingling feeling somewhat speechless and resigned. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, as if sharing a silent understanding, clung tightly to Chen Xuanqing, one on each side, unwilling to release their hold. Their large eyes sparkled with anticipation and longing, resembling two radiant stars glowing with brilliance. Xiao Wu blinked her doe-like eyes and playfully said, "Brother Xuanqing, I too wish to have the beauty elixir. Look how beautiful Lingling's sister has become. I want to be lovely as well, so when we go out together, I can make you proud." Her voice was sweet and gentle, melting hearts effortlessly. Zhu Zhuqing, with a determined expression, tightly clenched her fists and asserted, "Xiao Wu is right. Brother Xuanqing, you must have set aside a portion of the beauty elixir for us, right? We are your dear little sisters, and you cannot show favoritism." Although her tone carried a hint of playfulness, it was underpinned with unwavering resolve. Chen Xuanqing observed the harmonious exchange between the two, a wave of helplessness washing over him. He let out a soft sigh, nodding as he spoke. "You are still quite young and have yet to fully bloom. In a few years, I shall bestow upon each of you a beauty elixir, ensuring your youthful radiance endures, allowing you to remain ever so enchanting." As Chen Xuanqing's words faded, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing leapt up in excitement. They exchanged a glance, as if a silent agreement had been forged, and simultaneously offered Chen Xuanqing a sweet kiss on either side. Standing nearby, Yi Lingling lowered her head, a delicate blush spreading across her cheeks. It appeared that Chen Xuanqing's earlier words encompassed her as well. Did this imply that he considered her one of his own? Subsequently, Chen Xuanqing slowly opened his palm, revealing a purple dragon pill that lay quietly within. With a warm and resolute smile, he presented the pill to Yi Lingling. "You have all witnessed the miraculous effects of the pill in my hand. This purple dragon pill is capable of causing a mutation in your martial soul," he stated. However, Yi Lingling found herself engulfed in a profound dilemma. Her gaze flickered between the pill and Chen Xuanqing, a torrent of unexplainable emotions surging within her. At that moment of hesitation, Yi Qianxian unceremoniously reached out to seize the pill. Her face radiated trust and joy, as if envisioning her daughter's future brilliance. "Fear not, my dear, my son-in-law is one of us." Lingling consumed the pill. Yi Qianxuan's voice was filled with conviction and anticipation, her faith in Chen Xuanqing unwavering. Encouraged by her mother, Yi Lingling finally resolved to accept the pill, inhaled deeply, and without hesitation swallowed it. Instantly, a surge of potent energy erupted within Yi Lingling, contorting her expression into one of intense agony. Yet, she persevered, gritting her teeth and enduring the onslaught. Just then, a brilliant light burst forth from within her. In her nine-heart begonia martial soul emerged, the once pink begonia flower flourishing wildly under the luminous glow. As the martial soul blossomed, it transformed into a deeper crimson hue, as if imbued with a mysterious essence. Simultaneously, Yi Lingling's demeanor underwent a radical metamorphosis. enveloped in a sanctified radiance that rendered her both noble and divine. Gradually, she opened her eyes, which sparkled with vibrant light, looking at her mother. A joyful smile graced her face, her voice brimming with exhilaration and delight. Mother, my martial soul has truly evolved. I can feel its power has intensified. My soul power level has risen to level 40. With just one soul ring, I shall become a soul master of the same rank. Upon hearing this, Yi Qianxian beamed with delight, gently caressing Yi Lingling's hair, pride and affection gleaming in her eyes. Wonderful. My son-in-law is indeed a man of his word. The results are nothing short of extraordinary. However, as Yi Qianxian mentioned Chen Xuanqing, Yi Lingling's expression subtly shifted when she noticed his absence. Mother, where is Chen Xuanqing? Why is he not here? She inquired with a hint of confusion. With a playful tone, Yi Qianxian teased, he has already departed. What? Is our Lingling reluctant to part with him? Her words carried a playful challenge, seemingly probing her daughter's sentiments. Yi Lingling's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily shook her head. Denying, of course not. I merely feel grateful for all he has done for me. Yet, despite her denial, her thoughts involuntarily drifted back to Chen Xuanqing, the man who always wore a gentle smile, who had sacrificed so much for her, regardless of his motives. These reflections ignited a warm current within her heart. Perhaps, this man truly possesses admirable qualities, she mused silently, a tender smile unwittingly gracing her lips. Yi Qianxian observed her daughter, noting the radiant joy on her face, yet her heart brimmed with concern and reluctance. My dear, she began softly, each word weighed with deliberation. Chen Xuanqing, though he may be somewhat of a fickle man, I have come to understand him through our encounters. He tends to care for the women around him with great attentiveness. I believe he will not disappoint you. Yi Lingling listened to her mother's words, her heart a tumult of emotions. She recognized her mother's intentions were rooted in love, yet a flicker of dissatisfaction and doubt lingered within her. Why must her mother place her entire future in the hands of a man? Yi Qianxian discerned her daughter's turmoil and sighed gently. Child, you may find my words harsh and feel angered, but as someone who has experienced life's trials, I understand the world's cruelty and indifference. After a brief pause, she continued, our nine-heart begonia martial soul has always been coveted. While I can protect you now, there will come a day when I will grow old and depart this world. I chose Chen Xuanqing in hopes that a strong man will safeguard you in my absence, ensuring your well-being in this world. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling's tears flowed freely as she collapsed into her mother's embrace, weeping softly. Yi Qianxian tenderly stroked her daughter's hair, a glimmer of helplessness in her eyes. My child, this is the fate of our nine-heart begonia martial soul. We cannot change it. We can only accept it and strive to adapt. The mother and daughter held each other tightly, as if merging their heartbeats into one. In that moment, their hearts surged like tumultuous waves, brimming with both hope and apprehension for the future. Meanwhile, Chen Xuanqing looked on helplessly at the two enchanting women beside him, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, who clung to his arm with childlike affection, as if fearing he might vanish at any moment. Chen Xuanqing offered a gentle smile, striving to infuse sincerity into his tone. Rest assured, both of you will certainly receive your share of the beauty elixir. Moreover, my stock of potions is indeed dwindling, and those capable of enhancing one's beauty are exceedingly scarce. However, Chen Xuanqing's words did not entirely quell Xiao Wu's ire. She pouted her lips and turned away in a huff, seemingly dissatisfied with his response. Her frustration stemmed from the belief that her elder brother Xianqing possessed an abundance of treasures yet to be revealed, while others benefited first. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, adopting a teasing tone, remarked, Xiao Wu, your assertion is rather misguided. That is no mere outsider, but rather the esteemed mother-in-law of brother Xianqing. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu gasped, as if struck by a revelation, her bright eyes widening in astonishment. Brother Xianqing, your mother-in-law's gaze towards you seems rather peculiar. Could it be that she has developed feelings for you? With a playful expression, she continued, oh dear, what if brother Xuanqing's mother-in-law truly harbors affections for him? What will happen to you Lingling? Could it be a case of mother and daughter both vying for his heart? Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing nearly stumbled and fell to the ground, helplessly shaking his head while secretly chuckling to himself. One could only say that Xiao Wu was indeed audacious. And these two young ladies were becoming increasingly mischievous, daring to make such jokes. Subsequently, Chen Xuanqing quickened his pace, and upon noticing this, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing immediately followed suit. The three of them laughed and frolicked together, swiftly arriving at the front of Douluo's residence. Chen Xuanqing stood before the estate, his voice resonating as he addressed the doorman. Good sir, I am Chen Xuanqing from the Spirit Hall, here to pay a visit. Might I trouble you to inform your master of my arrival? The doorman, glancing up, noticed two elegant ladies accompanying Chen Xuanqing, the strikingly beautiful Xiao Wu and the poised and captivating Zhu Zhuqing. The trio, clad in exquisite attire and radiating an extraordinary aura, commanded the doorman's utmost respect. He quickly approached them, a broad smile adorning his face, and apologized. I sincerely apologize, esteemed guests. Regrettably, both our master and young lady are currently absent from the estate, having departed for the Heaven Do Royal Academy. and are unable to host you at this moment. Chen Xuanqing was momentarily taken aback, for he did not anticipate that Douluo V was absent from home, having instead ventured to the Royal Academy of Tiantuo. Could it be that the narrative had already commenced? However, with his intervention, Shrek Academy should be unable to form a team and would not be attending the Tiantuo Imperial Academy. Chen Xuanqing pondered silently, recognizing that his visit was indeed somewhat presumptuous and had resulted in a waste of time. Subsequently, he offered a faint smile and nodded to the doorman, stating that they would not impose any further. He requested that the doorman convey to his master that they would return another day upon his return. Having said this, the trio turned to depart. Xiao Wu gazed at Chen Xuanqing, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Brother Xuanqing, where shall we go next? Are we headed to the Royal Academy of Tiantuo? Chen Xuanqing lifted his gaze to the sky, noting that the sun had yet to fully descend. And the hour was still early. Given the time at hand, he suggested that they visit the Tiantuo Royal Academy. After making the decision to head to the academy, Chen Xuanqing, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing swiftly returned to the spirit hall. The governor immediately harnessed the carriage, and the three of them set off. As time passed, they gradually distanced themselves from the bustling Tiantuo City and ventured outside its walls. Chapter 70, The Effeminate Tang San. On the vast and unending official road, several figures sped past, the dust swirling around them as they rushed towards the vibrant Tiantuo City. Though fatigue was evident on their faces, excitement and anticipation sparkled in their eyes. Flander, you better truly have a way for Xiao San and the others to participate in the Soul Master competition. Otherwise, we'll all feel duped by you, one said. Flander turned his head and smiled at the figure beside him. Xiao Gang, do you still not trust me? When have I ever faltered in my endeavors? I will certainly find a way for Xiao San and the others to participate smoothly in the competition. We have traveled a great distance. How could we return empty-handed? Hearing this, Ma Hongjun chuckled and posed with an exaggerated gesture, his face alight with excitement. The dean is right. Let us hasten our journey. I can hardly wait to see Tiantuo City. Its splendor must be far more intriguing than what we have at Shrek Academy. As Ma Hongjun's increasingly effeminate demeanor irked Flander, he simultaneously felt a sense of relief. Ever since Ma Hongjun resolved the issue of his inner evil fire, his cultivation speed had notably accelerated, making him a standout among their group. Hearing this, Daimubai also posed dramatically, his teeth clenched in agreement. Indeed, our current cultivation levels might very well rival those of the students at Tiantuo Royal Academy. This is all thanks to Chen Xuanqing. Once we find him, we must make him pay. Tang San, too, struck an effeminate pose, a sinister smile crossing his face as he declared, absolutely, I must personally eliminate him to restore our Shrek Academy's honor. Oscar observed his increasingly effeminate companions, feeling an inexplicable tension rise within him. He inwardly sighed, realizing how unorthodox they had become, and resolved to maintain his composure amidst their antics. At that moment, a lavishly adorned carriage approached, driven swiftly by the governor. As it passed, pedestrians along the road cast glances, their faces reflecting awe. Xiao Wujia's gaze sharpened, fixating on the carriage, his brow furrowing as if recalling something. He muttered to himself, this carriage and this man seem oddly familiar. It feels as though I've seen them before. Upon hearing this, Oscar scrutinized the carriage and the governor closely, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Teacher Zhao, your words resonate with me. I too feel a sense of familiarity, as if I have indeed encountered them somewhere. Tang San's heart surged with rage. His fists clenched as a fierce expression emerged on his face. He then spoke through gritted teeth. Chen Xuanqing, that is indeed his carriage. Even after half a year, I can recognize it at a glance. Zhao Wujia's eyes glinted with a chilling intensity as he barked. Then what are we waiting for? Let us act. With that, Zhao Wujia, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun readied themselves for action. However, at that moment, Yu Xiaojiang and Flanders suddenly positioned themselves before them. Do not act recklessly. Yu Xiaojiang warned. What if the carriage holds someone else? We cannot conclude it is Chen Xuanqing based solely on a carriage. Flander added, from what I've heard. Chen Xuanqing was already a soul sage 6 months ago. Given the time that has elapsed, his rank has likely increased considerably. Moreover, we are near Tiantuo City, not far from the Spirit Hall. If it truly is Chen Xuanqing and his associates, even if we can defeat them, they could easily escape in this vicinity. Yu Xiaojiang continued. Xiao San, have you forgotten what I taught you? Plan before taking action. Do not let anger cloud your judgment. What we require now is calmness and strategy, not blind impulsiveness. Under the counsel of Yu Xiaojiang and Flander, the fury of Zhao Wujia and the others gradually subsided. They understood that confronting Chen Xuanqing was not a simple task, necessitating meticulous planning and preparation. Meanwhile, as the group conversed, the carriage passed by the Shrek Academy members. Xiao Xian gazed at the slowly receding carriage, a glimmer of intelligence in his eyes. He softly remarked, once we enter Tiantuo City, I, Xiao, am not without allies. Over the years, I have made quite a few friends in the martial world. I could call upon them for assistance, ensuring our approach is more secure. After speaking, Xiao Xian turned his gaze to Li Yusong, anticipation evident in his expression. Li Yusong chuckled heartily, slapping his chest with bravado. Xiao brother speaks true. Though I may not be a significant figure, I have a few acquaintances in Tiantuo City. I could rally them to confront the scoundrel who has wronged our Shrek Academy. Together, we shall surely succeed. Yu Xiaojing nodded inwardly, recognizing that both Xiao Xin and Li Yusong possessed ample combat experience and connections. Their involvement would undoubtedly enhance their chances against Chen Xuanqing. Simultaneously, within the carriage, Chen Xuanqing, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing took notice of the figures from Shrek Academy. After all, with nearly 10 people standing there, their imposing presence was impossible to overlook. Xiao Wu was the first to spot Tang San and the others, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she turned to Chen Xuanqing. Brother Xuanqing, look, isn't that Tang San and the others? You were quite ruthless back then. They now seem as if you've emasculated them. Her words carried a teasing and mocking tone, clearly recalling the events vividly. Zhu Zhuqing gently shook her head, cautioning. Xiao Wu, young ladies should speak with more elegance. Do not be so coarse. Xiao Wu, however, dismissed her concern with a light-hearted smile. Daimobai has become quite effeminate as well. You can rest easy now, Xuqing. There is no longer any reason for the royal family of the Xinglua Empire to pursue you. Her words exuded a playful and relaxed tone. Clearly satisfied with Daimubai's transformation, Chen Xuanqing cast a fleeting glance at the individuals outside the window, his gaze devoid of any significant emotion. He held little interest in the current circumstances of those who had once troubled him. With a gentle sigh, he remarked, well, they are merely despicable and shameless little individuals. Let us hasten to the Heavendo Royal Academy. There are far more pressing matters awaiting our attention. Chapter 71. Pretending to be useless? Truly worthless. A quarter of an hour later, the trio arrived at the grand entrance of the Heavendo Royal Academy. For Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, who were stepping into the academy for the first time, the imposing sight before them left them utterly awestruck. Xiao Wu's eyes widened, sparkling with excitement as she exclaimed, this truly is the foremost academy in the entire empire. The entire mountain is under its domain. How magnificent. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement, a glimmer of recognition in her eyes as she softly added, although the Star Luo Empire may be slightly more powerful than the Heavendo Empire, the Star Luo Royal Academy pales in comparison to the scale and grandeur of the Heavendo Royal Academy. Chen Xuanqing observed the astonished expressions of the two individuals and couldn't help but chuckle softly. He gently patted their shoulders and said, let us not linger in amazement any longer. Let us proceed. Thus, the three embarked upon the path leading up the mountain. Occasionally, students clad in the attire of the Tiantuo Royal Academy passed by, casting curious glances at these unfamiliar figures. Although Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were still young, their distinctive demeanor and striking beauty captivated the attention of onlookers. Xiao Wu exuded a vivacious charm, while Zhu Zhuqing radiated an air of serene nobility. Together, they formed a breathtaking tableau that compelled passers-by to steal glances. Ding. Please, host, intercept Douluo V. A reward of 1 lottery chance is granted. Chen Xuanqing never anticipated that the system would assign him the task of intercepting Douluo V. In truth, Chen Xuanqing held little interest in Douluo V. However, as it was a directive from the system, he felt compelled to acquiesce, albeit reluctantly, to this challenging demand. Stop. Who are you? Why have you come to the Tiantuo Royal Academy? A group of soul masters, approximately 18 or 19 years of age, suddenly obstructed their path. Their expressions were laden with suspicion as they scrutinized Chen Xuanqing and his companions. The leader's gaze swept over Chen Xuanqing, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, inciting a wave of disdain within Chen Xuanqing. Although these soul masters had yet to summon their respective martial souls, the conspicuous pale yellow uniforms they wore unmistakably revealed their identities as students of the Tiantuo Royal Academy. Chen Xuanqing furrowed his brows, feeling a slight sense of surprise. He had initially believed that this journey would encounter no complications, yet unexpectedly, before the master and his entourage had even arrived at the Heavendo Royal Academy to trigger the predetermined events, he found himself inadvertently embroiled in a conflict that originally belonged to Shrek Academy. However, at this moment, Chen Xuanqing had little time to delve into this sudden turn of events. Scanning the crowd, his gaze swiftly fixed upon the young man with a rebellious demeanor. The Avalanche Prince. Chen Xuanqing stepped forward and boldly declared, you are the Avalanche Prince, are you not? We have come specifically to seek out Douluo V. Upon hearing Chen Xuanqing audaciously address the poisoned Douluo by name, a peculiar thrill surged within Avalanche. In his view, this was undoubtedly an opportune moment to ingratiate himself with the poisoned Douluo. Moreover, since the other party was already aware of his identity, it was clear that they would not dare to act recklessly. Thus, the smile on Avalanche's face swiftly vanished, replaced by an expression of authority and indignation. He bellowed, impudent fool, do you dare to stand before me without paying your respects? To audaciously call upon the name of the esteemed poisoned Douluo is an affront. Today, I, Avalanche, shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson on behalf of His Excellency the poisoned Douluo. Chen Xuanqing did not anticipate that Xueping would be so reckless, daring to confront him on behalf of Douluo. Upon finishing his words, Xueping's aura suddenly shifted, and the swan martial soul materialized before the onlookers. However, the swan's appearance lacked any semblance of intimidation, causing the atmosphere to falter momentarily upon its emergence. The few attendants beside him swiftly summoned their own martial souls, encircling him with an air of aggression. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Eagerly, she turned to Chen Xuanqing and exclaimed, "Brother Xuanqing, allow me to handle these small fry." Zhu Zhuqing interjected with a cool demeanor, her voice imbued with an icy resolve. "Xiao Wu and I have not fought in quite some time. Let us take care of this battle together." In an instant, the tension escalated, with both sides poised for confrontation. Xuanqing and his entourage were nothing more than inept idlers from the Tiantuo Royal Academy, their cultivation levels woefully inadequate. Each possessed only 2 or 3 soul rings, their soul power fluctuating between the 2nd and 3rd levels, rendering them pitifully weak. Yet, in the face of the younger Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, they seemed oblivious to the impending peril that awaited them. Seeing this, Chen Xuanqing did not wish to interrupt the enthusiasm of the two ladies, but could only offer a gentle reminder: be cautious and avoid injury. In an instant, Xiao Wu moved with remarkable agility, weaving effortlessly among her adversaries. She refrained from hastily employing her martial spirit, opting instead to showcase her prowess through close-quarters combat. With a swift side kick, she accurately struck the waist of one of the Soul Respect, who felt an overwhelming force surge forth, causing him to topple like a small boat overturned by a mighty wave, crashing heavily to the ground. Following this, Xiao Wu executed a flying kick, this time targeting a Grand Soul Master beside the Avalanche Prince. She swiftly crouched to evade his sweeping attack, then leapt gracefully, her toes tracing a beautiful arc in the air before landing a decisive blow to the Grand Soul Master's chest. The Grand Soul Master was struck with such force that he felt a sharp pain in his chest, sending him hurtling backward to collide with the wall behind him, producing a dull thud. Chen Xuanqing, witnessing Xiao Wu effortlessly vanquishing her foes without activating her martial spirit, couldn't help but applaud, exclaiming, "Bravo! Xiao Wu has made remarkable progress." Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing also showcased her astonishing prowess. Although her movements lacked the flamboyance of Xiao Wu's, each strike was imbued with incredible force. She excelled in grappling techniques. Once she identified her opponent's weakness, she would launch an attack with lightning speed. In a swift motion, she seized the wrist of a Soul Master with one hand, while her other hand swiftly clasped the opponent's throat. With a forceful twist, the Soul Master let out a piercing scream, rendered utterly incapable of resistance. The Avalanche Prince, witnessing this, was struck with disbelief. He had not anticipated the formidable strength of these two women. A wave of intense unease surged within him as he prepared to act, only to discover he was overpowered by the man's imposing presence before him, rendering him immobile. The battle unfolded with astonishing rapidity, in the blink of an eye. All of the Avalanche Prince's lackeys lay defeated on the ground, wailing in despair. Each of their faces was etched with shock and resentment, seemingly unable to fathom their swift defeat. In contrast, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing appeared as though they had merely engaged in a light warm-up, their breathing steady and devoid of any trace of sweat. Exchanging a brief glance, the two women shared a faint smile before turning to return to Chen Xuanqing's side, leaving the Avalanche Prince and his henchmen groaning on the ground. Chapter 72. Plea for Mercy. The Avalanche Prince, rendered pale in the presence of Chen Xuanqing and his companions stared wide-eyed in panic, stammering, "Why, you'll pay for this." His voice trembled with profound fear and resentment. Without hesitation, he turned to flee, as if a ferocious beast were in hot pursuit, running with such speed that he feared being overtaken if he faltered even for a moment. Chen Xuanqing gazed at the hasty retreat of the Avalanche Prince, shaking his head in resignation. He sighed inwardly, acknowledging that although the Avalanche Prince was cunning and adept at concealing his true self, it did not grant him the liberty to become a mere shadow of his potential. Moreover, in the presence of genuine powerhouses, such pretenses would only render him more ridiculous. Following this brief interlude, Chen Xuanqing, Tang San, and Xiao Wu continued their ascent up the mountain as if the earlier incident had never transpired. However, just as they were nearing the teaching area, a large crowd surged upward from below. Leading this throng were the 3 committee members from the Tiantuo Royal Academy alongside Qin Ming. Additionally, they were accompanied by the poisoned Douluo, V, and Yu Tianheng, among others. It was evident that they had received word and had come specifically to welcome Chen Xuanqing and his companions. Meng Shenji, one of the committee members, was the first to spot the trio. He promptly approached, his face adorned with a broad smile, and courteously remarked, "Your Highness, the Holy Sun. Your presence truly elevates the prestige of our Tiantuo Empire Academy." Meng Shenji's tone was imbued with respect and joy, as Chen Xuanqing's prowess and achievements commanded undeniable attention. Qin Ming followed closely behind, bowing respectfully to Chen Xuanqing and stating, "I was unaware of your Highness's esteemed presence that day. I apologize for my discourtesy." Upon witnessing this, Chen Xuanqing smiled gently and remarked, "Teacher Qin, there is no need for excessive formalities. On that day, I did not reveal my identity. So how could you possibly recognize me?" The eyes of Diggybo sparkled with joy upon catching sight of Chen Xuanqing. He hastily stepped forward, intending to greet him. However, an inexplicable sense of awkwardness surged within him. Although Chen Xuanqing is still young and possesses a lower soul power level than himself, he had astonishingly defeated him in their previous duel. This left Diggybo in a quandary regarding how to address him, momentarily rendering him at a loss for words. Chen Xuanqing seemed to have already discerned the embarrassment of Douluo. He smiled and said, "Senior need not worry excessively. Feel free to address me as you wish." Chen Xuanqing's words warmed Douluo's heart, and his expression relaxed considerably. "Haha, splendid. Young friend, have you come this time regarding the matter we discussed earlier?" Douluo exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Chen Xuanqing gently nodded, his gaze shifting towards the members of the Tiantuo Royal Academy nearby. Recently, a formidable team had arrived in Tiantuo City, prompting the academy to exercise caution lest they find themselves in a precarious situation. Although Chen Xuanqing's voice was not loud, it was sufficiently audible for everyone present. The three chief educators and Qin Ming immediately stiffened upon hearing his words. They understood that Chen Xuanqing held a distinguished status, being both the saint son of the Spirit Hall and possessing formidable strength. His warning was undoubtedly not without merit. However, Yu Tianheng dismissed it with a scoff, retorting, "Humph. You are the saint son of the Spirit Hall, yet instead of focusing on your own Academy's team, you have the audacity to leak information to our Tiantuo team. What are your true intentions?" Qin Ming's expression darkened at this insolence. As a teacher of the Tiantuo Royal Academy, he maintained high expectations for his students. Witnessing Yu Tianheng's blatant disrespect, he swiftly delivered a powerful strike, sending the unprepared Yu Tianheng sprawling to the ground. "Yu Tianheng, you are addressing a soul Douluo. Mind your attitude and tone." Qin Ming's voice was frigid and stern, sending a shiver through those present. Dazed and disoriented from the blow, Yu Tianheng looked up at Qin Ming, his eyes filled with terror and regret. It was at this moment that he realized he had been overly concerned with the relationship between Chen Xuanqing and Yin Yin, neglecting to acknowledge Chen Xuanqing's rank. Simultaneously, he recognized the recklessness and ignorance of his earlier behavior, daring to question a soul Douluo, an act that was nothing short of self-humiliation. Under Qin Ming's imposing gaze, Yu Tianheng grasped the gravity of his mistake. He lowered his head, his heart heavy with remorse, yet he dared not speak. Qin Ming feigned anger, commanding, "Rise at once and join me in training to make amends for your transgressions." After issuing the command, he turned his attention back to Chen Xuanqing, bowing deeply once more. With sincerity, he implored, "Your Highness, the saint's son, Yu Tianheng is young and impetuous, speaking without thought. I beseech you to forgive his thoughtless words." Chen Xuanqing's gaze remained tranquil, showing no inclination to squabble with a character as inconsequential as Yu Tianheng. He gently waved his hand, signaling for Qin Ming and Yu Tianheng to take their leave. At that moment, upon realizing that Chen Xuanqing and Douluo had matters of significance to discuss, Prince Xuesheng and the three committee members tactfully suggested their departure. They were acutely aware that discussions of such magnitude were beyond their reach. Once they had exited, Douluo's gaze shifted towards Chen Xuanqing, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. He chuckled, "Young friend, can you truly alleviate the poison that afflicts me?" Chen Xuanqing smiled faintly, casting a glance around before speaking. "Senior, this place is bustling with people. It may not be the most suitable locale for a conversation." Hearing this, Douluo chuckled heartily, patting his own head as he replied, "Indeed, I have been rather hasty and neglected this detail." With that, Douluo led Chen Xuanqing and the others to a spacious conference room. The room was adorned with elegance and solemnity, with various rare ornaments displayed around, reflecting the prestigious status of the Tiantuo Royal Academy. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing showed little interest in the forthcoming dialogue, opting to leave the conference room to explore the Tiantuo Royal Academy instead. Once seated, Chen Xuanqing's expression turned grave as he addressed Douluo directly. "Senior, I wonder if you have noticed that during overcast and rainy days, a tingling sensation appears at the sides of the body, which intensifies with the downpour." Douluo, upon hearing this, exhibited a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He nodded slightly and affirmed, "Indeed, that is correct. This tingling sensation is akin to thousands of ants gnawing, making it utterly unbearable." Chen Xuanqing continued, "Moreover, based on my observations, your affliction manifests twice daily, at noon and midnight. Given your current physical condition, each episode is likely to last over an hour, and the agony you endure is beyond what most can bear." A bitter smile appeared on Douluo's face as he sighed. "What you say is indeed true, my young friend. When this poison strikes, it feels as if 1,000 arrows pierce my heart, rendering life unbearable." At this moment, Douluo could no longer suppress her concern, interjecting, "Grandfather, are you truly poisoned?" "I had no idea." Douluo gently patted Douluo's hand, reassuring her, "Yenner, I did not wish to cause you distress, which is why I kept this from you. This poison has lingered within me for many years, and I have been tirelessly seeking a remedy." Upon witnessing the situation, Chen Xuanqing took a deep breath and solemnly spoke, "Senior, there is yet another matter. Every night, around the third watch, you experience a piercing pain akin to being pricked by needles at the crown of your head and along your spine, accompanied by spasms that can last for at least half an hour. This torment is likely more excruciating than the discomfort felt during the day." After listening to Chen Xuanqing's elaborate discourse, Douluo was convinced that the young man before him possessed an intimate understanding of his affliction. A glimmer of hope flickered in Douluo's eyes as he slowly replied, "Young friend, you are indeed correct. For many years, I have endured the torment of this poison. If you can truly alleviate my suffering, I, Douluo, shall be eternally grateful." With that, Douluo abruptly rose, hands clasped in a gesture of respect, preparing to bow to Chen Xuanqing. However, Chen Xuanqing, quick as lightning, grasped Douluo's arms and gently assisted him to rise. "Senior, there is no need for such formality," Chen Xuanqing said with a warm smile. "Though your mastery of poison is profound, you are still able to suppress it. However, Liena carries a poison that has been ingrained in her since birth. It is deeply rooted and formidable. Should her soul power be insufficient, she risks being harmed by her own martial soul, potentially leading to her demise." Upon hearing these words, Douluo's countenance drained of color, resembling a placid lake that belies the tempestuous undercurrents beneath its surface. He sat back down in his chair, his eyes filled with shock and helplessness. Standing nearby, Douluo, though feeling a twinge of panic in her heart, refused to concede verbally. Pouting, she retorted, "Chen Xuanqing, we are not well acquainted. And you even threatened me a few days ago. Even if I were indeed poisoned, my grandfather is a renowned titled Douluo. Surely, there is no poison he cannot counteract." Hearing this, Douluo managed a strained smile as he gently patted his granddaughter's shoulder, guiding her behind him. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he then fixed his gaze upon Chen Xuanqing, determination gleaming in his eyes. "Young friend," he stated earnestly, "Liena is my only granddaughter. I cannot bear to watch her tread the path of despair. If you can save her life, I am willing to pay any price, even my own life, if need be." As Chen Xuanqing gazed into the steadfast and expectant eyes of Douluo, a ripple of emotion stirred within him. At that moment, Chen Xuanqing understood that this renowned poison Douluo had entrusted not only his granddaughter but also all his hopes to him. Chen Xuanqing nodded slightly, his mind already formulating a plan. He then gazed intently at Douluo, his voice steady and powerful. "Senior, not only can I save both you and Liena, but I can also facilitate the evolution of Liena's martial soul, allowing her to completely break free from the shackles of the serpent's poison." The words of Chen Xuanqing exuded an undeniable confidence that moved Douluo deeply. He was acutely aware of the poison within himself, akin to an abyss, continuously eroding his body. The realization that his granddaughter, Liena, was poisoned from the womb left Douluo feeling utterly helpless. Observing Douluo before him, Chen Xuanqing pondered briefly before speaking slowly. "In exchange, I require the ice and fire duality I located within the sunset forest that you have claimed. It is an exceedingly precious site, capable of facilitating my intervention." Although Chen Xuanqing possessed the strength to seize the ice and fire duality directly, he opted to negotiate with Douluo instead. This decision reflected his recognition of Douluo's capabilities, believing that this poison Douluo might prove invaluable in the future. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of resolve flashed in Douluo's eyes as he replied without hesitation, "Very well. The hot springs of the sunset forest shall henceforth belong to you, my young friend, for I scarcely know how to utilize this resource." Furthermore, Douluo added with a hint of embarrassment, "Moreover, I, Douluo, pledge to assist you 3 times, provided it does not contravene my principles." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing smiled and shook his head gently, saying, "Senior, you are too modest. Your mastery of toxic arts is unparalleled in the world. If I could have your assistance, it would indeed be my great fortune." Just as Chen Xuanqing and Douluo were engaged in pleasant conversation, the atmosphere harmonious. Douluo, standing nearby, could no longer contain herself. She slammed her hand on the table, producing a thunderous sound that echoed through the meeting room, instantly capturing everyone's attention. In a sarcastic tone, Douluo remarked, "Grandfather, our poison has yet to be resolved, and you are hastily preparing to send things out. Isn't that rather hasty?" Her voice was tinged with dissatisfaction, clearly displeased with the exchange between Chen Xuanqing and her grandfather. Upon hearing her words, Douluo frowned, his expression darkening. Although he typically indulged his granddaughter, he now found her behavior somewhat excessive. Thus, Douluo spoke sternly, "Liena, have I been too lenient with you? Apologize to young friend Xuanqing at once." His tone bore a hint of severity, indicating his discontent with his granddaughter's actions. Douluo felt a surge of grievance at her grandfather's reprimand. Tears welled up in her eyes, as if she were on the verge of crying. It was evident that she could not comprehend why her grandfather held an outsider in such high regard while being so stern with her. Seeing his granddaughter's hurt expression, Douluo felt a pang of helplessness. He recognized that his indulgence had led her to become somewhat willful. However, at this moment, he also did not wish to lose face in front of Chen Xuanqing, making it difficult for him to lower himself and apologize to her. Nonetheless, Chen Xuanqing did not wish to waste time here. His purpose for being present was to acquire the Eye of Ice and Fire. Without further hesitation, Chen Xuanqing firmly grasped a detoxification pill in his hand. This was a common low-tier elixir in the realm of cultivation. While it may not be of great significance to cultivators in the fantastical Douluo continent, it could be considered a miraculous remedy. He then swiftly and decisively tossed the detoxification pill towards Douluo, the pill tracing a graceful arc through the air before landing steadily in Douluo's palm. Douluo's eyes widened in astonishment and confusion as he stared at the pill in his hand. Being known as the Poison Master, he could naturally sense the pure and potent medicinal energy contained within this pill. Chapter 74, The Setting Sun Forest. Douluo's voice trembled slightly as he looked up at Chen Xuanqing, his eyes filled with both confusion and gratitude. Chen Xuanqing smiled gently and said, "This is the antidote I have concocted. It can neutralize all poisons in the world." Upon hearing this, Douluo felt a warm surge within his heart. He gazed deeply at Chen Xuanqing and, without hesitation, consumed the antidote. As the elixir entered his body, a powerful medicinal force immediately spread throughout him, causing the toxins within Douluo to dissipate rapidly. The long-awaited sensation of relief compelled him to let out a soft groan. Suddenly, a potent wave of soul energy surged forth like a tide, and Douluo's expression turned grave in an instant. He sensed a violent fluctuation in his soul energy, feeling it drain away within him. In a mere moment, his soul energy plummeted from the pinnacle of level 92 to the brink of level 90. This abrupt change left him in a state of shock and alarm. Observing this, Douluo quickly supported Douluo, her face etched with concern as she asked, "Grandfather, are you all right? What could have caused this sudden shift?" Chen Xuanqing also sensed that something was amiss and swiftly approached to assess Douluo's condition. He then reassured, "Senior, there is no need for concern. Although the detoxification pill has purged the toxins from your body, the venomous skills you have cultivated over the years have been abruptly deprived of their support, which is only natural to cause some discomfort. However, this is merely temporary. With a few days of proper rest, you shall return to your former self." Upon hearing Chen Xuanqing's explanation, Douluo felt somewhat reassured. He nodded, then retrieved a piece of yellowed rice paper from his bosom and handed it to Chen Xuanqing. "This is a detailed map of the Sunset Forest. With this map, you may traverse the Sunset Forest at will, untroubled by the fear of losing your way or encountering peril." Though Douluo's voice was somewhat weak, his overall demeanor appeared quite stable. Chen Xuanqing took the map, a surge of emotion welling up within him. This coveted land was now within his grasp. With that in mind, he graciously accepted it. He respectfully bowed to Douluo, then carefully tucked the map away. Observing this, Douluo gave a slight nod before closing his eyes to begin his meditative practice. Standing nearby, Douluo's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Chen Xuanqing. A mix of apprehension and anticipation stirred within her. After all, the toxins afflicting her grandfather had been effortlessly dispelled by Chen Xuanqing, which reinforced her belief in the authenticity of the conditions he had proposed earlier. Gathering her courage, Douluo softly inquired, "Your Highness, might it be possible for you to concoct a pill that could also rid me of my toxins and facilitate the evolution of my martial spirit?" Her voice quivered slightly, revealing her evident nervousness. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing smiled faintly and directly retrieved a purple dragon pill from his bosom, presenting it to Douluo. The pill exuded a subtle fragrance, further convincing Douluo of its efficacy. As she accepted the pill, a glimmer of surprise flashed in her eyes. She quickly expressed her gratitude and carefully stowed the pill away. At that moment, however, Chen Xuanqing rose and turned his gaze toward the pair of grandfather and grandson, his expression becoming grave. "Douluo, I have a word of caution for you." Chen Xuanqing's voice resonated with depth and authority. "Keep a distance from Yu Tianheng and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family." Upon hearing this, the joy on Douluo's face swiftly morphed into anger. She widened her eyes and fixed her gaze on Chen Xuanqing, her tone becoming hostile. "Your Highness, why do you say such things? Yu Tianheng is a good person, and our relationship is quite strong. You need not meddle in matters that do not concern you." There was a hint of stubbornness and dissatisfaction in her voice. In response, Chen Xuanqing merely shook his head. He understood that if Douluo insisted on entangling herself too deeply with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, he would not show any mercy when the time came. After all, it was merely a system task. Whether or not he intercepted Douluo bore no impact on the completion of his mission. Ultimately, no one could thwart his aspirations. Since that is the case, our grievances are settled. Farewell. With that, Chen Xuanqing exited, summoning Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, and the three departed from the Heaven Do Royal Academy. On the official road, the carriage ambled along, the sound of wheels rolling over pebbles intertwined with the rhythmic clatter of hooves. Inside the carriage, Zhu Zhuqing gently lifted a corner of the curtain, curiously surveying the scenery outside. She turned to Chen Xuanqing, puzzled, and asked, "Brother Xuanqing, it seems we are not heading towards Heaven Do City." Chen Xuanqing smiled gently as he retrieved a weathered map from his bosom, delicately unfolding it. He then pointed at several markings on the map, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Zhuqing, behold, this is a treasure map. Our next adventure will lead us to the Sunset Forest in search of treasure." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu leaned in closer, playfully pointing at the markings on the map and jesting, "Brother Xuanqing, is this treasure map reliable? Do not let us embark on a fruitless journey. If that happens, we shall hold you accountable." Chen Xuanqing chuckled softly, reaching out to gently caress the rabbit ears of Xiao Wu, his eyes brimming with affection. He then reclined into Zhu Zhuqing's embrace, languidly requesting, "All right, please give me a massage. The journey has been exhausting, and I need to unwind." Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu exchanged a knowing glance, silently agreeing to begin the massage for Chen Xuanqing. Their movements were both tender and vigorous, swiftly alleviating the weariness that had accumulated during their travels. As the carriage traversed the uneven terrain, the trio soon arrived at the edge of the sunset forest. This woodland stood in stark contrast to the Douluo forest, characterized by its undulating landscape, steep cliffs, and rugged terrain. The dense foliage was predominantly broadleaf trees. Their leaves layered upon one another, allowing scant sunlight to pierce through, casting the entire forest into a shadowy gloom. This is also the origin of the name Sunset Forest. Standing at the edge of the forest, Chen Xuanqing gazed into the distance, inhaling deeply to savor the moist air and the fragrant aroma of the earth. "This is our destination, the Sunset Forest," he murmured, "and I, Brother Xuanqing, shall guide you in the treasure hunt." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu excitedly turned their gazes towards the depths of the forest. As the trio ventured into the Sunset Forest, the surrounding atmosphere seemed to grow heavy with tension. The dense trees obscured the sun, and the deep, resonant roars of beasts echoed through the woods, inducing a sense of trepidation. Zhu Zhuqing remained on high alert, cautiously scanning the area. She noticed that most of the soul beasts here were over 1,000 years old. Possessing formidable strength, however, under Chen Xuanqing's overwhelming presence, they opted to retreat, unwilling to approach recklessly. "Brother Xuanqing, it appears that the soul beasts here are quite powerful. We encountered several thousand-year-old soul beasts as soon as we entered," Zhu Zhuqing whispered, her tone laced with a hint of concern. Chapter 75, The Eye of Ice and Fire. Chen Xuanqing smiled gently and reassured, "Do not worry, Zhuqing. With my presence, these soul beasts pose no challenge." Chen Xuanqing continued, "In the Sunset Forest, there is no distinction between inner and outer regions. Although the soul beasts that first enter possess relatively high ages, the area is considerably smaller than the Douluo forest, resulting in a scarcity of ancient soul beasts. As the three of us venture deeper into the heart of the forest, the ages of the soul beasts increasingly elevate. Some formidable soul beasts begin to dare to launch assaults against us." Suddenly, a massive golden-backed black bear burst forth from the thicket, roaring as it charged towards Chen Xuanqing. Chen Xuanqing's eyes turned icy as he stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch without flinching. The collision of his fist with that of the massive bear sent the formidable creature hurtling through the air, shattering several trees in its wake. "How foolishly overconfident," Chen Xuanqing remarked coldly. The black bear, severely injured, let out a piercing roar before hastily retreating into the depths of the forest. Xiao Wu, witnessing this, clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Brother Xuanqing, you are incredible. You drove that enormous bear away in an instant." Chen Xuanqing shook his head gently and remarked, "We must remain vigilant. We are nearing our destination." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, casting wary glances around them. The trio continued along the winding mountain path with brisk steps, swiftly ascending to a height of 500 meters. At last, they reached the edge of the mountaintop, where a breathtaking view unfolded before them. A conical hollow revealed itself. Between the summit and the hollow lay a thick veil of fog, creating a palpable divide between two realms. Dense, warm vapors rose from the hollow, imbued with a dampness that enveloped the air. Within this heat lingered a distinctive scent of sulfur, sharp and unmistakable. Xiao Wu instinctively rubbed her nose, her brow furrowed, and said to Chen Xuanqing, "Brother Xuanqing, the odor here is quite intolerable. We should make haste to leave." In response, Zhu Zhuqing produced 2 small nose plugs from her pocket and handed them to Xiao Wu. She spoke softly, "I fear that the treasure Brother Xuanqing mentioned lies just beneath us." Upon hearing these words, Chen Xuanqing's eyes glimmered with admiration, and a hearty laugh erupted, lifting his spirits immensely. He then approached the 2 women, wrapping an arm around each and pulling them into a tight embrace. With a greedy kiss on each of their cheeks, he exclaimed, "Ha ha, only Zhu Qing truly understands me." With that, Chen Xuanqing leapt into the air, taking both women with him as they plunged off the cliff. In that fleeting moment, he summoned his soul energy, clutching the 2 women closely. Their figures wove through the thick fog of the mountains, maneuvering along the rocky cliffside until they finally landed safely on solid ground. The trio then turned their attention to the valley before them, their eyes brimming with curiosity and wonder. Nestled in the heart of the valley was a uniquely enchanting hot spring. This spring, though modest in size, was marvelously divided into 2 distinct sections. One side boasted milky white waters, pure as morning milk. The other, a vivid crimson, reminiscent of fiery clouds at sunset, warm and resplendent. Even more astonishing was the fact that these 2 springs, while occupying the same basin, seemed to possess an invisible boundary, each retaining its own character without interference. Steam billowed from the edges of the springs, curling like delicate wisps of smoke, swirling throughout the valley. This steam rose from the intersection of the 2 waters, contributing to the formation of the mountain mist. Surrounding the hot spring, hundreds of exotic flowers bloomed in a vibrant display, their fragrances intertwining with the steam to create a singular, captivating aroma. This scent not only masked the sharpness of sulfur but also evoked a sense of tranquility, as if one had stepped into a realm of ethereal beauty. Xiao Wu gazed at the hot spring before her, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, unable to resist. She began to approach the spring, eager to personally experience its wondrous allure. Upon witnessing the situation, Chen Xuanqing felt a pang of anxiety and swiftly stepped forward to embrace Xiao Wu tightly. He then whispered, "Be cautious. This place is far from ordinary." Within Chen Xuanqing's embrace, Xiao Wu gently turned her head, meeting his worried gaze, and a warm surge of affection flooded her heart. Chen Xuanqing gently placed Xiao Wu on the ground and turned to face Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, a glimmer of concern evident in his eyes. He then solemnly cautioned, "You two little ones, although the flora here is breathtakingly beautiful, it is imperative that you exercise caution. Each plant is a precious celestial herb, imbued with the essence of heaven and earth. Do not touch them carelessly, lest you disturb their spiritual essence." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing nodded obediently and began to stroll through the garden of celestial herbs. The two girls occasionally marveled at the resplendent beauty of certain flowers and discussed the prospect of soaking in hot springs, their laughter echoing throughout the ethereal garden. Meanwhile, Chen Xuanqing stood to the side, his gaze penetrating as he surveyed the expanse of celestial herbs. He mused quietly to himself that this garden hosted a myriad of celestial herbs, most of which he had never encountered, let alone understood their effects. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Perhaps this celestial herb garden could serve as a reward destination for the Spirit Hall. It would provide an opportunity for those talented disciples who excelled in the Spirit Hall, as well as the formidable soul Douluos and title Douluos, to select a celestial herb suited to them. This initiative would not only enhance their strength and cultivate more talents for the Spirit Hall, but also serve as a means to win their loyalty. Contemplating this, a satisfied smile crept across Chen Xuanqing's face. After all, he had claimed this place for himself. It would not belong to any trifling Tang Sect. Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, you two shall guard me as I consume the celestial herbs. With that, Chen Xuanqing approached two celestial herbs. Hearing his words, Xiao Wu and Zhuqing exchanged a glance. Their playful expressions instantly replaced by seriousness. They swiftly dispersed, each taking a strategic position, their focus keenly attuned to their surroundings. Unperturbed by external influences, Chen Xuanqing fixed his gaze intently on the two celestial herbs before him. One was the crystalline, cold-emitting 8-pointed xianbing grass, while the other was the fiery, flame-like Liuhua Xingjiao Shu, which seemed capable of igniting everything around it. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xuanqing felt the surge of soul power within him, emanating a formidable aura. He then extended his hand and gently plucked the 8-pointed xianbing grass. In that instant, a bone-chilling cold radiated from the herb, as if intent on freezing everything in its vicinity. Yet, for Chen Xuanqing, this chill felt like a gentle spring breeze, having no effect on him whatsoever. Following this, he similarly harvested the Liuhua Xingjiao Shu. Thus, the two herbs, with their diametrically opposed attributes, rested in his grasp. Chapter 76. The green light sword enters the water. Chen Xuanqing's gaze was resolute as he firmly grasped the two highly toxic immortal herbs in his hand. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly opened his mouth and simultaneously stuffed both herbs inside. Although these two extraordinary plants possessed potent toxicity, they transformed into a gentle essence upon being subdued by their nemesis, melting away instantly and flowing down his throat as a sweet nectar. Chen Xuanqing felt a surge of salivation beneath his tongue, an aromatic essence wafting through the air, reminiscent of the sweetest spring water on earth. The flavor was indeed exquisite, akin to the sweetness of a non-carbonated soft drink that brings joy to the soul. Chen Xuanqing silently marveled at this delight, a faint smile of contentment gracing his face. Shortly thereafter, the red and blue energies within him began to ebb and flow in a harmonious dance, as if two colossal dragons were entwined in a fierce battle. Chen Xuanqing felt a long-lost pain, yet he gritted his teeth, enduring the intense discomfort. Not far ahead lay the Eye of Ice and Fire. With his eyes closed, he took a deep breath and without hesitation, leaped into the confluence of the frigid Yin Spring and the scorching Yang Spring. With a splash, he was submerged in the water, instantly sinking into its depths. The surrounding temperatures fluctuated between extremes, immersing him in a world of contrasting elements. However, Chen Xuanqing remained undaunted, holding his breath and concentrating fully on absorbing the medicinal essence of the two celestial herbs and the energy from the Eye of Ice and Fire. At that moment, the azure sword at his waist seemed to be drawn by some unseen force, suddenly plunging into the water and vanishing from sight. Yet, Chen Xuanqing was completely engrossed in his energy absorption, oblivious to this turn of events. An hour slipped away quietly and imperceptibly. Chen Xuanqing's body resembled a sponge, greedily absorbing the energy from the celestial herbs and the Eye of Ice and Fire. Each strand of energy seamlessly integrated into his being, transforming into his own strength. Even his heartbeat and breath gradually steadied and grew powerful with the flow of energy. At last, Chen Xuanqing slowly opened his eyes, and within his dark orb sparkled an unusual brilliance, akin to stars shimmering within. Chen Xuanqing felt a powerful force surging within him, as if it could burst forth at any moment. Suddenly, he leaped gracefully from the Eye of Ice and Fire, his form agile and elegant. Standing on the shore, he reveled in the gentle caress of the breeze, his heart brimming with joy and anticipation. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing could not help but display expressions of surprise. However, when their gazes fell upon Chen Xuanqing's lower half, their faces flushed, and they shyly lowered their heads. Xiao Wu softly remarked, "Xuanqing brother, why aren't you wearing any clothes?" Her tone carried a hint of playful reproach, yet also revealed a touch of concern. Zhu Zhuqing chimed in, "Indeed, Xiao Wu is right. Xuanqing brother, you are quite the rogue." Her words were laced with teasing, yet could not mask the embarrassment she felt within. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing realized that his white attire was completely drenched, revealing the subtle contours of his abdominal muscles. Hastily, he retrieved a change of clothes from the system and donned them, laughing as he said, "What if my clothes are wet? A little skin is showing. Haha. We are old partners, yet you still feel shy. However, aren't you curious about the abilities I have acquired?" At this, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing became intrigued. Both leaning closer to Chen Xuanqing, their eyes filled with curiosity. Xiao Wu glanced at the ice and fire duality eyes and speculated. Brother Xuanqing's ability must be related to ice and fire, right? Could it be that he can breathe fire? Zhu Zhuqing chuckled softly and replied, "Xiao Wu, you are simply adorable. Breathing fire is rather mundane, isn't it? I believe Brother Xuanqing's abilities must be more sophisticated." With that, Zhu Zhuqing fell into deep thought. After a moment, she lifted her head, a glimmer of enlightenment shining in her eyes. "I surmise that Brother Xuanqing's abilities are akin to immunity to toxins. Given that this is the ice and fire duality eyes, it stands to reason that the powers he has gained are likely immunity to ice and fire." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing's eyes glimmered with a trace of admiration as he nodded and smiled. "Zhuqing is indeed correct. I have acquired the abilities of ice immunity and fire immunity. However, due to the rapid consumption of medicinal potency, I can only claim to possess partial immunity. In truth, Chen Xuanqing was deeply immersed in the energies provided by the celestial herb and the eyes of ice and fire, his mind wholly concentrated on the absorption process. The energy emanating from the celestial herb and the dual eyes surged forth like a torrential flood, violently coursing through his body. Helpless, Chen Xuanqing could only strive to regulate his breathing and rhythm, fervently absorbing the energy, allowing it to circulate within him and merge with his very bloodline. Yet, due to his intense focus on absorption, the depletion of medicinal potency occurred at an alarming rate. When Chen Xuanqing sensed that the medicinal energy had nearly been exhausted, he unhesitatingly leaped out from the eyes of ice and fire, which accounted for his failure to achieve complete fire and ice immunity. At that moment, Chen Xuanqing's soul power had astonishingly reached the remarkable level of 90. With the acquisition of just one more soul ring, he could ascend to the rank of title Douluo, becoming one of the most formidable beings on the Douluo continent. Nevertheless, Chen Xuanqing was not in haste to attain this goal. Recognizing that the purity of soul power was equally paramount, only with pure soul power could one unleash even greater strength. Consequently, he resolved to temporarily set aside his ambitions of promotion and instead utilize the Qingming sword to enhance the purity of his soul power. He believed that with a period of diligent cultivation, his soul power would undoubtedly reach new heights. Just then, Chen Xuanqing suddenly realized that the Qingming sword had vanished without a trace. Chen Xuanqing was taken aback and hurriedly inquired of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. "Xiao Wu, did either of you notice my Qingming sword just now?" Upon hearing this, both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing shook their heads in confusion. Xiao Wu, in particular, made a startling remark. "Just now, our eyes were solely focused on Brother Xuanqing's abs and the impressive creature beneath his waist. How could we possibly have seen the Qingming sword?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing found himself caught between laughter and tears, helplessly shaking his head as his gaze turned towards the profound eye of ice and fire. Could it be that during the process of absorbing energy, he inadvertently dropped the Qingming sword into it? In that instant, a wave of regret washed over him. Was he truly this unfortunate? Suddenly, the surface of the eye of ice and fire began to churn violently, as if a colossal force was surging within. Concurrently, the entire valley commenced to tremble incessantly. The surrounding trees swayed wildly, rocks tumbled down, and dust filled the air, creating a scene of chaos. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were struck with fear by this abrupt upheaval, and both girls clung tightly to Chen Xuanqing. "Brother Xuanqing, what is happening? It feels as if the entire valley is about to collapse." Zhu Zhuqing inquired anxiously, her voice laced with terror and unease. Xiao Wu pressed closely against Chen Xuanqing, her petite face pale, her eyes wide with fright. "Brother Xuanqing, are we going to die?" Chapter 77, The Sword Spirit, Xiaoqing. At that moment, the sky suddenly erupted with a dazzling glow, akin to a brilliant ribbon bursting forth from the eye of ice and fire, racing like an arrow before landing precisely in Chen Xuanqing's hand. Simultaneously, the once turbulent valley gradually regained its tranquility. "Brother Xuanqing, look, is that not the Qingming sword? How could it have flown out of the hot spring on its own?" Xiao Wu's voice resonated with surprise and curiosity. She blinked her large eyes, intently observing the Qingming sword in Chen Xuanqing's hand, as if she sought to discern some secret within it. As Xiao Wu's words fell, the sword began to quiver slightly. Observing this, a glimmer of fear flashed in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. She tightened her grip, her voice trembling as she said, "Brother Xuanqing, it seems the Qingming sword can hear us. Does it possess its own consciousness?" Upon hearing the words, Chen Xuanqing felt a stirring within his heart as he clutched the Qingming sword tightly, sensing the waves of tremors emanating from the blade. "Qingming sword, have you truly given birth to a sword spirit?" Chen Xuanqing inquired softly. No sooner had his words left his lips than the Qingming sword began to tremble violently once more. This tremor was even more intense, as if it were responding to Chen Xuanqing's query. The immense force nearly caused him to lose his grip on the hilt, yet he did not relinquish it. Instead, he tightened his hold on the Qingming sword with greater resolve. Chen Xuanqing felt a surge of joy within his heart. The Qingming sword had encountered a tremendous opportunity within the eyes of ice and fire. Not only had its weight significantly increased, but it had also given birth to a sword spirit. This was undoubtedly a remarkable gain for him. Gently caressing the blade of the Qingmong sword and feeling its cold, hard texture, Chen Xuanqing was filled with anticipation and excitement. Qingmong sword, since you have birthed the sword spirit, allow me to bestow upon you a name, Little Qing. What do you think? He murmured softly to the sword in his hand. As soon as he spoke, the Qingmong sword seemed to sense something, trembling even more violently. Within that quivering, there appeared to be some kind of emotion. Was it joy at the new name, or perhaps a hint of dissatisfaction? With the Qingmong sword gently hung at his waist, Chen Xuanqing turned his gaze towards the valley before him, where celestial herbs flourished abundantly. Chen Xuanqing resolved to harvest all the celestial herbs he found pleasing. The ethereal fragrance of the Yuxiang Qilua herb, exuding a delicate aroma, was carefully plucked by him. The Wanchuan Qiushui dew, crystalline and translucent, akin to glistening dewdrops, was also gathered into his possession. The Shui Xian Yuji bone, as elegant and refined as a water fairy, was likewise embraced by Chen Xuanqing. After a thorough foray, he had collected all the celestial herbs he found appealing, nodding with satisfaction at his abundant harvest. Subsequently, he infused his soul power into his feet, effortlessly lifting himself and his companions, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, from the valley. The trio soared gracefully, their figures reminiscent of celestial beings, their movements light and harmonious as if they were one with the universe. Upon reaching the mountain summit, Xiao Wu excitedly inquired, Brother Xuanqing, can you fly now? Have you broken through to the tidal Douluo realm? Chen Xuanqing smiled faintly and, feigning mystery, remarked, Tidal Douluo? That's barely acceptable. However, if you serve me well tonight, I might elevate your ranks a few levels. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed with a blend of joy and embarrassment as she retorted, shameless. Although her voice was soft, it was imbued with playful reproach and shyness. Subsequently, the three decided to retrace their steps, as Chen Xuanqing understood that even as a tidal Douluo, prolonged flight was not feasible. Moreover, the sunsetting forest was teeming with soul beasts, and should they encounter an ambush during their flight, it would not only deplete a significant amount of soul power, but could also lead to greater troubles. Along the way, they faced several soul beasts, but Chen Xuanqing, now a tidal Douluo, effortlessly dispatched these mindless creatures. At last, the trio emerged from the sunsetting forest into a vast plain, the sun nearly at its zenith. Suddenly, Xiao Wu crouched down, clutching her stomach, and looked up at Chen Xuanqing with glimmering eyes full of anticipation. Brother Xuanqing, I'm so hungry. I crave a feast. As her words fell, Zhu Zhuqing gently caressed her own belly, which responded with a rumble, causing her to feel a tad embarrassed as she lowered her gaze. Chen Xuanqing gazed at the two adorable little girls, a warm current surging within his heart. He then smiled gently and said, All right, since my little foster daughters are hungry, Brother Xuanqing shall take you to enjoy a grand feast. With that, the three of them boarded the carriage, which sped swiftly towards an undisclosed destination under the governor's adept driving skills. An hour later, the carriage glided along the smooth road. Inside, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing nestled against Chen Xuanqing like two obedient kittens. Their faces radiated with bliss, cherishing this rare moment of tranquility. Xiao Wu lifted her head, her clear eyes sparkling with curiosity as she inquired, Brother Xuanqing, didn't we just pass through a town? Why didn't we stop there for a meal? Zhu Zhuqing followed suit, her gaze fixed on Chen Xuanqing, her eyes gleaming with inquisitiveness. Both of them were eager to understand why Chen Xuanqing chose to continue onward rather than pause in that town. Chen Xuanqing smiled as he gently caressed the cheeks of the two young ladies, finding their delicate skin as smooth as silk. He tenderly played with their flowing hair, relishing this intimate moment. However, as Chen Xuanqing became immersed in this warm atmosphere, he was suddenly met with a playful slap from both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Brother Xuanqing, please stop messing with our hair. Xiao Wu pouted, a blush gracing her cheeks. Zhu Zhuqing chuckled softly, adding, if you continue like this, we might just get angry. Chen Xuanqing then paused his actions and explained with a smile, the town we just passed was a small settlement formed due to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Our intended destination is the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School itself. I hope to invite their sect leader to a grand feast, which is why we didn't linger there. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing covered her mouth and laughed, saying, I suspect that Brother Xuanqing has taken a fancy to that willful young lady who caused a commotion at the Shrek Academy entrance. Just then, a melodious voice suddenly echoed in Chen Xuanqing's mind. Ding! Please intercept Ning Rongrong, and you will be rewarded with a lottery opportunity. Chen Xuanqing never anticipated that. Due to a jest made by Zhu Zhuqing, the system would indeed assign him a task. Chen Xuanqing felt a stirring in his heart, reflecting that this journey to the Seven Treasure Glass Sect not only aimed to fulfill his own aspirations but also to accomplish the tasks assigned by the system. Chapter 78. One must make a grand entrance. A quarter of an hour later, the governor arrived at the Seven Treasure Glass Sect in a splendid carriage. At last, the carriage came to a halt before an imposing mountain gate. This gate was unlike any ordinary one, meticulously crafted entirely from fine white jade. Standing 6 meters tall and 8 meters wide, every intricate detail exuded an aura of magnificence and opulence. The sunlight cascaded upon the jade, reflecting a dazzling brilliance, causing the entire mountain gate to shimmer with resplendent radiance. It could be said that this was not merely a gate, but a testament to the immense wealth of the Seven Treasure Glass Sect, rightly regarded as the wealthiest sect in the Douluo continent. Chen Xuanqing peered through the carriage window, meticulously observing the surrounding environment. Even the two sentinels at the entrance were formidable soul sect experts. Although they were taken aback by the opulence of the carriage, they remained vigilant and stepped forward to obstruct its passage. Who are you? This is a crucial location of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, and parking is not permitted without proper authorization, one of the sentinels intoned solemnly. Chen Xuanqing smiled faintly. He did not alight from the carriage, but instead lifted the curtain, poking his head out to call out loudly, Master Ning, Sword Douluo, Bone Douluo. This is Chen Xuanqing here to pay my respects. His voice was resounding and clear, echoing through the vast expanse before the mountain gate. This act was evidently intentional. Chen Xuanqing not only aimed to announce his arrival to the members of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, but he also sought to ensure that everyone was aware that today, the esteemed holy son of the Spirit Hall, Chen Xuanqing, had personally visited this place and engaged in delightful conversation with Ning Fingji and others. Once this news spread, it would undoubtedly sow seeds of doubt in the hearts of certain individuals. The gatekeeper furrowed his brow and bellowed, Impudent rogue! Do you not realize whose territory you are trespassing upon? This is the sacred entrance of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, and you dare to behave so brazenly. However, before he could finish his sentence, another gatekeeper swiftly intervened, signaling him to refrain from acting impulsively. He whispered urgently into his companion's ear, You are mistaken. This is none other than the holy son of the Spirit Hall. We cannot afford to offend him. The restrained gatekeeper appeared dazed, seemingly still reeling from the shock. He widened his eyes and scrutinized Chen Xuanqing, a sense of trepidation creeping into his heart. The holy son of the Spirit Hall was undeniably the most prominent figure in the recent affairs of Tiantuo City, without exception. Chen Xuanqing displayed an air of indifference towards the gatekeepers, smiling as he waved his hand, signaling the two not to be overly anxious. No harm done. It is merely your duty. Upon witnessing this, the two gatekeepers swiftly retreated to the side, secretly relieved that they had not offended this esteemed figure. Meanwhile, the reprimanded gatekeeper realized his blunder, his face paling, legs trembling, and his heart filled with trepidation and regret. At that moment, a flurry of figures suddenly burst forth from within the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. A group of individuals, agile and imposing, clearly comprised of the sect's elite disciples, surged towards Chen Xuanqing, their faces alight with excitement and reverence. Additionally, more individuals continued to emerge from behind, joining the throng. Your Highness, the Son of Heaven, we have failed to extend a proper welcome, exclaimed one disciple, his voice imbued with respect and joy. Your Highness, you are an idol in my heart. Another disciple exclaimed passionately, his eyes shimmering with adoration. Welcome, Your Highness, to the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. The crowd chorused in unison, their voices resounding like thunder. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xuanqing smiled and nodded, thus acknowledging the enthusiasm of the crowd. After all, prior to the upheaval within the Spirit Hall, it held a significant level of esteem in the hearts of most soul masters. At that moment, three figures streaked across the sky like shooting stars, gracefully sweeping over the heads of the onlookers before landing steadily before Chen Xuanqing. The distinctive, boisterous voice of the Bone Douluo resonated first, as if intending to shake the very fabric of the space. You little rascals, do you think you can forego your training? How about sparring with me for a couple of rounds to see if you've made any progress? Ning Fingji, on the other hand, wore a serene expression, his eyes sparkling with kindness as he addressed the disciples within the hall. All right, everyone, let us not get too carried away. His Highness the Saint Sun will be residing at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School for several days. You will have ample opportunity to meet him, so there is no need to rush. Upon hearing Ning Fingji's words, although the disciples felt a twinge of reluctance in their hearts, they could only cast a resigned glance at Chen Xuanqing before dispersing. Chen Xuanqing touched his nose, pondering in bemusement when his popularity had surged to such heights. It seemed akin to the fervor exhibited by fans of a female celebrity. Ning Fingji, witnessing this, erupted in hearty laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha. I have long anticipated the day when the esteemed young master would grace the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School with his presence. Today, my wish has finally been fulfilled. Ning Fingji's voice resonated with joy and anticipation, and despite the sincerity of his words being somewhat ambiguous, they were nonetheless pleasing to the ear. Chen Xuanqing smiled faintly and performed a courteous bow to Ning Fingji, saying, Master Ning, you were too gracious. I have come today not only to pay my respects but also, to be honest, to partake in a meal. The tone of Chen Xuanqing was tinged with a hint of playfulness and humor, evoking a smile from the listeners. Ning Fingji, upon hearing this, could not help but laugh heartily. Meanwhile, the sword Douluo's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of excitement as he remarked, Excellent. How can a swordsman not indulge in wine? Today, I shall challenge you to see who possesses the greater capacity for drink. Under the guidance of Ning Fingji, the trio swiftly made their way into the inner sanctum of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. They were greeted by the sight of 3 to 4-story pavilions, gracefully scattered amidst the mountains and waters. Pavilions and waterside pavilions were ubiquitous, each exuding an air of rustic elegance. The entirety of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School resembled a subtly luxurious and cultured paradise, untouched by the outside world. Before long, Ning Fingji enthusiastically took Chen Xuanqing's hand and led him to a side hall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. As they walked, he commanded, Bring forth Rongrong for dinner. Today, I intend to drink to my heart's content with my esteemed nephew and celebrate in grand style. Chen Xuanqing listened to the increasingly affectionate address from Ning Fengxi, feeling somewhat unaccustomed. It was only their first meeting, yet the lord of the Ning sect was so warm-hearted, which truly left him somewhat flabbergasted. Before long, everyone took their seats. Father, sword grandfather, bone grandfather, I have arrived. At that moment, Ning Rongrong gracefully walked in. However, upon catching sight of Chen Xuanqing, the smile that had adorned her face instantly froze. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Xuanqing could not help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. Even if one disdains him, must it be so overly displayed? Meanwhile, the seven-treasure glazed tile school showcased its opulence. A myriad of exquisite delicacies, flying through the air, racing across the ground, and swimming in the water, were presented continuously, resembling a flowing river. Each dish was a feast for the senses, rich in color, aroma, and flavor, rendering one salivating. Ning Fengxi, observing the abundance, boisterously exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. Do not hold back. Everyone, please indulge. Today we shall celebrate in grand style." Chapter 79. Unexpected Developments. Just as Ning Fengxi elegantly lifted his chopsticks, the exquisite ivory utensils glinted softly in the sunlight. Beside him, the famished Xiao Wu could no longer contain herself. Her chopsticks darted across the table like lightning, skillfully capturing a fragrant piece of carrot. Witnessing this, Chen Xuanqing and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged knowing smiles, understanding that Xiao Wu was ravenous, prompting them to assist her in selecting dishes. In contrast, Ning Rongrong, seated across the table, felt the flames of jealousy ignite within her. The chopsticks in her hand transformed from mere tools for savoring delectable food into instruments for venting her emotions. With fervor, she jabbed at the soul beast meat before her, as if the morsel were not food, but a manifestation of Chen Xuanqing himself. Ning Fengxi observed the unfolding drama. His heart a tumult of emotions. He gently set down his chopsticks, a smile gracing his face. Yet his tone resonated with sincerity and warmth. Arriving at the seven-treasure glazed tile school is akin to returning home. There is no need for formality. Please enjoy at your leisure. Upon hearing Ning Fengxi's words, Chen Xuanqing felt a warmth in his heart. He took a few bites of the dish to satisfy his hunger, then raised his wine cup in a toast to Ning Fengxi, saying, "Master Ning, I am grateful for your generous hospitality. I dedicate this cup to you." However, Ning Fengxi waved his hand dismissively, feigning a serious expression, and replied, "Do not call me Master Ning. That feels too distant. Just refer to me as Uncle Ning." His words were imbued with warmth and intimacy, as if he genuinely regarded Chen Xuanqing as his own nephew. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing felt a stirring in his heart, recognizing that Ning Fengxi was endeavoring to strengthen their bond. Thus, Chen Xuanqing obediently rephrased, "Allow me to raise a toast to Uncle Ning, in gratitude for your hospitality and care." With that, he lifted his glass in salute to Ning Fengxi, their chalices lightly clinking in the air, producing a melodious sound. Subsequently, both the sword Douluo and bone Douluo joined in the toasting, setting aside their usual gravitas to engage in a unique revelry of libations with Chen Xuanqing. "Come, young Xuanqing, down this drink. You are the most prodigious talent of the Douluo continent. In my youth, I too was as carefree and spirited. I must say you possess a semblance of the charm I had in my younger days," declared the sword Douluo with exuberance. The bone Douluo, equally spirited, added with a smile, "Indeed, dear nephew Xuanqing, you must strive diligently to become the most suitable son-in-law of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Ha ha." As Chen Xuanqing listened to their words, a wave of amusement washed over him. Indeed, alcohol emboldened them to speak freely, oblivious to the ravenous gaze of Ning Rongrong beside him. Consequently, Chen Xuanqing, unwilling to be outdone, raised his cup and drank heartily, accepting the toast from the sword Douluo and the bone Douluo with open arms. Thus commenced a fervent contest of drinking among the three. The wine jug soared through the air, and the wine cups clinked repeatedly as they conversed, meandering from distant tales of the Douluo continent to the intricacies of their own cultivation, as if they sought to encapsulate all stories within their cups. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away, and their meal stretched from noon until dusk, having consumed dozens of bottles of wine and multiple servings of dishes. Ultimately, it was the bone Douluo and the sword Douluo who succumbed first, collapsing drunkenly by the table. In his inebriation, the bone Douluo began to dance, while the sword Douluo brandished his sword, their movements surprisingly synchronized. Chen Xuanqing observed their demeanor and could not help but chuckle, surreptitiously capturing the duo's past misadventures with his device. After sharing a few more drinks with Ning Fengxi, he too succumbed to the effects of the alcohol and fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, Chen Xuanqing rubbed his somewhat dazed head, attempting to dispel the remnants of his inebriation from the previous day. As he gradually opened his eyes, he was startled to discover a graceful figure seated not far from him, which instantly brought him to a greater state of awareness. "What brings you here?" Chen Xuanqing inquired somewhat awkwardly, a blush creeping onto his face. A cool voice resonated softly. "Oh, so you too can lose your composure? Do you feel guilty towards me?" Chen Xuanqing was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to respond. Simultaneously, he felt a pang of regret within himself, pondering how he could awaken in such a situation, confronted by a stunningly enchanting young woman. However, at this moment, Chen Xuanqing was in the prime of his youth, brimming with vitality, and faced with such temptation, he found it exceedingly difficult to resist. Thus, an overwhelming impulse surged within him, compelling him to seize this opportunity without a second thought. Consequently, Chen Xuanqing rose to his feet and slowly approached the figure, extending his arms to embrace her tightly before gently pressing her beneath him. In a moment of impatience, hastily unfastened the garments of his companion, feeling the familiar warmth and contours. Tang Yuehua, startled by his sudden action, gasped, and a flush of indignation and embarrassment colored her face. "Beast, I shall dismiss this as a mere bite from a dog," she exclaimed in anger. "Master Xian, I shall now allow this hound to bring pleasure to the lady. Master Xian, do relish the experience." With that, Chen Xuanqing, indifferent to her protests, found that his desires had taken precedence. Under the rough treatment of Chen Xuanqing, Tang Yuehua could only grit her teeth, silently enduring, or perhaps secretly savoring, the entirety of the ordeal. Chen Xuanqing noticed Tang Yuehua's indifferent response and intensified his efforts. As Tang Yuehua endured the fierce collision, her heart brimmed with intricate emotions. She found herself perplexed as to why she had once again fallen into this man's embrace. Each time she attempted to distance herself, she unwittingly felt drawn to him. A profound sense of aversion surged within her, stemming from her disdain for Chen Xuanqing's actions and her own helplessness in succumbing to his allure. However, the physical pain starkly contrasted with her psychological disdain. Amidst the pleasures of the flesh and the exhilaration of the spirit, Tang Yuehua gradually sank into a state of inner conflict. She yearned to push Chen Xuanqing away, yet found herself irresistibly captivated, struggling to maintain clarity while being involuntarily ensnared in his hold. As time passed, she slowly began to realize that she seemed unable to extricate herself from this man. A deep sense of helplessness and sorrow enveloped her, leaving her uncertain of how to confront her emotional and physical dependence. An hour later, Chen Xuanqing felt a wave of fatigue and slowly reclined beside her. "Sit up and move a bit," he murmured. Tang Yuehua, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed by a surge of strong repulsion. She widened her eyes and angrily exclaimed, "Beast." Yet, despite her heart brimming with disdain and fury, her body acted uncontrollably. Gradually, she mounted him, initiating a rhythmic motion. At that moment, Tang Yuehua could only strive to avert her gaze from Chen Xuanqing's familiar yet alien visage, lest she lose her grasp on herself further. Chapter 80. Arrangement. Her heart was fraught with contradictions and struggles. She was acutely aware of her actions yet could not resist the inexplicable impulse. As time wore on, Tang Yuehua gradually became immersed in her own world. She attempted to express her suppressed feelings through this means, seeking release from her inner turmoil. Meanwhile, Chen Xuanqing lay nearby, quietly observing her as if appreciating this silent performance. However, such a scene did not endure for long. When Tang Yuehua finally liberated herself from this state, she was met with a profound sense of fatigue and emptiness. She gazed at Chen Xuanqing, her eyes filled with complex emotions, anger and disgust intertwined with helplessness and confusion. Looking at him, Tang Yuehua pondered, "What exactly do we share? Are we enemies or lovers?" Chen Xuanqing gently stroked his chin, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he spoke softly, "We are merely physical companions. I shall enter your body, but not your life." Tang Yuehua was taken aback, unprepared for such a response from Chen Xuanqing. Her complexion paled slightly, and a complex array of emotions flickered in her eyes, a blend of anger and resignation. Tang Yuehua parted her lips, intending to articulate a response, but ultimately, it transformed into a sigh, leaving her speechless. Chen Xuanqing's gaze lingered on Tang Yuehua for a brief moment before shifting elsewhere. He inquired with a hint of indifference, "What brings you here?" Tang Yuehua, regaining her composure, took a deep breath and replied slowly, "The Snowy Night Emperor harbors concerns regarding you and the Qibao Yuli sect. Hence His Highness the Crown Prince has been sent to assess the situation. As for me, I represent the Haotian sect, seeking to understand the circumstances." Unbeknownst to her, Tang Yuehua had inadvertently disclosed information to Chen Xuanqing, unwittingly aligning herself with him on the same battlefield. Upon hearing Tang Yuehua's words, Chen Xuanqing felt a subtle stir in his heart. Despite the Soul Hall's repeated assistance to the Heaven Do Empire in their endeavors against the Star Luo Empire, both parties were acutely aware of each other's intentions, neither wishing for the Star Luo Empire to unify the continent. However, it was unexpected that the Snow Knight Emperor was so eager, having only arrived at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School the previous day. He dispatched Qian Renqiwei today to investigate. Chen Xuanqing offered a gentle smile as he retrieved a crystal-clear elixir from his bosom, presenting it before Tang Yuehua. He then softly spoke, "This is the beauty pill. Once consumed, it shall rejuvenate your visage with newfound brilliance." Curiously, Tang Yuehua accepted the pill, examining it meticulously before resolutely swallowing it. The moment it touched her tongue, it dissolved, and a refreshing sensation coursed throughout her being, enveloping her in unparalleled comfort. However, shortly thereafter, she sensed an unsettling transformation within her body. Dark, mud-like substances began to seep from her skin, leaving her feeling rather unwell. Alarmed, Tang Yuehua's heart raced. Yet she found solace in Chen Xuanqing's composed demeanor and proceeded to take a bath. After her cleansing ritual, she reappeared before him, her skin now pristine and taut, resembling polished jade, exuding an aura of sanctity. Even her previously somewhat drooping bosom had become more upright, rendering her appearance even more voluptuous and captivating. Chen Xuanqing gazed at Tang Hao before him, a flicker of astonishment gracing his eyes, his body involuntarily responding as his little brother stood at attention. Tang Hao sensed the shift in Chen Xuanqing, a sly smile crossing her lips, a glint of mischief dancing in her eyes. For the sake of the elixir, I shall indulge your request this time. With that, Tang Hao opened her mouth, and ultimately, she swallowed. After donning her garments, she departed, a complex smile lingering on her face as she closed the door. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Xuanqing slowly entered the room. Why did you summon me, teacher? You must not carelessly divulge our relationship. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. Upon entering, Chen Xuanqing frowned, delicately waving her hand before her nose, seemingly attempting to dispel the indescribable scent that lingered in the air. Upon witnessing the situation, Chen Xuanqing felt a twinge of embarrassment. Surprised by the unmistakable odor that permeated the air, he became somewhat self-conscious, relieved that Chen Xuanqing had long been in the shadows, otherwise the atmosphere would have shifted dramatically. After all, the Soul Master competition is just a few months away. I wish for you to communicate with His Holiness the Pope, so that the Spirit Hall can invite more teams to participate in the finals, enabling our young talents to engage in more fruitful exchanges. A hint of unwavering determination resonated in Chen Xuanqing's voice. Curiosity flickered across Chen Xuanqing's face upon hearing this. She leaned closer to Chen Xuanqing, her body slightly inclined, exuding a unique allure that seemed to draw his attention completely. With a spark of intrigue, Chen Xuanqing inquired, "You send me a message yet withhold your plans. At the very least, I should be privy to your intentions, no? What does it mean?" However, Chen Xuanqing chose not to disclose his thoughts to Chen Xuanqing. Instead, responding in a grave tone, "You need not concern yourself with my intentions, it is all for the Spirit Hall." Suppressing her curiosity, Chen Xuanqing let out a soft huff, indicating her discontent with Chen Xuanqing's stance. Nevertheless, she refrained from further discussion and simply turned to leave the room. Chen Xuanqing let out a sigh of relief and rose from his seat, making his way out of the room. Along the way, he was greeted by enthusiastic fans, to whom he responded with a warm smile, rekindling the affection he once felt during his time at the Spirit Hall. At last, after extricating himself from the persistent clutches of several admirers, he found Ning Fingxi, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo, who were leisurely enjoying tea together. The three of them wore relaxed and joyful expressions, as though savoring this rare moment of tranquility. "Awake at last, dear nephew. Come join us for a cup of tea. This is a special Da Hong Pao gifted by His Highness the Crown Prince. Even as your teacher, I seldom indulge in such a treat. Consider yourself fortunate." Ning Fingxi's voice resonated with warmth and anticipation. Upon hearing the sound, Chen Xuanqing settled down and gently sipped his tea, instantly enveloped by the fragrant aroma that penetrated his senses. After setting down the teacup, he scanned his surroundings and noticed that Ning Rongrong was absent from the study. Where could Rongrong be? Chen Xuanqing inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing Chen Xuanqing refer to Ning Rongrong, Ning Fingxi's heart filled with joy. He discerned that Chen Xuanqing harbored feelings for Ning Rongrong, which filled him with anticipation for their future together. "Rongrong has gone out shopping with your two little wives. What? Do you wish to see Rongrong?" Ning Fingxi teased, a playful smile gracing his face. The Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo exchanged glances, their expressions akin to spectators eager for gossip, clearly amused by the unfolding scenario. "Even if you two are interested in hearing this, there is no need to adopt such an exaggerated demeanor as if you were listening to a tale." Chapter 81, The Return of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing's face flushed slightly, and he smiled while shaking his head, indicating that his visit to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was indeed of great importance, and it was entirely up to Uncle Ning to decide the course of action. Ning Fingxi, observing this, felt his suspicions further confirmed. Chen Xuanqing's grand arrival was not merely a social call but was driven by significant matters to discuss. This realization evoked admiration in Ning Fingxi for Chen Xuanqing's maturity and composure, while simultaneously sparking curiosity about what price the Spirit Hall was willing to pay. At that moment, Chen Xuanqing fixed his gaze upon Ning Fingxi, who occupied the main seat, and solemnly stated, "Uncle Ning, I am well aware that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has steadfastly supported the Heaven Do Empire over the years, shielding it from the dual pressures exerted by the Spirit Hall and the Star Luo Empire. Were it not for this unwavering support, the Heaven Do Empire would have long been extinguished by the Star Luo Empire, and His Highness Shui Qinghe might not have been able to find peace under your guidance." Chen Xuanqing's words reverberated in the air, yet Ning Fingxi appeared unaffected, maintaining an air of serene nonchalance as he gently sipped his tea. This scene stirred something within Chen Xuanqing, though he revealed nothing of his emotions and continued to delve deeper into the topic. "I have come bearing the sincerity of the Spirit Hall. I hope that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect can reconsider its relationship with the Spirit Hall. Perhaps the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect could align itself with our cause." Chen Xuanqing's voice was deep and resonant, each word striking the hearts of all present like a hammer. Upon hearing this, both Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo rose simultaneously, their gazes fixed intently on Ning Fingxi, clearly urging him to make a decision. Ning Fingxi, however, merely smiled faintly, setting down his teacup, and inquired softly, "Esteemed nephew, what precisely do you mean by sincerity?" Chen Xuanqing inhaled deeply and spoke solemnly, "Uncle Ning, You are aware that although the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul is the foremost auxiliary martial soul in the Douluo continent, its inherent limitations prevent you from ever advancing beyond the soul sage rank. However, what if I could facilitate the evolution of your martial soul, breaking through this constraint? Upon uttering these words, an immediate silence enveloped the hall. Ning Fengji's breath quickened, his eyes shimmering with unmistakable excitement and anticipation. The 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul was a source of pride for the Ning family, yet simultaneously a source of deep-seated sorrow. If this impasse could truly be resolved, the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda would undoubtedly ascend to become the most formidable auxiliary martial soul in the Douluo continent. Even the typically composed sword Douluo and bone Douluo were visibly moved, their gazes towards Ning Fengji brimming with hope and inquiry. After a moment of silence, Ning Fengji gradually rose to his feet, approached Chen Xuanqing, and regarded him intently. He spoke with gravity. Esteemed nephew, your proposal is indeed enticing. Yet, you must understand that our 7-treasure glazed tile sect has profound ties and connections with the Tiantuo Empire. To alter our stance so readily could incite a multitude of unnecessary complications. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing resumed his seat. At this moment, within the grand hall of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, the atmosphere was tinged with subtle tension. Ning Fengji remained unperturbed, leisurely savoring his tea. In contrast, Gu Douluo and Jian Douluo exhibited a palpable excitement, alternating their glances between Chen Xuanqing and Ning Fengji, perplexed by the nature of the transaction taking place between the two. Observing this, Chen Xuanqing, seated beside the main throne, revealed a glimmer of sharpness and disdain in his gaze. Chen Xuanqing leaned slightly forward. Addressing Ning Fengji and the two esteemed elders of the title Douluo rank with an unmistakable tone, I am aware of the doubts that linger in your hearts. The talk of deep connections and fear of complications is merely a guise, for what truly underlies your hesitation is the perceived insufficiency of benefit. Although Chen Xuanqing's voice was soft, it struck the hearts of the three like the ringing of a hammer. His candid and piercing words caused even the wily Ning Fengji to flush slightly, forcing him to sip his tea to mask his embarrassment. As for the sword Douluo and bone Douluo, they found themselves unable to refute him and followed suit, sipping their tea. For a moment, the hall was filled with the sound of water being consumed, leading the guards outside to sense that today's tea seemed somewhat different. However, Chen Xuanqing appeared unsatisfied with this, smiling slightly as he continued, "Yet, I have come today not solely as a representative of the Spirit Hall. I, Chen Xuanqing, harbor my own ambitions and plans. I can unequivocally assure you that I can assist Sect Master Ning in elevating your martial spirit to a higher echelon, and even facilitate a qualitative leap for Rongrong's martial spirit. More importantly, I can enhance Rongrong's innate talent, enabling her to traverse further along her path in the future. Of course, my substantial investment comes with a condition. Rongrong must marry me. Only through this union can I trust in the resolve of the 7-treasure glazed tile school to collaborate." Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji and the two Douluo elders exchanged glances. The evolution of martial spirits and the enhancement of talent were undoubtedly coveted aspirations for any soul master. The fact that Chen Xuanqing could offer such promises compelled them to reassess his strength and ambition. They also recognized that Chen Xuanqing represented not only the Spirit Hall but also his own aspirations. This was a starkly different concept from the previous invitations extended by the Spirit Hall. The sword Douluo rose and approached Ning Fengji, whispering, "Fengji, I believe you now grasp Xuanqing's intent. This is not merely a simple union. It presents a win-win situation. Moreover, the evolution of your and Rongrong's martial spirits is an offer we cannot refuse under any circumstances. Ultimately, the decision rests with you, and both I and Old Bone will support you." Ning Fengji nodded, having arrived at a decision in his heart. For Chen Xuanqing represented not only the Spirit Hall, but also his own future hopes and ambitions. As for Rongrong, being able to wed such a formidable and extraordinary individual was undoubtedly the best fate for his beloved daughter. Thus, Ning Fengji stood and respectfully clasped his hands towards Chen Xuanqing, stating, "Nephew, we accept your proposal. From this day forward, the 7-treasure glazed tile school will cease its full support of the Heaven Do Empire and instead align with the Spirit Hall. The 7-treasure glazed tile school is willing to engage in comprehensive cooperation with the Spirit Hall and will serve as your steadfast support." Ning Fengji continued gently, "I will ensure that Rongrong remains by your side, accompanying you in your endeavors, fostering the development of your relationship. I hope you will treat her well and shield her from any harm." At this moment, the bone Douluo stepped forward. Patting Chen Xuanqing on the shoulder with a tone infused with sternness, "Young man, you must not bully our little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. She is the treasure of our sect, and if you dare to cause her any grievances, I, Old Bone, will not let you off lightly. Though I may not be able to defeat you, I am willing to fight to the end." Chapter 82. The 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. The sword Douluo also approached with a smile, patting Chen Xuanqing's shoulder, and earnestly advised, "Xuanqing, I understand that a young soul master of your caliber, handsome and powerful, naturally attracts the admiration of many young ladies. However, I hope you will remember to be affectionate but not frivolous. You must be devoted to Rongrong, wholeheartedly and unreservedly." Chen Xuanqing smiled and nodded, his gaze drifting over the sword Douluo, and he could not help but marvel at the truth that for most men who practice the sword, Their pursuit extends beyond the pinnacle of swordsmanship. It encompasses an essence of elegance and charm. This allure transcends mere physical appearance, embodying an inner strength unyielding and resolute. A true spirit of the sword. Then, Chen Xuanqing slowly withdrew a splendid Kylan tulip from his bosom, the ethereal herb exuding a subtle and delicate fragrance. Chen Xuanqing smiled at Ning Fengji and said, "In that case, I shall first allow Uncle Ning's martial soul to evolve." Although Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo V, and Bone Douluo had never encountered this celestial herb, its distinctive fragrance and radiant glow made it evident that it was no ordinary item. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a flicker of astonishment and anticipation. Chen Xuanqing smiled and said, "Uncle Ning, the energy contained within this celestial herb is extraordinarily pure. To achieve optimal effects upon consumption, it is best to partake during the night, harnessing the power of the moonlight, which will allow its medicinal properties to reach their zenith." Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji retracted his previously eager gaze, his eyes reflecting trust and admiration for Chen Xuanqing. He nodded with a smile, his voice steady and robust. "What my esteemed nephew says is indeed correct. I shall wait for nightfall before partaking." Immediately thereafter, Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo busied themselves, personally organizing and enhancing the defenses of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. After all, once Ning Fengji achieved a breakthrough, his cultivation would ascend to an entirely new realm. And the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower martial soul would also undergo evolution. Such news, once disseminated, would undoubtedly attract the attention of various factions. Unlike the Haotian school, whose disciples all bear the surname Tang and possess a strong familial cohesion, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School comprises numerous soul masters seeking support and financial backing from auxiliary soul masters, inevitably mingled with spies from other forces. Hence, they must exercise utmost caution to guard against unforeseen circumstances. However, Chen Xuanqing paid little heed to these matters. Instead, he chose to stroll with Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, relishing this rare moment of leisure. As night enveloped the world, Chen Xuanqing returned to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School with Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong. Sunlight bathed the tranquil courtyard, where Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo stood in perfect alignment, resembling three statues, patiently awaiting their return. The figures of Chen Xuanqing and his companions gradually emerged from the gate, sensing the concealed presence around them. Inwardly, he mused, "It appears that Ning Fengji has meticulously selected these individuals. However, human nature is intricate, and who can guarantee their complete trustworthiness?" Upon seeing Chen Xuanqing and the others return, a warm smile graced Ning Fengji's face as he stepped forward, greeting them with enthusiasm. "Dear nephew, you have worked hard. I am fully prepared. Let us commence at once." Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong observed her father's cordial demeanor towards Chen Xuanqing with growing discontent. She muttered, "What a fickle-hearted scoundrel. I truly wonder what captivated Xiao Wu and Shu Qing about him back then." Hearing this, Xiao Wu chuckled softly, her eyes glinting with mischief as she replied, "Hee. I was rescued by Brother Xuanqing in a heroic fashion. His gallant display that day moved me deeply." Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement, smiling as she added, "Indeed. I too was saved by a hero. Brother Xuanqing possesses a unique charm that compels one to draw near." Ning Rongrong, upon hearing their words, could not help but roll her eyes, huffing humph. Just the typical tricks of a scoundrel. At that moment, Chen Xuanqing had already retrieved a splendid Kiro tulip from his bosom, presenting it to Ning Fengji. As Ning Fengji accepted this celestial herb, his hands trembled slightly, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Chen Xuanqing observed Ning Fengji tightly clutching the Qilua tulip, the brilliance in his eyes nearly overflowing. He understood that Ning Fengji's heart was brimming with excitement at this moment. Therefore, Chen Xuanqing gently patted Ning Fengji's shoulder, his tone imbued with gravity and concern. "Uncle Ning, your Seven Treasures Glazed Tower is an exceedingly rare treasure-type martial soul. My selection of this Qilua tulip for you is made after careful consideration. This plant is resplendent and noble, possessing the extraordinary ability to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, as well as the radiance of the sun and moon. I firmly believe that with the assistance of your Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, it will undoubtedly complement each other, creating a harmonious synergy." Chen Xuanqing elaborated, "The Qilua tulip cannot be consumed directly. One must gently draw forth the essence from its stamen, allowing it to gradually merge with your being. Subsequently, through the cultivation of one's soul power, the medicinal effects will permeate throughout the body." Ning Fengji inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tumultuous excitement within him. Following Chen Xuanqing's instructions, he delicately extracted the essence from the Qilua tulip stamen. With each breath he took, a faint fragrance of tulips wafted through the air, enveloping the entire courtyard in its aromatic embrace. Before the onlookers, Ning Fengji's Seven Treasure Glazed Tower began to undergo astonishing transformations. The tower, which had been floating serenely, now began to rotate slowly under the impetus of Ning Fengji's soul power. 7 radiant rings flickered within, pulsating as if imbued with life. Beyond these rings, a rich golden light gradually emerged, enveloping the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tower. This golden luminescence was released from Ning Fengji's own soul power, intertwining with the essence of the Qilua tulip to forge a remarkable force. Under the influence of this power, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower began to emit an even more resplendent radiance, akin to the most dazzling of gems. As time passed, the golden glow surrounding Ning Fengji intensified, rendering the seven-treasure glazed tower even more striking. Suddenly, the originally seven-tiered tower began to transform, illuminated by the golden light. A new ring slowly ascended from the base of the tower, followed by another. The spectators gazed in astonishment, filled with awe, all aware that the seven-treasure sects tower was on the brink of a qualitative leap. Finally, after 2 hours, the seven-treasure glazed tower completed its metamorphosis. The once seven-tiered tower had now transformed into a nine-tiered nine-treasure glazed tower. Each tier shimmered with brilliant light, harmonizing beautifully with the golden glow radiating from Ning Fengji. At this moment, Ning Fengji was enveloped in a tempest of soul power, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Chapter 83, A Sudden Turn of Events. Suddenly, the air surrounding Ning Fengji seemed to warp under an invisible force, the soul power swirling chaotically like boiling water. Ning Fengji himself was enveloped in an indescribable ecstasy. His eyes closed, his complexion pale, yet emanating an unusual tranquility. Sword Douluo, witnessing this, hurriedly approached, scrutinizing Ning Fengji's condition with keen eyes. He took a deep breath, as if to draw in the very air around him, then exhaled slowly, a hint of helplessness and gravity etched upon his face. Originally, Fengji was already a rank 79 soul sage, his soul power having been honed over many years to an extraordinary depth. Sword Douluo's voice was low and resolute, yet it carried a profound concern. However, the energy he was absorbing from the celestial herb was far too immense, exceeding his capacity to endure. He was unable to absorb this energy or control his soul power. If the state persisted, it would be perilous for Fengji. Upon hearing Sword Douluo's words, an unprecedented panic washed over those present. They could scarcely fathom the devastating impact on the seven-treasure sect should Ning Fengji truly perish. Ning Rongrong was instantly brought to tears, gazing at Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, her voice trembling as she cried out, "Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Gu, you must have a solution, right?" Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in resignation. They were acutely aware of the dire nature of the situation. Even they, as title Douluo, could not extract the soul power from Ning Fengji's body. Moreover, it appeared that Ning Fengji, in the midst of absorbing the celestial herb, had fallen into a deep slumber, unable to unleash his soul skills to dissipate the excess soul power. The air seemed to solidify in that moment, as everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on Ning Fengji. Seeing that all present were at a loss, Ning Rongrong felt a sharp pang in her heart, and, disregarding everything, rushed forward, intending to embrace her struggling father. However, just as she was about to reach him, Chen Xuanqing abruptly seized her, his voice firm and serious. "Rongrong, it is too dangerous for you to approach now." Tears streamed down the young girl's face like pearls from a broken string as she cried out, "My father is facing life and death. How can I stand idly by?" Her small voice was filled with helplessness and despair. Chen Xuanqing gazed at Ning Rongrong's heart-wrenching expression, feeling a pang of anguish within. In exasperation, he exclaimed, "What can you change by rushing in?" Although his tone was exceedingly stern, it was underpinned by profound concern and trepidation for Ning Rongrong. After speaking, Chen Xuanqing took a deep breath, his gaze resolutely sweeping over the crowd. At this moment, he realized that only his own strength could save Ning Fengji. Chen Xuanqing approached the tumultuous center of soul power, coming to stand before Ning Fengji. In truth, Chen Xuanqing had not anticipated such an unforeseen turn of events with the absorption of the celestial herb. He had assumed that the herb's potency would provide Ning Fengji with significant assistance. However, he did not foresee that the overwhelming energy would instead pose a fatal threat. With a firm grip on the sword named Qingmong, Chen Xuanqing softly called out, "Little Qing, I must rely on you now." The Qingmong sword sensed its master's plea, its blade quivering slightly, emitting a low, resonant hum as if in response to Chen Xuanqing's words. Carefully, he placed the Qingmong sword into Ning Fengji's hands, and then instructed the sword, "Little Qing, harness your power to draw out the excess soul force within Fengji, leaving only a portion behind." The sword spirit, Little Qing, seemed to comprehend Chen Xuanqing's command, no longer hesitating. Its blade radiated brilliance as it began to gently absorb the soul force from Ning Fengji's body. In an instant, the once tumultuous soul force, akin to a raging flood, was calmed by an invisible force, transforming into a serene and composed presence. Gradually, this essence began to dissipate, as if meticulously unwound, blending back into Ning Fengji's being. Before long, Ning Fengji's tightly shut eyes slowly opened, revealing a clarity and brightness that was ineffable. Upon witnessing her father's awakening, Ning Rongrong felt a surge of joy and rushed forward to embrace him tightly. Her eyes sparkled with tears, her voice brimming with concern and delight. "Father, you are all right." The Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo swiftly gathered around, their expressions filled with worry and care as they scrutinized Ning Fengji. The Sword Douluo was the first to inquire, "Fengji, how do you feel now? Is there any discomfort?" The Bone Douluo elaborated, "The energy from that celestial herb was indeed overwhelming. Your body could not accommodate such a vast amount of soul force in such a short time, nearly leading to your demise. Fortunately, at a critical moment, someone intervened to avert disaster." Ning Fengji was somewhat bewildered by their conversation, glancing at the Qingmong sword in his hand, only to find it had slipped from his grasp and flown into Chen Xuanqing's possession. A thought struck him, and he turned to Chen Xuanqing, asking, "Noble nephew, What exactly transpired just now? I felt splendid while absorbing the celestial herb's energy, yet suddenly I sensed my soul force rapidly depleting, and then I awoke. Ning Rongrong immediately interjected. Father, your body was unable to contain so much energy without the support of a soul ring, just as you were on the brink of explosion. It was the Qingmong sword in Chen Xuanqing's hands that timely absorbed your excess soul force, saving your life. As if understanding Ning Rongrong's words, the Qingmong sword trembled again, producing a series of clear, melodious chimes. After hearing his daughter's explanation, Ning Fingji was enlightened, his heart swelling with gratitude. He stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Chen Xuanqing, saying, "Thank you, noble nephew, for saving my life. Had it not been for your timely assistance, I fear I would have perished on the spot." Chen Xuanqing smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Uncle Ning, you are too courteous. We are all family here." Upon hearing Chen Xuanqing's words, Ning Fingji could not help but burst into hearty laughter, his voice brimming with joy and satisfaction. Indeed. We are family. No need for further words." As he spoke, Ning Fingji looked at Chen Xuanqing, his eyes shimmering with admiration and anticipation. However, despite Ning Rongrong's deep gratitude towards Chen Xuanqing, her nature made it difficult for her to express her feelings openly. Pouting slightly, she remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction, "Who considers him family, that fickle-hearted rogue?" Although her voice was soft, it resonated distinctly in the tranquil atmosphere. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Ning Fingji's expression darkened. He realized that his daughter had indeed been spoiled. Thus, he adopted a stern demeanor and admonished Ning Rongrong earnestly. "Rongrong, you must not be disrespectful. Young Master Xianqing not only saved your father's life but is also an important benefactor of our 7-treasure glazed tile school. You should treat him with the same respect as you do for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, calling him Brother Xianqing. Furthermore, I have decided to let you accompany young Master Xianqing on his travels to foster your relationship. This is not only for your future but also for the future of our 7-treasure glazed tile school." Though Ning Rongrong felt somewhat reluctant upon hearing her father's words, she understood that he meant well. Lowering her head, she softly replied, "Yes, father." Despite her subdued tone, the previous dissatisfaction had evaporated following the recent sorrowful events. Ding. Congratulations. The host has successfully intercepted, earning 1 lottery opportunity. The next day, a carriage outside the 7-treasure glazed tile school rolled gently in the morning light, with Chen Xuanqing lazily reclining on Zhu Zhuqing's soft lap, relishing the tranquility of dawn. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu sat nearby, occasionally feeding Chen Xuanqing pieces of freshly sliced fruit. Chen Xuanqing chuckled as he glanced at Ning Rongrong, who sat opposite him, a glimmer of mischief flickering in his eyes. "Little witch, come, assist me in massaging my legs. It would bring me greater comfort," he teased. Ning Rongrong, however, pouted in displeasure, casting an irritable glare at Chen Xuanqing. "You wicked scoundrel. I shall not help you with your leg massage," she retorted indignantly. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xuanqing could not help but chuckle. He then swiftly extended his foot, pinching Ning Rongrong's toes from a distance. A tingling sensation surged from her chest, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. With indignation and embarrassment, she shot a glare at Chen Xuanqing, tears brimming in her eyes, as if they might spill forth at any moment. Zhu Zhuqing, observing the scene, hurried to interject. "Brother Xianqing, please do not tease Rongrong. She is but a girl and cannot withstand such antics." Xiao Wu chimed in playfully. "Xiqing is right, Brother Xianqing. Do tread carefully. For if you are not, both of us may just have to give you a proper lesson tonight." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing could not help but burst into hearty laughter. He extended a hand and playfully pinched Zhu Zhuqing's pert backside. "Very well, I shall await the spectacle. But do not blame me if I manage to turn the tables on you two this evening," Chen Xuanqing said with a chuckle. Ning Rongrong, witnessing this, became even more infuriated, her teeth clenched in indignation. Despicable, shameless, lewd. With a glare directed at Chen Xuanqing, she silently vowed to find an opportunity to teach this insufferable scoundrel a proper lesson. After successfully teasing Ning Rongrong, Chen Xuanqing seemed to instantly retract all his joviality, closing his eyes and plunging into contemplation. In truth, he had expended 2 of his lottery chances, while Dugu Yan's task was of little consequence. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained tiger wolf pills from the dragon symbol world. In the distant dragon symbol world, these tiger wolf pills are renowned for their legendary status. The ancient emperors constructed majestic altars from 5-colored soil, placing an array of rare herbs upon them. And they had to slay tigers and wolves to offer to the heavens before they could concoct these miraculous pills. Once soldiers consume this pill, they undergo a transformation, their strength surging exponentially, embodying the might of both a tiger and a wolf, thus becoming invincible warriors on the battlefield. This is the origin of the tiger wolf army. Chen Xuanqing gazed at the tiger wolf pill within the system, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He was acutely aware of the potency of this elixir. The strength of a tiger equated to an immense force of 1 ton, while the power of a wolf was formidable at 200 kilograms. With the consumption of this singular pill, even the most ordinary mortal could instantaneously possess over a ton of strength, a force that could rival those of novice low-tier soul masters. In certain respects, an ordinary individual who ingested the tiger wolf pill might even surpass these soul masters. However, What captivated Chen Xuanqing extended far beyond the sheer strength the pill bestowed. More significantly, the Tiger Wolf pill possessed a miraculous ability to alter one's mindset. Even a timid coward, upon consuming this pill, could transform into an elite soldier of the Tiger Wolf warriors, brave and fearless, invincible in battle. Possessing such a pill signified the boundless potential to cultivate an exceptional army and soldiers. Ding. Host, congratulations on triggering a mysterious reward. You have obtained the legendary Wind Thunder Wings. Before Chen Xuanqing, a dazzling light flickered and gradually dissipated, revealing an extraordinary artifact, resplendent and unique in its design. This was the Wind Thunder Wings. Emanating a faint glimmer of lightning and a breath of wind, its powerful aura seemingly containing boundless strength. Wind Thunder Wings? A glimmer of surprise and delight crossed Chen Xuanqing's eyes. He was well aware of the origins of this artifact. It was an exceedingly rare flying treasure from the mortal realm, meticulously crafted from the bones of the rare thunder rock. Furthermore, it possessed the abilities of wind and thunder evasion, enabling the bearer to soar freely through the skies, as if walking upon solid ground. System. I hope these Wind Thunder Wings weren't borrowed directly from Hanli. Chen Xuanqing jested lightly. Rest assured, host. All rewards provided by this system are independently existing and bear no relation to any novels, legends, or real individuals. The cold, emotionless voice of the system echoed in Chen Xuanqing's mind, interrupting his reverie. Chen Xuanqing smiled faintly, no longer entangled in previous thoughts, and redirected his gaze to the Wind Thunder Wings in his hands, his heart brimming with joy. The emergence of this magical artifact will undoubtedly significantly enhance his capabilities in flight and aerial combat, allowing him to navigate his cultivation journey with greater ease. With the Wind Thunder Wings, he could soar freely through the skies, whether pursuing foes or evading pursuers, rendering both endeavors remarkably effortless, Chen Xuanqing mused to himself. Chen Xuanqing opened his eyes and swiftly kissed both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, leaving Ning Rongrong blushing with shyness. I'll step out for a moment, he declared, unable to contain his eagerness to test the power of this magical artifact. With a leap, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring skyward. In the air, Chen Xuanqing gently flapped his wind and thunder wings, instantly feeling a surge of formidable energy emanating from them, propelling him forward at astonishing speed. He then attempted to execute the wind escape technique, his figure flickering in and out of visibility, akin to a specter, leaving behind a trail of afterimages in the sky. Following this, he unleashed the lightning escape, and in an instant, a massive burst of lightning erupted in the heavens, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Truly, the artifact of the old demon Han was remarkable. The world was his oyster. Chen Xuanqing marveled at its magnificence. Yet, he pondered. With a celestial sword and a flying treasure bestowed upon him by the system, was this truly the path to immortality? Chapter 85. Reunited again. Beneath the azure sky, Chen Xuanqing's figure streaked across the horizon like a meteor. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing stood side by side by the carriage, their gazes fixed intently on his silhouette. Their faces alight with astonishment and anticipation. Excitement sparkled in Xiao Wu's eyes as she could not restrain herself, exclaiming, Brother Xuanqing, come down. I too wish to experience the sensation of flight. Her melodious voice resonated across the expansive fields. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong silently observed from the side, her heart quietly reflecting on the fact that this capricious heartthrob had grown even stronger. Each of his appearances brought her renewed astonishment, from being a soul saint of Shrek Academy to defeating a titled Douluo in the Spirit Hall, and now this. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's call, Chen Xuanqing momentarily hesitated before gracefully alighting onto the carriage. Observing this, a mischievous glint flickered in Xiao Wu's eyes as she leapt into the air, propelling herself towards Chen Xuanqing. Chen Xuanqing smiled gently as he extended his arms, securely catching her. Their figures intertwined in a graceful dance amidst the wind, while Xiao Wu's hair fluttered, softly brushing against Chen Xuanqing's face, leaving a trace of delicate fragrance. Soon, Chen Xuanqing took the three ladies on a whirlwind tour through the skies. The one who had initially resisted the most, Ning Rongrong, could not help but exclaim in astonishment at the moment they soared into the air. She clung tightly to Chen Xuanqing's waist, repeatedly calling out to him as Brother Xuanqing. Upon their return to the carriage, the three ladies wore expressions of sheer exhilaration. They chattered animatedly, sharing their sensations and experiences from the exhilarating flight, while the carriage continued its leisurely journey toward Tiantuo City. Half an hour later, at Tiantuo City, several figures paced anxiously outside the Spirit Hall, their gazes frequently drifting toward the horizon. At last, a splendidly adorned carriage approached, its wheels breaking the tranquility of the scene with their rhythmic rolling. Once the carriage halted, the door opened slowly, revealing the figures of Chen Xuanqing, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing one by one. As they stepped out, a familiar silhouette rushed forward like a bird newly freed from its cage, unable to contain her excitement. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, I have missed you dearly these past few days. Meng Yiran's voice rang clear and melodious, her face radiant with a brilliant smile, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. She opened her arms and ran toward them, and the three embraced tightly. Sister Yiran, I have missed you too. Zhu Zhuqing's voice carried a hint of playful affection, her face alight with joy. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu mischievously chimed in, Sister Yiran, you wouldn't believe how Brother Xuanqing has been attracting admirers. As she spoke, she pointed toward Yu Lingling, Du Guyin, and Ning Rongrong, who stood a short distance away. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xuanqing could not help but feign a sorrowful sigh. Alas, he ran, after a few days apart. Why do you not come to embrace me? Although his words carried a hint of playful teasing, his gaze was suffused with tenderness. Upon hearing this, Meng Yiran's face instantly flushed with a delicate hue. She playfully glared at Chen Xuanqing, and without a moment's hesitation, she leaped into his embrace. Chen Xuanqing effortlessly embraced Meng Yiran, who clung to him like a koala, their affection and sweetness on full display before the crowd, utterly unashamed. Ning Rongrong's eyes blazed with a fiery anger as she clenched her silver teeth, almost grinding them as she spat. Chen Xuanqing, how many women do you actually have? You are nothing short of a notorious philanderer, a despicable rogue. Her voice resonated with dissatisfaction and fury towards Chen Xuanqing, as if she were determined to expose his transgressions to the world. Chen Xuanqing, however, remained unfazed, a hint of a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his lips. He jested, "Little witch, your father has already betrothed you to me. As your future master, it would be wise for you to show me a modicum of respect." Chen Xuanqing's voice carried a hint of mockery, seemingly teasing the very limits of Ning Rongrong's patience. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's expression darkened further. She let out a cold snort and turned her head away, clearly unwilling to engage with the rogue that was Chen Xuanqing any longer. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xuanqing refrained from further remarks, his gaze shifting toward a figure not far away. It was a young lady of graceful stature and refined demeanor. None other than Douluo V. Noticing Chen Xuanqing's attention, she stepped forward, bowing at a 90-degree angle with utmost respect. "I apologize, Your Highness, for my previous tone. My grandfather has already admonished me," Douluo V spoke, her voice tinged with sincerity and remorse. "He has instructed me to convey the heartfelt gratitude of the Douluo family for your life-saving assistance." Chen Xuanqing nodded slightly, signifying his acceptance of Douluo V's apology. However, he was taken aback that the proud eldest daughter of the Douluo family would personally come to express her contrition, and she had lowered herself considerably, almost as if she were ready to bow deeply before him. As for the matters concerning Yu Tianheng and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, he expressed his gratitude for her reminder, acknowledging that her intentions were, after all, well-meaning. Douluo V continued to speak. Chen Xuanqing waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for formality. "It's fine. I can't be bothered to dwell on such matters." Faced with the younger Douluo V, who was a few years his junior, Chen Xuanqing felt no inclination to elaborate further. Douluo V nodded in understanding, expressing her gratitude to Chen Xuanqing once more before turning to leave. At that moment, Yi Lingling approached Chen Xuanqing, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. Taking a deep breath, she summoned all her courage and gazed up at Chen Xuanqing. "My mother said I should stay close to you." Yi Lingling's voice was soft and tremulous, clearly betraying her nervousness. Before Chen Xuanqing could utter a word, Ning Rongrong interjected, "Humph. Can he truly safeguard you? Don't be naive. He might just devour you instead." Her tone was rife with mockery and jest as she stared intently at Chen Xuanqing, wearing an expression that suggested she had unraveled his innermost thoughts. Chen Xuanqing smiled faintly, his fingers flicking lightly, delivering a blow that landed neither too hard nor too soft upon Ning Rongrong's forehead. The impact brought tears to her eyes, igniting a fierce glare directed at Chen Xuanqing, her eyes shimmering with an indomitable spirit. Subsequently, Chen Xuanqing's gaze shifted to Yi Lingling, a hint of playful menace glinting in his eyes, the little which speaks truthfully. "Perhaps I truly might be unable to resist devouring you." Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling's expression altered slightly, and she instinctively took a step back. Yet, after a brief moment of panic, she resolutely shook her head, casting her eyes towards the nearby Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. An inexplicable surge of courage welled up within her. Her mother had once said that if he had not harmed them, he would not harm her either. Though Yi Lingling's voice remained soft, it resonated with unwavering determination. Chapter 86, An Unexpected Delight. Chen Xuanqing gazed at Yi Lingling before him, and a wave of warmth surged within him. He had not anticipated that his astute mother-in-law would possess such discerning taste, capable of bringing this gentle and exquisite beauty to his side. With a smile, Chen Xuanqing gently tousled Yi Lingling's exquisite hair, a glimmer of mischief dancing in his eyes. "Well, since your mother places such unwavering trust in me by sending you, an unparalleled beauty, to my side, I shall not hold back." His words carried a hint of jest, yet were laced with sincerity. Observing Yi Lingling's slightly flustered expression, Chen Xuanqing felt a surge of affection. Upon hearing his words, Yi Lingling's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue. She shyly shook her head and hurried over to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, seemingly seeking solace in their presence. Meanwhile, Long Gong Mengshu, Shi Pachao Tianxiang, and the Bishop Salas from the Spirit Hall approached as well. The three of them bowed simultaneously to Chen Xuanqing, their faces adorned with expressions of reverence. "Your Highness, the Son of God." They spoke in unison, their voices imbued with deep respect. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Xuanqing promptly gestured for them to forego excessive formalities. With a smile, he remarked, "There is no need for such courtesy, esteemed seniors Long Gong and Shi Pa, nor for you, Bishop Salas." Hearing this, Long Gong Mengshu quickly waved his hand in refusal, stating, "Your Highness the Holy Sun, your prowess far exceeds our expectations. And moreover, you have once saved the lives of us, the illustrious dragon and serpent couple. This kindness shall forever be etched in our hearts." Therefore, we cannot accept the title of senior from you. Shi Tianxiang echoed in agreement. Indeed, Your Highness the Holy Sun. In the realm of soul masters, merit comes first. And your bond with us is profound. You may simply refer to us as Long Gong and Shi Pa, without such formality. With the conversation reaching this point, Chen Xuanqing could only nod in acquiescence. Bishop Salas, upon hearing of the arrival of the illustrious dragon and serpent, felt a surge of anxiety. During this period, the Holy Sun had been residing in the Spirit Hall, and there had been a steady stream of visitors. Thus, when he saw the dragon and serpent approaching side by side, he could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension. However, he was relieved to discover that they were not here to engage in conflict. Rather, their demeanor towards the Holy Sun was marked by utmost respect. Ah, how splendid! Let us not linger at the entrance reminiscing, but rather, step inside for a more meaningful conversation, Salas exclaimed, a relaxed smile illuminating his face as he gestured for everyone to enter the Spirit Hall. Within the Grand Hall, servants had meticulously prepared refreshments. The aroma of tea wafted through the air, and delicate pastries adorned the table, showcasing Salas's attentiveness and meticulousness in hosting. Yet, with 3 women sharing the stage, the atmosphere grew even more vibrant as 5 women congregated, amplifying the lively ambience of the hall. Chen Xuanqing observed the scene before him, unable to suppress a bitter smile. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, take the 3 of them out for a stroll at the Spirit Hall, he remarked with a gentle laugh. Meng Yuran made a playful face and retorted, I know you want to discuss matters with Grandma and Grandpa. What a clumsy excuse. After saying this, Meng Yuran led the other girls away, while Chen Xuanqing shook his head, thinking that this little girl truly showed him no respect. In the hall, Dragon Lord Meng Shu and Serpent Matriarch Zhao Tianxiang sat facing each other, their faces radiant with gratitude. Your Highness, I must sincerely thank you for the longevity elixir you bestowed upon me, Dragon Lord Meng Shu began, his voice imbued with respect and appreciation. After consuming your longevity elixir, I have reached the pinnacle of level 90. With just one more soul ring, I shall truly enter the ranks of titled Douluo. Serpent Matriarch Zhao Tianxiang continued. I too am in the same position. Thanks to your generosity, I am but a step away from the Soul Saint realm. All of this is owed to the longevity elixir that Iran brought back. Upon hearing the unfamiliar name of the longevity elixir, Bishop Salas felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Although he did not know what it was, he could discern from the words of the Dragon Lord and Serpent Matriarch that it was indeed something remarkable. Salas furrowed his brow slightly, gazing into Chen Xuanqing's calm and profound eyes, while his heart surged with tumultuous emotions. The thought that as an important member of the Spirit Hall, he had never even heard of such a mysterious elixir, while the Holy Sun casually gifted it to outsiders, left him feeling somewhat unbalanced. His gaze lingered on Chen Xuanqing, his eyes betraying an ineffable sense of grievance, akin to a neglected consort, eagerly yearning for the Holy Sun's attention. Chen Xuanqing naturally sensed the intricate gaze of Bishop Salas, and with a resigned sigh, he softly remarked, Bishop Salas, rest assured, I shall also prepare a longevity elixir for you. Upon hearing these words, the look of melancholy on Bishop Salas's face instantly dissipated, replaced by a satisfied smile. He nodded, wearing an expression that suggested he would not mind even if it were not offered to him. At that moment, Lord Long Mengshu stepped forward to convey his intentions to Chen Xuanqing. Your Holiness, my wife and I have decided to venture into the Starry Forest to procure soul rings suitable for us. During this time, we entrust you to care for our needs. Chen Xuanqing gave a slight nod and, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, Senior Long Gong, do you require assistance on your journey? I can dispatch individuals to accompany you in the search for older soul rings, thereby enhancing your prowess. Upon hearing this, she promptly shook her head in refusal, stating, Your Highness, you need not worry. We have traversed the rivers and lakes together for many years, and we possess an intimate knowledge of the Stardow Forest. Should the age of the soul rings be excessively high, our bodies may struggle to endure their immense energy. Therefore, it is best if it remains just the 2 of us. Upon witnessing the unwavering resolve of Long Gong and Shi Pa, Chen Xuanqing ceased his insistence. He nodded in acknowledgement, signifying his understanding and acquiescence to their decision. Suddenly, both Long Gong and Shi Pa moved in unison, rising to their feet almost simultaneously. As they approached Chen Xuanqing, they bent deeply at the waist, performing a formal bow of respect. A warm smile illuminated Long Gong's face, and his voice resonated with sincerity. Holy Son, we have resolved that upon our return from the Starry Forest, we shall formally join the Spirit Hall, pledging our loyalty henceforth. We humbly request that your Highness accept our commitment. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment, which was quickly supplanted by joy. He slightly tilted his head, exchanging a glance with Sarath who stood beside him, both faces radiating delight. Sarath, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, This is truly magnificent. With this, our Spirit Hall shall gain another formidable guardian. Chen Xuanqing nodded gently, a warm smile gracing his face. Very well, I shall await your return from the Stardow Forest. Until then, we shall meet again in Spirit City. However, a sense of irony lingered in his heart. For making such a declaration in accordance with the tropes of dramas often heralded an unlikely return. Chapter 87. The power of one clan. As the figures of Long Gong and Sheepa gradually receded, vanishing from sight, Bishop Salas swiftly shifted his focus like a keen-eyed leopard. With a beaming smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, he approached Chen Xuanqing, his eyes glimmering with fervor, as if gazing upon an exceedingly precious treasure. Your Highness, I truly appreciate your efforts, Salas remarked, his tone imbued with a hint of flattery. He inclined his body slightly, adopting a posture that was both respectful and approachable. The Blue Tyrant Academy you instructed me to observe has, as you anticipated, been renamed Shrek Academy. I wonder, do you have any further instructions or plans regarding this matter? Chen Xuanqing smiled gently, holding a translucent pill in his hand, yet he refrained from directly handing it to Salas. Instead, he deliberately waved it in front of him, never placing it into Salas's grasp. Salas's eyes were fixated on the pill, gleaming with greed and desire. His face wore a sycophantic smile, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum, with every wrinkle betraying his longing for the elixir. Salas, do you comprehend the extraordinary value of this pill? Chen Xuanqing's voice bore a hint of seriousness as he gazed into Salas's eyes and spoke slowly. This longevity pill not only extends one's life by a decade but also enables one to transcend the limitations of soul power, reaching unprecedented heights. Its worth transcends mere monetary value. Upon hearing this, Salas nodded fervently, his face etched with reverence and sincerity. He understood that this pill was an invaluable treasure for the Spirit Hall and the entire realm of Soul Masters. Rest assured, Your Highness, Salas proclaimed with gravity. From this moment forth, I am not merely the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, but also Your Highness's loyal vanguard. Should you have any commands or needs, simply give the word, and I shall traverse fire and water without hesitation. Chen Xuanqing nodded with satisfaction, gently handing the longevity elixir to Salas. As Salas accepted the pill, his hands trembled uncontrollably, leaving him momentarily unsure of how to proceed. Chen Xuanqing instructed, Saras, you must find a secluded chamber and properly consume the longevity elixir. Upon hearing this, a flicker of reverence flashed in Saras's eyes. He nodded, his face adorned with a respectful smile, before slowly turning to depart. After Saras left, Chen Xuanqing returned to his quarters. Subsequently, wielding the Qingmang sword, he commenced his distinctive soul power purification process. His soul power flowed like a gentle stream, emanating from every pore of his body, gradually coalescing upon the Qingmang sword. As it absorbed the essence of his soul power, the sword's brilliance intensified, as if it sought to illuminate the entire room. As time passed, Chen Xuanqing noticed a gradual decline in his soul power level. It diminished from the original 90 to 89, continuing its descent until it stabilized at 87. Nevertheless, despite this reduction, Chen Xuanqing felt his internal soul power growing more robust and refined, with an invigorating surge coursing through him. An audacious thought emerged in his mind. What immense strength would he possess if his soul power could be transformed into a liquid state? This notion ignited an exhilarating anticipation within him. He believed that with persistent dedication to purifying his soul power, he would inevitably realize this aspiration. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a dappled glow upon Chen Xuanqing's face, rousing him from slumber. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he sat up and instinctively glanced to his side. There lay Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ming Ran, still lost in their dreams, their camaraderie palpable. However, upon shifting his gaze, he noticed Yi Lingling and Ning Rongrong, who had chosen to sleep on the sofa, unwilling to share the bed with him. It seemed time was still needed. With a gentle sigh, Chen Xuanqing rose from his bed, tidied up briefly, and departed from the Wuhuan Palace. Contemplating his schedule for the day, he resolved to pay a visit to the Lamba Academy. Before long, he arrived at the Lamba Academy. As he stepped through the gates, an intriguing scene unfolded before him. The Titan from the Power Clan stood in confrontation with Tang San. Being the patriarch of the Power Clan, the Titan possessed formidable strength, exerting his soul power to suppress Tang San, who appeared somewhat beleaguered. Yet, at that moment, Tang San made a sudden move. Dark, rich light surged from the palm of his hand, gradually condensing into the form of a small black hammer. Though diminutive, the patterns etched upon it exuded a profound and shadowy allure. With its emergence, Tang San seemed to regain a measure of strength, an oppressive aura enveloping him. Witnessing this, the Titan's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing that Tang San could withstand his pressure and possessed a second martial spirit, the Haotian hammer no less. Simultaneously, the onlooking tyrant gasped in disbelief. The Titan's overwhelming presence dissipated, akin to the calm following a tempest. Yet within this tranquility, Tang San felt as if he were being battered by colossal waves, nearly losing his footing. Oscar, observing the scene, rushed forward, extending a strong arm to support Tang San. Concurrently, Jiangzhu gently waved her healing staff, a soft glow enveloping Tang San, mending his body from the strain of the oppressive pressure. Meanwhile, the Titan approached slowly, accompanied by his son and grandson, gazing at Tang San's delicate visage with glistening eyes. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he spoke softly, Tang San, your father is Tang Hao, isn't he? The Titan's voice trembled slightly, as if uncertain. Tang San, feeling the weight of the Titan's gaze, looked up in confusion at his serious countenance and softly inquired, how do you know? Upon hearing Tang San's response, the Titan's eyes gleamed with emotion. He seemed to glimpse a shadow from years past, a figure he had once revered and longed for. In that moment, the Titan's overwhelming excitement was beyond words. Manifesting as a profound sigh, suddenly the Titan's formidable form knelt before Tang San with a resounding thud, his knee striking the ground like a heavy hammer on the hearts of all present. Tyran and Tyran, witnessing this act of reverence, felt an invisible force compelling them to kneel as well. Tyran's shock was even greater than that of the standing Tang San, bewildered as to why this once proud figure of the power clan would bow before a mere youth. The Titan, suppressing his tumultuous emotions, spoke with unmistakable awe. Old servant Titan pays homage to the young master. Each word resonated like a heavy blow, leaving the air seemingly suspended in time. Before Tang San could respond, Tyran, who had been kneeling, abruptly rose, fury and confusion blazing in his eyes. He shouted, "Why? We merely teamed up with this delicate boy for the Soul Master competition. And now we must bow to him as our master. Grandfather, have you lost your senses?" His indignant voice echoed across the vast square, filled with defiance and stubbornness. Seeing this, Tyran's face darkened, and in a sudden burst of anger, he kicked Tyran to the ground. Tyran's body arced through the air, crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. "You insolent wretch, how dare you speak to your grandfather like that?" Tyran's voice was laced with fury, but it was evident that he did not outright deny Tyran's words. He was merely enraged by Tyran's tone. After all, the Power Clan had previously been affiliated with the Haotian sect, which had since closed its doors, abandoning the four great clans. Now, acknowledging a young master was not inherently problematic, but the young master before them was simply too much for Tyran to accept. The thought of a man in his 30s or 40s bowing to a delicate youth as their master filled him with an indescribable sense of humiliation. Accompanied by a crisp and resonant applause, a formidable figure emerged slowly from the distant shadows, each step reverberating like a note struck upon the strings of the audience's hearts. The arrival of this unexpected guest immediately stirred a wave of commotion among the crowd. It is well known that the Haotian sect had sealed itself off due to a past upheaval, and the Li family, in a bid for survival, was compelled to sever ties with the Haotian sect and struggled to establish themselves in the city of Tiantuo. However, now, do you desire to once again seek the shelter of the Haotian sect, to become their vassals, to once more live as servants? How lowly can the Li family be? His voice was resounding and resolute, each word striking the hearts of the three members of the Li family like a hammer. It is fair to say that they were enraged, deeply wounded by Chen Xuanqing's words. Meanwhile, Daimubai and Xiao Wu from Shrek Academy, upon witnessing Chen Xuanqing, unleashed their martial spirits, preparing to launch an assault against him. Yet, at that moment, Yu Xiaojiang stepped forward once more, positioning himself before the members of Shrek Academy. He understood well that resorting to violence here would be unwise. With so many teachers and students gathered, every action would be scrutinized by countless eyes. If they were to strike now, it would not only fail to resolve the issue, but would likely lead to even greater complications. Everyone, remain calm. This is not the right time to act. There are too many witnesses here. Can we truly kill him? Yu Xiaojiang's words managed to temper the crowd's fervor slightly, causing several to retract their martial spirits, though the fire of anger in their eyes remained unquenched. On the ground, the Titan struggled to rise, glaring at Chen Xuanqing with fury, as if intending to devour him whole. Who are you to dare insult the Li family in such a manner? Do you even comprehend the gravity of your words? You are provoking our entire clan. Chen Xuanqing smiled faintly, remaining entirely unfazed by Titan's fury. He cast a casual glance at the three members of the Strength clan before speaking slowly. I harbor little interest in the affairs of your clan. However, should you truly wish to serve the Haotian sect, be prepared for the annihilation of your lineage. Tang San, his hands on his hips and his demeanor flamboyant, stood defiantly before Titan, his eyes ablaze with righteous anger as he fixed his gaze upon Chen Xuanqing. What are your intentions, Chen Xuanqing? His voice brimmed with dissatisfaction and indignation. This matter is between me and my senior. It does not concern you. The effeminate voice echoed across the square, inciting a stir among the onlookers. Tyran and Tenno, as members of the Strength clan, were acutely aware that the individual before them, Chen Xuanqing, was a peerless prodigy capable of defeating a title de law far beyond what their clan could contend with. Consequently, the father and son discreetly distanced themselves from Tang San, wary of collateral damage. Even Titan, typically renowned for his valor, took a step back upon hearing Chen Xuanqing's name. After all, a man's reputation is like the shadow of a tree, though his own power might rival that of a title de law. Titan was not so foolish as to presume he could vanquish one. Nevertheless, the Strength clan's dignity must be preserved. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Titan's voice resonated deeply, filled with strength. Do you believe my clan is easy to bully? Or does the Spirit Hall truly intend to obliterate us? In response to Titan's inquiry, Chen Xuanqing remained indifferent. He casually dug at his ear, flicking a small piece of earwax at Titan's face as if it were a concealed weapon. Yes, you may think so, he replied, his tone icy and merciless. In that instant, the aura of the title Douluo surged forth like a tempest, sweeping across the square with overwhelming force. Tang San, Daimubai, Tyran, Tenno, and the comparatively weaker Yu Xiaojing were all driven to their knees, unable to maintain their posture under the oppressive weight. Their faces were etched with agony and struggle, as if they were bearing an unimaginable burden. Even the soul saint experts, such as Flinder and Zhao Wuji, while managing to withstand Chen Xuanqing's pressure, were expressions of grave concern. They all understood that this Chen Xuanqing was no ordinary adversary. A moment's lapse in vigilance could lead to disastrous consequences. Then, Chen Xuanqing's voice resonated again, filled with arrogance and audacity. I cultivate to exert power and indulge in my whims. Otherwise, my arduous training would not be to impart wisdom to you insignificant insects, but rather for my own pleasure, allowing me to act with impunity in this world. Ding. A system prompt echoed in his mind, indicating that he might indeed be on the verge of wielding his power for dominance over others. As his gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, it stealthily turned towards the quietly standing Lu Erlong. She resembled a peony blooming through time, despite being in her 30s. She retained an extraordinary allure. Her complexion was slightly pale, yet her features were exquisite, her eyes like a painted canvas, revealing a spirit of defiance and resilience. Particularly striking were her large, dark eyes, which shone like the brightest stars in the night sky, exuding a unique brilliance. Yet beneath her robe lay a form that ordinary maidens could scarcely aspire to, with a figure that was both voluptuous and powerful, reminiscent of undulating mountains. Drawing the gaze of all who beheld her, a glimmer of greed and desire flickered in Chen Xuanqing's gaze, as he inwardly marveled. Indeed, women of this age possess an unparalleled allure. That innate charm emanating from within is utterly irresistible. Lu Erlong, sensing Chen Xuanqing's scrutinizing gaze, felt a surge of indignation rise within her. She lifted her head, her expressive eyes widening with intensity, and exclaimed angrily, "You little brat, what are you staring at? Are you seeking a death wish? Others may fear you, but I certainly do not." Chen Xuanqing, however, remained utterly unconcerned. A playful smile curling at the corners of his lips as he softly remarked, "Oh, I was pondering what would happen if I were to mention you here." He deliberately paused, then licked his lips, as if savoring a delectable treat. The implications behind Chen Xuanqing's words were unmistakable. Anyone could discern the mockery and frivolity embedded within. Witnessing Chen Xuanqing so brazenly tease Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaojing, kneeling nearby, was filled with a tumult of anger and helplessness. Gritting his teeth, he growled, "Chen Xuanqing, what is your true purpose in coming to Shrek Academy? Is it to exact revenge upon us?" Suddenly, Chen Xuanqing made a move that left everyone present in utter astonishment. He casually picked his nose, and with a flick of his fingertip, an inconspicuous booger shot forth like a bullet, tracing an odd arc through the air before landing precisely in the half-open mouth of Yu Xiaojing. This unexpected turn of events rendered the atmosphere palpable with embarrassment and shock. Yu Xiaojing's face contorted into an expression of disbelief. His eyes widened as if he wished to expel the uninvited guest from his mouth. Yet he ultimately resigned himself to the awkward reality. Chen Xuanqing, however, appeared utterly indifferent to the entire situation, casting a disdainful glance over the assembled crowd. A mocking smile curving at the corners of his mouth. "You? Do you think you deserve my attention?" His words were laden with contempt and derision, perceiving the gathered individuals as nothing more than insignificant insects. Yet, just when everyone anticipated that Chen Xuanqing would continue his assault, he unexpectedly retracted the oppressive aura surrounding him. The suffocating pressure vanished in an instant, and the crowd felt as though they had resurfaced from the depths of the ocean, gasping for breath. Chen Xuanqing took a deep breath and slowly spoke. "However, Gongzi, I can offer you an opportunity. Perhaps the three of us, including Erlong, could engage in a discussion that might resolve your martial soul's shortcomings." Although Lu Erlong felt anger and dissatisfaction towards Chen Xuanqing's demeanor, curiosity compelled her to inquire, "What opportunity? And please refrain from addressing me so familiarly. We are not well acquainted." Despite her words, Lu Erlong could not suppress her intrigue regarding Chen Xuanqing's proposition. For the issue of Yu Xiaojing's martial soul deficiency weighed heavily on her mind. Chen Xuanqing did not directly respond to Lu Erlong's inquiry. Instead, he turned to address the crowd, saying, "Everyone, please leave. The matters that follow are beyond your involvement." The members of Shrek Academy wore grave expressions, their eyes shimmering with a myriad of complex emotions. Deep within, they harbored intense resentment towards Chen Xuanqing. However, in the face of his unfathomable strength, they found themselves compelled to submit, fearing any semblance of defiance. Flinder's gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes upon Chen Xuanqing, his voice low yet resolute. "Chen Xuanqing, I will closely monitor your actions from outside. Should you harbor any nefarious intentions, I will not hesitate to confront you. Though our golden iron triangle maintains a low profile, we are certainly not to be trifled with." Chen Xuanqing smiled faintly, his expression seemingly laced with a hint of mockery. He then gently waved his hand, as if to soothe Flander's anxious demeanor. "Director Flander, you are overthinking. Once we conclude our discussions, you may discover that the golden triangle no longer exists." As a few members of Shrek Academy departed, Lu Erlong led Chen Xuanqing into the principal's office. Her strides were steady and powerful, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojing followed closely behind, his face contorted with fury, a palpable killing intent radiating from him. His fists were clenched tightly, veins bulging, as if he sought to unleash all his pent-up rage. However, what weighed more heavily on Yu Xiaojiang's mind was the moment of unintentional humiliation inflicted upon him by Chen Xuanqing. The humiliation, akin to a thorn lodged in his heart, left him in turmoil. Suddenly, Yu Xiaojiang erupted into a fit of uncontrollable coughing, attempting to expel the nauseating sensation that lingered. Yet, how could the indignity he had swallowed so readily be easily dislodged? His complexion flushed deeply from the vigorous coughing, his eyes brimming with anger and resentment. Chen Xuanqing cast a glance at the fuming Yu Xiaojiang and suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Ha! Gongzi, seeing your expression, are you still savoring that little delicacy from earlier? Since you've consumed it, you might as well enjoy and digest it. Lu Erlong, witnessing this scene, felt her anger boiling over. Unable to contain herself, she retorted, Chen Xuanqing, do not overstep your bounds. Our Blue Tyrant Academy is not a place for you to run rampant. If you have something to say, say it. If not, be gone. You are a nuisance here. However, Chen Xuanqing seemed oblivious to Lu Erlong's fury as he casually sauntered to the principal's chair and nonchalantly propped his legs on the desk. Lu Erlong's rage reached a breaking point. She clenched her fists, ready to confront him. Just then, Yu Xiaojiang grasped her arm and whispered, Erlong, remain calm. What we need now is reason, not impulsiveness. Though Lu Erlong's heart seethed with anger, she ultimately heeded Yu Xiaojiang's counsel, taking a deep breath to regain her composure. Subsequently, Yu Xiaojiang stepped forward, his voice low yet firm as he addressed Chen Xuanqing. What do you truly mean, Chen Xuanqing? As the foremost master of martial soul theory on Douluo continent, I am unable to resolve my own martial soul's malignant mutation. What can you, a mere young soul master, offer me? What research do you possess regarding martial souls? Chapter 90. Breaching defenses, he has breached them. As Yu Xiaojiang's arrogant words reverberated in the air, an inexplicable disdain surged within Chen Xuanqing. A subtle smirk graced his lips, laced with irony, as he derided Yu Xiaojiang's hubris. Yu Xiaojiang, you often proclaim that there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. But what of yourself? A self-proclaimed theoretical master. Yet you remain at a mere 29th level. Are you not a useless individual as well? Chen Xuanqing's voice bore a chilling detachment, piercing through the air and striking at the very core of Yu Xiaojiang's being. Yu Xiaojiang's complexion suddenly paled, a flicker of panic crossing his gaze, only to be swiftly replaced by determination. He attempted to retort, but Chen Xuanqing's words came at him like a barrage, leaving him defenseless. You insist that martial souls are not categorized as useless, yet why did you choose Tang San as your disciple? A genius endowed with innate full soul power and twin martial souls. Doesn't that serve as the best testament? If you truly believe in your theory, why not select a soul master with innate first-level soul power and personally nurture him into a title de law? Wouldn't that more convincingly demonstrate your capability? Wouldn't that better affirm your worth? Each of Chen Xuanqing's words struck Yu Xiaojiang like a heavy hammer, rendering him speechless. Yu Xiaojiang's face turned as pale as death, his eyes filled with anguish and resentment. Suddenly, he coughed up blood, staggering as if about to collapse. Seeing this, Lu Erlong rushed to support him. Concern etched across her features. Xiaojiang, you. Lu Erlong wished to voice her thoughts, but the words caught in her throat. She understood that while Chen Xuanqing's remarks were sharp, much of it was rooted in truth. Faced with this reality, Lu Erlong could only silently watch Yu Xiaojiang, her heart awash with helplessness and sorrow. After a few seconds of silence, Yu Xiaojiang slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze sharpening into a piercing glare. He pushed aside Lu Erlong, straightened his posture, and stood resolutely before Chen Xuanqing. Taking a deep breath to steady his turbulent emotions, he fixed his unwavering gaze on Chen Xuanqing and solemnly declared, I admit my previous statement was somewhat extreme. However, the 10 core theories of martial souls I have proposed are not unfounded. These theories are the culmination of years of research and practice, having profoundly influenced the soul master community of Douluo continent. I, Yu Xiaojiang, remain the indisputable foremost theoretical master of this land. Chen Xuanqing gazed upon the proud demeanor of Yu Xiaojiang before him, his disdain surging like a tidal wave within. Subsequently, Chen Xuanqing let out a cold laugh and retorted in an even more contemptuous tone, your so-called 10 core theories of martial souls? Humph. They are merely the well-known truths that have circulated within the realm of spirit masters for ages. You have merely rearranged them and arrogantly claimed them as your own theories. Which spirit master is unaware that one must personally slay a spirit beast to obtain a spirit ring? Which spirit master does not know that the higher the age of the spirit ring, the greater the power it embodies? Which spirit master is oblivious to the fact that there are various developmental paths, such as offense, support, and control? Is this what you refer to as your 10 core theories? Chen Xuanqing's words pierced through Yu Xiaojiang's heart like a series of sharp blades. Undeterred by Yu Xiaojiang's plight, Chen Xuanqing continued his biting mockery. Surely your so-called theories are merely an echo of your first love, Po Bibi Dong. You are nothing more than a worthless leech, unworthy of calling yourself a master. I truly feel ashamed for you. Had I been in your position, I would have long sought a block of tofu to end my life. Every word uttered by Chen Xuanqing struck Yu Xiaozhang's heart like a heavy hammer, leaving him unable to retort, standing there with a face ashen with fury, enduring the scorn and humiliation inflicted by Chen Xuanqing. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure erupted from within Yu Xiaozhang, and as he violently expelled a mouthful of blood, the floor of the principal's office became stained a deep crimson. The blood spread like blooming red flowers across the floor, a sight both shocking and tragic. In an instant, Yu Xiaozhang's breath faltered, his complexion turned as pale as parchment, and his gaze became vacant, as though his very soul had departed. His visage contorted, revealing an unprecedented terror and despair. The last flicker of hope within him was extinguished, plunging him into utter ruin. In a sudden moment of agitation, Yu Xiaozhang sprang to his feet, his eyes bloodshot, glaring furiously at Chen Xuanqing. His body trembled, resembling a rabid dog in a frenzy, and he lunged towards Chen Xuanqing. I shall kill you. If I eliminate you, no one will notice the flaws in my theory. With your demise, my theory will be flawless. I shall remain the foremost theoretical master of the Douluo continent. Donger and Erlong will still belong to me. They are both mine. Yu Xiaozhang's voice brimmed with madness and despair, as if he sought to unleash all his pent-up rage and resentment. However, in the face of Yu Xiaozhang's frenzy, Chen Xuanqing remained utterly unmoved. He coldly regarded Yu Xiaozhang and delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Yu Xiaozhang's body hit the floor with a painful thud, eliciting a groan of agony, rendering him breathless. Lying there, he found himself unable to rise, the initial frenzy fading away, replaced by a profound silence. In that moment, Yu Xiaozhang resembled an abandoned dog, lying helplessly on the ground, at the mercy of fate. Beside him, Lu Erlong watched the scene unfold, her heart similarly pierced with anguish. The man she once admired for his elegance and intellect had now devolved into a spineless, despicable wretch. Lu Erlong began to doubt her own judgment, questioning whether she had misread him all along. Filled with disappointment and rage, she felt deceived by Yu Xiaozhang, who she had once believed to be worthy of lifelong commitment. Yet now, it appeared he was merely a self-serving, cowardly man. In that moment, Lu Erlong quietly turned away, unwilling to cast another glance at the man who had shattered her heart. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Xuanqing's theatrical tendencies flared up, and he pointed his fingers accusingly at Yu Xiaozhang's nose, unleashing a torrent of invective. Silence! You shameless old rogue! Are you not aware that the entirety of the world yearns to feast upon your flesh? How dare you prattle on here? As a sycophant, you ought to cower in the shadows, merely seeking sustenance, yet you have the audacity to proclaim the will of heaven before me. You aged fool! You gray-bearded scoundrel! You are on the brink of descending into the netherworld, and when that time comes, what face will you present to the ancestors of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? You treacherous son of a second minister! You have squandered 53 years of your life, achieving nothing of merit, only flapping your lips to assist Xiao in his tyranny. A dog with a severed spine, and yet you dare to bark madly before me. I have never encountered such unmitigated shamelessness. Chapter 91. The Husband's Previous. Chen Xuanqing's words were as sharp as a razor, each phrase striking like a hammer against Yu Xiaozhang's fragile heart. On the ground, Yu Xiaozhang's eyes were filled with disappointment and fury, as if he were about to unleash all his grievances and resentment. At that moment, he appeared utterly drained of strength, gasping for breath. His complexion was as pale as parchment, his eyes vacant. He attempted to articulate something, opening his mouth, yet found himself rendered voiceless, forced to let the blood of his anguish surge forth, staining his attire. With a piercing wail, Yu Xiaozhang finally succumbed to the immense blow, his body collapsing to the ground. His eyes were tightly shut, his breathing faint, having lost much of his vitality. Lu Erlong stood nearby, observing the scene in silence. Her gaze was rife with a tumult of emotions, a blend of disappointment and anger towards Yu Xiaozhang, intermingled with her own helplessness and sorrow. Lu Erlong let out a gentle sigh and spoke softly. What do you intend to do next? Did you not have matters to discuss? Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing felt a twinge of embarrassment as he touched his nose, surprised that his words had been so vehement as to effectively condemn Yu Xiaozhang. However, noticing that Yu Xiaozhang had merely fainted from the emotional turmoil, Chen Xuanqing's interest was piqued. He then approached Lu Erlong, endeavoring to ease the tense atmosphere. With a gentle motion, he attempted to brush aside her hair, seeking to display his tenderness and thoughtfulness. Yet, his gesture was met with Lu Erlong's outright rejection. She turned her head slightly, evading his hand, and coldly remarked, "Though I was blinded by folly in my affection for this worthless man, and now feel a pang of sadness, I am not a woman of indiscriminate virtue." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing couldn't help but feel a shiver run through him. Truly, Lu Erlong was someone who loved fiercely and hated just as passionately. Thus, Chen Xuanqing hastily retracted his hand, offering an awkward smile as he said, "I apologize for my impertinence. I merely wished to offer you some comfort." Chen Xuanqing took a deep breath, calming the turmoil within, and then spoke slowly. "I initially intended to employ some schemes to sow discord between you and Gongzi. Yet I never anticipated that Yu Xiaozhang would prove to be so fragile." Having said this, he stepped once more towards Lu Erlong, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve as he swiftly extended his hand, firmly grasping Lu Erlong's. Feeling the warmth radiating from Chen Xuanqing's hand, Lu Erlong's heart involuntarily quivered. She attempted to break free, but Chen Xuanqing's strength took her by surprise. Seizing the moment, he drew her into his embrace, holding her tightly. As he felt her luscious form nestled against him, Chen Xuanqing was reminded of the allure of a mature woman. In contrast, Lu Erlong's body instantly stiffened. The sensation of Chen Xuanqing's youthful and fervent masculine energy left her somewhat bewildered. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and an inexplicable shyness surged within her. However, Lu Erlong did not yield easily. She struggled vigorously, trying to escape Chen Xuanqing's hold. Yet, he refused to relent, tightening his grip instead. As he became acutely aware of her body pressing against his, Chen Xuanqing felt an undeniable heat rising within him. Lu Erlong, sensing the intensity of his desire, was consumed by a wave of indignation. "Let go. Are you not afraid I will call for help?" she exclaimed, although her voice brimmed with menace. It was laced with a sense of helplessness and shyness. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing's lips curled into a playful smile. He then shifted the conversation, locking his gaze onto Lu Erlong's eyes, and earnestly remarked, "You are no longer connected to that worthless individual on the ground. Therefore, my dear lady, would you mind if I were to become your man?" Lu Erlong was taken aback by Chen Xuanqing's words. She lowered her head and softly replied, "But I am nearly 40 years old, and we are not suited for one another. Do you truly not mind my age?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing seized the moment and kissed fervently. Lu Erlong attempted to resist, but Chen Xuanqing insistently deepened the kiss. It was only when both were on the verge of breathlessness that Chen Xuanqing finally released his hold. "Chen Xuanqing, it has come to this point, regardless of the circumstances. You cannot escape from my grasp." Lu Erlong, upon hearing this, seized Chen Xuanqing's wrist with a playful yet enchanting gaze. The allure of her glance was enough to ignite an uncontrollable passion within Chen Xuanqing, especially with Yu Xiaojiang sprawled on the ground nearby. In such an atmosphere of transgression in the presence of a spouse, it would be challenging for any man to resist. Chen Xuanqing then spoke in a voice thick with desire, "Woman, you are playing with fire." Lu Erlong provocatively leaned closer, her breath warm against his ear as she playfully licked it. "At this stage, what is there that I would hesitate to explore?" she teased, her fingers caressing his wrist. "Or do you doubt your capabilities? A true man could never falter." At that moment, Chen Xuanqing gazed at Lu Erlong, his ardor blazing like an inferno. With a deep breath, he gently lifted Lu Erlong and placed her upon the spacious office desk. Although Chen Xuanqing's technique is proficient, it is characterized more by a meticulous unfastening of Lu Erlong's garments rather than a crude vanishing of them. Chen Xuanqing yearned to render this process more tender, more in harmony with the emotional exchange between them. As their garments gradually diminished, their bodies drew ever closer. Chen Xuanqing's movements were gentle and deliberate, as if guiding Lu Erlong into an entirely new realm. Although Lu Erlong felt a tinge of nervousness at first, she gradually relaxed her body and embraced the experience under Chen Xuanqing's tender coaxing. "Please don't do this here," Lu Erlong murmured, a blush gracing her cheeks. "What's so wrong with this place?" "I find it quite delightful," Chen Xuanqing replied with a warm smile, his eyes brimming with tenderness and affection for her. However, concern flickered in Lu Erlong's mind as she glanced at Yu Xiaojiang, who lay unconscious on the ground. "Do not worry, he shall not awaken anytime soon," Chen Xuanqing reassured softly. "In fact, his presence may enhance the thrill of our exchange and deepen our bond." With these words, Lu Erlong's apprehensions began to dissipate. She closed her eyes, fully immersing herself in the emotional and physical connection with Chen Xuanqing. In her perception, it felt as though the entire world had vanished, leaving only the two of them. As time flowed on, their emotional communion deepened profoundly. Approaching her 40s, Lu Erlong experienced unprecedented joy and satisfaction. And soon she reached her peak, drenched as if she had emerged from water. Ultimately, after multiple exchanges, their emotions soared to a climax. Following the culmination, Chen Xuanqing and Lu Erlong held each other tightly, as if striving to merge their very beings. In that moment, Yu Xiaojiang lay silently on the ground, an unspoken witness to their love, guarding their happiness. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have earned one lottery chance." Chapter 92. Departing from Lamba Academy. On the bustling streets of Tiantuo City, lights twinkled and crowds surged. A couple strolled leisurely hand in hand amidst the throng, their relationship radiating intimacy. The man possessed deep-set eyes and a poised demeanor, while the woman was enchanting, her gaze shimmering with intelligence. Chen Xuanqing halted his steps and turned to glance at Lu Erlong, a hint of concern lacing his tone. "Erlong, have you truly made up your mind? Are you willing to forsake the entirety of Blue Tyrant Academy? That represents a lifetime of your dedication." Lu Erlong offered a faint smile, gently nodding in affirmation. Then, with a playful twist at Chen Xuanqing's waist, she chided him lightly. "But now I have you, don't I? You are my steadfast support. You shall provide for me." Chen Xuanqing could not help but chuckle, clutching his waist, a hint of helplessness adorning his face. All right, I shall take care of you. However, could you refrain from being so mischievous in the future? Constantly twisting my waist. What if you inadvertently cause an injury? What will become of your happiness then?" Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong suddenly paused, the smile on her face gradually fading. She lifted her gaze to Chen Xuanqing, a flicker of complex emotions dancing in her eyes. "Xuanqing, do you genuinely believe we can continue like this forever?" "I am afraid. Upon witnessing the situation, Chen Xuanqing immediately enveloped Lu Erlong in a warm embrace, softly reassuring her. Erlong, do not fear. I am here with you, and I shall remain by your side. Whatever may transpire, we shall confront it together. As Lu Erlong felt the warmth of Chen Xuanqing's embrace and the resoluteness in his voice, her unease gradually dissipated. She gently leaned her face against his. Her tone laced with a hint of playfulness, as if she were both testing the waters and confiding in him. She spoke softly, Xuanqing. I am well aware that there are many women around you, yet rest assured, I harbor no jealousy towards them. As long as there remains a place for me in your heart, I shall be content. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing felt a chill surge within him, as if a cold wind had swept through. He smiled helplessly, silently lamenting that his reputation for benevolence had spread so widely that even Lu Erlong was aware of it. Nevertheless, Chen Xuanqing believed he was not a man of frivolous affections. Rather, he harbored genuine feelings for each woman who entered his life, aspiring to provide them with a warm home. Thus, he gently took Lu Erlong's hand and tenderly declared, Erlong, rest assured, no matter where I may be, there will always be a place for you in my heart. After a brief pause, Chen Xuanqing leaned closer to Lu Erlong's ear and whispered softly, moreover, I have reserved a spot for you on the grand bed tonight. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she cast a playful glance at Chen Xuanqing, exhaling softly. As the lanterns began to glow, the two strolled leisurely back to the spirit hall. However, just as they were about to step through the grand entrance of the spirit hall, they unexpectedly encountered Salus. The formidable soul master from the spirit hall approached with a beaming smile, bowing deeply to Chen Xuanqing. Rising, he respectfully proclaimed, Your Highness, I, Salus, am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. From this moment forth, I shall follow you faithfully, pledging my unwavering loyalty. Salus smiled warmly, moving even closer to Chen Xuanqing, his voice imbued with reverence. Your Highness, I, Salus, am now yours. Chen Xuanqing furrowed his brow slightly as he gazed upon the elderly man before him, who appeared to be in his 60s or 70s. A chill coursed through his heart. Simultaneously, a wry smile crept upon Chen Xuanqing's lips. Had such words been spoken by a youthful and alluring woman, he might have felt a flicker of delight. Yet, confronted by someone like Sarath, an elderly figure, proclaiming, I am now yours, Chen Xuanqing could only sense a profound discomfort and awkwardness. Chen Xuanqing endeavored to maintain his composure as he responded, Bishop Salus, we are all striving for the future of the spirit hall. Your loyalty brings me great comfort. Upon hearing this, Salus displayed a satisfied smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Yet his gaze involuntarily shifted to Lu Erlong, who stood beside Chen Xuanqing. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes, clearly taken aback by Lu Erlong's presence. As the principal of the Commoner Academy, Blue Tyrant Academy, and a formidable soul saint, Lu Erlong was certainly known to Salus. He observed Lu Erlong with curiosity, attempting to decipher her emotions through her expression. Chen Xuanqing noticed the bewilderment of Bishop Salus and took the initiative to explain, Bishop Salus, effective today, Lu Erlong will no longer serve as the Dean of Blue Tyrant Academy. She is my family. At this point, Chen Xuanqing's tone softened somewhat. Upon hearing this, Salus immediately understood and nodded repeatedly, a knowing smile gracing his face. Observing the intimate gestures between Chen Xuanqing and Lu Erlong, Salus couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, this holy son is extraordinary. Even a formidable figure like Dean Lu has willingly submitted to him. Yet, at such a tender age, he already has 5 companions. And now there are 6. Can he truly bear such a burden? Thus, Salus, with a smile, cautioned Chen Xuanqing, Holy son, I comprehend now. You must have captivated Dean Lu with your charm, leading her to follow you willingly. In that case, do take care of yourself. Managing 6 is no small feat. I shall take my leave now. With that, Salus hastily departed, leaving Chen Xuanqing and Lu Erlong standing together. At this moment, Lu Erlong felt a twinge of embarrassment, lowering her gaze and avoiding Chen Xuanqing's eyes. After all, she was nearing 40, while he was still so young. She felt akin to an old cow grazing on tender grass. Moreover, the knowledge of their relationship by Salus made Lu Erlong feel somewhat awkward and shy. Gently tugging at Chen Xuanqing's sleeve, she whispered, Xuanqing, perhaps we should step inside. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing turned to glance at Lu Erlong. Noticing the shyness and unease reflected in her eyes, which evoked a surge of tenderness within him, he gently took her hand and softly said, All right, let us proceed. With that, the two of them clasped hands and entered the grand doors of the spirit hall. Once they returned to their room, Lu Erlong gazed blankly at the gathering of young women. After all, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong were of the same age. While Yu Lingling was a year older than the trio, and Meng Yiran was 4 years their senior, yet they all remained youthful maidens. Suddenly, Lu Erlong murmured, Xuanqing, did you seek me out to change your preferences? At that moment, Chen Xuanqing recalled the presence of Tang Hao, nodding in acknowledgement before shaking his head. I am only interested in virtuous women. I am not a scoundrel. I merely wish to provide a home for each beautiful woman. Chapter 93, Night Battle with Lu Erlong. Xiao Wu blinked her clear, bright eyes as she looked at the unfamiliar woman before her, turning to Chen Xuanqing with confusion. Brother Xuanqing, who is this lady? Chen Xuanqing smiled gently, affectionately tousling Xiao Wu's hair, before turning to the woman and saying, "Ere long, no need to hide, come forth." As the words left his lips, he gently pulled out Lu Erlong, who had been concealed behind him, and presented her before the group of women. Lu Erlong's appearance immediately captivated the attention of the ladies present. Their gazes flitted over her, noting the formidable aura emanating from her chest. And they couldn't help but glance down at their own Xiao Lei, a wave of inexplicable inferiority washing over them. Ning Rongrong's brows furrowed slightly as she observed Lu Erlong, then glanced at Chen Xuanqing, her voice tinged with a hint of jealousy. "She can't possibly be your woman." "Can she?" "Chen Xuanqing, truly, you already have us 5. How can you be so insatiable?" Her words slipped out unbidden, and even she was unaware of it. At that moment, Ning Rongrong did not realize she had placed herself in the role of one of Chen Xuanqing's women. Upon hearing these words, Chen Xuanqing's lips twitched slightly, and he coughed awkwardly twice, attempting to alleviate the sudden tension in the air. He then turned his gaze toward the women before him and clarified, "Do not misunderstand. She is not the type of person you may envision. The individual I have brought to you is, in fact, a teacher. Lu Erlong is a soul sage of the 72nd rank, possessing the strength and experience necessary to guide your cultivation." At this juncture, Chen Xuanqing paused momentarily before adding, "Moreover, her presence will provide you with additional security in my absence." Of course, there was one thought left unspoken. Lu Erlong could also offer him a unique companionship during the evenings. However, such sentiments were naturally not suitable for expression in this context. Chen Xuanqing's voice carried an undeniable authority. "All right, it's time for everyone to rest early." The several young women nodded gently, weariness evident on their faces, as they each retreated to their respective quarters. However, Lu Erlong was an exception. She was singled out by Chen Xuanqing and led to the adjacent ear room. Although this room was modest in size, it was adorned with a warm and elegant decor. The window was half open, allowing a gentle breeze to waft in, bringing with it a refreshing hint of the night. Chen Xuanqing's gaze fell upon Lu Erlong. "Erlong, you have worked hard today. Rest early," he said softly. Lu Erlong nodded slightly, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. She responded gently, and then turned to enter her room, closing the door quietly behind her. In the deep of night, Chen Xuanqing rose silently from the slumber of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, his movements light as a feather, fearful of disturbing their dreams. He then glided past the doors of Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling, arriving at Lu Erlong's chamber, a set of keys tightly clutched in his hand. Gently opening the door, a soft night breeze carrying a delicate fragrance greeted him. Stepping inside, he beheld the moonlight cascading like water upon Lu Erlong's serene visage. She lay gracefully, akin to a celestial maiden under the moonlight, both beautiful and tranquil. "Erlong, I have arrived," Chen Xuanqing called softly, his voice imbued with tenderness. He then gently lifted Lu Erlong's long, slender legs, cradling them in his arms. "These legs are long, fair, and delicate. I could cherish them for a year." Lu Erlong stirred slightly in her dreams, as if sensing Chen Xuanqing's gentleness. Gradually, she opened her eyes, meeting his affectionate gaze. "Xuanqing, why are you still awake at this hour? Are you causing mischief in the middle of the night?" Lu Erlong's voice carried a hint of playful reproach, yet it was laced with a deeper reliance on Chen Xuanqing. Chen Xuanqing smiled gently, leaning close to Lu Erlong's ear, softly murmuring, "I didn't fulfill your desires today, so I shall come to satisfy you this evening." His deep, magnetic voice caused Lu Erlong's heart to tremble. The two embraced as they drifted into slumber, Chen Xuanqing tenderly caressing Lu Erlong's silky hair, savoring her warmth and softness. However, as Chen Xuanqing's touch grew bolder, Lu Erlong's yearning became increasingly unbearable. "Don't be reckless, Xuanqing. What if they hear us? How can I face them afterward?" "Rest assured, I checked before coming. They are all sound asleep at this late hour." "Very well. But keep your voice down." Before long, it was Lu Erlong who could no longer restrain herself. "Xuanqing, be a little more forceful. Call me brother, or I shall stop." "Good brother, Xuanqing, please exert yourself for Erlong." Yet, the tender moments of the night could not entirely obscure the reality. In the adjacent room, Yi Lingling heard everything clearly, her cheeks flushing slightly as her legs unconsciously rubbed together. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong frowned in her dreams, a wave of displeasure washing over her, yet unable to shake off this sudden sensation. Shameless, wretched couple. Inside the room, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Meng Yiran were also affected by this subtle atmosphere, exchanging glances filled with helplessness. Thus, under the witness of the moonlight, Chen Xuanqing and Lu Erlong spent a warm and beautiful night, while the others were reluctantly engulfed by the emotional turbulence, each lost in their own world. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window's crevice and illuminated Chen Xuanqing's bed, he slowly opened his eyes, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. He noticed the three girls beside him, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Meng Yiran, appeared as if they had endured a sleepless night, their eyes shadowed with dark circles. Xiao Wu slightly parted her lips, seemingly about to speak, but Zhu Zhuqing swiftly covered her mouth. A hint of panic flickered in Zhu Zhuqing's gaze as she whispered to Chen Xuanqing, "Brother Xuanqing, you go ahead with your matters. We have some things to deal with." Chen Xuanqing understood that she probably did not sleep well the previous night. With a gentle nod, he refrained from further inquiries. simply tidying up the bed and his clothes before pushing open the door. Upon stepping outside, he beheld two young girls seated side by side on the sofa. Yilingling, upon noticing Chen Xuanqing's emergence, felt a fleeting blush cross her previously clear eyes, lowering her gaze and unable to meet his. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong sported a disdainful expression, curling her lips as if to mock something. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Xuanqing unceremoniously approached, seizing Ning Rongrong and drawing her firmly into his embrace. He then raised his hand and delivered a series of gentle yet stinging slaps to her posterior. While these strikes lacked force, they were sufficient to elicit feelings of pain and humiliation from Ning Rongrong. Chapter 94. Arrangements before departure overwhelmed, she burst into tears, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Uncertain whether it was the pain or the shame that stirred her emotions. You must refrain from eavesdropping in the future, do you understand? Chen Xuanqing stated coldly. Ning Rongrong, chastened by his admonition, dared not retort. She pointed at Yilingling, saying, but you listened last night too. At this revelation, Yilingling's complexion turned ashen. Fearful, she cast a wary glance at Chen Xuanqing before hastily retreating indoors, anxious to escape the possibility of incurring his wrath. Chen Xuanqing gazed at the retreating figure of Yilingling, shaking his head in resignation. His gaze then turned tender and focused upon Ning Rongrong in his arms, her cheeks blushing softly under the gentle illumination of the morning light. Chen Xuanqing softly inquired, did you hear everything from last night? Ning Rongrong slightly lifted her head, a hint of shyness and indignation flickering in her eyes. She pouted her lips and let out a soft huff, exclaiming, you two really have no sense of shame. Her words revealed a trace of dissatisfaction, yet were tinged with an unmistakable hint of jealousy. Chen Xuanqing let out a light laugh, extending his arm to gently turn Ning Rongrong's face towards him, and swiftly pressed a deep kiss upon her cheek. The kiss was sudden and fervent, leaving Ning Rongrong momentarily devoid of the strength to resist. You bit me, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, regaining her senses and playfully protesting. Chen Xuanqing smiled nonchalantly, a glimmer of mischief flickering in his eyes. He gently nibbled on Ning Rongrong's earlobe and whispered, I'm teasing you, you little jealous pot. Ning Rongrong trembled in surprise at Chen Xuanqing's sudden action, her heart raced, and her cheeks burned as if they were about to ignite. In that moment, Ning Rongrong longed to escape from Chen Xuanqing's embrace, yet he held her tightly, leaving her unable to move. Chen Xuanqing gazed at Ning Rongrong's appearance, and in an instant, his desires were ignited. He was no longer content with merely kissing her cheek. Instead, he began to gently caress her bosom and hips. Wherever Chen Xuanqing's fingers roamed, they left behind a trail of searing warmth. What are you doing? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, panic-stricken by Chen Xuanqing's actions. She yearned to resist, yet found herself powerless to break free. Chen Xuanqing remained unfazed. He leaned down and whispered softly into Ning Rongrong's ear, I shall devour you eventually. Ning Rongrong trembled at his words, feeling her heart race as if it might leap from her chest. She struggled to maintain her composure, but found herself unable to rein in her emotions. With wide eyes filled with terror and unease, she gazed at Chen Xuanqing. Very well, I shall spare you for today. With that, Chen Xuanqing departed. As she watched his retreating figure, an inexplicable sense of loss surged within her. When Chen Xuanqing's silhouette appeared at the doorway of Salas's office, the door creaked open, revealing Salas's slightly fatigued yet still spirited countenance. Ever since he ingested the life-extending elixir gifted by Chen Xuanqing, Salas seemed to have reclaimed the vigor of his youth. His days had grown exceptionally busy, consumed by diligent training and an avalanche of work. Bishop Salas, I have matters to discuss with you. Please hold for a moment, Your Highness. Salas inclined his body slightly before swiftly turning to continue organizing the papers on his desk. A quarter of an hour slipped by unnoticed, and Salas finally arranged the documents into meticulous order. He rose to personally pour a fragrant cup of tea for Chen Xuanqing. Your Highness, please enjoy this tea. Salas presented the tea with a respectful and expectant expression. Chen Xuanqing took a sip of tea and then set down the cup, saying, Bishop Salas, I have some personal matters to attend to, so I intend to leave Tiantuo City for a while. Upon hearing this, Salas was momentarily stunned, his face reflecting surprise and anxiety. Your Highness, the Holy Sun, have we perhaps failed in our hospitality? Or is there something that has displeased you? Please do let me know, and I shall rectify it as swiftly as possible. Chen Xuanqing gently shook his head and replied, Not at all, Bishop Salas. Your hospitality has been most gracious. It is primarily due to my impending breakthrough to the title Douluo rank that I intend to enter seclusion for a period of time. Rest assured, I shall return before the preliminary rounds of the Soul Master competition. Upon hearing Chen Xuanqing's words, Salas's expression instantaneously froze. His eyes widened in disbelief, and his mouth slightly agape. He appeared utterly speechless with shock. To assure himself he was not dreaming, Salas audibly struck his own face twice, the sharp sound of his slaps resonating throughout the office. As the fiery pain radiated from his cheeks, he became convinced of the reality of the situation. Your Highness, you are not jesting with me, are you? Salas stammered, struggling to articulate his disbelief. A title Douluo at the age of 17? His voice gradually escalated, filled with incredulous astonishment. Chen Xuanqing regarded the astonished countenance of Salas, who appeared nearly bereft of composure and could not help but find it somewhat amusing. With a gentle nod, he spoke in a tone that was as serene as a cloudless sky. Indeed, I shall soon attain the rank of title Douluo. After all, as one endowed with a system, breaking through to title Douluo is but a trifling matter. Upon hearing Chen Xuanqing's words, Salas was even more taken aback. For him, title Douluo was an unattainable dream, a distant star shining beyond his reach. A surge of indescribable emotions welled up within Salas, encompassing both admiration and envy for Chen Xuanqing, alongside a profound sense of despair and helplessness regarding his own future. The thought that he would still be merely a sole Douluo at the age of 60 or 70, while the young saint before him had already achieved title Douluo, was a chasm too vast to fathom. However, Salas swiftly composed himself. In that case, Your Highness the Saint. Rest assured, he said, taking a deep breath to steady his nerves. I shall manage all affairs diligently, ensuring you have no concerns during your absence from Tiantuo City. As he spoke, Salas suddenly leaned in and asked in a hushed tone, Your Highness the Saint, should this news be conveyed back to Spirit City? Would it bring joy to His Holiness the Pope and the Grand Priest as well? His voice was imbued with anticipation and trepidation, revealing his eagerness to discern Chen Xuanqing's thoughts on this proposal. Chen Xuanqing smiled faintly, gently shook his head, and replied, Perhaps it is unnecessary for now. Allow this news to remain a surprise. It may prove more fitting. In truth, Chen Xuanqing harbored deeper considerations. Should he convey the news of his impending breakthrough to the title Douluo back in Wuhuan City, it would likely incite a considerable uproar. Both Pope Bibi Dong and the formidable level 99 limit Douluo, Qian Daolu, could potentially harbor profound suspicions and take decisive actions as a result. After all, both viewed the Wuhuan Palace as their own possession. At the pinnacle of her power, Bibi Dong naturally wished to maintain her grip on authority. If Chen Xuanqing were to ascend the title Douluo, her suspicions would inevitably be aroused. Furthermore, Qian Daolu had entrusted everything to Qian Rinxue, and he too would be disinclined to allow an outsider to wield such significant power within the Wuhuan Palace. Hence, it would be prudent to keep this information concealed for the time being, awaiting the achievement of his own modest objectives. Only then could he return to the Wuhuan Palace, adorned with the glory of victory, allowing all matters to settle into clarity. Chen Xuanqing's gaze was piercing as he regarded Bishop Salas, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Regarding the forthcoming Soul Master competition, Bishop Salas, have you made thorough arrangements? Bishop Salas momentarily appeared taken aback, a hint of confusion crossing his features. Although His Holiness the Sun typically exuded warmth and courtesy, at this moment he seemed to embody an ineffable authority. Unsure of Chen Xuanqing's underlying intentions, he could only respond with caution. His Holiness the Pope has indicated a desire to provide several formidable teams with the opportunity to participate in the finals at Wuhuan City. But the specific arrangements must be determined based on the circumstances of the competition. Chen Xuanqing inclined his head slightly, beckoning Saroth to come closer. He then softly advised, During the competition, please endeavor to allow those academies that typically harbor prejudice against our Spirit Hall the opportunity to emerge victorious. In particular, I hope Shrek Academy, with their commendable team strength, can stand out. Upon hearing this, Bishop Saroth's expression betrayed a hint of difficulty, although he was one of the judges. The outcome of the competition was not solely within his control. Moreover, orchestrating certain academies to deliberately lose the match posed an immense challenge for him. However, as Saroth met Chen Xuanqing's unwavering gaze, his doubts began to dissipate. It dawned upon him that this might indeed be a test from His Highness the Saint's son, assessing whether he possessed the true capability to align himself with the Saint's son. Thus, Saroth took a deep breath and solemnly declared, I shall do my utmost, Your Highness. Rest assured. Chen Xuanqing nodded in satisfaction and rose to his feet, preparing to depart. However, before leaving, he turned back to Bishop Salas and advised, I shall retreat to the Sunset Forest for cultivation, but I will occasionally return to observe the progress of the competition. I trust you will uphold fairness and ensure the smooth conduct of the event. Bishop Salas replied respectfully, Indeed, Your Highness. I shall exert every effort to guarantee the integrity and equity of the competition. As Chen Xuanqing's figure faded into the distance, a tumult brewed within Bishop Salas's heart. It was likely that the forthcoming Soul Master tournament would not unfold without turbulence. The arrangements made by His Highness hinted at impending significant developments. Exiting Bishop Salas's office, Chen Xuanqing's steps were light as he made his way towards the Moonlight Pavilion. Upon entering the Moonlight Pavilion, he was immediately enveloped by the familiar ambience and the delicate fragrance of flowers. Chen Xuanqing navigated through the bustling crowd and soon spotted the familiar figure of Shui Qinghe in a corner, which took him by surprise. He approached with measured steps, a gentle smile gracing his face. Your Highness, you truly seem to be enjoying leisure time. With the myriad affairs of the state, how is it that you often find yourself here in indulgence? Chen Xuanqing jested. However, upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue furrowed her brow. Glancing up at Chen Xuanqing with a flicker of indignation in her eyes, she rose to her feet and pulled him aside, whispering, Do you harbor any intentions towards my teacher? She has been mentioning you quite frequently of late. Chen Xuanqing was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled and shook his head. Your Highness, you worry too much. How could I possibly harm your master? Our relationship is entirely innocent. Of course, there was an unspoken thought lingering in Chen Xuanqing's mind, that it was an innocent purity, devoid of any garments. Seeing Chen Xuanqing's calm demeanor, Qian Renshui's anger gradually dissipated. She cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked coolly, "As long as you are aware of your own heart." With that, Qian Renshui turned and strode towards her carriage, each step exuding an air of proud confidence. Chen Xuanqing watched her depart, unable to suppress a sigh. This little vixen is truly inscrutable. Upon entering Tang Yuehua's chamber, Tang Yuehua pounced on Chen Xuanqing like a famished tiger. Subsequently, without exchanging a single word, she immediately began to unfasten his garments. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Xuanqing immediately grasped Tang Yuehua's hand. "What are you doing?" Tang Yuehua shot him a glare. "Did you come to find me merely for these trivial matters? Now you're pretending." It must be said that both Tang Yuehua and Lu Erlong are quite exceptional characters. Lu Erlong, typically fiery, adopts a delicate demeanor during ceremonial rites. Conversely, Tang Yuehua, who usually embodies the grace of a refined lady, transforms into a fierce tigress during such rituals, even taking the lead in an unexpected manner. This left Chen Xuanqing with the impression that an encounter with either of them, or both, would undoubtedly offer him a unique experience. He then stated with utmost seriousness, "I have come to see you regarding an important matter." Tang Yuehua, initially hoping for some exhilarating words, immediately displayed a look of disappointment upon hearing the term important matter. Subsequently, she rose and moved to the tea table, pouring herself a cup, and sipped gently, attempting to soothe her inner desires. "Virtue. What important matter could you possibly have?" Tang Yuehua's tone was laced with a hint of dissatisfaction and mockery. Chen Xuanqing gazed at Tang Yuehua, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. He approached her from behind and began to gently massage her shoulders. Under Chen Xuanqing's tender ministrations, Tang Yuehua gradually felt her body and mind relax. Chen Xuanqing's technique was both adept and delicate, and Tang Yuehua could feel warmth coursing through every fiber of her being. Chen Xuanqing was well aware of his own skills. After all, so many women sought his comfort, and massage was indeed an exquisite means to enhance intimacy, prompting him to practice diligently. "Yuehua, may I inquire about your thoughts on the Haotian sect?" Chen Xuanqing asked with curiosity. Upon hearing the name Haotian sect, a complex emotion flickered across Tang Yuehua's face. A blend of nostalgia for the past and an ineffable sorrow. She sighed softly, her voice tinged with a hint of choked emotion. "The Haotian sect. The foremost among the three great sects, a symbol of the mightiest martial spirits on the Douluo continent. Yet, what relevance does such renown hold for me? I am unable to cultivate, utterly estranged from the world of soul masters. My brothers are all endowed with extraordinary talents, while I remain a mere outcast within my own family. The elders within the sect prioritize strength above all. My presence there would only serve as an eyesore to them. Otherwise, I would not have come to establish Yuehua Pavilion in Tiantuo City." Chapter 96. Return to the Setting Sun Forest. Upon hearing Chen Xuanqing's explanation, Tang Yuehua's expression darkened slightly. She knew full well that this was a world where the strong reigned supreme. As a direct descendant of the Haotian sect, her inability to cultivate and possess that awe-inspiring power rendered her position within the sect exceedingly awkward. In truth, Tang Yuehua often found herself gazing at the luminous moonlight in the stillness of the night, her heart heavy with helplessness and sorrow. In that moment, Chen Xuanqing's words were like a refreshing breeze, dispersing the fog that clouded Tang Yuehua's mind. Chen Xuanqing whispered, "Tang Yuehua, if I could find a way to facilitate the evolution of your martial soul, would you be inclined to lend me your support?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua felt a surge of excitement within her, yet she soon succumbed to profound hesitation. She lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with a myriad of emotions, and softly inquired, "What is it that I can do for you? Is it to aid you in opposing the Haotian sect?" Chen Xuanqing gazed at her, his eyes filled with sincerity and tenderness, and spoke slowly. "No, Yuehua, that is not my intention. I merely hope that, when the time is necessary, you can persuade the Haotian sect to submit. Of course, if they choose to remain insular and conflict-free, I would never resort to violence against them." Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua felt a surge of warmth within her. She understood that Chen Xuanqing's words were not mere empty rhetoric, but rather a well-considered proposition. Furthermore, Tang Yuehua recognized that although she was a member of the Haotian sect, her emotional ties were limited to a few close relatives, and there existed some lingering grudges with others. Rather than languishing in this feudal family, it would be more prudent to seize this opportunity to seek a new path for herself in the Haotian sect. Thus, Tang Yuehua took a deep breath, her eyes shimmering with resolute light, and softly replied, "Very well, I promise you. As long as you can facilitate the evolution of my martial soul, I am willing to lend you my assistance." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing's face broke into a gratifying smile. With the matters at hand settled, the atmosphere between Chen Xuanqing and Tang Yuehua instantly became much more relaxed. Chen Xuanqing was acutely aware of the adage that time is as precious as gold, and he was unwilling to squander even a moment. Thus, he suddenly bent down, effortlessly lifting Tang Yuehua and promptly placing her upon the soft bed. This unexpected action elicited a startled gasp from Tang Yuehua, who then cast a playful glare at Chen Xuanqing, as if chiding him for his sudden impulsiveness, yet simultaneously inviting him to join her in a playful embrace. However, in Chen Xuanqing's eyes, Tang Yuehua's playful rebuke transformed into an endless allure. Chen Xuanqing smiled gently, a glimmer of teasing mischief sparkling in his eyes, and said, "Then today, I shall require you to repay me for this assistance in kind." Upon hearing his words, Tang Yuehua felt a blush rise to her cheeks. She lightly bit her lip, a hint of allure dancing in her gaze, and replied, "Then today, I shall submit to your whims. I kindly ask you, young lord, to show me mercy." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing felt a surge of emotions and could not help but burst into laughter. "You little enchantress. Let me show you how I shall subdue you with this mighty staff today." With that, he no longer hesitated and advanced, and the two engaged in the rites of intimacy upon the warm bed. Sunlight filtered through the delicate curtains, casting a gentle glow upon the scene, adding warmth and brightness to this tender moment. The bed creaked softly, as if accompanying their sweet interlude with a harmonious melody. An hour later, Tang Yuehua conveyed her temporary departure to the others at Yuaxuan. Following this, she stepped in rhythm with Chen Xuanqing into the Hall of Martial Souls. Upon entering the courtyard where Chen Xuanqing resided, the air was filled with the melodious voices of women. Among this assembly, Lu Erlong stood out, diligently instructing several young ladies in their cultivation. As Tang Yuehua's gaze inadvertently met Lu Erlong's, both women averted their eyes slightly, a blush gracing their cheeks. They were both prominent figures in Tiantuo City. While their acquaintance was not particularly deep, they were nonetheless familiar with one another. Now, finding themselves in the same place, closely connected to the same man, this subtle relationship rendered them both somewhat bashful. Chen Xuanqing stood in the center of the grand hall, his gaze gently sweeping across the gathered crowd. He then opened his arms, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "All right, Erlong, you have worked hard. Next, we shall journey to the Sunset Forest for a period of training, during which each of you will significantly enhance your soul power." Upon hearing Chen Xuanqing's words, Meng Ran, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing simultaneously surged towards him, unhesitatingly leaping into his embrace. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, Lu Erlong, Tang Yuehua, and Yi Lingling appeared relatively reserved, standing to the side with expressions filled with anticipation and curiosity. Zhu Zhuqing clung tightly to Chen Xuanqing, her voice imbued with gratitude and eagerness. "Thank you, brother Xuanqing. I truly desire to improve." Xiao Wu chimed in, "Wherever you go, I will follow." Meng Ran added with a smile, "Yes, wherever you go, I shall go too." With a gentle smile, Chen Xuanqing patted their backs, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. "Rest assured, Xuanqing will surely cultivate you into deities." Deep within the enigmatic depths of the Sunset Forest, Chen Xuanqing led the young women back to this familiar place. Their formidable prowess allowed them to swiftly reach the fog-enshrouded hillside. Standing atop, Chen Xuanqing gazed down at the valley veiled in mist, a playful smile dancing upon his lips. "Little sorceress, do you dare to challenge the heights and leap from here?" Ning Rongrong, ignited by Chen Xuanqing's words, felt a spark of defiance flicker in her eyes. Though a hint of trepidation lingered in her heart, it was eclipsed by her profound trust in Chen Xuanqing. She could not fathom that he would merely stand by and watch her plunge into peril. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and leaped without hesitation. Meng Ran, astonished by Ning Rongrong's audacious act, couldn't he help but feel a surge of anxiety for her friend. Turning to Chen Xuanqing, she implored urgently, "Brother Xuanqing, why aren't you hastening to save Rongrong?" Chen Xuanqing smiled faintly, having long been prepared. With a swift motion, the wind thunder wings unfurled behind him, resembling a pair of magnificent wings that lifted him into the air. Then, with a lean of his body, he plunged downwards at an astonishing speed, precisely catching the descending Ning Rongrong. Humph! After being caught by Chen Xuanqing, Ning Rongrong let out a soft huff, burying her head into his embrace. As she felt the solidity of his chest and the warmth of his breath, an inexplicable emotion surged within her heart. In that moment, she wished for time to stand still, longing to remain enveloped in this warmth and sense of security forever. However, reality is often harsh. Chen Xuanqing soon set Ning Rongrong gently on the valley floor before turning to retrieve the remaining 6 women. Ultimately, the entire group landed safely within the valley. Chapter 97, Distribution of Immortal Herbs. As Lu Erlong descended into the valley, her eyes sparkled with astonishment and excitement, clearly indicating that the environment here exceeded her wildest imagination. The cultivation conditions were several times superior to those of the simulated training environment at the Tiantuo Royal Academy. Lu Erlong took a deep breath, absorbing the pure energy that permeated the air, and an intense desire welled up within her. If she could devote herself to training here, she believed she might soon reach the exalted realm of a titled Douluo. Meanwhile, Tang Yuehua, a soul master, kept her gaze fixed on Chen Xuanqing. Her eyes brimmed with tenderness and anticipation, evidently stirred by Lu Erlong's words, which had touched the depths of her own aspirations. At this moment, she yearned to resolve her own dilemmas and embark on the path of cultivation. "Everyone, don't just stand there. Good things are meant for everyone." Chen Xuanqing smiled as he waved to the group, signaling them to line up. The 7 women promptly complied, forming a neat line, eagerly awaiting Chen Xuanqing's bestowal. Chen Xuanqing withdrew a crystal-clear beauty pill and a fragrant celestial herb from his bosom, presenting them into Lu Erlong's hands. This is for you, Erlong, he said gently. First, consume this beauty pill. It will enhance your complexion and make you radiate with vitality. Then, ingest this celestial herb. It will provide you with significant assistance in elevating your soul power cultivation. Although Chen Xuanqing was unaware of the specific effects and functions of the celestial herb, he could distinctly sense the pure energy it contained. This energy was remarkably refined, capable of directly augmenting one's cultivation. Thus, he generously bestowed this celestial herb upon Lu Erlong, confident that it would enable her to transcend her current realm. Chen Xuanqing produced a purple dragon pill, offering a gentle smile to Tang Yuehua as he spoke. Yuehua. This is the purple dragon pill, specially prepared for you. This elixir is infused with boundless essence of heaven and earth, capable of elevating your martial soul, enhancing your innate talents, and fortifying your body, consequently amplifying your soul power. As he spoke, Chen Xuanqing delicately presented the pill before Tang Yuehua. A flicker of surprise danced in her eyes as she accepted the elixir, gazing deeply at him before leaning in to bestow a light, fragrant kiss upon his cheek. Xuanqing. Thank you, my little lover, Tang Yuehua expressed, her voice imbued with profound tenderness and gratitude. Subsequently, she seated herself cross-legged nearby, immersing herself in her cultivation. The pill dissolved upon entering her mouth, unleashing a powerful energy that swiftly spread throughout her being. Before long, her body began to expel impurities, as if enveloped in a thick layer of grime. Yet, Tang Yuehua remained unfazed. She gracefully shed her garments to cleanse herself. Her exquisite form, veiled in mist, stirred a tumult of emotions within Chen Xuanqing, nearly overwhelming his composure. Next, Chen Xuanqing retrieved a mystical herb and extended it towards Meng Iran. He elaborated, Iran. This is the miraculous fungus chrysanthemum, an extraordinarily precious neutral celestial herb. It can invigorate your limbs, circulate your blood through the 8 meridians, and cultivate an indestructible body. I am confident that after consuming it, your soul power will experience a significant enhancement, allowing you to transcend several ranks. Upon hearing this, Meng Iran's eyes sparkled with delight as she stepped forward to accept the herb, offering Chen Xuanqing a fragrant kiss in return. Thank you, brother Xuanqing, she whispered softly. Eagerly, Meng Iran settled cross-legged on the ground, dedicating herself to her cultivation. With a gentle smile, Chen Xuanqing turned his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing, and in his hand appeared a mystical herb. He softly spoke, Zhuqing. This herb is known as the water fairy jade bone. Its effects include nourishing tendons and bones, facilitating the flow of vital energy through the meridians, and it is remarkably effective for refining the body. I believe it is perfectly suited for you. Please take this herb. Zhu Zhuqing nodded slightly, offering no excessive words, merely casting a grateful glance at Chen Xuanqing. Subsequently, she stepped forward and bestowed upon him a delicate kiss, before sitting down to commence her cultivation. Then, Chen Xuanqing produced a herb named Heartbreak Red. He said nothing more, simply extending it quietly to Xiao Wu. As she received the herb, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she exclaimed, I knew brother Xuanqing had prepared something special for me. After this, she too offered a sweet kiss, then settled down to begin her own training. Please, come a bit closer, both of you. Chen Xuanqing's voice was steady and magnetic as he beckoned Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling to join him. His gaze swept slowly over the two girls, meticulously assessing their soul power levels. Ning Rongrong felt the weight of his scrutiny, and a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Instinctively, she covered her chest, as if to shield herself from his intense gaze. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling, usually gentle and reserved, found herself blushing under Chen Xuanqing's watchful eyes. She lowered her head, her hair cascading like a waterfall, concealing her flushed cheeks. However, Chen Xuanqing's intent was not frivolous. He was carefully evaluating their soul power. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled softly and retrieved a purple dragon pill and an 8-petal fairy orchid from his robe. This purple dragon pill is specially prepared for you, he said, presenting it to Ning Rongrong. Once consumed, it will not only break the shackles of your martial spirits, but also elevate your soul power by several levels. He then produced the 8-petal fairy orchid, explaining, its medicinal properties are mild yet rich, easily absorbed, though it requires a longer duration for full efficacy. It will strengthen your foundation and eliminate impurities within, significantly enhancing your soul power. Yi Lingling took the 8-petal fairy orchid, her fingers trembling slightly. After ensuring no one was paying attention, she timidly approached Chen Xuanqing and shyly offered him a gentle kiss. Then, with her head bowed, she sought out a clean patch of grass, quietly consuming the herb and entering a state of focused meditation. Ning Rongrong, however, displayed a more direct and bold demeanor. She seized the purple dragon pill from Chen Xuanqing's hand and without hesitation, embraced him, delivering a fervent kiss. Embarrassed yet spirited, she explained, this is a reward for you, so don't overthink it. Afterward, she found a suitable spot to sit and concentrated on consuming the pill for her cultivation. The girls immersed themselves in their respective realms of training, a myriad of extraordinary phenomena unfolding around them, while Chen Xuanqing stood nearby, vigilantly guarding them. It was likely that each of them would achieve significant breakthroughs this time, and the soul beasts in the Sunset Forest would soon face the consequences. Chapter 98. The girl's breakthrough. An hour slipped by unnoticed, and the first to sense the complete integration of the medicinal power was Xiao Wu. The radiance enveloping her dissipated like a shooting star, and she joyfully leapt up, bouncing into Chen Xuanqing's embrace. Brother Xuanqing, can you guess how many levels of soul power I've broken through now? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, and a playful smile danced on her lips. Chen Xuanqing gently caressed Xiao Wu's head, his eyes brimming with affection. He feigned contemplation before slowly speaking. Could it be that you have reached level 49? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu immediately shook her head, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. No, Brother Xuanqing, you guessed incorrectly. I am now at level 50. I am about to condense my spirit ring and become a true spirit king. With that, Xiao Wu found a flat spot, seated herself cross-legged, and closed her eyes to begin the process of condensing her spirit ring. The air around her seemed to ripple with each breath she took. Waves of spiritual energy surged within her, gradually forming a resplendent halo. Following closely behind Xiao Wu, Meng Ran also completed the refinement of the celestial herb. She rose to her feet, stretched her limbs, and felt the potent energy coursing through her body, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Wonderful, Brother Xuanqing. I too have broken through to level 50. Meng Ran exclaimed excitedly as she rushed to Chen Xuanqing, her eyes sparkling with joy. Chen Xuanqing smiled and nodded. Good. You have all made significant progress. Once everyone has fully assimilated the medicinal properties, I shall guide you in the search for suitable spirit rings. As time passed, Ning Rongrong completed her transformation. Her martial soul evolved from the 7-treasure glazed tile to the 9-treasure glazed tile, becoming even more resplendent. Her spirit power surged dramatically, reaching the 40th level. Feeling the enhancement of her strength, a joyous smile spread across Ning Rongrong's face. Tang Yuehua's situation was somewhat unique. Her Haotian hammer martial soul retained its original form, yet its aura had grown immensely powerful. At this moment, Tang Yuehua sensed the burgeoning strength within her, and her rank ascended from a level 9 spirit master to a level 10 spirit master. She was acutely aware that she was on the brink of another breakthrough, needing only to obtain one more spirit ring to swiftly elevate her prowess. Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing almost simultaneously refined the medicinal essence of the celestial herb, radiating a faint glow as if they had undergone a profound metamorphosis. Yi Lingling, already exceptionally gifted, had, under Chen Xuanqing's meticulous guidance over the past month, consumed the precious purple dragon pill and further refined the celestial herb. She felt the surging spirit power within her, her heart brimming with elation. During this period, Yi Lingling's level soared, advancing from 36 to 48, a remarkable leap of 12 levels in spirit power, an astonishing achievement indeed. While Zhu Zhuqing's spirit power also reached the 40th level, which might not appear as striking as Yi Lingling's ascent. Her body had undergone profound development due to the celestial herb, already adept at utilizing the abilities of the devil fruit. Zhu Zhuqing's mastery had significantly improved with the herb's enhancement. Finally, among the group, the most accomplished was Lu Erlong, who completed her refinement of the celestial herb. Her spirit power leaped from 78 to 80, a mere step away from the realm of spirit Douluo. With the acquisition of an appropriate spirit ring, she would officially join the ranks of spirit Douluo, becoming a true powerhouse. Chen Xuanqing gazed at the faces of the several girls before him, their eyes radiating palpable joy. He then turned to Lu Erlong beside him, instructing, Erlong, lead them deeper into the sunset forest to seek out suitable soul rings. Moonlight, and I will explore the outskirts. Upon my return, I shall lend you my assistance. Lu Erlong nodded, her gaze filled with trust and respect. Very well, Xuanqing. I shall take care of them. With that, Chen Xuanqing gently unfurled the storm wings from his back. As the feathers quivered, a tremendous force surged forth. He carefully cradled Tang Yuehua in his arms, and their figures shot upward like two streaks of light, swiftly soaring out of the valley. For Tang Yuehua, experiencing flight for the first time, everything felt wondrous and exhilarating. She exuberantly waved her arms, her eyes sparkling with brilliance, as if the entire world spun beneath her feet. Occasionally, she would glance down at the lush forest below and then gaze up at the vast blue sky, her face radiant with happiness. Yet, this very spectacle left Chen Xuanqing feeling somewhat helpless, as he felt the softness of the woman in his arms and the faint fragrance that wafted towards him. An indescribable impulse stirred within his heart. He struggled to restrain his emotions, determined not to succumb to this urge. What is it, you little enchantress? Are you contemplating how to seduce me while soaring through the air? Chen Xuanqing teased deliberately. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua's cheeks flushed crimson, and she playfully shot him a glare. You are the real rogue. I merely find the sensation of flying utterly delightful. Of course, if you wish to engage in an aerial duel, I wouldn't mind that either. Chen Xuanqing let out a light chuckle, choosing not to elaborate further. The possibility of being observed during aerial combat was too great. However, engaging in a ground skirmish was certainly feasible. Resolute, Chen Xuanqing led Tang Yuehua to a secluded patch of grass, where solitude reigned, accompanied only by the gentle whispers of the wind and the melodic chirping of insects. forming a delightful symphony. Yuehua, what do you think of this place? Chen Xuanqing inquired softly. Tang Yuehua surveyed her surroundings, a glimmer of mischief sparking in her eyes. This spot seems quite suitable for some activities, she replied. Upon hearing these words, Chen Xuanqing's interest was piqued. He set aside Tang Yuehua, and the two exchanged a knowing smile before embarking on a uniquely exhilarating adventure amidst the wilderness. In the secluded thicket, their figures entwined, transforming into the most enchanting spectacle upon this earth. An hour later, Chen Xuanqing and Tang Yuehua walked side by side along the periphery of the setting sun-drenched forest. Suddenly, a deep growl shattered the tranquility of the woods, and from the depths of the trees emerged a colossal creature, the earth-shaking bear. Towering at an imposing height of 2.5 meters, its muscular frame exuded a fierce aura, and its eyes glinted with a menacing light, unmistakably marking it as a formidable soul beast that had existed for over a millennium. Chen Xuanqing furrowed his brows momentarily, but they soon unfurled. Thanks to the enhancement from the Zilong Dan, Tang Yuehua's physique had undergone a remarkable transformation. Although the earth-shaking bear was formidable, Tang Yuehua was entirely capable of slaying it and absorbing its soul ring. Subsequently, Chen Xuanqing unleashed a formidable pressure befitting a soul Douluo. This oppressive force bore down like a mountain, rendering the earth-shaking bear breathless in an instant. It struggled to resist, yet its strength appeared utterly trivial in the face of such overwhelming might. Before long, the earth-shaking bear, grievously injured, coughed up blood and ultimately collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Chapter 99, Dragon Abyss Illusory Serpent. Chen Xuanqing drew a sharp dagger from his waist and handed it to Tang Yuehua, who stood nearby. Go forth, Yuehua. This moment belongs to you, he whispered. Tang Yuehua accepted the dagger, her gaze resolute and composed. She advanced step by step towards the earth-shattering bear, the dagger glinting coldly in the sunlight. Taking a deep breath, she suddenly slashed at the bear's throat. Blood gushed forth as the bear's eyes gradually lost their luster. Tang Yuehua swiftly sat down cross-legged, beginning to absorb the soul ring in accordance with the teachings of the spirit hall. A faint blue halo gradually materialized around her, the Millennium Soul Ring merging with her essence. As time passed, the halo grew increasingly radiant, and Tang Yuehua's aura intensified. Moments slipped by like the passing of a cup of tea, and at the instant her soul ring crystallized. She felt a surge of potent energy coursing within her, an unprecedented sensation. She rose with exhilaration, her eyes sparkling with joy. Chen Xuanqing stood by, his voice laced with concern as he inquired, "How do you feel?" The gentle and caring tone enveloped Tang Yuehua like a warm embrace. Unable to resist, she collapsed into Chen Xuanqing's arms, her cheeks tinged with a soft blush, her eyes shimmering with happiness. She murmured, "I feel quite well. This soul ring has augmented my Haotian hammer's attack and defense by 30%, and it even inflicts armor-piercing damage against foes. As for my soul power level, I am now a 16th level soul master. I suppose that's a reasonable advancement." However, as she spoke these words, a sigh involuntarily escaped her lips. She recalled the younger generation of soul masters, including Xiao Wu and her peers, who, despite being 2 decades her junior, were on the verge of reaching the rank of Soul King. In contrast, her own status as a 16th level soul master felt somewhat inadequate. Chen Xuanqing sensed Tang Yuehua's disappointment and gently caressed her silky hair, reassuring her with warmth. "Yuehua, there is no need for concern. I will harness my strength to elevate you to the divine realm of level 100. Upon hearing Chen Xuanqing's promise, a wave of warmth surged within Tang Yuehua's heart. She lifted her gaze to meet Chen Xuanqing's resolute eyes, filled with trust and gratitude. With a smile, she replied, "All right, I shall rely on my little man." Soon, the two returned to the valley, where they found several women awaiting their arrival. "Why are you all here so soon?" Chen Xuanqing asked, a hint of confusion crossing his face as he noticed the women waiting for him. "Did you play tricks on Teacher Yuehua again?" Ning Rongrong furrowed her brows at Chen Xuanqing, evidently having detected something amiss. Chen Xuanqing realized that he had inadvertently aroused Ning Rongrong's suspicion during a certain moment. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, he swiftly shifted his focus to the soul power levels of those present. One by one, he assessed their progress, silently commending their achievements. Xiao Wu had already ascended to the 53rd rank of Soul King, with Ming Iran closely following at level 52. Although Ning Rongrong lagged slightly behind, she had firmly established herself at the 42nd rank of Soul Master. Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing were not to be outdone, reaching levels 48 and 44, respectively. However, Tang Yuehua, still at the 16th rank of Soul Master, caused Chen Xuanqing to furrow his brow. "The Qingmong sword shall be left to you for refining your soul power. I will accompany ere long to acquire soul rings." With that, Chen Xuanqing unfastened the Qingmong sword from his waist and handed it to Xiao Wu. He believed that, with the assistance of the Qingmong sword, everyone's soul power would see further enhancement. Subsequently, he turned, lifting the nearby Lu Erlong into his arms. And with a swift motion, the two shot out of the valley like meteors. Although the Sunset Forest was not as vast as the Star Great Forest, it undoubtedly harbored high-age soul beasts. Regrettably, it lacked any 10,000-year soul beasts. Otherwise, Chen Xuanqing would have enjoyed a playful encounter with one. The pair dashed through dense thickets, until suddenly, Chen Xuanqing halted, his gaze fixed on a lush area of forest not far away. Turning to Lu Erlong, he smiled. Erlong, your luck is truly enviable. You have encountered a 60,000-year soul beast, the Longyuan illusory serpent. Its powers will complement your martial soul, serving as a formidable soul ring. Yet, Lu Erlong looked perplexed, scanning her surroundings but seeing only verdant trees and shrubs, failing to spot the serpent Chen Xuanqing spoke of. A flicker of doubt crept into her heart. Could the disparity in their strengths truly be so vast? Just as her uncertainty deepened, Chen Xuanqing activated his first soul skill, the Crimson Bloodscale holy armor enveloping him. Without delay, he surged forth like an arrow, charging toward a small rise nearby. With a resounding crash, Chen Xuanqing struck the mound with a powerful punch. In an instant, what appeared to be an ordinary hill was sent flying by his immense strength, crashing down like a small mountain upon a cluster of towering trees. As a deafening roar echoed, those great trees were shattered and fell to the ground. At this moment, Lu Erlong finally discerned the true nature of the small rise. It was not merely a mound of earth, but a gigantic python over 60 meters long, adorned with 2 small flesh horns and covered in black scales. Its cold eyes were fixed intently on Chen Xuanqing and Lu Erlong, exuding a chilling aura. Startled, Lu Erlong instinctively reached to summon her martial soul for battle. However, just as her hand rose, Chen Xuanqing gently restrained it. Erlong, I am sufficient for this task, he said with a smile. Let me handle this level of soul beast. Observing Chen Xuanqing's tall figure and resolute gaze, Lu Erlong's doubts and anxieties gradually dissipated. Nodding, she stepped aside to watch the impending battle unfold. The Longyuan illusory serpent, having endured Chen Xuanqing's punch, did not choose to confront him head-on. Instead, it instantaneously altered its coloration, blending into the surrounding shadows, and began a slow retreat. Yet, Chen Xuanqing's perception of the serpent was as keen as that of a hawk hunting its prey, and he would not let it escape easily. A confident smile graced his lips as he called out, Fourth soul skill, Crocodile Tortoise Venom. Before the words left his mouth, torrents of green venom surged forth, engulfing a vast portion of the Longyuan illusory serpent's body. This venom, imbued with potent corrosive and toxic properties, caused the serpent's scales to sizzle and burn upon contact, pain radiating throughout its form. Chapter 100, Another Soul Bone. The unprecedented agony awakened the serpent's ferocity. It opened its gaping maw, unleashing dozens of sharp wind blades that sliced through the air, enveloping Chen Xuanqing's vicinity. However, Chen Xuanqing moved even faster than the wind blades, effortlessly evading the attacks. The Longyuan illusory serpent, realizing its assault was futile, exhibited a flicker of panic in its eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Xuanqing launched a more ferocious counterattack. Taking a deep breath, he shouted once more, second soul skill, Dragon's Roar. As this thunderous roar reverberated, the entire forest seemed to tremble. Under the weight of this dragon's roar, the Longyuan illusory serpent felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, becoming momentarily stunned and dazed by Chen Xuanqing's formidable presence. Upon witnessing the opportunity, Chen Xuanqing swiftly seized it, drawing forth a gleaming dagger with remarkable speed. Like a flash of lightning, he lunged towards the Longyuan illusionary serpent. As the serpent remained momentarily dazed, the dagger found its mark, piercing precisely through its vital 7 inches and its formidable skull. With the dagger's penetration, the serpent's breath faltered dramatically, its massive form succumbing to lethargy before ultimately collapsing helplessly onto the ground. Chen Xuanqing stood quietly to the side, gazing at the once ferocious spirit beast, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Lu Erlong, the moment has arrived. It is time to absorb this spirit ring. His voice resonated through the expansive forest. Upon hearing the call, Lu Erlong moved with the swiftness of lightning, weaving through the dense foliage until she stood beside Chen Xuanqing. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement, as if she could hardly wait to experience the power of the Soul de Law. Without uttering a word, Lu Erlong's figure flashed, her blade creating a graceful arc in the air, striking precisely at the massive and menacing Longyuan phantom serpent. Accompanied by a piercing roar, the life of the Longyuan phantom serpent was snatched away in an instant, its colossal body collapsing weakly, emanating a faint glow. Immediately, Lu Erlong seated herself cross-legged, closing her eyes in deep concentration as she began to absorb the spirit ring. A brilliant radiance gradually enveloped her, as if countless small dragons danced around her, signifying her martial spirit merging with the spirit ring. As time progressed, the brilliance emanating from Lu Erlong intensified, capturing the attention of the creatures within the surrounding forest. Yet, she remained utterly composed, wholly focused on absorbing the energy contained within the spirit ring. The disturbances caused by her martial spirit were trivial matters for Lu Erlong. After an hour, the luminescence began to fade, and Lu Erlong slowly opened her eyes. Xuanqing, your insight is indeed remarkable. She rose to her feet, her tone imbued with joy and pride, acknowledging that this spirit beast was exceptionally suited for her, significantly enhancing her spirit power and bestowing her with formidable soul skills. Chen Xuanqing nodded with a smile, his gaze filled with admiration and satisfaction. Indeed, your progress has been remarkably swift. Elevating you directly to the rank of 84th level soul Douluo is undoubtedly a tremendous advancement. However, I am curious to know what your 8th soul skill is and what effects it entails. Lu Erlong responded with excitement. My 8th soul skill is the Phantom Dragon Devouring Strike. This ability allows me to conjure dozens of dragon phantoms to assail my foes, ensnaring them in an inescapable illusion. Furthermore, these dragon phantoms can devour the enemy's soul power, thereby amplifying the ferocity of my attacks. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing nodded, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. This soul skill is indeed formidable. With it, your advantage in battle will become even more pronounced. At that moment, Chen Xuanqing's attention was drawn to a faint glimmer of light, seemingly emanating from an unusual bone lying on the ground. Intrigued, he approached, crouched down, and meticulously examined this extraordinary bone. A soul bone, Chen Xuanqing whispered softly, a hint of astonishment evident in his voice. He cautiously picked up the bone, feeling a faint fluctuation of soul power emanating from it. Turning to the side, he handed the soul bone to Lu Erlong, who received it with gleaming excitement in her eyes, scrutinizing the artifact with great care. The Dragon Abyss Phantom Serpent had managed to condense its hatred into a soul bone even after death, prompting Chen Xuanqing to reflect deeply on the serpent's obsession and animosity. Lu Erlong seemed oblivious to Chen Xuanqing's thoughts as she joyfully returned the soul bone to him. Xuanqing, the soul bone holds profound significance for you. Absorbing it will undoubtedly elevate your soul power to new heights. However, Chen Xuanqing merely smiled and shook his head, gently pinching Lu Erlong's cheek. I already possess a right-hand soul bone. You should absorb this one. Lu Erlong did not protest further. She sat cross-legged on the ground and began to concentrate on absorbing the soul power contained within the bone. As time passed, her aura gradually intensified. When she finally rose, her face radiated satisfaction and joy. This soul bone is remarkable. I have acquired a soul skill called stealth, allowing me to change colors and conceal myself like the Dragon Abyss Phantom Serpent, Lu Erlong exclaimed with enthusiasm. Yet, Chen Xuanqing shook his head with a tinge of regret. It's a pity it only allows for color changes. If only it could transform freely like Mystique. It would be perfect. Nevertheless, Lu Erlong was undeterred, reveling in the surge of soul power coursing through her, filled with joy and gratitude. This soul bone had elevated her soul power level, bringing her strength to the rank of an 86th level soul Douluo. The two soon departed from the battle-scarred locale and returned to the valley. In the ensuing days, they each immersed themselves in their cultivation, diligently refining their soul power. Meanwhile, the Soul Master Tournament in Tiantuo City was underway, capturing the attention of countless spectators. As a grand event gathering numerous elite Soul Masters, all eyes were focused on the competition. Under the arrangements of Yu Xiaojing and Flinder, Shrek Academy, led by Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Oscar, formed the Shrek team to participate in the tournament. Unfortunately, Shrek Academy could only be considered decent at this moment, with capabilities that were passable. At Chen Xuanqing's behest, Salas specifically arranged for the Shrek team to face relatively weaker opponents. Conversely, the Tiantuo team, having lost their key support-type Soul Master Yi Lingling, recruited other powerful support-type Soul Masters, maintaining their formidable combat strength. Chapter 101, The Million-Year Soul Ring. Naturally, the originally outstanding academy continued to display impressive prowess in the Soul Master Tournament. Among the 5 element academies, their profound heritage and exceptional students made them a strong contender for the championship. The Xiangjia Sect team, with its unyielding defense and formidable offensive power, garnered immense respect. In summary, the fierce competition among over 30 teams resembled a breathtaking clash of dragons and tigers. However, all of this was of little concern to Chen Xuanqing. Over the past few months, he remained committed to his cultivation, occasionally bringing a few women to Tiantuo City for a visit. Today, Chen Xuanqing's soul power finally reached the pinnacle of the 90-level threshold. With the prospect of another lottery opportunity ahead, he was determined not to squander it. System, I am prepared. Please grant me a chance to draw. As soon as the words left his lips, a melodious voice resonated within his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a million-year soul ring. Upon hearing that voice, Chen Xuanqing's heart surged with unrestrained ecstasy. He never anticipated that the system would bestow upon him such a monumental surprise. It is well known that a million-year soul ring is an exceedingly rare fortuity in the Douluo continent, and the immense soul power it harbors is sufficient to drive any soul master to madness. Consequently, Chen Xuanqing promptly seated himself cross-legged, channeling all his energy to absorb the soul power contained within this million-year soul ring. However, the magnitude of the soul power was overwhelmingly vast, as if his body were being consumed by a colossal force, plunging him into an intoxicating realm of soul energy. During the duration of Chen Xuanqing's absorption, the 7 women displayed expressions of anxiety, yet they remained composed. Under Lu Erlong's guidance, they swiftly dispersed, each taking a position to form a protective barrier for Chen Xuanqing. Thus, a day and a night elapsed. As the first rays of sunlight streamed into the cave, Chen Xuanqing finally completed the absorption of the million-year soul ring. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, as if he could effortlessly rend the very fabric of the void. Of course, this was merely an illusion brought about by the excessive enhancement. Chen Xuanqing opened his eyes and was met with the concerned gazes and weary expressions of the several women surrounding him. A warm current surged within his heart. He rose to his feet, stretched his body, and then took a deep breath. As he sensed the fluctuations of his soul power within, he experienced an unprecedented sense of strength. Chen Xuanqing gazed at the several women, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you all for steadfastly watching over me. I am now quite well. Upon hearing his words, the women collectively exhaled in relief, their faces adorned with smiles. Indeed, the sight of a million-year soul ring is a rarity. Chen Xuanqing felt a surge of joy within, for it spared him the arduous task of hunting soul beasts, a true stroke of fortune. As Chen Xuanqing regained consciousness, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Yilingling, and the others hurriedly approached, their expressions rife with concern as they clamored to inquire after his well-being. Brother Xuanqing, how are you feeling? Is there any discomfort? Xiao Wu asked with genuine concern. Zhu Zhuqing, equally anxious, scrutinized his countenance. You haven't eaten for a day and a night. Surely you must be hungry? Yilingling chimed in with her own worries. The seven women, in their fervent questioning, surrounded Chen Xuanqing, leaving him somewhat dizzy from the barrage of inquiries. All right. Let us all quiet down, he said with a smile, waving his hand. Soon, you will understand what has transpired. As his words faded, a series of soul rings ignited beneath his feet. Following the emergence of 8 dark soul rings, a resplendent golden soul ring materialized, akin to a radiant sun rising, illuminating the entire space. The appearance of the million-year soul ring left the women in awe. Liu Erlong, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Xuanqing, 9 soul rings. You have broken through to the rank of title Douluo. The women present shared a tacit understanding. Refraining from questioning how Chen Xuanqing had acquired soul rings without hunting soul beasts, they were aware that everyone harbors their own secrets and extraordinary encounters. And this was not the first instance they had witnessed Chen Xuanqing's remarkable capabilities. Ning Rongrong, intrigued, inquired, however, what is the age of this golden soul ring? I recall that the red soul ring signifies 100,000 years. Could this golden soul ring possibly be 200,000 years? Chen Xuanqing shook his head and explained. This is a million-year soul ring, which has directly elevated my soul power from level 90 to 97. Even more remarkably, my 9th soul skill is Divine Path, allowing me to harness a fragment of divine power from my martial soul. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua could not help but exclaim, a million-year soul ring. Such a rarity. I wonder if there are any other million-year soul beasts existing on the entire continent. The 7 women were instantly captivated by this topic and began to engage in fervent discussion. Meanwhile, Chen Xuanqing sat quietly to the side, contemplating his plans. After months of training and waiting, the Soul Master competition was drawing to a close, and Chen Xuanqing felt it was time for him to emerge. Let us pack our belongings, he announced as he stood up. In a few days, we shall return to Tiantuo City. And you may also visit your families and friends. Tang Yuehua, Yilingling, and Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement, all eagerly anticipating their return to Tiantuo City. 3 days later, as the sun once again bathed Tiantuo City in its golden light, the group returned to the city. Yilingling went home to visit her mother, while Tang Yuehua returned to Yuehua Pavilion. Chen Xuanqing, accompanied by Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Mangyuran, Ning Rongrong, and Liu Erlong, made their way back to the Spirit Hall. In the days to come, you must exercise great caution and refrain from venturing outside, he cautioned. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Mangyuran nodded in agreement, vowing to adhere strictly to his advice. Liu Erlong stepped forward, concern and worry evident in her eyes. Gently resting her hand on Chen Xuanqing's shoulder, she spoke softly, Xuanqing, I may not know what you plan to do next, but remember, we will always stand behind you in support. Chen Xuanqing felt the warmth of Liu Erlong's concern and support, a gentle surge of warmth blossoming within him. He smiled faintly, embracing Liu Erlong lightly. Before turning to stride towards the door, Rongrong, let us go witness the Soul Master competition together. Ning Rongrong exclaimed with excitement. Absolutely. I miss my father, Grandfather Jian, and Grandfather Gu. They would surely be overjoyed to see my martial soul evolve into the 9 treasure glazed tile. As they proceeded, Chen Xuanqing's thoughts surged like turbulent waves, contemplating his strategies and the arrangements that lay ahead. Each of his forthcoming decisions would significantly affect the fates of many, thus he must tread carefully. Upon arriving at the grand arena belonging to the Tiantuo royal family for the qualifying matches, he snapped back to the present. Saint Sun Chen Xuanqing seeks an audience with Bishop Salas. Please convey the message. His voice resonated through the air, imbued with unwavering determination. The royal knights stationed at the periphery, taken aback by Chen Xuanqing's regal demeanor, wasted no time in delivering the message. Before long, a large entourage, led by Crown Prince Shui Qinghe, emerged to greet him. Father, Grandfather Jian, Grandfather Gu, how I long for you all. Ning Rongrong's voice brimmed with deep affection as she rushed forward like a spring breeze, enveloping Ning Fengji in a tight embrace. A warm smile graced Ning Fengxi's face as he opened his arms, drawing his daughter close, wishing to infuse their long-cherished longing into this embrace. Grandmaster Jian Douluo also revealed a rare gentle smile, his gaze penetrating as he scrutinized Ning Rongrong before inquiring in astonishment, "Rongrong, your soul power." Ning Rongrong looked up, her eyes sparkling with pride, and replied with a smile, "Grandfather Jian, you are not mistaken. I have now reached the 43rd rank as a soul ancestor, and my martial soul has evolved into the 9-treasure glazed tile." At this revelation, the trio from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect turned their astonished eyes toward Chen Xuanqing, filled with awe and respect. In this moment, they truly comprehended the remarkable prowess exhibited by the saint's son. Standing nearby, Salas bowed respectfully to Chen Xuanqing, saying, "Your Highness, you have finally returned." He then proceeded to introduce the distinguished individuals present. This is Hu Yanzhen, the head of the Elephant Armor Sect, a renowned defensive soul master of the Tiantuo Empire, whose strength is unfathomable. And this is Hua Kan, the president of the Blazing Fire Academy, whose fire attribute martial soul is also well known across the continent. Salas's introductions echoed through the crowd, enriching Chen Xuanqing's understanding of the great powers within the Tiantuo Empire. In the face of Chen Xuanqing's formidable presence, many nodded in acknowledgement. Despite some harboring grievances against the Spirit Hall, they dared not show any sign of defiance in such a setting. "Ha ha ha, Your Highness. Why not proceed to the arena and witness the brilliance of those exceptional youths participating in the Soul Master competition?" Qian Rinxue's laughter rang out, laced with a hint of teasing. "Of course, they pale in comparison to you." Chen Xuanqing smiled gently and nodded in agreement. "That sounds splendid. I, too, am eager to partake in the festivities." With that, he made an elegant gesture of invitation, signaling for Qian Rinxue to proceed ahead. The group once again entered the bustling arena of the Soul Master competition. Chen Xuanqing's gaze swept across the arena, where students from various academies donned identical uniforms, emanating waves of youthful exuberance that enveloped him, evoking a sense of familiarity and warmth reminiscent of athletic meets from his past life. Among this assembly of spirited soul masters, a group of young ladies from Tiantuo Academy stood out remarkably. Radiant and vibrant, they resembled blossoms in the spring, undoubtedly enhancing the fierce competition with their exquisite presence. As Chen Xuanqing ascended to the viewing platform alongside Qian Rinxue, he noticed a pristine chair had been prepared for him. Upon settling down, he found himself aligned in a row with Ning Fengxi and Qian Rinxue, while the esteemed platinum bishop, Salas, positioned himself slightly behind as a mark of respect towards Chen Xuanqing. The competition resumed. With Salas's commanding voice, the qualifying rounds of the Soul Master tournament commenced anew. However, Chen Xuanqing's attention was not entirely absorbed by the fierce contest. His gaze wandered through the crowd, scrutinizing each formidable presence in attendance. At that moment, 2 figures darted through the throngs like lightning, unhesitatingly ascending to the platform and obstructing the previously unobstructed view. "Dean Flander, what is the meaning of this?" Xueqing's voice betrayed a hint of displeasure, his brow furrowed and his piercing gaze fixed upon the 2 unexpected intruders. "Master, Dean Flander, what is your intention?" Ning Fengxi also frowned slightly. Though his tone was composed, the underlying authority was unmistakable. It was evident that he too felt a tinge of dissatisfaction regarding this sudden intrusion. Flander and Yu Xiaojang exchanged a resolute glance, a flicker of determination passing between them. Flander inhaled deeply, stepping forward with unwavering resolve. His gaze locked onto Chen Xuanqing as he proclaimed, "Your Highness the Holy Son, where is Lu Erlong, the principal of Bluba Academy? I implore you to release her at once." The moment his words fell, an overwhelming pressure surged forth like a torrential flood. It was the oppressive aura of a titled Douluo, powerful and terrifying, seemingly intent on crushing them beneath its weight. Though Flander managed to brace himself against the force with his soul sage cultivation, he could not suppress a slight bend at the waist. In stark contrast, Yu Xiaojang, at the 29th rank, collapsed to the ground, his face pale and cold sweat beading at his forehead. Salas's voice thundered like a tempest, reverberating in the ears of all present. "What are you two, to dare speak to our holy son in such a manner? Do you require me to instruct you on how to conduct yourselves?" His tone was laced with fury and authority, as if he might overturn the entire viewing platform with his wrath. Chen Xuanqing leisurely sat on the viewing platform, his fingertips gently tapping the armrest, producing a rhythmic and crisp sound. With keen interest, he observed the duo of Flander and Yu Xiaojang, capturing their tension and anxiety in its entirety. "Lu Erlong is no longer of concern to you," Chen Xuanqing stated, his voice calm and indifferent. "She is doing quite well now and has reached the level of a soul Douluo." Subsequently, his tone shifted to one of impatience. "Very well, you may leave." He waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away 2 bothersome flies. However, Yu Xiaojang and Flander did not relent. They wished to voice their thoughts. But Salas and Hu Yanzhen had already positioned themselves before them. A fierce glint flickered in Hu Yanzhen's eyes as he spoke in a deep and authoritative tone. "What? Do you wish to continue this entanglement here? Look below, so many students are watching. If this escalates, it would not bode well for you." The 2 exchanged glances, both understanding the wisdom of avoiding immediate conflict. Yu Xiaojang gently shook his head, signaling Flander to refrain from impulsiveness. Observing this, Salas withdrew his imposing presence, granting the two a moment to breathe. Flander, supporting Yu Xiaojing, slowly descended from the platform, their faces etched with reluctance and helplessness. Unable to contain himself, Flander quietly inquired, "Xiaojing, why did you stop me just now? If we do not argue our case at this moment, we may never have another opportunity." Chapter 103, Playing a Part. Yu Xiaojing sighed softly, shaking his head gently. "Given our relationship with Chen Xuanqing, do you truly believe he will speak honestly to us?" He paused before continuing, "Moreover, your martial spirit possesses a unique tracking ability. If we follow him discreetly, we are bound to locate Erlong." As the last rays of the setting sun gradually faded, the series of intense matches finally concluded. The arena was filled with the buzz of spectators' discussions, yet for Chen Xuanqing, this so-called competition was merely a tedious spectacle of inexperienced practitioners. As the bell signaling the end of the matches rang, Headmaster Salas hurried towards Chen Xuanqing, intending to convey the next arrangements. However, before he could utter a word, a throng of leaders from the affiliated powers of the Spirit Hall surged forth, surrounding the two. Chen Xuanqing cast a fleeting glance at the group, realizing the precariousness of his situation. His status within the Wuhuan Temple was rather unique, and every move he made drew the attention of those around him. If he were to be ensnared by these individuals, it would likely lead to considerable trouble. Thus, with a flicker of thought, Chen Xuanqing vanished from their sight like a wraith. When the crowd regained their senses, they found him already ensconced in the chamber of Qian Ruxue. "Your Highness the Saint's son, what is the meaning of this?" Bishop Sorales was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such an action from Chen Xuanqing. However, the group was relentless in their pursuit. They encircled Bishop Sorales, their eyes glinting with curiosity and scrutiny. "Bishop Sorales, we have urgent matters to discuss with His Highness the Saint's son. Why has he entered the chamber of Her Highness Qian Ruxue?" One individual could not restrain himself from inquiring. "Is it true that His Highness the Saint's son has a penchant for male companions?" Another chimed in. Bishop Sorales' expression darkened as he replied sternly, "Silence. How could His Highness, of such esteemed stature, engage in such ludicrous behavior? With countless enchanting confidants at his side, it is inconceivable for him to prefer men." Yet, scarcely had he spoken when another interjected, "But we clearly witnessed His Highness enter Her Highness Qian Rushue's chamber. Doesn't that speak volumes?" Bishop Sorales furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the veracity of their claims. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. "The private affairs of His Highness are not for us to interrogate. However, I can assure you that he does not favor male companionship. As for his reasons for entering Her Highness Qian Rushue's chamber, there exists a rationale only he comprehends." "Ah, understood. It seems His Highness the Saint's son may have an affinity for both genders. What a playful character he is." Upon entering the room, Chen Xuanqing remained blissfully unaware of the tempest of discussions brewing outside his door concerning him. At this moment, his mind was entirely consumed by the predicament before him. Qian Rinxue, the crown prince, stood poised with an iron sword, its tip pressed ominously against his neck, her azure eyes ablaze with fierce indignation. "Chen Xuanqing, what exactly are you scheming? Why has that formidable Beidou divine guard suddenly vanished without a trace outside the martial Soul City?" Qian Rinxue's voice was as frigid as ice, each word slicing through the air like a razor-sharp blade, piercing directly into Chen Xuanqing's heart. Chen Xuanqing narrowed his eyes slightly, his fingers gently stroking his chin as if deep in thought. In truth, he was acutely aware that the movements of the army could not be concealed from those who were observant. Qian Rinxue's keen insight was exceptional, and she undoubtedly grasped his intentions. Nevertheless, Chen Xuanqing harbored a steadfast belief that no one could thwart his plans. He then lifted his gaze to meet Qian Rinxue's furious glare, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Your Highness, we share a common objective, the unification of the Douluo continent. To realize this ambition, I have devised a strategy." As he spoke, he extended two fingers, delicately pinching the blade of his sword before gently shifting it away from his neck. "However, my plan has already commenced," Chen Xuanqing continued. "Should you, and His Holiness the Pope be inclined, you may join me in the conquest of the Tiantuo Empire. Of course, your primary task will be to impede the forces of the Xinglua Empire, ensuring the seamless execution of my scheme." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's fury intensified. She swung her sword with a fierce motion, carving a sharp trajectory through the air before striking down towards Chen Xuanqing's face with great force. Chen Xuanqing's figure flickered as he deftly evaded the strike. Yet, Qian Rinxue was far from yielding. With a swift motion, she aimed a powerful kick at his abdomen. The two engaged in an intense clash within the confines of the room, Qian Rinxue unleashing a formidable horizontal sweep, her sword radiating a chilling light. However, Chen Xuanqing, utilizing his keen insight, anticipated her move and deftly maneuvered behind her, promptly seizing her wrist with both hands. Taken aback by the sudden action, Qian Rinxue struggled to free herself from his grasp, but Chen Xuanqing held her wrist with a grip like iron. Despite her vigorous attempts to break free, the strength he wielded surpassed her expectations. Ultimately, seizing the opportunity, Chen Xuanqing managed to subdue Qian Rinxue. He gently pried the iron sword from her grasp and set it aside. with her wrist firmly ensnared by Chen Xuanqing. Tears shimmered in Qian Rinxue's eyes as her voice trembled with emotion. I have dedicated over a decade of effort to seize the Tiantuo Empire at a pivotal moment in the future. Why must you interfere with our grand plans for the Spirit Hall at such a crucial juncture? Regardless of your intentions, I implore you to cease this immediately. Upon hearing her inquiry, a flicker of intricate emotions crossed Chen Xuanqing's eyes. Subsequently, succumbing to his theatrical fervor, his gaze became slightly misty. And with a voice that was both somber and resolute, he proclaimed, "Is my action not driven by my concern for you? You have dedicated your finest years to the Spirit Hall, embedding yourself within the Heaven Do Empire for countless years, surrendering your youth to this interminable abyss. Must you persist in this masquerade for several more years? By then, you will find your youth has waned, nearly reaching 30. How could I barter a woman's youth? Even if she does not strive for me, to fulfill my ambitions?" Chen Xuanqing's hoarse voice was imbued with an inexhaustible sense of helplessness and sentimentality. As if each word and phrase were as heavy as iron, piercing deeply into Qian Rinxue's heart. He then turned away, presenting her with a tall and steadfast silhouette that spoke volumes of his determination and responsibility. Qian Rinxue stood frozen in place, her gaze fixated on that figure. A torrent of indescribable emotion surging within her. Could this be the legendary confession? Chapter 104. Stark. This man had been silently plotting for her from behind. Every action he took aimed at liberating himself from this engulfing darkness. Upon reflecting on this, Qian Rinxue felt her heart race like a startled deer. A flush of warmth gracing her cheeks, a color indicative of both emotion and shyness. In that moment, her tones softened noticeably, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. "Could you not have informed me in advance? Your silent actions only fill my heart with worry, leaving me in a state of unrest." As Chen Xuanqing listened to Qian Rinxue's words, a private joy blossomed within him, for he recognized that his scheme had been successful. Nevertheless, he understood that the performance must continue. There could be no retreat at this juncture. Thus, Chen Xuanqing deliberately spoke in a hoarse voice. As if his tone were laden with boundless sorrow and resignation, he slowly articulated, "My plan has been set into motion, and there is no turning back. I can only strive with all my might to seize that slender thread of hope. If it were possible, I would wish to survive. For I have far too many unfinished endeavors and countless souls I wish to protect." After speaking, Chen Xuanqing cast a profound glance at Qian Rinxue, his eyes brimming with sincerity and deep affection. Qian Rinxue felt a flutter of confusion under his gaze, unable to meet his eyes directly, instinctively averting her gaze. Yet, Chen Xuanqing had no intention of relinquishing his pursuit. He advanced towards her step by step, as though to seal off all her avenues of retreat. Qian Rinxue was compelled to back away until her back pressed firmly against the tent, leaving her unable to move. At that moment, Chen Xuanqing suddenly extended a hand, gently placing it against the tent, enveloping Qian Rinxue within his embrace. The proximity between them was such that they could almost feel each other's breaths. Qian Rinxue's heart raced. Ensnared by an invisible force, unable to break free. "Swear." Chen Xuanqing's voice was low and tender. "I have long had something to impart to you. There once lay before me a genuine love, yet I failed to cherish it. Only upon its loss did I come to regret. For there is no greater agony in this world. If heaven were to grant me another chance, I would utter 3 words to that girl. I love you. Should I be compelled to place a time limit on this love, I would wish for it to last 1,000 years. As a native of Douluo continent." Qian Rinxue had never before heard such heartfelt and poignant words. A blush immediately graced her cheeks, and emotion surged within her like the spring waters, nearly overwhelming her desire to embrace Chen Xuanqing and respond with fervor. However, Chen Xuanqing, sensing the gravity of the moment, hastily retreated 2 steps. Before him stood Qian Rinxue. Possessing the features of Xueqinghe, her ostensibly handsome visage could easily captivate many a maiden. Yet, for the quintessentially masculine Chen Xuanqing, kissing her felt an insurmountable challenge. To mask his embarrassment, Chen Xuanqing gently extended his hand, brushing his thumb tenderly against Qian Rinxue's cheek, as if caressing a rare treasure. He then softly murmured, "Wait for me." These 2 words seemed imbued with an infinite charm, instantly calming Qian Rinxue's heart. With that, Chen Xuanqing turned to depart, his silhouette appearing particularly dashing in the twilight glow. He left behind only a lingering glance and an endless yearning. Qian Rinxue gazed dreamily at his retreating figure until he vanished from view. As Chen Xuanqing exited the room, outside, Salas and Sirius stood side by side awaiting him. Salas's eyes were filled with concern and worry, and he softly addressed Chen Xuanqing, "Your Highness, what exactly did you discuss with the Crown Prince?" As the holy son of the Spirit Hall, it would be wise to maintain a certain distance from him. Lowering his voice further, Salas added, "Your Highness, if you truly have feelings for men, I can assist in finding a suitable match for you, so there is no need to invest excessive emotion in Xueqinghe." Chen Xuanqing cast a fleeting glance at Salas, genuinely disinclined to engage with the fellow. He then turned his attention to Sirius, giving a slight wave of his hand. Upon noticing this, Sirius swiftly approached, respectfully bowing in a formal gesture. "Young master, how may I serve you?" Sirius's voice resonated with deep respect and obedience. With resolute determination in his gaze, Chen Xuanqing cast a glance at the 2 individuals before him and spoke in a deep voice. "You too. Immediately mobilize all the elite forces at your disposal within the Heaven Do Empire, with a minimum strength of Soul Sage level. I have a significant mission that requires their execution. Without a trace of hesitation, Sirius promptly replied, "Yes, young master. I will make the necessary arrangements at once." Meanwhile, although Saras was filled with questions, he recognized the respect Sirius displayed and understood that any inquiry on his part would only provoke Chen Xuanqing's displeasure. Thus, Saras chose to remain silent, resolving to adhere to Chen Xuanqing's orders. "As you command, His Holiness," Saras also responded respectfully. After issuing his directives, Chen Xuanqing turned and departed from the Grand Training Ground, heading back to the Spirit Hall to await further news. He had already devised a detailed plan, awaiting the completion of preparations. However, upon his return to the Spirit Hall, he unexpectedly encountered someone he had never anticipated seeing there, Stark. The individual from the Douluo Forest who had come seeking strength. "Stark, what brings you here?" Chen Xuanqing inquired with surprise. Upon seeing Chen Xuanqing, Stark swiftly raised his right hand, executing a precise military salute at a 45-degree angle. His voice resonated with strength. Imbued with the valor and loyalty of a soldier, long live the commander. "I, Stark, captain of the 2nd Company of the 3rd Battalion of the 7th Regiment of the North Star Divine Guard, report to you." Chen Xuanqing nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval flickering in his eyes. He had not anticipated that the innkeeper outside the Douluo Forest would transform in such a manner. It filled him with a sense of having accomplished something worthwhile. "Come, let us proceed inside." Chen Xuanqing gestured for Stark to follow him into the Spirit Hall. The two walked side by side, drawing numerous gazes along their path. Stark's impeccably tailored German military uniform and the inherent aura of a soldier captivated the attention of many onlookers. Fortunately, no one in the Spirit Hall had the audacity to intrude upon their moment. Before long, Chen Xuanqing led Stark into a modest conference room situated deep within the Spirit Hall. Though the room was not expansive, it was meticulously arranged, exuding a simplicity that did not compromise its solemnity. Chen Xuanqing approached the conference table with a sense of familiarity, effortlessly taking his seat at the head of the table. In contrast, Stark maintained the discipline and rigor of a soldier, standing opposite Chen Xuanqing with his feet together and hands naturally at his sides, embodying the posture of military precision. Chapter 105, Trial of the Elixir. Stark stood before Chen Xuanqing, his voice deep and resolute, akin to the sound of cold steel striking. Supreme leader, following meticulous planning, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Regiments of the Northern Dipper Guardian Army have swiftly mobilized to the borders of the Tiantuo Empire. The 1st, 4th, 5th, and 7th Regiments have reached their designated operational positions as per the predetermined plan. Please give your instructions. Chen Xuanqing gently caressed the map spread before him, his gaze deep and sharp. "Stark," he declared, "the situation at the front is ever-changing, and I have pondered this matter thoroughly. I hereby issue a formal command for Generals Tianjin, Tianji, and Tianquan to withdraw their 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Regiments immediately to rendezvous with the 1st, 5th, and 7th Regiments. At that time, the entire Beta Divine Guard will consolidate its strength and strike with overwhelming force towards Tiantuo City." Stark promptly raised his right hand to a 45-degree angle and executed a precise military salute. "At your command, leader. Your will is our guiding principle." Chen Xuanqing nodded, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Very well, Stark. Now that we have concluded our serious discussion, relax a little and take a seat." Upon hearing this, Stark, while still maintaining the soldier's characteristic rigor and discipline, found himself unable to resist a slight relaxation as he gradually settled into the chair beside him. His gaze remained fixed on Chen Xuanqing, his eyes shimmering with an almost fervent intensity. Chen Xuanqing gazed at Stark, a myriad of emotions welling up within him. Ever since he traversed to the Douluo continent to establish the Beta Divine Guard, Chen Xuanqing had combined his own methods with those of the Tsuetian to forge his army. Although this approach might seem somewhat unconventional in this realm, its effectiveness has proven remarkably successful. The Beta Divine Guard has now transformed into his fervent private militia. "Stark, what do you think of my management style?" Chen Xuanqing inquired suddenly. Without hesitation, Stark replied, "Leader, your management style is undoubtedly exceptional. You have trained our forces to operate as a singular entity, with each individual fully aware of their responsibilities and missions, ready to sacrifice for the leader's interests. This is precisely why our Beta Divine Guard is invincible." Chen Xuanqing smiled faintly, as if the burdens within his heart had been alleviated. A flicker of curiosity sparkled in his eyes as he inquired of Stark, "Stark, do share your recent experiences with me. I am eager to learn what you have endured." Stark's countenance radiated fervor and admiration as he recounted, "My leader, ever since you generously imparted the dragon elephant shattering heaven technique to me on the periphery of the starry forest, my life has undergone a monumental transformation. Day and night, I have devoted myself to its study, pouring every moment into mastering this profound art. Whenever I encountered a hurdle, I would venture deep into the starry forest, engaging in combat with formidable soul beasts to refine my will and strength." He paused, his eyes shimmering with excitement. "On one occasion, I inadvertently fell into an unfathomable chasm. Just as despair enveloped me, I discovered a pool of millennia-old spiritual essence at the bottom. Overcome with thirst, I did not hesitate to drink from it. This act greatly enhanced my dragon elephant shattering heaven technique, and I soon attained the power of the 4 elephants." Stark took a deep breath and continued, "Following your instructions, I joined the North Dipper Divine Guard to further my training. Here, I encountered many like-minded comrades, and together we train and fight. As of now, I have acquired the power of the 6 elephants and have risen to the rank of company commander within the North Dipper Divine Guard, dedicating my strength to the protection of my leader. Chen Xuanqing nodded, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in his eyes. Indeed, Stark, you have not disappointed my expectations. Although the Dragon Elephant Shaking Heaven technique is relatively easy to initiate, mastering it fully is akin to ascending to the heavens. The fact that Stark has cultivated the Dragon Elephant Shaking Heaven technique to the 6th level of strength in just a year and a half is truly remarkable. One level of strength equates to 2,500 kilograms, which means Stark possesses an astonishing force of 150,000 Jane, surpassing even the lower-ranked title Douluo in terms of raw power. However, the might of the title Douluo does not stem solely from their strength, rather, they are augmented by their soul power and various soul skills. It is not merely a matter of greater physical strength that enables one to defeat a title Douluo. Upon hearing Chen Xuanqing's words, Stark's eyes sparkled with determination. He bowed deeply and respectfully stated, "Thank you, Chancellor, for your encouragement and guidance. I shall continue to strive for excellence, living up to your expectations." Chen Xuanqing patted Stark's shoulder, offering him encouragement and support. Stark felt the Emperor's recognition and expectations. His eyes filled with fervor, even bordering on fanaticism. Chen Xuanqing firmly believed that if he were to compel Stark to take his own life, Stark would undoubtedly and unhesitatingly slit his own throat. By the way, I just remembered, there is a precious treasure I wish to bestow upon you. A hint of mystery laced Chen Xuanqing's voice as he turned his palm, revealing a pill that shimmered with a soft golden light. The Tiger Wolf pill, extracted from the depths of the system space. Chen Xuanqing smiled as he handed the Tiger Wolf pill to Stark, his eyes brimming with anticipation. After all, the numerous Tiger Wolf pills had the potential to sway the forthcoming battle, and it remained to be seen what effects would ensue once Stark consumed them. This is the Tiger Wolf pill. Upon ingestion, it can further augment your strength. Chen Xuanqing firmly believed that this elixir would undoubtedly enhance Stark, serving as a powerful boon. Without the slightest hesitation, Stark accepted the pill and swallowed it whole. The moment it touched his tongue, it dissolved instantly, and a surge of warmth rapidly spread throughout his body. Soon after, faint wisps of steam began to emanate from his form, revealing that he was undergoing a profound transformation. Chen Xuanqing meticulously observed the transformation of Stark, noting how his skin had grown increasingly resilient, impervious to blades and swords. Furthermore, Stark's aura had become more vigorous, his vitality flourishing. The reputation of the Tiger Wolf pill was indeed well-deserved, demonstrating remarkable effects on the enhancement of the human body. Chen Xuanqing silently marveled, feeling exceedingly satisfied with the efficacy of the pill. Curiously, he inquired of Stark, "How do you feel?" Stark inhaled deeply, sensing the surging power within him, and responded in a solemn tone, "I feel excellent, my leader. I perceive a significant increase in my strength, and my control over my body has become much more adept." Chen Xuanqing nodded in acknowledgement, finding Stark's response unsurprising. After all, the effects of the Tiger Wolf pill were evident and could not be overlooked. However, Chen Xuanqing was eager to hear more about Stark's specific experiences. "Aside from strength and bodily control, do you perceive any other sensations?" he inquired further. Chapter 106, Calculations. Stark pondered for a moment before replying, "I do not sense anything else, but I feel a certain lightness." Upon hearing this, a flicker of delight passed through Chen Xuanqing's eyes. It seemed Stark had indeed experienced an enhancement in willpower due to the Tiger Wolf pill. Given that Stark was a soldier cultivated by him through his efforts, he could be considered a true elite, making it difficult to ascertain the extent of Stark's mental fortitude improvement. Chen Xuanqing gently waved his hand, causing 7 spatial rings to cascade onto the table like shooting stars, producing a crisp sound of collision. Within each of these rings resided 4,000 Tiger Wolf pills. Chen Xuanqing's voice resonated, deep and powerful, imbued with an undeniable authority. Each of the 3,000 warriors in the regiment would partake of these elixirs to enhance their combat prowess. The surplus would be allocated for the 7 commanders to recruit reserves and bolster their forces. It is imperative that, at the moment of attack on Tiantuo City, they strike with thunderous might and seize victory in one fell swoop. Upon hearing the command, Stark rose without hesitation, his right hand raised at a precise 45 degrees in a flawless military salute, responding, "As you command, Supreme Leader." Chen Xuanqing nodded slightly, signaling Stark to take his leave. Once Stark departed, Chen Xuanqing closed his eyes, plunging into deep contemplation. The Beidou Divine Guard, a formidable army he meticulously forged, has now evolved into 7 elite battle groups. Among them, the first group stands out as particularly unique, consisting entirely of soul masters who practice the formidable Dragon Elephant Shaking Heaven technique, rendering their combat prowess unparalleled among the 7 factions. The remaining 6 groups, although also elite forces, are primarily composed of ordinary individuals. They too study the Dragon Elephant Shaking Heaven technique, yet their strength ultimately pales in comparison to that of the soul masters. To bridge this gap, Chen Xuanqing established a rigorous hierarchy. In the Beidou Divine Guard, a warrior possessing the power of a single elephant is deemed a qualified soldier. Those with the strength of 3 elephants are eligible to serve as squad leaders, and only warriors with 6 elephant strength may attain the rank of company commander. Each company is equipped with an auxiliary instructor and various soul masters to assist soldiers in better adapting to the powers and combat styles of soul masters. Advancing further, the position of battalion commander must be held by a soul master with a flying martial soul, capable not only of reconnaissance and combat from the skies but also of providing aerial support to ground troops. Those occupying this role must possess strength exceeding 9 elephants. As for the 7 group leaders, they are elite individuals meticulously selected and nurtured by Chen Xuanqing. Initially, they were merely ordinary soul saints with crocodilian martial souls. But through Chen Xuanqing's refinement using the remnants of 7 portions of crocodile ancestral essence, their strength underwent a transformative leap. The first 3 have already ascended to the rank of title Douluo, while the remaining 4 have reached the pinnacle of soul Douluo. This intricate system forms the very core of Chen Xuanqing's control over the army, serving as his capital in the pursuit of dominance. The might of the Tiantuo Empire should not be underestimated. Chen Xuanqing let out a gentle sigh as he gazed at the map spread before him, his heart swelling with profound reflections on the formidable might of the Tiantuo Empire. Despite the gradual estrangement of the kingdoms and principalities under the 2 great empires from central control, the imperial foundation remained robust and should not be underestimated. In the intricate and tumultuous world of Douluo continent, the rivalry between the Tiantuo Empire and the Xingluo Empire was particularly striking. Half of their border was separated by the vast Star Do forest, which rendered the movement of armies cumbersome. The other half comprised various kingdoms and principalities that, while no longer tightly governed by the central authority, acted as formidable barriers, providing significant strategic buffer zones for both nations. Centered around the prosperous Tiantuo City, the Tiantuo Empire was encircled by 3 major military districts, boasting a total military strength exceeding 1 million, a testament to its formidable power. However, Chen Xuanqing was acutely aware that even if he successfully captured Tiantuo City, he would not be facing the full might of the million-strong army. The Tiantuo Empire needed to dispatch troops to defend its southern border against the formidable Xingluo Empire, a contingent that would require at least 200,000 soldiers. Likewise, the eastern, western, and northern fronts each necessitated a garrison of no less than 100,000. Furthermore, the support required from various regions for the capital, although ostensibly to assist the capital, would also necessitate a corresponding military presence, reducing the available forces by an additional 100,000. Thus, the number of troops that could genuinely be mobilized to rescue Tiantuo City would amount to approximately 400,000. Even if Bai Dong and Qian Dalu were reluctant to intervene, Chen Xuanqing possessed sufficient confidence and resolve to vanquish this 400,000-strong army. After all, the majority of these troops were ordinary individuals, with only a handful being low-level soul masters. In the soul master-dominated world of Douluo continent, high-ranking soul masters were a scarce resource, most of whom would not enlist in the military, often merely holding nominal titles. Therefore, although his 28,000 troops did not hold a numerical advantage, they possessed an indisputable superiority in terms of the quality and quantity of soul masters. In summation, 28,000 against 400,000, the advantage lies with me, Chen Xuanqing silently affirmed, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. With the right strategies and adept command, he was certain of securing victory in this impending conflict. In the days that followed, Chen Xuanqing dedicated himself to enhancing his soul power within the Spirit Hall. The preliminary round of the Soul Master competition had concluded successfully, and the participating youths were set to proceed to Wuhuan City for the finals. When the time came, Chen Xuanqing would lead the Beta Divine Guard army to seize Tiantuo City, undoubtedly instilling trepidation in the academies and sections. A week later, the elites from Shrek Academy, Tiantuo Royal Academy, Shifeng Academy, and Chihua Academy embarked on their journey to Wuhuan City. Thanks to Chen Xuanqing's meticulous planning, the number of participating teams had significantly increased, resulting in a grand and impressive assembly, bolstered by accompanying Soul Master Guards, totaling several thousand, akin to a mighty army. In contrast to this grand procession, the Beta Divine Guard army adopted a different strategy. 20,000 individuals fragmented into smaller units, stealthily infiltrating Tiantuo City like invisible hunters. Each member was acutely aware of their identity and mission, striving to conceal their movements to avoid unnecessary complications. Among the over 1 million inhabitants of Tiantuo City, the presence of an additional 20,000 ordinary individuals went unnoticed, blending seamlessly into the throng. Time flowed like fine grains of sand slipping through an hourglass, gradually passing by. In the sacred halls of the Spirit Hall, Chen Xuanqing immersed himself in the cultivation of his soul power, keenly aware of its continuous growth. As he calculated the passage of time, he surmised that the teams participating in the Soul Master competition had likely arrived in Soul City. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of anticipation and excitement surged within him. Finally, on a moonless night shrouded in wind and darkness, Chen Xuanqing, under the veil of night, summoned all the forces at his command. Chapter 107, The Pre-Battle Conference. Within a spacious and solemn conference room, the 7 leaders of the Beta Divine Guard, including Salus, Sirius, and Duqianqian, along with Long Gong and Shipa, had all gathered. Beside them, representatives from the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect and the Elephant Armor Sect took their seats in succession, filling the chamber to capacity. The gazes of the attendees sparkled like stars, converging upon the center of the room where Chen Xuanqing stood. As he surveyed each representative from the various factions present, a surge of indescribable fervor welled up within him. Chen Xuanqing took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with profound honor that I stand before you today. The very fact that you are present in this conference room signifies that you are all individuals I can place my utmost trust in. Pausing briefly, he cast a sweeping glance across the faces of those gathered. Now, I shall outline the battle arrangements at that time. All that is required of each of you is to fulfill your respective duties. Chen Xuanqing glanced at Ning Fengji and Liu Erlong, continuing. As the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan of the upper three sects, their choice will be of paramount importance. If they choose to stand alongside us, it would be our honor. However, should they stubbornly oppose us, we will have no choice but to make a decisive stand. With that, Chen Xuanqing turned to Liu Erlong and spoke solemnly. Erlong, the matter concerning the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is entrusted to you. If they opt for neutrality and refrain from participating in this conflict, I hope you will prioritize the greater good and act with restraint. However, if they choose to stand against us, I trust you will show no mercy. Liu Erlong nodded, her eyes glimmering with unwavering resolve. As a child born out of wedlock, she felt a slight sense of belonging to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, yet it was limited. Chen Xuanqing believed Liu Erlong understood the gravity of the situation. Liu Erlong replied earnestly, rest assured, Xuanqing. I know what must be done. Ning Fengji also rose, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect towards Chen Xuanqing. Xuanqing. On behalf of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, I assure you that we will fully support your decisions. Leave the matters regarding the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan to us. We will ensure they do not appear on the battlefield as an impediment. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing nodded in satisfaction. Both the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School are among the top 3 sects. However, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School evidently surpasses the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family in terms of elite combat prowess and personnel strength. Even if Ning Fengji were reluctant to exert his full power, it would still suffice to withstand the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. The reason Chen Xuanqing refrained from dispatching troops is that the chaotic skirmishes and warfare between sects are entirely distinct concepts. Chen Xuanqing was genuinely apprehensive that Ning Fengji might recklessly endanger the meticulously trained soldiers of the Beidou Divine Guard. In the solemn and austere atmosphere, Chen Xuanqing cast his gaze upon the 4 titled Douluo, Tianchu, Tianqian, Tianji, and the Dragon Duke Mengshu. Chen Xuanqing's gaze was resolute, and his voice exuded an undeniable authority. Tianchu, Tianqian, Tianji, and Longgong, you 4 are all titled Douluo. Your forthcoming task is to steadfastly guard the city gates of Tiantuo City, regardless of the turmoil within the city. Your sole responsibility is to maintain your post and ensure that no external foes can intrude. Upon hearing this, Tianchu, Tianqian, and Tianji immediately rose, their towering figures resembling 3 majestic mountains, radiating an overwhelming presence. In unison, they elevated their right hands at a 45-degree angle and rendered a precise military salute to Chen Xuanqing, their voices resonating with strength and determination. At your command, Your Excellency. Longgong Mengshu also stood, thumping his chest with a grandiose flair, proclaiming, rest assured, my esteemed son-in-law. Though I may be advanced in years, my strength remains undiminished. I shall exert every effort to defend the gates of Tiantuo City, and I will not let you down. As he spoke, he cast a provocative glance at Ning Fengji, seemingly flaunting his own status and indicating that the Holy Son was not merely your son-in-law, but also mine. Subsequently, Chen Xuanqing shifted his attention to Salus and Cyrus, feeling entirely uninformed regarding their arrangements. Should any misfortune befall them, it could spell chaos for the Tiantuo Empire. With a solemn tone, he addressed them, Salus, Cyrus, the academies, nobility, royal family, and officials within the city are entrusted to your care. You must ensure their control. Do you have sufficient soul masters at your disposal? Can you guarantee the achievement of this objective? Salus smiled faintly, confidently responding, Your Highness, please rest assured. I have already sent word to my master, requesting additional assistance to ensure that we spare no one. Cyrus nodded in agreement, adding, Young master, having spent many years in Tiantuo City, I am well versed in the local dynamics. I have arranged for personnel to guarantee that every significant figure is under our watchful eye. I assure you that the tasks you have assigned will be executed with the utmost diligence. Upon hearing their responses, Chen Xuanqing could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Salus and Sirius possessed ample strength and profound experience. He was certain they would not disappoint him. Chen Xuanqing's gaze gradually shifted towards Hu Yinzhen, his brow furrowed as if he were weighing some profound consideration, appearing indecisive. Hu Yinzhen, undoubtedly a seasoned and formidable warrior, perceptively detected Chen Xuanqing's hesitation, yet instead of retreating, his resolve only solidified. Without a moment's hesitation, he rose to his feet, his imposing stature reminiscent of a towering iron fortress standing before all. Hu Yinzhen clasped his hands in salute to Chen Xuanqing and declared, Your Highness, if there is any task that requires the assistance of the Xiangjia sect, please do not hesitate to command. Although I, Hu Yinzhen, may not possess great talent, I shall undoubtedly dedicate myself fully to fulfill your expectations. Chen Xuanqing took a deep breath and said solemnly, Master Hu Yin, I fear that the Royal Academy of Tiantuo outside Tiantuo City may become embroiled in this war. The 3 committee members within their academy are all formidable Soul Douluo level experts, and their strength should not be underestimated. I wish to know if our Xiangjia sect can withstand their assault. Upon hearing this, Hu Yanzhen displayed a hint of pride on his face. He patted his chest, producing a deep sound, as if to demonstrate his strength to Chen Xuanqing. Then, Hu Yanzhen declared in a resonant voice, "Your Highness the Holy Sun need not worry. Although those 3 old fellows are not weak, their loyalty to the Tiantuo royal family is not unwavering. Moreover, the Royal Academy of Tiantuo is not a monolithic entity. There are internal disputes as well. Our Xiangjia sect has developed over many years and possesses a certain foundation. We will undoubtedly safeguard Tiantuo City and prevent the teachers and students of the Royal Academy from stepping foot within." Upon hearing Hu Yanzhen's grandiose declarations, Chen Xuanqing's lingering doubts swiftly dissipated. He then solemnly nodded and replied, "Very well. With Lord Hu Yan's assurance, I am at ease. When the time comes, the Tiantuo Royal Academy will be entrusted to you." Chapter 108. The disadvantages of the Spirit Hall. At that moment, Shi Pu and Yi Qianqian, both women, rose simultaneously. Yi Qianqian slightly parted her crimson lips, her voice melodious yet resolute. "Esteemed son-in-law, although my mother and I are women, we possess certain abilities. You wouldn't look down upon us, would you?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over those beside him. It could be said that the battle for the conquest of Tiantuo City did not rely solely on top-tier experts. Rather, it hinged more on the integration of strength. Thus, Chen Xuanqing spoke in a deep voice. "Tianquan, Yuheng, you two shall immediately lead the elite troops to swiftly seize control of the armory, granaries, and other vital locations in Tiantuo City, ensuring our logistics remain untroubled, lest anyone take the opportunity to incite chaos. Kaiyong, you shall jointly guard the city walls with Lord Long Meshu, ensuring the fortitude and stability of the walls to withstand any potential assault." Tianquan, Yuheng, and Kaiyong responded in unison, their faces resolute. As long as they secured the key locations within the city, they would have already won half the battle. Subsequently, Chen Xuanqing turned his gaze towards Yaoguang and instructed, "Yaoguang, you are responsible for patrolling the streets, maintaining order within the city, and preventing any unforeseen incidents or disturbances. Snake Lady and Madame Yu, you will lead the reserves at the Spirit Hall to provide support as needed, coordinating the overall strategy." After taking a deep breath, Chen Xuanqing scanned the crowd and declared, "At 4 o'clock tomorrow morning, all teams will strike simultaneously. We must capture Tiantuo City in one fell swoop. From then on, everything depends on everyone." The crowd responded in unison, their morale soaring. However, at that moment, Ning Fengji suddenly raised a critical question. "Son-in-law, what about the Snow Knight Emperor and Shui Qinghe in the Imperial City? If we do not send someone to secure them, then even if we succeed in all else, it would be rendered meaningless." Chen Xuanqing smiled gently, his eyes shimmering with confidence. "Rest assured, esteemed father-in-law, I shall take charge of the affairs in the Imperial City." Upon witnessing this, Salas could not help but interject, "Your Highness, the Holy Sun, there are 15,000 royal knights within the Imperial City. How do you intend to seize control of it if you disperse the army?" Chen Xuanqing clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention, with a confident and resolute gaze. He smiled and reassured, "Rest assured, I have made arrangements. The Imperial City is pivotal to this battle, and I am indeed the most crucial element of this plan. I will undoubtedly seize the Imperial City and eliminate the looming threat posed by the Snowy Knight Emperor." Upon hearing Chen Xuanqing's assurance, the crowd felt a wave of relief wash over them. However, after the attendees dispersed, Salas and Silas chose to remain. Salas, with a furrowed brow and a flicker of doubt in his eyes, addressed Chen Xuanqing in a grave tone, "Your Highness, I remain unsettled regarding the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Although Ning Fengji maintains a delicate balance with our Spirit Hall, it is evident that his loyalties do not lie with us. Should they choose to betray us at a critical moment, it would undoubtedly deal a fatal blow to our cause." Silas, sharing the same concern, chimed in, "Your Highness, I concur with Lord Salas. We could have decisively taken Tiantuo City with the Master's strength alone. Why must we involve these outsiders? Their inclusion undeniably heightens the uncertainty and risk of our actions." Chen Xuanqing listened quietly to their doubts, refraining from an immediate response. Instead, he gently gazed out of the window towards the direction of Wuhan City, as if he could glimpse through the pane into the realm teeming with power and desire. He then let out a soft sigh, turning to face Salas and Cirrus, his expression adorned with an ineffable complexity of emotions. Chen Xuanqing stated, "I can comprehend your concerns. However, you must understand that I have not permitted the members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect to enter Tiantuo City, even if they were to betray us. What would it matter? The fortifications of Tiantuo City, coupled with the station troops, are more than sufficient to repel them." More importantly, Chen Xuanqing's gaze suddenly sharpened. "As long as we maintain control over the walls of Tiantuo City, along with the imperial family and noble officials of the Tiantuo Empire, we effectively hold dominion over Tiantuo City and the entire Tiantuo Empire. All of this lies within our grasp. What waves can the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect possibly stir?" Salaris and Silas were profoundly shaken by Chen Xuanqing's words, exchanging glances filled with an indescribable emotion. They realized that although Chen Xuanqing's words were stark, they were undeniably true. It could be said that this battle would be determined solely by strength and cunning. However, Chen Xuanqing's discourse did not conclude there. He continued, moreover, do you truly believe that the Spirit Hall is a monolithic entity? Upon hearing Chen Xuanqing's words, Salaris and Silas fell into silence. As high-ranking members within the Spirit Hall, they were acutely aware of the internal conflicts that plagued the organization. Despite its grand faade, this immense entity was rife with undercurrents, characterized by a loose management system. Akin to a giant riddled with wounds, Chen Xuanqing gazed at them, a glimmer of profundity passing through his eyes. He then spoke slowly. His voice imbued with a weighty gravity, it is widely acknowledged that the conflict between the Pope Bibidong and the Grand Offering Qian Daolu within the Spirit Hall has been a matter of public knowledge. Qian Daolu possesses formidable strength, garnering the support of many offerings within the hall, while Bibidong has only a handful of titled Douluos backing her. After a brief pause, Chen Xuanqing continued, however, the situation has undergone a seismic transformation. My master has successfully transcended the limit of 99 levels, significantly augmenting his power. Coupled with my identity as the Holy Son and my innate talents, alongside our command of the Beidou Divine Guard, the standing of my master and me within the Spirit Hall has become formidable. In the eyes of many, we have emerged as a considerable force within the Spirit Hall, compelling other factions to tread cautiously. Saras and Silas exchanged a glance, a hint of resignation flickering in their eyes. They understood that Chen Xuanqing's words bore truth. The high-end combatants of the Spirit Hall, such as titled Douluos and sold Douluos, predominantly hail from the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire. Although they serve the Spirit Hall, their loyalty remains precarious. Should they be compelled to confront their own nations, many would undoubtedly harbor reluctance. Moreover, a disconcerting reality persists. The Spirit Hall remains fragmented, with incessant strife among various factions, hindering its potential strength. Otherwise, with the Spirit Hall's numerous titled Douluos and the substantial number of soul masters commanding 70% of the entire continent, it should have long been capable of unifying the Douluo continent. Reflecting on this, Saras and Silas could not help but let out a sigh. Chen Xuanqing spoke slowly. All right. Silas, you two hasten to prepare. The matters of the Imperial City shall henceforth be under my complete jurisdiction. In unison, Silas and Silas responded, yes, your highness, and promptly set off to make the necessary arrangements. Chapter 109, The Borrowing of Troops. As the figures of Silas and Silas vanished into the night, Chen Xuanqing took a deep breath and swiftly donned his dark attire, merging himself with the profound darkness of the night. His silhouette, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared extraordinarily agile and sprightly as he deftly evaded the bustling streets, weaving through the shadows of the city, silently approaching the prince's residence. The towering walls posed no obstacle for Chen Xuanqing. With a gentle leap, he seemed to glide like a specter into the confines of the prince's estate. Within the estate, the security was exceptionally tight, with visible and concealed sentinels interwoven to form an impenetrable net. However, for Chen Xuanqing, it was merely a trivial challenge. With his exceptional skills and keen powers of observation, Chen Xuanqing deftly evaded wave after wave of patrols. At last, he arrived at the prince's sleeping quarters. Outside the chamber, two guards wielding long spears stood vigilantly, their gazes piercing, yet to Chen Xuanqing, their abilities seemed woefully inadequate. Chen Xuanqing smiled faintly, his figure resembling a shadow as he circled behind the two guards. With a gentle motion, he extended his hands and pressed down on the heads of both guards, then exerted a sudden force. The two guards' heads collided, and a surge of tremendous power swept through them, leaving them dizzy and unconscious as they collapsed to the ground. Youth is truly a blessing. They can fall asleep at the drop of a hat. Chen Xuanqing murmured softly, then approached the entrance of the chambers. He lightly tapped on the door, rousing Qian Rushua within. Startled, she grasped her sword tightly and approached the door, whispering, is something the matter? Cough, cough, it's me. Chen Xuanqing's voice resonated from outside, deep yet instantly recognizable to Qian Rushua. Upon opening the door, she beheld a man clad in black, shrouded in darkness save for his piercing eyes. Although a flicker of doubt crossed her mind upon hearing Chen Xuanqing's voice, instinct compelled her to react immediately. She gripped her sword firmly, unhesitatingly thrusting it toward the mysterious figure before her, aiming to repel this sudden intruder and create distance between them. However, Chen Xuanqing's response was remarkably swift. He leapt lightly, deftly pinching the blade of the sword between his fingers, rendering Qian Rushue's offensive move futile in an instant. Following this, he swiftly removed the mask from his face, revealing his familiar and handsome visage. I told you it was me. Why do you still strike? Chen Xuanqing teased with a smile, his eyes reflecting a blend of exasperation and affection. Upon seeing Chen Xuanqing's true face, Qian Rushua was momentarily taken aback. She quickly retracted her sword, her cheeks flushed, clearly embarrassed by her overzealous reaction. Hastily, she pulled Chen Xuanqing into the room and shut the door with alacrity, anxious to avoid drawing attention from outsiders. What brings you here? And dressed like this, how could I possibly recognize you? Qian Ruxue chided lightly, her tone laced with concern. Chen Xuanqing smiled lightly and explained, I was merely attempting to conceal my identity. Who could have anticipated your decisive action? Even I was caught off guard. Upon hearing this, Qian Ruxue, feeling quite exasperated, plopped down into a chair and took a hefty gulp from the teapot. Her emotions were rather intricate, encompassing both surprise at Chen Xuanqing's unexpected visit and bewilderment at his peculiar attire. In the future, there is no need for you to disguise yourself in such a manner to gain entry, Qian Ruxue stated earnestly, placing the teapot down and fixing her gaze on Chen Xuanqing. Although I do not have complete control over the prince's residence, it is still quite feasible to discreetly introduce an individual. Chen Xuanqing smiled and waved his hand, taking a seat opposite Qian Ruxue. He understood Qian Ruxue's good intentions. Yet he also had his own considerations. Chen Xuanqing gazed steadfastly at Qian Ruxue and softly spoke, Rest assured, Shuer, from now on, every time I come, I shall do so openly and without the need to conceal my identity. Qian Ruxue was momentarily taken aback. Her curiosity piqued as she lifted her gaze to him, her eyes shimmering with a spark of confusion. What do you mean by that? Chen Xuanqing smiled gently, a hint of determination evident in his expression. At 4 o'clock tomorrow morning, I intend to seize control of Heavendo City. However, the troops at my disposal are insufficient for a direct assault on the Imperial Palace. Thus, I must request your assistance in lending me soldiers. Upon hearing this, Qian Ruxue's countenance immediately turned icy. She let out a cold snort and turned her head away, clearly displeased and enraged by Chen Xuanqing's unexpected request and plan. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xuanqing felt a surge of guilt within him. He gently rose and approached Qian Ruxue from behind, tenderly enveloping her in his embrace. Then, he continued to speak softly. I understand that I have not handled this matter with the utmost care, approaching you for assistance without prior consultation. However, please trust that all of this is for the sake of our future. Although Qian Ruxue maintained her aloof demeanor, Chen Xuanqing could distinctly sense a subtle softening in her tone. Taking advantage of the moment, Chen Xuanqing continued. You are aware that the poison you employed in the struggle for the crown prince has already aroused the suspicions of the Snowy Night Emperor. Moreover, the power of the emperor is inherently counterbalanced by that of the crown prince. Should the latter become excessively formidable, it will inevitably incite the emperor's distrust. Hence, I refrained from disclosing my plans to you prematurely, fearing they might bring you unnecessary complications and peril. I apologize, Shuer. Upon hearing this, Qian Ruxue finally laid to rest the grievances within her heart. At that moment, she comprehended Chen Xuanqing's predicaments and helplessness, recognizing the efforts he made to safeguard both her and their future. With a gentle sigh, Qian Ruxue rose, removed Chen Xuanqing's hand, and gazed intently into his eyes as she declared, I can lend you troops, but I must accompany you in this endeavor. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing felt a surge of joy in his heart. With Qian Ruxue's support and assistance, his plans would undoubtedly proceed with greater ease. After all, the identity of Shui Qinghe as the crown prince of the Heavendo Empire was immensely beneficial to him. Consequently, Chen Xuanqing nodded repeatedly, smiling as he said, Excellent. With you by my side, my confidence has only grown. Chen Xuanqing pondered for a moment before turning his gaze towards Qian Ruxue, inquiring gravely, Shuer, how many troops do you possess that you can trust entirely? The once confident expression on Qian Ruxue's face faltered upon hearing this question, as hesitation and uncertainty began to creep in. She had initially believed she could effortlessly mobilize a considerable number of loyal soldiers. However, Chen Xuanqing's inquiry prompted her to reassess the intentions of the generals who often lavished her with flattery, recalling the reverence and enthusiasm these commanders displayed towards her. A flicker of doubt arose within her. In the tumultuous whirlpool of power, the loyalty expressed by individuals is often difficult to discern in its authenticity. Would those who appeared steadfast truly stand by her side in a moment of crisis, or were they merely remnants left by the Night Emperor to test her resolve? At this moment, Qian Ruxue's heart surged with turmoil akin to a tempestuous sea, engulfed in indecision. Sensing her inner conflict, Chen Xuanqing gently advised, Shuer, there is no need for excessive worry. Simply name those you deem trustworthy, and we shall seize control over the generals. Then, with the might of a thunderous strike, even if they harbor ulterior motives, they shall have no opportunity to relay information. Upon hearing his words, Qian Ruxue inhaled the crisp night air, allowing the tumult within her to gradually subside. She nodded softly, a glimmer of determination illuminating her eyes. Among the royal knights, there is a commander named Jiang Su, with whom I share a profound bond of trust. Additionally, my chief of the Crown Prince's royal guard, Long Shihu, is also worthy of my faith. As for the others, upon reflection, they are merely sycophants. Chen Xuanqing smiled faintly and continued, as the captain of the royal knights, Jiang Su can mobilize 3,000 elite soldiers. Meanwhile, the prince's guard under Long Shihu, though only 500 strong, consists of the very best, their prowess far exceeding that of ordinary royal knights. The combined forces total over 3,500, sufficient to stir a tempest within the Imperial City. A glimmer of hope shone in Qian Ruxue's eyes, as if she could already envision the possibility of victory. She clenched her fists, resolute in her determination, should they prevail in this battle. She could reclaim her identity openly and return to her true self. The two exchanged knowing smiles, each understanding the other's sentiments. Then, a flicker of profound resolve crossed Chen Xuanqing's gaze as he addressed Qian Rushiwei. Very well, please make arrangements to summon Long Shihu and Jiang Su. I have matters of great importance to discuss with them. Qian Rushiwei nodded slightly, turning to exit the room. Swiftly dispatching someone to notify Long Shihu and Jiang Su to come to the residence. Aware of the gravity of the situation, she ensured that those sent were elite members of the Wuhuan Temple, capable of providing the necessary support. Returning indoors, Chen Xuanqing and Qian Rushiwei sat side by side, awaiting the arrival of the two men. The night breeze gently wafted through the window's crevice, bringing a hint of chill. Yet the atmosphere within the room was palpably tense. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and Long Shihu, the leader of the prince's guard, was the first to arrive. He pushed the door open and immediately fixed his gaze upon Chen Xuanqing, his eyes revealing a clear sense of vigilance. Long Shihu inquired anxiously, Your Highness, what brings the holy son of the Wuhuan Temple here at such a late hour? His low voice was laden with caution, as he remained fully on guard against Chen Xuanqing. In response, Chen Xuanqing offered a slight smile and gestured for Long Shihu to take a seat. After a moment of hesitation, Long Shihu cautiously sat down, encouraged by Qian Rushiwei's reassuring glance. He maintained a vigilant posture, his right hand firmly gripping the hilt of his sword, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Su arrived in haste. His reaction mirrored that of Long Shihu. Upon entering, he scrutinized Chen Xuanqing with an assessing gaze. Despite being trusted subordinates of Qian Rushiwei, both men remained on high alert in the presence of Chen Xuanqing. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense, as if a storm were on the verge of breaking. Observing the unease of the two generals, Qian Rushiwei stepped forward, her voice resolute. Gentlemen, please be assured, Holy Son Chen Xuanqing is our trustworthy ally. Chen Xuanqing appeared poised and self-assured, casting a smile towards Long Shihu and Jiang Su, exuding an air of complete control. He then spoke softly. In the early hours of tomorrow, His Highness the Crown Prince and I shall initiate an assault on the Imperial City, and for this endeavor, I require the elite forces under your command to lend their support. Upon hearing this, Jiang Su and Long Shihu simultaneously drew their swords. The tips of their blades aimed fiercely at Chen Xuanqing, their eyes ablaze with fury. They glared at him as if intent on consuming him whole. Yet, undeterred by the swords pointed at him, Chen Xuanqing remained unruffled, gently gesturing for them to calm down. Chen Xuanqing inhaled deeply and continued. Prince Avalanche is exploiting that worthless prince named Avalanche to concoct a plot to poison the true heir, and now poses a grave threat to His Highness the Crown Prince. Should his nefarious scheme succeed, that useless Avalanche would ascend as the ruler of the Tiantuo Empire, plunging the entire realm into his dark dominion. We cannot remain passive. We must take decisive action to thwart this calamity. Upon hearing this, Jiang Su emitted a cold laugh, slightly lowering his sword, yet the vigilance in his eyes remained unwavering. He gazed at Chen Xuanqing, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ridiculous. If your claims hold any truth, why not directly report this matter to His Majesty and allow him to make the judgment? Why must we too lead an army to assault the Imperial City? Does this not place us in an unjust position? Long Shihu nodded in agreement, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Xuanqing, anticipating a reasonable explanation from him. Thus, Long Shihu spoke solemnly, This matter is of utmost importance. We must proceed with caution. If you cannot provide a convincing rationale, I fear we will be unable to collaborate with you. Chen Xuanqing gently sipped his tea, the refreshing liquid soothing his somewhat parched throat. He set down the teacup and cast a keen glance over Generals Jiang Su and Long Shihu. You may consider my thoughts overly audacious, yet I urge you to contemplate them deeply. Within this court, who lacks their own allies and support? While you may be on amiable terms with His Highness the Crown Prince, who can assure us that other generals are not conspiring with Prince Xuanqing? Moreover, the current Emperor Xuye is grievously poisoned, his life hanging by a thread, and his passing could occur at any moment. Thus, the Crown Prince and I have resolved to take the risk of assaulting the Imperial City to rescue His Majesty. Chen Xuanqing's tone paused momentarily, a glimmer of concern flickering in his gaze. Should Emperor Xuye truly succumb to his poison, the Tiantuo Empire will undoubtedly descend into chaos. In such a scenario, various factions will vie relentlessly for the throne, and the ensuing devastation will be inevitable. As loyal subjects of the Empire, how can we remain indifferent? Long Shihu and Jiang Su exchanged glances, as if to say, Are we not the loyal subjects of the Empire? After all, you are the holy son of the martial soul hall. Chen Xuanqing paid no heed to the gazes of the two individuals, continuing. You may believe that I am deceiving you, yet consider this, if my intent were truly to deceive, would I dare to utter such words in the presence of the Crown Prince? Furthermore, your choices are not solely dictated by my designs, they are your own. You may choose to place your trust in His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, or you may opt to believe in Avalanche and Prince Xuanqing. However, reflect carefully on this. Should you choose the latter, once Avalanche ascends to the throne, bolstered by the power of Prince Xuanqing, what fate awaits you? Chapter 111. Marching towards the Imperial City. Chen Xuanqing's words pierced through the doubts and fears harbored by Jiangsu and Long Shihu like a sharp sword. They fell silent for a moment, seemingly reflecting on his statements. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Xuanqing took a generous sip of tea to alleviate the discomfort of his parched throat. In truth, he was acutely aware that the motivation behind these two individuals' camaraderie with the Crown Prince stemmed not from any noble friendship but rather from aspirations for future power and status. Nevertheless, they were commanders of the Empire, loyal to the Crown Prince. Persuading them to align with him would solidify the prospects of this conflict. At this moment, an unusual atmosphere enveloped the room. Chen Xuanqing and Qian Rushui sat at either side of a wooden table, their expressions calm as they savored their tea as if it were an exquisite delicacy. In stark contrast, Long Shihu and Jiangsu fidgeted in their seats, exchanging furtive glances and engaging in comical gestures. This vivid juxtaposition heightened the peculiarity of the ambience within the room. Finally, after the passage of a tea's duration, Long Shihu and Jiangsu seemed to arrive at a resolute decision, rising simultaneously to kneel before Qian Rushui. Their voices emanated with conviction and strength. Akin to an oath, we pledge our utmost loyalty to His Highness the Crown Prince. Observing this, Qian Rushui's face illuminated with a gentle smile. She approached them personally, assisting them to their feet, and spoke sincerely, "Generals, please rise. We are all here for the future of the Tiantuo Empire. There is no need for such formalities." Long Shihu and Jiangsu nodded in agreement, evidently moved by Qian Rushui's words. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xuanqing stepped forward, a smile gracing his face. Today, with the assistance of the two generals, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is truly like a tiger with wings, or a fish in water, the dragon lion. And Tiger turned their heads to look at Chen Xuanqing and inquired, "Might we ask what plans His Royal Highness has next? How shall we coordinate our actions in support of His Highness?" Chen Xuanqing smiled faintly, gesturing for the four to take their seats once more. He then took a gentle sip of tea and slowly began to speak. "Esteemed generals, allow me to share my thoughts. Our objective is unequivocal, to safeguard His Majesty and the royal family from any upheaval. Henceforth, I shall meticulously outline our strategic plan, ensuring that each step we take is both deliberate and resolute." As the four resumed their seats, the atmosphere in the room transformed into one of ease and tranquility. Chen Xuanqing cast a profound gaze over Jiangsu and Long Shihu, gradually unfolding the subsequent plan. "When the opportune moment arrives, General Jiang, you must arrange for your elite soldiers to seize the gates of the Imperial City. At that time, the army I command alongside the Crown Prince will surge forth like a torrential flood, heading straight for His Majesty's chambers. In that critical moment, the valor and wisdom of both generals will be paramount." After a brief pause, Chen Xuanqing continued to delineate the arrangements. "Of course, should Prince Xuexing appear alongside the one known as Douluo, who bears the moniker Poison, then that task shall fall to me. I will confront all high-level combatants within the Imperial City, ensuring the smooth execution of our plan." Jiangsu and Long Shihu exchanged glances, a flicker of hesitation and struggle evident in their eyes. Both were acutely aware of the gravity of this step and understood that once taken, there would be no turning back. Observing their demeanor, Qian Rushui smiled gently, offering reassurance. "Generals, please rest assured. As long as we can successfully seize control of the Imperial chambers, His Majesty will naturally comprehend the situation and issue a decree to apprehend Xuexing and Xuebing. At that point, the entire Tiantuo Empire will fall into our hands, and all remaining obstacles will fade into mere wisps of smoke." Chen Xuanqing timely concurred. "Indeed, esteemed generals. At this moment, we require your orders for troop deployment, so that His Highness the Crown Prince may prepare in advance. Rest assured, we shall proceed with utmost caution to ensure the flawless execution of our plan." Jiangsu and Long Shihu exchanged a glance, a flicker of resoluteness illuminating their eyes. They were acutely aware that there were no alternative options available at this juncture. Thus, both Jiangsu and Long Shihu simultaneously retrieved a weighty tiger talisman from their bosoms, respectfully presenting it to Qian Ringshu. "We are at the Crown Prince's command." Chen Xuanqing and Qian Rushui exchanged a glance, their eyes gleaming with the light of triumph. As long as they possessed the tiger talisman, they could summon the lower-ranking officers and seize control of the entire situation. Even if Jiangsu and Long Shihu harbored dissenting thoughts, they could not alter the course of events. Within the confines of the room, Qian Rushui swiftly organized her personnel, dispatching trusted aides to take command of the army, ensuring that everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Chen Xuanqing, Long Shihu, and Jiangsu waited in silence, as time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment, each second laden with tension and anticipation. At last, when the night deepened and the clock struck 3:30, the four resolved to take action. They stealthily slipped out of the prince's residence, like specters in the darkness, silently making their way to the designated meeting point. Meanwhile, the army had been clandestinely gathering in the shadows along the narrow paths. Over 3,000 individuals advanced quietly, and the patrolling guards stood little chance against the formidable soul masters, Long Shihu and Jiangsu. The duo dispatched nearly 100 foes without a single escape, thus keeping the army's movements concealed. It wasn't until they neared the royal city that the royal knights on the walls sensed something amiss. They immediately became alert. and a piercing cry shattered the night, echoing like an alarm throughout the royal city. Simultaneously, shouts of chaos erupted at the city gates, signaling an enemy attack. Someone is rebelling. Sound the dragon bell. The knights on the wall shouted, their voices filled with fear and anxiety. Upon witnessing this, Qian Rinxue understood the urgency of the moment. Taking a deep breath, she drew her long sword and proclaimed loudly, all soldiers, follow me to purge the traitors who threaten the emperor. Her resounding voice reverberated like thunder, igniting the spirits of all present. In that moment, the swan martial spirit of the Tiantuo royal family shone brightly, capturing the attention of the guards atop the walls. However, Long Sihu and Jiang Su had no time to concern themselves with the spectacle. They recognized that Qian Rinxue was their sole hope and the one they must protect. Soldiers, charge with me. Qian Rinxue galloped forward, and Long Sihu and Jiang Su immediately followed, anxious to ensure her safety. The prince's courageous actions greatly bolstered the morale of the troops, who were determined to keep pace with him. Yet, Long Sihu and Jiang Su refrained from leading the charge, instead remaining closely behind Qian Rinxue to safeguard her. They understood that should any misfortune befall her, they would be irrevocably labeled as traitors. If Qian Rinxue were to fall, no amount of justification could absolve them of guilt. Thus, the ensuing battle was entrusted to the hidden Chen Xuanqing. Chapter 112. Reactions everywhere. The rebels, filled with fervor, shouted loudly. Their voices resonating in the night. Charge with the prince. Titles and honors await us today. Conversely, the guards atop the walls appeared flustered in the face of this sudden upheaval. A group exchanged bewildered glances, murmuring, is the prince really rebelling? Surely this cannot be true. Could it be that he has been misled? Just then, a heavily armored man ascended the battlements. His piercing gaze swept over the insurgents below as he bellowed, whoever dares approach the royal city shall die. His voice, akin to thunder, reverberated within the hearts of every guard. Chen Xuanqing, concealed in the shadows, swiftly discerned the man's identity as the commander of the royal knights. He surmised that if he could defeat this leader, the guards would descend into chaos. Thus, Chen Xuanqing took a deep breath, leaped into the air, and ascended the battlements. His sword, imbued with a cold gleam, struck forth like lightning. In an instant, before the armored man could react, his head was pierced by the glowing blade. Blood gushing forth, his lifeless body collapsed on the walls, inciting pandemonium. The guards, bereft of leadership, immediately descended into disarray, and at that moment, the city gates swung open for the rebels. Qian Rinxue, witnessing this, was elated. She raised her longsword high and cried out, charge. Her voice brimmed with valor and determination, as if she aimed to trample the entire royal city beneath her feet. In an instant, the rebels surged into the royal city like a tidal wave, following Qian Rinxue's lead. Along the way, any patrols or guards encountered were effortlessly dispatched by her, like cutting through vegetables. Under her command, the insurgents pressed forward, unstoppable. The night was as dark as ink, and the cold moonlight seemed to be gilded in the dim glow of lanterns. When the long toll of the dragon bell resonated through the frigid air, it pierced the tranquility of the snowy night. The sound fell like a heavy hammer upon the heart of the snowy night emperor, a flicker of alarm crossing his gaze. The royal city is under attack. Swiftly convey my decree. His voice echoed in the vast hall, laced with undeniable authority. Furrowing his brows, anxiety and unease etched across his features, he summoned the royal guardians, instructing them to hasten to protect him, entrusting his safety to them. Following this, the snowy night emperor issued another command. Royal knights, heed my call. Assemble your forces immediately and secure the areas surrounding my chamber. Ensure my quarters remain impenetrable. Anyone who dares intrude shall be met with lethal force. With each command from the snowy night emperor, the royal city seemed to spring to life, moving with purpose. Waves of armored royal knights converged around the chamber, their armor glinting coldly under the moonlight, exuding an air of solemnity and authority. Simultaneously, the snowy night emperor's mind raced with thoughts. Who could muster an army outside the royal city without detection? Who dared challenge his authority? Were they treacherous members of the royal family, or powerful noble generals? Or perhaps assassins sent by the Xinghua Empire, or the ever-watchful Spirit Hall, which had long coveted the Tiantuo Empire? As they journeyed deeper into the royal city, Qian Rinxue and Chen Xuanqing keenly sensed that the originally continuous onslaught of opposition forces was dwindling, as if drawn by an invisible force to a specific location. This abnormal shift unmistakably indicated that the disordered royal knights were gathering. Jiang Su's brow furrowed, concern flashing in his eyes. As a commander, he understood that if the enemy successfully amassed their forces, their current slender advantage would swiftly dissipate, potentially plunging them into peril. Unable to contain his anxiety, Jiang Su urged, we must hasten our actions. We cannot allow them the opportunity to regroup. Once they gather strength, our forces will be at a distinct disadvantage, and reversing the tide will become exceedingly difficult. Long Sihu nodded in agreement, his eyes glinting with fierce determination. Indeed, we must seize the emperor's chamber swiftly. That is the heart of the royal city. Controlling it means commanding its very lifeblood. Otherwise, if the army outside converges upon us, we will find ourselves besieged, and any hope of rescuing the emperor will be lost. Yet, In the face of Jiangsu and Long Sihu's concerns, Qian Rinxue remained remarkably composed. She smiled gently, her expression radiating confidence and poise. There is no need for undue worry. I have my plans. As long as we can successfully seize the royal city, the army outside will be of no consequence. They are already being restrained. Jiangsu and Long Shihu were deeply moved by Qian Rinxue's unwavering confidence. Thus, they ceased their banter and led their troops to charge ahead, hastening towards the royal palace. In the tranquil moonlight, their figures appeared increasingly resolute and determined amidst the biting wind. Meanwhile, the city of Tiantuo was engulfed in unprecedented chaos and upheaval. The once serene streets, the stately officials' residences, the bustling treasury offices, and even the towering city walls were swept away by an irresistible force. The cacophony of battle cries echoed through the heavens. Charge with me. A thunderous roar shattered the night, as the newly titled Douluo V Mingshu revealed his fearsome fangs. As he, burdened with 9 soul rings, burst forth from the shadows, he instantaneously instilled immense psychological pressure upon the soldiers stationed on the city walls. The aura of a Douluo bore down upon them like a mountain, rendering the defending soldiers nearly breathless. Douluo, the commander of the wall guards exclaimed, his complexion paling to that of a ghost. He had never fathomed that such a formidable being could emerge, leading an army to assault the city gates from within. At that moment, fear and unease filled his heart. What shall we do? He is a Douluo, can we withstand him? The commander was engulfed in confusion and trepidation as he gazed upon the vast army below, his mind racing with disbelief. Where had this multitude of soldiers come from? And when had they gathered? How had they breached the intricate defenses of the city to arrive here? Yet, the commander had no time to ponder these questions. He needed to stabilize the morale of his troops and uplift their spirits. Taking a deep breath, he proclaimed, enough. So what if he is a Douluo? We have 20,000 troops atop these walls. They are but 2,000 to 3,000. Should we fear them? Chapter 113. The Uprising. Upon hearing their leader's call, the soldiers on the walls rallied. A flicker of battle intent ignited in their eyes, their weapons gripped tighter in their hands. Everyone on the walls understood that they must unite as one to withstand the might of the Douluo. The thought of vanquishing a Douluo was beyond their wildest dreams, given the latter's ability to fly. However, just as they prepared to counterattack, Long Mingshu took swift action. He vanished in an instant, appearing before the commander of the guards. The two engaged in combat, creating a vacuum around them that none dared to breach. Mingshu did not rush to slay the commander. Instead, he chose to entangle him in battle. He could have easily dispatched this soul sage rank leader, but he was following the prince's orders to assess the combat capabilities of the Beidou Divine Guard. Simultaneously, he was curious to witness the renowned prowess of this army that had garnered such reverence in Wuhan City. To his astonishment, the Beidou Divine Guard's strength was formidable. Each of the 3,000 soldiers seemed like ferocious tigers descending from the mountains, charging at the city defenders. Their weapons traced lethal arcs through the air, each strike claiming the lives of 4 or 5 guarding soldiers. Those who attempted to resist, be they ordinary citizens or soul masters, appeared feeble as paper, easily crushed beneath the onslaught. This was not merely a display of physical dominance, but also a profound psychological intimidation. The soldiers at the base of the Beidou Divine Guard possessed strength far beyond that of ordinary men, their combined might totaling an astonishing 26,200 kilograms. Each of their attacks struck like a thunderbolt, unstoppable and devastating. The defenders, whether seasoned veterans or inexperienced recruits, or even the esteemed soul masters, crumbled before this overwhelming force. The resistance of the city guards was akin to a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. The officers and commanders of the Beidou Divine Guard resembled reapers upon the battlefield. Their every action inflicted casualties upon the defending forces by the dozens, if not more. Although the mid-level soul master soul skills posed some challenges, they paled in comparison to the absolute might of the Beidou Divine Guard. Before long, what had once been a steadfast defense began to collapse, and the guards started to flee in a frenzy, their panicked cries echoing, "They are not human. They are all soul masters. Run. I do not wish to die here. I do not want to fight these monsters." These shouts reverberated through the night sky, shattering the morale of the defenders. Within a quarter of an hour, the once chaotic and bustling battlefield fell eerily silent. The clash between 20,000 and 3,000 was as brief and violent as a tempest, culminating in the total victory of the Beidou Divine Guard. On the ground lay countless captives, awaiting their fates. Witnessing the tide turn, the commander of the guards felt a surge of despair as he sought an escape amidst the chaos. However, just as he turned to flee, a glint of cold light flashed, and Long Mingshu appeared before him like a specter. With eyes as icy as steel, he thrust his dragon staff forward, piercing through the commander. Simultaneously, similar reports echoed throughout other parts of Tiantuo City. The Beidou Divine Guard, in an unmatched display of might, overwhelmed the city's leaders and soldiers across all tiers of combat prowess. Chen Xuanqing's strategic arrangements might not have been remarkable. However, the disparity between the unintentional and intentional, coupled with overwhelming combat strength, swiftly led the city of Tiantuo into the clutches of the Spirit Hall. Saras and Silas seized this moment to swiftly gain control over the pivotal figures of the Tiantuo Empire, the royal family, and the nobility. Confronted with formidable adversaries, the majority chose to retreat and compromise, leaving only a handful of courageous idealists willing to dedicate everything for their country. Soon, as Chen Xuanqing had anticipated, vital military strongholds such as walls, arsenals, and granaries fell under the dominion of the North Star Guardian Army. This formidable force acted like relentless reapers, systematically dismantling the military might of Tiantuo City. Meanwhile, the fleeing soldiers who took to the streets found themselves swiftly encircled by the North Star Guardian Army, faced with two grim choices: surrender or death. However, for the citizens of Tiantuo City, this conflict resembled a trivial farce. After all, the battle primarily involved the military and nobility. The North Star Guardian Army adhered strictly to Chen Xuanqing's orders, sparing the populace and even extending protection to them. In the heart of the Imperial City, the battle could not be so easily concluded. The forces led by Chen Rongrong, Chen Xuanqing, Long Shihu, and Jiang Su, though valiant and skilled, now encountered formidable resistance. Thousands of royal knights formed an impeccably coordinated military formation, standing as an indomitable barrier before them. The leading commanders bore expressions as grim as the depths of water, their gazes fierce and vigilant, fixed intently upon Jiang Su, brimming with hostility. Yet, amidst the chaos of battle, the true negotiators were not these royal knights, but rather the two members of the royal family, Chen Rongrong and the Snow Knight Emperor. The once mighty ruler, now filled with wrath, declared with a voice steeped in authority and indignation, "Crown Prince, you dare to rebel. What audacity is this?" In the face of the Snow Knight Emperor's furious rebuke, Chen Rongrong stood resolute, her chest held high as she stepped forward and retorted loudly, "Father, you are mistaken. It is Xue Beng and Xue Xing who conspire in the shadows. They have poisoned several of your sons, and even sought to harm both you and me. Xue Xing seizes this opportunity to usurp the throne. He is the true traitor." No sooner had Chen Rongrong's words echoed than a haughty voice emerged from the distance. "Humph. My dear niece, how unjustly you accuse me. What evidence do you possess to substantiate these claims?" The voice belonged to Xue Beng, who stood outside the palace, a cold smirk adorning his face as he regarded Chen Rongrong, Long Shihu, and the others, his eyes gleaming with cunning. Upon hearing Xue Beng's words, Chen Rongrong's heart sank. She realized she must procure compelling evidence to expose the crimes of Xue Beng and Xue Xing, or their predicament would become perilous. Yet, at that moment, she felt somewhat helpless, uncertain of how to proceed, as this was merely a ruse to deceive Jiang Su and Long Shihu. With this thought in mind, Chen Rongrong turned to Chen Xuanqing, hoping he would devise an alternative justification. Chapter 114, Manifesting Divinity in Public. Chen Xuanqing's countenance was stern, and his voice resonated powerfully as he declared, "Your Majesty has fallen into captivity, held hostage by Prince Xuexing. To all soldiers, heed my command. Let us bravely confront the enemy, eradicate the traitors, and rescue the sovereign." Generals Long Si and Jiang Su exchanged glances, despite the overwhelming sense of helplessness in their hearts. They understood the gravity of the situation and the necessity to advance without retreat. With weapons firmly grasped, they proclaimed in unison, "We shall obey." They then led their troops like ferocious tigers descending a mountain, charging directly at the rebel forces of Prince Xuexing. A number of military leaders, witnessing this, activated their martial spirits, intent on personally capturing Jiang Su and Long Si. They stormed into the ranks, unleashing ruthless slaughter. Yet, how could Chen Xuanqing allow their schemes to succeed? With a flash of movement, he appeared before them. Subsequently, his fists and feet descended like a tempest, each strike imbued with terrifying might. Boom, boom, boom. In mere moments, those military leaders were left shattered and scattered, akin to kites severed from their strings, hurtling backward and crashing violently against the palace behind them, their fates uncertain. Chen Xuanqing's action struck like a thunderbolt, instantly shaking the entire battlefield and leaving everyone momentarily stunned. "Engage!" A shout from Chen Xuanqing snapped everyone back to reality, as the two forces clashed once more. The sounds of weapons colliding and soldiers' battle cries echoed, creating a deafening tumult. Standing high above, the Snowy Knight Emperor surveyed the chaos below, a surge of anger rising within him. He exclaimed, "These foolish individuals. Do they not know how to command an army to encircle and eliminate the rebels? Must they all rush forward to their demise?" At that moment, an aged voice resonated in the Snowy Knight Emperor's ear. "Your Majesty, rest assured, this is merely a skirmish involving a few thousand troops. Leave it to us three to handle." Upon hearing this, the Emperor's spirits lifted. He turned to regard the three figures beside him, an elderly man with snow-white hair, a robust middle-aged man, and a grim-faced oldster. These three were none other than two of the Emperor's esteemed advisors and the poisoned Douluo. The Snowy Knight Emperor smiled at them, saying, "In that case, I entrust this battle to the three of you. Ensure a swift resolution." On the battlefield, the two armies, previously locked in fierce combat, suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. The three-titled Douluo soared into the air with the agility of arrows released from bows, their imposing presence akin to celestial beings descending from the heavens. With their arrival, A wave of pressure unique to title Douluo surged forth, engulfing the battlefield. This formidable aura was heavy and terrifying, causing even battle-hardened soldiers to feel an overwhelming weight. Many soldiers lacking soul power turned pale under this pressure, their weapons drooping limply as they found themselves unable to continue fighting. Amidst this tense atmosphere, the aged figure in the sky spoke slowly, his voice deep and authoritative. Chengha, regardless of who has incited you, you must understand that enmity cannot persist between father and son. Lay down your weapon and apologize to your father. All can be forgiven. However, Chen Rongrong, who had held the title of Crown Prince in the Tiantuo Empire for many years, was far from the naive and easily swayed individual. She understood well that within the Imperial family, familial bonds had long been devoured by power and interests. At this moment, if she truly laid down her weapon, it would not lead to reconciliation, but rather to merciless slaughter. Thus, Chen Rongrong tightened her grip on her weapon, her gaze resolute, unmoved by the words spoken. She silently prayed for Chen Xuanqing's previous performance to defeat the title Douluo before her. Just as the crowd was submerged in the pressure from the title Douluo, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky, walking on air, confronting the three title Douluo. The atmosphere of the battlefield grew even more tense. Douluo V, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Young friend, you have indeed become a title Douluo." His voice brimmed with disbelief, clearly astonished by Chen Xuanqing's rapid advancement. The two royal advisors of the Tiantuo Empire, the Phoenix Goose Douluo, Shui Haokong, and the Silver Hammer Douluo, Yao Dang, were equally stunned by Chen Xuanqing's prowess. They pondered in silence, what extraordinary talent and opportunity must this young title Douluo possess? The eldest title Douluo bore a faint smile, turning his gaze to Douluo V, teasingly remarking, "Old poisoner, this young friend is truly remarkable. Do you not intend to introduce us?" Douluo V could only respond with a wry smile, explaining, "This is the holy son of the Spirit Hall, Chen Xuanqing, the esteemed disciple of the ultimate Douluo, the Golden Crocodile Douluo, who has attained level 99. As for his title, I have yet to inquire." He then turned to Chen Xuanqing, introducing the two royal advisors beside him. "Young friend, these two are the esteemed advisors of the Tiantuo Empire, the Phoenix Goose Douluo, Shui Haokong, and the Silver Hammer Douluo, Yao Dang." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing felt a profound astonishment within. He had not anticipated that the imperial family of the Tiantuo Empire possessed such formidable depth, with not one but two title Douluos in their ranks. Simultaneously, Chen Xuanqing found himself somewhat resigned to the portrayal of the Huang family's three specters in the original narrative. In that tale, it was depicted that an empire could scarcely afford to sustain a single title Douluo, for they were exceedingly rare and scarce. Yet, certain sects were able to boast several title Douluos among their ranks. Such a depiction is evidently illogical in the realm of reality, clearly showcasing the prowess of the Huang family's three specters. Chen Xuanqing turned his gaze towards Douluo V, curiosity gleaming in his eyes as he softly inquired, "Senior, in what capacity do you find yourself here?" Upon hearing this question, a hint of embarrassment flickered across Douluo V's face. He had originally rushed to secure his granddaughter's safety after the sudden upheaval in the city of Tiantuo, only to be brought to the palace by Prince Xuexing to safeguard Emperor Xuya. At this moment, Douluo V realized that his actions might inadvertently impede Chen Xuanqing's plans or endeavors. After a brief pause of contemplation, Douluo V sighed and replied, "I was rescued by Prince Xuexing, and out of gratitude, coupled with my acceptance of a tribute from the Tiantuo royal family." His words conveyed a sense of helplessness and regret. Chen Xuanqing smiled gently and slowly spoke, "Senior, you once promised me 3 requests. I wonder if you are still able to fulfill them today?" Upon hearing these words, Douluo V's expression immediately darkened, revealing a hint of unease. He had previously committed to satisfying Chen Xuanqing's 3 requests. However, the current situation left Douluo V feeling somewhat troubled, as he found himself caught in a dilemma. Chen Xuanqing, however, was not inclined to afford Douluo V much time for contemplation. He continued, "The first demand I put forth today is that you, Senior, refrain from participating in this matter. What say you?" Upon hearing this request, Douluo V was engulfed by a surge of complex emotions. He shook his head, an expression of helplessness flickering in his eyes, and began to counsel Chen Xuanqing, "Young friend Xuanqing, permit me a moment of your attention. This is an internal conflict within the Heavenly Empire, which bears little relevance to us outsiders. Should we rashly intervene, we may only bring calamity upon ourselves, rendering our efforts futile. In my humble opinion, it would be wiser for both of us to remain aloof and observe the unfolding events. What do you think?" Douluo V's voice was imbued with sincerity and concern. Nevertheless, upon hearing these words, Chen Xuanqing felt an uncontrollable surge of anger rise within him. Having already revealed his identity and brandished his sword within the imperial city of the Heavenly Empire, could he truly retreat now without becoming a laughingstock? To withdraw at this juncture would betray the trust of the soldiers who followed him. No wonder, despite being investors, Haibuodong's endeavors in the central state yielded naught but disappointment, while Douluo V's medicinal garden was stripped bare, culminating in his untimely demise, leaving him with nothing to show for his efforts. Chen Xuanqing's voice, sharp as an ice blade, pierced through the surrounding tranquility. Then allow me to pose a question, do you, esteemed elder, intend to oppose me today? Upon hearing this, Douluo's lips quivered slightly, yet he ultimately remained silent. Standing resolutely alongside Feng Yi Douluo Shui Haokong and Yin Shui Doa Yao Dang, silently forming a wordless defensive formation. Chen Xuanqing's gaze gradually turned icy. As he took a deep breath of cold air, his body trembled violently as he concentrated all his strength. In an instant, Chen Xuanqing shot forth like a bolt of lightning, the sound of a dragon's roar reverberating deafeningly. This was his second soul skill, the dragon's roar. Under the impact of the sonic wave, Shui Haokong, Yao Dang, and Douluo seemed to be gripped tightly by an invisible giant hand, their minds swirling in dizziness as they instantly fell into a state of unconsciousness. Chen Xuanqing's figure flickered and appeared before the three, his fists clenched tightly, unleashing a thunderous force. The silhouettes of Douluo and Shui Haotian were swept away like leaves caught in a tempest, hurtling dozens of meters before crashing heavily against the distant rocks. Meanwhile, Yao Dang struggled on the brink of unconsciousness, a flicker of terror flashing in his eyes as he swiftly summoned his martial soul, the eight-faced bright silver hammer. Gripping the hammer's handle with all his strength, Yao Dang swung it fiercely towards Chen Xuanqing. With a resounding boom, the entire battlefield trembled. Astonishingly, Chen Xuanqing caught this formidable strike with one hand. Where his palm met the hammer's surface, a dazzling light erupted, pulsating with electric currents. Although he successfully intercepted the blow, Chen Xuanqing descended several meters from the air, indicating that he, too, had exerted considerable effort. Yao Dang gazed at his eight-faced bright silver hammer, now held aloft by Chen Xuanqing with a single hand. Disbelief etched upon his features. How is this possible? He actually caught my attack with one hand. In that instant, the flood of fear surged within him like a wild beast. Cursing under his breath, Yao Dang realized he was no match for Chen Xuanqing and swiftly retreated, hoping to create distance and find an opportunity. However, Chen Xuanqing pursued him like a specter, unfurling his wind and thunder wings, closing in on Yao Dang with remarkable speed. In a moment of proximity, Chen Xuanqing raised a foot and delivered a devastating kick that sent Yao Dang crashing to the ground. Instantly, a colossal pit formed, sending dust swirling into the air. Yao Dang's figure vanished amidst the dust, leaving only the echoes of his anguished groans reverberating through the night sky. In a corner of the battlefield, Qian Rinxue witnessed Chen Xuanqing's overwhelming strike and gasped in awe, softly exclaiming, "Have you truly grown this powerful? Such strength surpasses the imagination of most." As a peerless genius with innate soul power at level 20, Qian Rinxue knew she could not achieve the prowess of a 95-level title Douluo at just 19. Long Shihu and Jiangsu stood nearby. Their initial reverence for the spirit hall now transformed into dread upon witnessing Chen Xuanqing's formidable might. Exchanging glances, a resolute glimmer appeared in their eyes, silently conveying a vow. They could never oppose the spirit hall. The heart of the emperor of the Heaven Do Empire felt as if struck by a heavy blow. The empire's greatest trump card, 2 royal guardians and 1 noble guardian, all titled Douluo, had been vanquished in mere moments. A bitter expression crossed his face, and the confidence within him began to wane. The Heaven Do royal family now stood on the precipice of peril. Chen Xuanqing stood in the air, gazing down upon the battlefield with a calm and profound expression. He then spoke in a nonchalant tone, "Rise. How long do you intend to remain on the ground?" Douluo, Shui Haoqiang, and Yao Dang struggled to their feet, wiping the blood from the corners of their mouths, their eyes filled with disbelief and astonishment. Yao Dang, curiosity piqued, inquired, "What level of soul power does the Holy Sun possess? How could he possibly catch my eight-faced bright silver hammer with his bare hands?" Chen Xuanqing smiled gently, shaking his head lightly as he remarked, "Not much, not much. It's merely a level or 2 higher than you." Chen Xuanqing's tone was imbued with a semblance of humble bravado, yet the implications of his words were nothing short of astonishing. Both Douluo and Yao Dang were titled Douluos of rank 93, while Shui Haotian stood at an impressive rank of 94. A mere 2 levels higher signified that Chen Xuanqing's soul power must be at least 95. This staggering revelation left everyone present in a state of shock and reverence. The Night Emperor gazed at the airborne Chen Xuanqing, his heart heavy with bitterness. He began to question whether, for such a prodigy, the attainment of the 100-level divinity might indeed be a tangible reality. Upon hearing Chen Xuanqing's remarks, Shui Haotian's lips curled into a faint smile, dismissing Chen Xuanqing's prowess entirely. He gently shook his head and replied, "You certainly gained the upper hand just now, but do not forget that we are all titled Douluos. Even if you have reached 95, it does not guarantee that you can easily defeat us." Shui Haotian's words exuded a confidence that bordered on arrogance. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanqing's lips curled into a playful smile as he replied, "Oh, is that so? Perhaps you should witness for yourself how I, a 95th level title Douluo, differ from others." Before his words had fully settled in the air, a powerful aura erupted from him, causing the surrounding forces of wind and thunder to tremble. In an instant, Chen Xuanqing unleashed his martial soul's true form, revealing a colossal phantom of the crocodile ancestor, stretching over 100 meters in length. Its massive figure seemingly capable of overshadowing the sun. Behind him, a pair of wings, forged from wind and thunder, unfurled, presenting a stark contrast to the crocodile ancestor's visage, soaring high above in a manner that was both conspicuous and imbued with an ineffable sense of harmony. Chapter 116. 1 against 3. Victory. Simultaneously, Yao Dang wasted no time activating his ninth soul skill, transforming the 8-sided luminous silver hammer in his grasp into a weight tenfold greater. Even more astonishingly, this strike was imbued with armor-piercing and lightning paralysis effects, enabling it to effortlessly breach the defenses of his foes. Not to be outdone, Shui Haoyan summoned his martial soul's true form, morphing into a swan draped in fiery red feathers, enveloped by roaring flames. He simultaneously unleashed his ninth soul skill, the fire phoenix blazing the prairie, causing the surrounding flames to surge wildly, as if intent on consuming the entire battlefield. However, at that moment, Douluo found himself in an awkward position, realizing that his ninth soul skill was ineffective against Chen Xuanqing due to his immunity to poison. Yet, he did not yield. Instead, he swiftly recalibrated his strategy and addressed Shui Haoyan and Yao Dang, saying, "Gentlemen, this brat is immune to poison. I can only utilize my 8th soul skill to restrain him. You must strike when the opportunity arises." Both Shui Haoyan and Yao Dang were taken aback by Douluo's words. They had not anticipated such a declaration, but the urgency of the situation left them no time for deliberation. Thus, they nodded in agreement, ready to proceed. In this manner, the 3 titled Douluo prepared to unleash their most formidable abilities and launch an assault on Chen Xuanqing. Seeing this, Chen Xuanqing couldn't help but laugh aloud, his voice brimming with confidence and composure. "Since you are so eager, allow me to demonstrate my 8th soul skill, spatial strangulation." As his words echoed, the imposing figure of the crocodile ancestor's spirit loomed in the air with even greater majesty, its gaping maw seemingly capable of devouring everything. Before long, a rapidly spinning white vortex began to coalesce within the crocodile's mouth, emanating intense spatial fluctuations as if it sought to engulf all that surrounded it. In response, Douluo's eyes flashed with a fierce glint as he bellowed, "Attack!" At his command, the air around them seemed to solidify, and time itself froze around Chen Xuanqing. Entrapped by Douluo's 8th soul skill, time stasis. Simultaneously, Shui Haoyan's martial spirit transformed into a radiant sun, radiating a searing aura as it descended upon Chen Xuanqing with the force of a thunderbolt. Not to be outdone, Yao Dang wielded the 8-sided bright silver hammer, now 10 times heavier, gleaming with a silvery luminescence, carrying the might to pierce armor and the wrath of thunder, fiercely striking towards Chen Xuanqing in succession. However, having ascended to the rank of 95th level title Douluo, Chen Xuanqing's strength had transcended that of his former self. Although Douluo's 8th soul skill was formidable, it paled in comparison to Chen Xuanqing's prowess. Chen Xuanqing exerted a slight effort and effortlessly broke free from the constraints of time. Immediately thereafter, the white vortex emitted from the crocodile ancestral martial spirit expanded dramatically, colliding with the radiant sun of Shui Haoyan and the 8-faced shining silver hammer of Yao Dang. To the astonishment of onlookers, the white vortex appeared to possess an insatiable devouring power, swiftly engulfing both the sun and the silver hammer. As the vortex spun, the true forms of Shui Haoyan and Yao Dang's martial spirits were continuously diminished. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, the true forms of their martial spirits were obliterated, leaving both individuals trembling, their faces pale and profoundly weakened. The 2 titled Douluos could no longer sustain their ability to fly and plummeted from the heights, crashing heavily to the ground. Observing this, Douluo could not help but sigh inwardly, realizing that the tides of battle had turned irreversibly against them. Thus, he wisely retreated a couple of steps, adopting a demeanor of disengagement as he quietly observed the unfolding conflict. In response, Long Shihu and Jiangsu, akin to bolts of lightning, swiftly seized Shui Yi Emperor and Prince Xuexing. Faced with this sudden upheaval, though the Emperor and Prince harbored intentions to resist, they understood that opposing Chen Xuanqing's might would only lead to further complications, and thus chose to remain silent. Chen Xuanqing had relinquished his martial soul's true form, yet the intangible pressure he exuded seemed to render the surrounding air almost solid. Before this young title Douluo, 3 esteemed title Douluo found themselves vanquished in a single clash, sealing their fate. Subsequently, Chen Xuanqing gently unsheathed the azure light sword from his waist and strode purposefully towards Prince Xuexing, his eyes devoid of any emotion. As he swung the sword downward, a flash of azure light surged forth, and the head of Prince Xuexing was severed, landing several meters away. His wide-open eyes appeared to still convey his unwillingness and shock. "The bandit leader has been dealt with, and his majesty has been startled. I beseech his highness the crown prince to escort his majesty back to the palace for recuperation." Chen Xuanqing's voice was calm and resolute, as if the preceding bloodshed had no bearing on him. Qian Rinxue gazed at this decisive figure, a surge of admiration blossoming within her heart. She nodded in acknowledgement, and as she passed Chen Xuanqing, he murmured, "Let him lie bedridden, unable to speak or write." Qian Rinxue slightly inclined her head, indicating her understanding, before assisting Emperor Xia back to the palace for rest. Chen Xuanqing continued to instruct. Jiangsu, the royal knights on the periphery shall be entrusted to you. It is imperative to ensure the safety of the palace without any lapses. Upon hearing this, Jiangsu's face instantly brightened with joy, and he responded loudly, yes, I shall exert every effort. Long Shihu, observing Jiangsu's fortune, felt a twinge of anxiety within himself. He hastily turned to Chen Xuanqing, hoping to receive some guidance. Chen Xuanqing, naturally, did not disappoint his expectations. He spoke calmly, instructing Long Shihu to escort the several military leaders and title Douluo into the palace, while the others were to be confined elsewhere. Upon hearing this, Long Shihu promptly nodded in agreement and, accompanied by several subordinates, followed Chen Xuanqing to bring the captives into the palace. Only Douluo V remained outside the Grand Palace doors, his gaze penetrating through the partially opened entrance. Eager to discern the events unfolding within, he found himself in a state of indecision, uncertain whether to enter and plead for mercy or to turn away, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. However, just as Douluo V wrestled with his thoughts, he recalled his relationship with the Holy Sun, realizing that a plea for mercy should pose no significant issue. Moreover, he reflected upon Shui Haoqiang and Yao Dang, the two titled Douluo V, who were simultaneously ensnared in dire straits. If he could intercede on their behalf, perhaps he might assist them in overcoming their plight, simultaneously deepening their bond of friendship. With this thought, Douluo V's heart swelled with joy and anticipation. He took a deep breath and, with resolute steps, approached the palace. Inside, the atmosphere was one of profound silence. The 6 military leaders and 2 titled Douluo knelt like frostbitten eggplants upon the cold stone floor. Their figures appeared exceedingly forlorn in the dim candlelight, as if they were on the brink of being consumed by the encroaching darkness. Chapter 117. When to Kill. Chen Xuanqing sat upon an exquisite wooden chair, his gaze piercing and unwavering as it scrutinized the crowd below. Although his countenance was devoid of any expression, his eyes brimmed with a chilling intent to kill. His penetrating stare swept across several individuals, instilling a profound sense of pressure that rendered those poised to speak utterly silent. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Each breath taken by the gathered crowd became a cautious endeavor. The 6 military leaders and 2 titled Douluo quivered slightly, clearly indicating that even the mightiest among them could not face the specter of life and death with composure. At that moment, Chen Xuanqing coldly inquired, Dragon, Lion, Tiger, do you believe our presence here is superfluous? In your estimation, how many individuals would be most suitable to leave with Jiangsu? Chen Xuanqing's voice was as sharp as an ice blade, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, his gaze piercing and unwavering as he fixed it upon the figure of Long Shihu. A sense of unease gripped Long Shihu's heart. He was acutely aware of the delicacy of his current predicament. Although he had allied himself with His Highness the Crown Prince in rebellion, he could not afford to be overly familiar with Jiangsu. The individuals kneeling before him remained loyal to Jiangsu, and he could not plead for their clemency. With this thought weighing heavily upon him, Long Shihu feigned contemplation for a moment, internally wrestling with his conscience before declaring, Your Highness, they are nothing but worthless scum. My counsel is to spare none. However, the ultimate decision rests solely with Your Highness. Upon utterance of these words, the 6 military leaders instantly paled, their expressions shifting dramatically as they glared at Long Shihu, their eyes brimming with confusion and resentment. Yet, all Long Shihu could do was force a bitter smile, knowing that he was compelled to make this choice to safeguard his own interests. Chen Xuanqing gave a slight nod, and the azure sword in his hand suddenly transformed into a flash of lightning, instantly striking towards the 6 military leaders. In the flickering sword light, 3 had already fallen into a pool of blood, silent and motionless. The remaining 3, in terror, knelt upon the ground, acutely aware that their fates lay firmly in the hands of Chen Xuanqing. Chen Xuanqing cast a languid glance at them and then commanded, You 3 shall be spared for the time being. Should you demonstrate exceptional merit in the future, I may consider granting you your lives. Upon hearing this, the trio, relieved, fell to their knees in gratitude, bowing repeatedly as they exclaimed, Thank you, Your Highness, for your mercy. We are willing to brave any peril for you. Soon, the 3 fortunate commanders were dragged away, and the bodies on the ground were swiftly cleared, restoring silence to the palace. Yet, the atmosphere was thick with an indescribable sense of oppression and gravity. Shui Haoqiang suddenly straightened in the still air, a glint of resolve and pride flashing in his eyes. He glared fiercely at Chen Xuanqing, declaring, You little thief. I, Shui Haoqiang, would merely face death. As a member of the royal bloodline, how can I tolerate the humiliation from a traitor such as yourself? Douluo V observed the escalating tension, recognizing that the moment had arrived. He quickly stepped forward in an effort to diffuse the charged atmosphere. Shui Haoqiang, hold your tongue. This young friend is the holy son of the Spirit Hall. Of noble status, he would not easily slay a titled Douluo. Such an action would undoubtedly be tantamount to digging one's own grave. Douluo V's words carried a weight of authority, aiming to calm Shui Haoqiang. After speaking, he turned to Chen Xuanqing and added, Young friend, there exists an unwritten rule among soul masters. Titled Douluos should not be slain unless there is a grave enmity or they are engaged in war. This is to safeguard the rarity of titled Douluos on the continent. It would be wise for you to refrain from folly. However, his gaze inadvertently flicked towards Qian Renxue, who, at that moment, was presenting herself as Shui Qinghe. Douluo understood that the throne of the Tiantuo Empire still belonged to the Shui family, and there might yet be room for negotiation between Chen Xuanqing and Shui Haqiu. Thus, he was all the more determined to prevent Chen Xuanqing from taking lethal action. Yet, the fury within Chen Xuanqing surged like a tempest. The one who had dared to strike at him had already become an enemy. At this moment, Douluo was pleading for mercy on behalf of his adversary, attempting to act as a mediator, which was undoubtedly pouring fuel on the fire. Kill. A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in Chen Xuanqing's eyes. He hesitated no longer. The Qingmong sword transformed in an instant into a streak of lightning, swiftly slicing through Douluo's throat. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, spilling across the ground, while Douluo clutched his neck, his eyes brimming with terror and despair. He attempted to rise and flee, but Chen Xuanqing's blade nearly severed his head. In the span of 2 breaths, Douluo collapsed to the ground, succumbing to excessive blood loss. His eyes still reflected disbelief and astonishment, as if he could scarcely fathom his grim fate. This startling scene caused Shui Haokong and Yao Dang to stagger back in shock, their hearts pounding like drums, completely overwhelmed by the magnitude of the moment. A title Douluo, reduced to such fragility before Chen Xuanqing, the ease with which he dispatched his foe radiated an aura of lethal intent that was utterly chilling. Chen Xuanqing turned to Shui Haoyan, a faintly mocking smile gracing his lips, his voice gentle yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Shui Haoyan, do not be anxious. What I admire most are individuals of your steadfast spirit. However, beneath this tender utterance lay an inexplicable chill that surged through Shui Haoyan, akin to the slash of a frigid blade against his heart. Shui Haoyan endeavored to steady his emotions, striving to present an air of composure, and retorted with a scoff, "Humph. Whether to kill or to mutilate, do as you please." Yet, there lingered a barely perceptible tremor in his voice. No sooner had he spoken than the azure blade was drawn once more, slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning, with a single stroke. It swept across Shui Haoyan's throat. Blood gushed forth, and Shui Haoyan's eyes widened in disbelief and indignation. Like the fallen Douluo before him, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. In the span of merely 2 breaths, Chen Xuanqing cast a cursory glance at the lifeless body on the ground, as if attending to a matter of little consequence. He then calmly issued a directive, proclaimed far and wide that Prince Xuexing, in collusion with the royal family, has conspired against Shui Haokong. The poisoned Douluo valiantly fought to protect the Emperor Xueye and faced Shui Haokong, ultimately succumbing and sacrificing heroically. Soon after, the bodies of Douluo and Shui Haokong were swiftly removed, and the blood on the ground was meticulously cleansed, as if the preceding events had never transpired. After scanning the bloodstains on the ground, Chen Xuanqing's gaze inadvertently fell upon Yao Dang. In that moment, the cold murderous intent he had harbored for Shui Haoyan transformed in Yao Dang's eyes into the chilling ice of an abyss, piercing and merciless. Yao Dang's heart constricted violently, as if gripped by an invisible hand, rendering him nearly breathless. Witnessing the helplessness of 2 titled Douluos before Chen Xuanqing filled him with a tide of fear that surged uncontrollably. He realized that his current predicament was more perilous than ever before. Chapter 118, Intimidating Yao Dang. Thus, without a shred of hesitation, Yao Dang struggled to rise from the ground, expending every ounce of strength to throw himself at Chen Xuanqing's feet, clasping his thighs tightly. His voice trembled with a weeping tone, laced with desperation. "I implore you, your highness, grant me mercy. I swear, from this moment forth, I shall be your highness's loyal servant. No, I shall be your highness's dog. I am willing to do anything for you. Only beseeching you to give me a chance for redemption and spare my life." Yao Dang understood that this was his final opportunity, should Chen Xuanqing refuse. His fate would be as tragic as that of Shui Haoyan. Chen Xuanqing gazed at Yao Dang, who knelt before him, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. He gently pulled Yao Dang to his feet, treating him with the utmost courtesy, as if he were a distinguished guest, brushing away the non-existent dust from his attire. "Lord Yao Dang, you are a titled Douluo of exalted status. Why must you beseech a mere holy son of the Spirit Hall?" Chen Xuanqing's voice carried a hint of mockery, yet it was laced with an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, Yao Dang's heart trembled involuntarily, and he promptly bowed his head in deference, replying, "Your Highness, the Holy Son, is too kind. I am but an inconsequential wanderer outside the Spirit Hall, now willing to submit and serve the Holy Son." Chen Xuanqing smiled faintly and shifted the topic, saying, "However, our Spirit Hall is precisely in need of individuals like yourself. Why not join the Spirit Hall as our esteemed member and together contribute to the glorious future of our institution?" Upon hearing this, Yao Dang felt an overwhelming surge of joy and nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "I am willing. From now on, I shall be a member of the Spirit Hall. Your Highness, rest assured, I will remain vigilant to any developments within the Spirit Hall and promptly report to you at the first sign of news." Chen Xuanqing nodded in satisfaction and burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, had Douluo and Shui Haoyan possessed your level of insight earlier, perhaps they would have avoided such a fate." As he spoke, Chen Xuanqing produced a crystal-clear candy from his bosom, a glint of mischief flickering in his eyes. With a sudden motion, he skillfully flicked the candy into Yao Dang's mouth with pinpoint accuracy. The candy swiftly slid down Yao Dang's throat, leaving him no time to savor its flavor. Yao Dang's expression changed dramatically in an instant, yet he quickly regained his composure. Although a whirlwind of uncertainty swirled within him, he could only suppress his doubts in the face of Chen Xuanqing's unfathomable power and authority, remaining respectfully at his side. Chen Xuanqing gazed at Yao Dang, a playful smile gracing his lips as he leisurely explained, "My dear Lord Yao, this is the Danyang heart-devouring goo that I have meticulously crafted. In just a quarter of an hour, your stomach will digest this pill entirely, after which the goo will stealthily flow through your bloodstream to your heart. In its daily existence, this creature will feast upon your nourishment, and after a year, once it has matured, it will mercilessly consume your heart. The only one capable of rescuing you from this fate is none other than myself. Of course, should you doubt my words, feel free to seek out other healers. But I fear the outcome may leave you disillusioned." Then, Chen Xuanqing reined in his smile, his tone laced with a hint of mockery as he continued, "However, my esteemed Lord Yao, I was merely jesting with you. I hope you do not take offense." With that, he erupted into hearty laughter and turned to depart. Yet, to Yao Dang, his laughter resonated like a bone-chilling wind, filling him with a surge of murderous intent. At that moment, Chen Xuanqing abruptly spun around, casting forth a luminous herb that glimmered softly in his hand. Yao Dang, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and deftly caught the celestial plant. The voice of Chen Xuanqing drifted softly through the air. "This is your reward. As long as you execute the task splendidly, greater benefits will undoubtedly await you." Yao Dang clutched the precious celestial herb tightly, sensing the immense energy it contained, and his expression transformed into one of sheer ecstasy. His reverence for Chen Xuanqing intensified, and he silently vowed to accomplish the task meticulously in exchange for further rewards. As night gradually receded, a faint light began to illuminate the horizon. After attending to external matters, Chen Xuanqing stepped into the tranquil inner hall. Within, the Snow Knight Emperor lay quietly upon his bed, his visage pale and eyes closed, resembling a lifeless plant. At his bedside, Qian Ruxue held a medicinal bowl, diligently tending to this once mighty ruler of the empire. Noticing Chen Xuanqing's entrance, Qian Ruxue gently lifted her gaze, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Have you resolved the matters outside?" she inquired softly, her voice imbued with a hint of concern. Chen Xuanqing smiled gently and replied with composure, "The city of Tiantuo has already fallen under our control. However, it is imperative for you to step forward next and ascend to the throne, thereby stabilizing the court." Qian Ruxue nodded, a faint smile of satisfaction illuminating her face. She had not anticipated that overnight, the fate of the Tiantuo Empire would undergo such a profound transformation, with herself emerging as the ruler of this realm. In contrast to Chen Xuanqing's meticulous foresight and elaborate planning, her previous scheme of poisoning now appeared somewhat short-sighted. "And what about you? What position do you intend to assume? The Grand General of the Empire? My Chief of Internal Affairs?" Qian Ruxue approached Chen Xuanqing, her hands gently encircling his neck. The proximity between them so intimate that they could almost feel each other's breath. Her voice carried a playful tone laced with anticipation. Chen Xuanqing smiled gently and shook his head, saying, "I have many matters to attend to, so I entrust the management of the Heaven Do Empire to you." As he spoke, he delicately lifted Qian Ruxue and placed her on a nearby chair. Upon hearing this, Qian Ruxue replied with a smile, "Entrust it to me? Are you not afraid that I might seize the opportunity to annex the entire empire?" Her tone carried a hint of jest, yet her gaze revealed composure and confidence. Chen Xuanqing offered a serene smile as he produced an exquisite little booklet from his bosom and presented it to Qian Ruxue, saying, "This is the first 5-year plan I have compiled. You need only to follow it." Qian Ruxue solemnly accepted the booklet and, after flipping through a few pages, nodded slightly. Although she was acutely aware that governing a nation was far more complex than merely adhering to a script, the sincerity behind his gesture filled her with warmth. For she understood that Chen Xuanqing genuinely had her best interests at heart. After exchanging a few simple pleasantries with Qian Ruxue, Chen Xuanqing departed the Imperial City, basking in the first rays of morning sunlight. The streets were deserted, save for the soldiers of the Northern Dipper Guardian Army patrolling to maintain order. The swift conclusion of the battle had spared the common folk from turmoil, leaving little trace of conflict upon the thoroughfares. After all, the skirmish he orchestrated was akin to the coup at Xianyuan Gate, a struggle within the royal family, rather than the devastating Jinggan campaign that ensnared the populace. Thus, in Chen Xuanqing's eyes, the Northern Dipper Guardian Army still commanded the people's favor. Chapter 119, Return to Soul Master City. As Chen Xuanqing's figure reemerged before the grand hall of the Soul Master Palace, he found it already teeming with people, all eyes riveted upon him, their faces adorned with smiles. At this moment, Ning Fengji's countenance radiated an uncontainable joy. He hastened forward, grasping Chen Xuanqing's hand, his eyes shimmering with satisfaction and admiration. "Esteemed son-in-law, You have indeed exceeded my expectations. This journey will surely yield abundant rewards. Chen Xuanqing smiled faintly and nodded. As the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, and also the mentor of Emperor Shui Qinghe, Ning Fengji felt a profound sense of accomplishment at that moment. Chen Xuanqing surveyed his surroundings, his gaze resting upon the assembly as he spoke slowly. Serious, Master Ning. I must return to Wuhan City for an urgent matter. During my absence, I entrust the affairs of the Tiantuo Empire to all of you, particularly to Her Highness Shui Qinghe, for she embodies the future of our empire. I hope you will work together to assist the Crown Prince in his ascension. Sirius, aware of Shui Qinghe's true identity, nodded repeatedly upon hearing Chen Xuanqing's words. He solemnly replied, Rest assured, young master, we shall exert every effort to support Her Highness Shui Qinghe, ensuring that the Tiantuo Empire flourishes under her guidance. Ning Fengji was momentarily taken aback, interpreting Chen Xuanqing's remarks as a gesture of goodwill towards himself, intending to leave a favorable impression of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School before the new emperor. Thus, without further contemplation, he simply smiled and nodded in agreement. Upon realizing that the crowd comprehended his intentions, Chen Xuanqing refrained from further elaboration. He unfurled his imposing twin wings of wind and thunder, propelling himself like a bolt of lightning out of the grand hall of the Spirit Hall, racing towards the distant Spirit City. Meanwhile, as Chen Xuanqing hurried towards Spirit City, Qian Renxue was diligently transmitting the latest news regarding the Heaven Do Empire back to the Spirit Hall with utmost urgency. When this revelation thundered into the ears of Qian Douluo and Bibi Dong, both were momentarily stunned by the unexpected delight. Qian Douluo, the paramount figure of the Spirit Hall, harbored a profound animosity towards Bibi Dong. However, the presence of Qian Renxue maintained a delicate equilibrium between the two. Yet, the news of Qian Renxue's impending ascension as the emperor of the Heaven Do Empire shattered this fragile balance like a boulder. For Qian Douluo, everything within the Spirit Hall was the culmination of his life's work and the foundation for his granddaughter, Qian Renxue. Therefore, he would never allow Bibi Dong to seize control of the Heaven Do Empire, instead ensuring that Qian Renxue retained dominion over it. Conversely, Bibi Dong's ambitions had long transcended the confines of the Spirit Hall. She yearned for dominion over the entire Douluo continent. Conquering the Heaven Do Empire was a pivotal step towards realizing her aspirations. Although neither wished to engage in open conflict, the forces behind them were already stirring, eager to partake in the vast spoils of the Heaven Do Empire, even resorting to inciting discord. This brewing tension began to disturb the previously tranquil Spirit City, saturating it with an air of peril. The fraught relationship between the two, compounded by the clandestine power struggles, rendered the atmosphere in Spirit City exceedingly tense. Were it not for the fierce ongoing finals of the Soul Master competition, the city might have already descended into chaos due to this covert strife. Outside Spirit City, the fading rays of the setting sun illuminated a weary figure, Chen Xuanqing. He paused, gazing up at the majestic Spirit City, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Ah, I have finally returned, he murmured, inhaling the crisp air deeply before striding purposefully towards the heart of Spirit City. Chen Xuanqing's residence is nestled within a tranquil courtyard in the heart of the city. Upon stepping through the threshold of his home, he was greeted by several maidservants who softly attended to him, helping him wash away the weariness of the day. As warm